Chapter 20. The assassin at the door the following day, at the residence of Lu, the wealthy landowner. A dozen local gentry sat in a row, each wearing a sycophantic expression. Li Qing also wore a congenial demeanor, appearing quite agreeable. Observing this, the gentry ceased their hesitation and began to present lavish gifts, nearly all of which were of immense value. Li Qing accepted everything without exception, much to the delight of the gentry. After feasting, Li Qing rose and declared, "The emperor places great importance on the weaving bureau. As his imperial envoy, I expect your full cooperation. Henceforth, all production shall cease. The court will purchase your looms, silkworms, and labors at market price. Furthermore, you are to convert your mulberry fields into rice paddies promptly. Of course, if this seems burdensome, you may transfer the majority of your mulberry fields to the court, which would be more advantageous." Li Qing spoke with righteous fervor. "This is all for the court and for the great Ming. I trust you will comply wholeheartedly." Pausing briefly, his tone turned icy. "Should anyone remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." The gentry sat in stunned silence, hardly believing their ears. Historically, transactions were straightforward. Even kidnappers knew to release captives for ransom. They had never anticipated that this envoy Li would turn so ruthlessly unforgiving. Li Qing offered them no chance for rebuttal. After delivering his edict, he commanded his accompanying imperial guards to gather the valuables and departed with a flourish. In the parlor, the gentry wore expressions of dismay, their faces twisted in fury. To receive payment yet be denied service was an unprecedented affront. One agitated landowner slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is intolerable. Old Wang, shall we not simply eliminate him?" "Absolutely not," Wang Lin replied, his head pounding. Though he was equally incensed by Li Qing's actions, he remained more composed. "The consequences of killing an envoy are beyond our capacity to bear. Let us remain calm. If he comes to harm, none of us shall fare well. Perhaps we should acquiesce to his demands." "Acquiesce?" Lu, the landowner, retorted angrily. "How much will I lose in a year?" "Indeed," another gentry member concurred, his tone menacing. "Old Wang, have you colluded with the envoy to deceive us? Wang, your family is the most prominent here. If we suffer, you shall not escape unscathed either. Whose side are you on? If you provoke us, I shall expose all your misdeeds." The assembly of gentry bristled. Blocking their financial avenues was tantamount to threatening their lives. These individuals had long grown accustomed to their impunity, frequently transgressing the law and resolving matters with bribes, showing little regard for the laws of the Ming. Assassinating an official is no different from rebellion. Wang Lin shouted, "Dare to act against him, and prepare for your estates to be confiscated." "How absurd," one landowner scoffed. "Who among us has not had ancestors who held high office? My forefathers once executed an envoy without consequence and ultimately rose to prominence. As long as the payment is sufficient, any issue can be resolved. Indeed, if this envoy is unyielding, let the court send another. If he too proves obstinate, we will dispose of him. Surely, we will find one who complies. Old Wang, will you join us?" "I will not," Wang Lin bellowed. "This is not the Song dynasty. This is the Ming. My goodness." Wang Lin, overwhelmed with fury, exclaimed, "You are courting death. Whether you wish to or not, you shall comply." Lu Kaiju smirked, recalling the unsavory dealings for which he had paid, and remarked, "Indeed, Old Wang, you took the lion's share of the profits, but now you wish to extricate yourself unscathed? Such a notion is far from feasible." Another wealthy gentleman concurred, asserting, "We cannot allow you to monopolize all the good fortune." Wang Lin, seething with indignation yet aware of his own compromised position, refrained from a confrontation, opting instead to counsel. "Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? This could cost us our heads. Fear not, for the court is oblivious to our involvement. We need only to proceed with discretion," one retorted. "Indeed, Old Wang, you are a magistrate. Why such timidity?" Wang Lin, with no better recourse, acquiesced. "Very well, I leave the execution of this plan to your discretion, and I shall cover all expenses incurred." After a moment's pause, he added, "Should we be unable to avert disaster, I will compensate each of you for 1/5 of your losses. If we succeed, I will reimburse you for the bribes as well. Does this sound agreeable?" The assembly of wealthy gentlemen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wang Lin, sensing a slight easing of tension, permitted their course of action, declaring, "I shall remain in the shadows." Upon receiving a report from the genie Wei, Li Qing contemplated for a moment before inscribing a letter, sealing it with wax. He dispatched it with utmost urgency to the capital, requesting the presence of the Minister of Revenue, the Secretary of State, and the censurate's inspector, all in his name. The Minister of Revenue? The 100 household officer exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Should we not notify the commanding officer immediately? Not just yet, Li Qing replied coolly. Instruct your subordinates to maintain discretion, should this information leak. He brandished his golden token, asserting, as an envoy, I wield the power of life and death. The officer shivered at the implication, bowing reverently. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. Very well, off you go, Li Qing said, reclining back into his chair, a faint smile playing upon his lips. While confiscating property was a straightforward endeavor, the subsequent management of affairs was beyond his capacity. His true mission was to establish the Bureau of Weaving and Manufacturing, with the confiscation merely a serendipitous gain. The gathering of so many officials aimed to mitigate the risk of any individual lining their own pockets. Moreover, he was wary of the newly appointed commander of the Qing Wei, who did not seem particularly virtuous, and thus was hesitant to allow him to lead the raid unaccompanied. With the Minister of Revenue to handle practical matters, the Secretary of State to oversee documentation, and the Inspector for supervision, along with the backing of the little fat man's father-in-law, any potential oversights would be minimized. A premonition stirred within him that the wealth acquired from this raid would be nothing short of staggering, offering hope to alleviate the urgent needs of the treasury. Li Qing felt no burden of conscience. The wealth amassed by these gentry had predominantly been extracted from the common people, and according to reports from the Qing Wei, they had committed numerous misdeeds, rendering them undeserving of sympathy. All was in readiness, save for the east wind. Li Qing stretched languidly, shifting into a more comfortable position, content in his anticipation. 7 days later, at midnight, after the 3 women had retired for the night, Li Qing engaged in meditation, remaining vigilant, a practice he had maintained for some time. With heightened concentration, his hearing became exceptionally acute, allowing him to discern even the faintest rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Suddenly, a sound akin to rustling leaves or footsteps reached his ears, prompting Li Qing to slowly open his eyes. Without lighting a lamp, he donned his dark robe and quietly exited his chamber. Much like the night of the 15th year of Hongwu, this night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight. And Li Qing made his way to the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of any would-be assassins. Tonight was undeniably conducive to covert operations. He was certain that significant prey would soon present itself. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, he discerned a shadowy figure stealthily scaling the wall and approaching with caution. Observing that everyone had entered the courtyard, Li Qing no longer hesitated. He drew in a deep breath and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Outside the Imperial Envoy's residence, 20 members of the Qing Wei were patrolling in 2 shifts. Upon hearing Li Qing's summons, 10 of the night watchmen rushed in with their lanterns. When they beheld the masked intruder infiltrating their domain, their faces turned pale with shock. Protect the master. The 7 assassins, momentarily taken aback, quickly sprang into action. Contrary to expectations, they did not flee but instead charged at Li Qing in a frenzied assault. Swift as the wind, one Qing Wei, quick-witted and agile, promptly unleashed a hidden crossbow from his sleeve, striking 2 of the assassins before they could evade, sending them crumpling to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 assassins had reached Li Qing's side. The glint of their sharp blades, illuminated by the feeble glow of the lantern, radiated a chilling aura. Li Qing could distinctly perceive the ominous blue sheen of the blades. Clearly, these were professional killers, their daggers laced with deadly poison capable of silencing even the most resilient of foes with a single cut. Alas, they had encountered Li Qing. With a decisive strike, Li Qing preempted the thrust of the dagger, delivering a powerful punch to the assailant's chin. The sound of shattering bones echoed, followed by anguished cries that reverberated throughout the courtyard. Li Qing was swift, precise, and merciless, allowing the assassins no chance to retaliate. Within mere moments, they were all subdued, their faces awash with horror as the blades of the Qing Wei were placed at their throats. Li Qing clapped his hands and inquired, "Who sent you?" The leader of the assassins scoffed, "Today, it seems we've met our end. Just kill us quickly and spare us the needless chatter." Li Qing replied coolly, "If you reveal your employer, I may show leniency. In this line of work, trust holds paramount importance. They were merely mercenaries, paid to eliminate foes, a rule of their trade." Upon hearing the phrase "paid to eliminate," Li Qing felt a flush of indignation and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to each assassin, one after another. "You're quite defiant, but that will change shortly," he remarked with a smile. Estimating that Xia Yuanji and Zhang Fu would soon arrive, he commanded, "Summon Ji Gang to see me." After more than half an hour, Ji Gang, having received the news, hurriedly arrived. Upon confirming Li Qing's safety, he let out a sigh of relief and clasped his hands, asking, "What are your orders, my lord?" Li Qing produced a list and instructed him to apprehend the individuals named therein. Ji Gang nodded and inquired, "What shall we do with them once captured? Shall we execute them, or bring them to the yamen? I wish to personally adjudicate the matter," Li Qing responded. "Also, encircle the residences of these wealthy gentry." Ji Gang licked his lips and asked, "Will we not raid their homes?" "The emperor has already dispatched officials to conduct the search," Li Qing elucidated. "They will arrive shortly. To avoid any insinuations, I kindly request that you refrain from entering the gentry's homes to prevent any allegations against you." Ji Gang, momentarily taken aback, grimaced and nodded. "My lord, how could you say such a thing? Am I that kind of person?" Li Qing smiled and said, "Naturally. I trust Commander Ji, but it is prudent to avoid any suspicion. You wouldn't want to be scrutinized by the civil officials, would you?" Ji Gang replied solemnly, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. No need for thanks. Go apprehend the individuals." Li Qing instructed, "Only those listed. The situation is not yet finalized, so be gentle in your methods. Simply arrest them." "Understood." Early in the morning, those apprehended were brought in, and by noon, Xia Yuanji and his entourage arrived. Upon confirmation, they were ready to conduct a house search, and Xia Yuanji was elated. Chapter 21. The compilation of literature in the governor's office's prison. Several wealthy gentry were isolated, and Li Qing granted them no opportunity to collude. Each was interrogated individually and subjected to torture. These individuals, accustomed to a life of luxury, could not withstand the brutality of the methods employed. Before long, they confessed one after another, yet they were not foolish. They understood the implications of their admissions. Thus, after enduring severe punishment, they immediately recanted their statements, insisting they were wronged and coerced into confessing, loudly accusing Li Qing of accepting bribes, hoping to instill fear into him. However, Li Qing was not one to be intimidated. He was unafraid of such threats. He had already penned a clear letter to Zhu Di and had no concerns about repercussions. As for the recantations, they were inconsequential. Continued interrogation could be pursued. The wealthy gentry, having endured a day of torment, lost all defiance and obediently signed confessions. Reflecting on Wang Lin's words, feelings of regret washed over them. Consequently, they betrayed Governor Wang Lin. Li Qing smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, he won't escape." Soon, the ailing Wang Lin was also captured and brought to the prison. After enduring severe interrogation, he confessed and was subsequently led to the guillotine alongside the gentry. At precisely noon, the wealthy gentry of Suzhou met their demise. Seeing the inevitable outcome, Xia Yuanji approached Li Qing and said, "Your Excellency, executing officials is tantamount to rebellion, and the gentry are considered commoners. According to Ming law, only the leaders of a rebellion are to be executed. It would be unwise to extend the repercussions too broadly." He suggested, "Why not exile their families to the borders? This would also serve the stability of the state. Would you not agree?" His words held merit, though not entirely. Li Qing was no ordinary official, but a special envoy representing the emperor. The crime of killing a special envoy was far more severe than that of executing a mere official. However, Li Qing did not wish for indiscriminate slaughter. The objective of seizing wealth to fill the national treasury had already been achieved, and there was no need for total annihilation. He nodded in agreement. Li Qing said, "I shall refrain from involving myself in the property seizures. There are still many matters to attend to at the Weaving Bureau. Minister Xia, Duke of Xinqing, Commander Ji. You will supervise each other and collaborate. Once you ascertain the specific amounts, please inform me." Xia Yuanji responded with delight. Zhang Fu remained indifferent, and Ji Gang's countenance soured as the three clasped their fists in acknowledgement. In the days that followed, Li Qing became occupied, overseeing the construction of the Weaving Bureau while training the weavers and discussing production procedures. A month later, the Weaving Bureau was completed, and simultaneously, the eunuchs responsible for its management arrived. A multitude of looms were moved into the bureau, and the trained weavers quickly adapted. Li Qing began working with the eunuchs. After another half-month of intensive labor, Li Qing finally found himself with some leisure. Meanwhile, Xia Yuanji and the others had also organized the details of the confiscation. The lands of several affluent gentry, along with their treasures of gold, silver, grain, ancient artifacts, paintings, residences, and wine houses, have accumulated a staggering wealth over generations. The total sum is astonishing, equating to a year and a half of taxes from the Ming dynasty. However, much of this wealth is tied up in real estate, such as wine houses and residences, making them difficult to liquidate quickly. Only a mere 23 million taels are readily available for the court's expenditures. Those involved in the confiscation are left utterly astounded. While it is well known that Suzhou and Hangzhou are prosperous, none could have anticipated such extraordinary wealth, almost as if wealth itself were oozing from their very being. As the 12th month approaches, the weather in Jiangnan remains mild. After concluding matters in Suzhou, Li Qing accompanied his 3 daughters to Hangzhou. Upon his arrival, just 3 days shy of the new year, he had initially planned to delay his actions until after the festivities. However, the local governor promptly visited, bringing along the region's wealthy elite. In unison, they expressed their unwavering support for the court. They were already aware of the fate that awaited Wang Lin and the other affluent gentry. In comparison to confiscation and execution, a significant financial loss was something they could accept. Li Qing, naturally, was pleased to accept their support, yet with the festive season approaching, he did not wish to disrupt the brief happiness of the common folk. He merely instructed the governor and the gentry to prepare, resuming their endeavors after the Lantern Festival. Once arrangements were made, Li Qing took his daughters on a leisurely excursion to enjoy the scenic beauty, making up for the time lost in Suzhou. The 3 daughters, clad in matching short jackets and adorned with a touch of makeup, were no longer in their youth, with the youngest, Wanling, now 37. Yet, perhaps due to the saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Li Qing still found them captivating. During this season, Westlake appeared rather tranquil, but the 4 were in high spirits, having rented a small boat to drift in the lake's center. Nearby, about a dozen small boats formed a protective circle around them, manned by the Jin Yi, the Imperial Guards. One of the Jin Yi let out a sigh, muttering about the futility of such excursions during the festive season, suggesting it would be better to return home for a drink. The winter scenery of Westlake was rather mundane, and the lack of aesthetic appreciation among the rugged guards rendered the outing somewhat tedious. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained carefree, engaging his daughters in laughter as he recounted the love story of Bai Suzhen and Su Xian, bringing tears to their eyes. After their delightful boat ride, they strolled through the streets until dusk, and the 4 returned home, much to the relief of the Jin Yi, who suddenly felt that such leisurely outings were more exhausting than their usual duties. To celebrate the new year, Li Qing bestowed a red envelope upon each guard, though modest. It was sufficient to ensure a hearty meal for them. With their spirits lifted by this gesture, the Jin Yi wore smiles and were more diligent during their night patrols, for those who receive pay without fulfilling their duties are a rarity indeed. On New Year's Eve, they stayed up to welcome the new year, chatting and munching on sunflower seeds, reminiscent of years gone by. Following the festivities of the first day of the new year, Li Qing resumed his leisurely outings, while the Jin Yi lamented their burdens, yet remained diligent, blending into the crowd to safeguard the esteemed envoy. Time spent in happiness and leisure always passes swiftly, and before Li Qing knew it, the Lantern Festival had arrived. The Jin Yi, who had endured what felt like an eternity, finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer required to wander aimlessly through the streets. After half a month of such exertion, their legs felt weary. After enjoying the Tangyuan and admiring the lanterns, Li Qing immersed himself once more in his duties. The governor and the wealthy gentry were remarkably cooperative, even to the extent of offering substantial assistance. In merely 2 months, they successfully established the weaving bureau. On one side, Li Qing would make a request, and on the other, the affluent gentry would promptly provide silkworms, looms, and weavers, anxious not to disappoint this esteemed envoy. Their eagerness was so palpable that it made Li Qing feel a tinge of embarrassment. He genuinely wished to assure them, "Fear not, for I am a benevolent person." By mid-March, the weaving bureau was operating smoothly. Li Qing submitted a petition requesting Emperor Zhu Di to dispatch eunuchs, who subsequently arrived after a fortnight. Once everything was on track, Li Qing did not rush to depart. Instead, he took the 3 ladies to continue their leisurely excursions. This was indeed a splendid time for sightseeing, and after completing his official duties, Li Qing indulged in unrestrained joy, harboring no intention of returning. The Imperial Guards, dutifully following him, found themselves at a loss with such a character. Despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not voice any objections. For Li Qing was an imperial envoy and the Marquis of Yongqing, and they remained committed to their responsibilities. In early May, however, His indulgence drew the ire of Zhu Di. Observing that Li Qing had yet to return despite the completion of his tasks, the emperor immediately issued an edict commanding his prompt return to the capital, leaving no room for delay. Upon hearing the decree, the imperial guards nearly wept with joy, gazing skyward and internally exclaiming, "The emperor is wise." By mid-May, Li Qing returned to the capital, rested for a day, and then proceeded to the palace to report. In the imperial study, Li Qing elaborated on the matters concerning the weaving bureau, to which Zhu Di nodded in approval. Young Fatty interjected on behalf of Li Qing, "Father, Brother Qing has accomplished such a significant feat. Shouldn't he be rewarded?" Li Qing, modestly, replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is the duty of a minister to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign. Rewards must be granted for merit," Zhu Di declared with a smile. "Speak freely. What do you desire? I shall grant it." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing suggested, "Perhaps a 6-month leave for the minister?" Zhu Di cleared his throat twice and replied, "Think of something else. I shall grant it." The phrase "I shall grant it" was of little consequence, and Li Qing was left speechless. "Your Majesty, I shall accept whatever reward you deem fit." Just as Zhu Di was about to lose his temper, a young eunuch entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Scholar Jia, Editor Yang, and Minister Xia seek an audience." Suppressing his irritation, Zhu Di replied curtly, "Let them in." Shortly after, more than 10 civil officials entered, with the least experienced among them, Yang Shiqi and Yang Rong, carrying a box. Meanwhile, fellow cabinet member Xie Jin arrogantly strode ahead of the others, his face brimming with pride. "My esteemed ministers, what brings you here?" Xie Jin, beaming with delight, was the first to bow and announce, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The compilation is complete." "So soon? Truly?" Both Li Qing and Zhu Di exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Zhu Di's emotions surged, and he could hardly be bothered to chastise Li Qing as he hurriedly approached to open the box and examine its contents. After a brief moment, he slowly closed it and inquired, "Is this all?" Xie Jin clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, your wisdom is unmatched. Everything is contained herein." He continued modestly, "The great compilation of literature is the result of my gathering over 100 scholars, modeled after the formats of Yunfu, Chunyuaneishi Shiyun, taking considerable time to complete." "What is this nonsense?" Zhu Di tossed the great compilation of literature back into the box, his expression darkening. "What did I say before?" The expression of delight on Xie Jin's face faltered as he stammered, "Your Majesty expressed the desire to compile a book that would be the greatest marvel of all time. Is this truly worthy of such a title?" Zhu Di snorted coldly. "I have declared that it must encompass all ancient and contemporary texts, including classics, histories, treatises, collections, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, medical knowledge, and the art of divination. What is this you present?" Zhu Di thundered, "Return and revise it." Xie Jin's face turned pale. He had anticipated rewards, but was instead met with a torrent of scorn, leaving him utterly dejected. He murmured, "Your Majesty, such an endeavor would require at least 100 individuals, if not 1,000. The expenses for collecting these texts would be substantial, both in terms of finances and manpower. The books themselves are not the issue." Zhu Di, in a grandiose manner, replied, "Proceed as you wish. I shall support you wholeheartedly. But ensure the work is completed to my satisfaction." Xia Yuanji felt a pang of anxiety and interjected, "Your Majesty, the national treasury is strained." "Nonsense," Zhu Di retorted angrily. "We have seized ample funds, and the tax revenues for the first half of the year are soon to be dispatched to the capital. Are you telling me we lack resources?" Xia Yuanji forced a smile, "Your Majesty, these funds cannot be squandered. Allow me to advise you. We must manage our expenditures meticulously." "I will not listen," Zhu Di exclaimed. "Do you think I am unaware of the treasury's state?" Chapter 22. The envoy's tribute. Xia Yuanji's face was etched with distress. After painstakingly securing some funds, the emperor was determined to spend extravagantly, which he found unbearable. "Your Majesty, while the treasury may indeed be more affluent, there are numerous areas requiring funding. We cannot afford such lavish expenditures." Zhu Di, bearing the visage of a nouveau riche, replied, "Your perspective is too narrow. Money is not saved, but earned. When the treasure ships set sail next year, the national treasury will flourish." Xia Yuanji replied with a bitter tone, "Your Majesty, the floods in the western Zhejiang region have yet to be adequately addressed, which will entail significant costs." "I was just about to mention that," Zhu Di remarked. You must make another trip to resolve this matter swiftly. Rest assured, I shall fully support the financial needs. Noticing Xia Yuanji's hesitation regarding the compilation of the book, Zhu Di shifted the conversation. Do you have any effective strategies for flood control? Xia Yuanji furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I believe we should dredge the lower reaches of the Wusong River, connecting it to Taihu Lake, and then construct gates according to the seasons to allow floodwaters to flow into the sea. This approach could effectively resolve the flooding issue and ensure long-term stability. After a pause, he added, primarily relying on dredging while employing barriers as a supplementary measure would be the optimal strategy. However, this would necessitate the mobilization of tens of thousands of laborers and entail considerable expenses. Zhu Di responded, financial resources are not an issue. Resolving the flood situation promptly will alleviate the suffering of the people and restore productivity. After a moment of reflection, he continued, please assess the number of farmers whose lands have been submerged. They shall not have to pay taxes in lieu of labor. As for the labor needed for flood control, we shall not use soldiers this time, but rather the suffering populace, compensating their toil with relief. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Xia Yuanji exclaimed with joy. While this may appear to be an extravagant expenditure, it will ultimately benefit the nation and its people. Very well, Zhu Di laughed, waving his hand. Go forth and resolve this matter swiftly, delivering the people from peril. I shall obey. Xia Yuanji replied cheerfully, I will attend to this immediately. Once he exited the grand hall, he suddenly realized he had fallen into the emperor's clever ruse, eliciting a wry smile before he turned to depart. After Xia Yuanji left, Zhu Di's spirit soared. I endeavor to compile a monumental work, a tome that will exemplify the grandeur of the nation and benefit generations to come. The objective is to compile a comprehensive collection of texts encompassing the classics, history, philosophy, astronomy, geography, the Yin-Yang school, medicine, divination, monastic teachings, and various arts into a singular volume. Upon observing the demeanor of the fourth brother, Li Qing was struck by an inapt saying, a leftover bun cannot remain in a doghouse. Nonetheless, the endeavor of compiling books pertains to the transmission of culture, a pursuit that holds the potential to influence the annals of time. From a long-term perspective, no expenditure is too great. A wise emperor can be categorized as a benevolent ruler or a sagacious one. The former serves the present, while the latter leaves a legacy for posterity. Zhu Di undoubtedly belongs to the latter. Anyone with even a modicum of historical awareness recognizes the Yongle de Dian as an unparalleled masterpiece. Throughout the chronicles of Chinese history, this work rightfully claims the foremost position, with no other tome able to rival its stature. Although Li Qing understood that the compilation would entail considerable expense, he was wholeheartedly supportive. The significance of culture for a nation and a people is self-evident. Once Zhu Di had finished his impassioned discourse, Li Qing respectfully offered, Your Majesty, I humbly wish to present a proposal. You wouldn't oppose the compilation like Xia Yuanji, would you? Zhu Di inquired with suspicion. Li Qing shook his head, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is indisputable. The compilation will benefit future generations. I wholeheartedly endorse it. However, a mere compilation is insufficient to reflect your extraordinary vision. Oh, Zhu Di's interest was piqued. Do share your thoughts. Your Majesty, Li Qing continued, I propose that once the compilation is complete, officials should be permitted to peruse and transcribe it. Should the work be relegated to obscurity upon completion, its significance would be greatly diminished. While it is inevitable that some will attempt to make unauthorized copies during the process, the impact of public support and dissemination would be far more profound. Utilizing officials as intermediaries to spread this extraordinary work to the populace is indeed the most prudent strategy. This notion resonated with Zhu Di, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, though he insisted that all transcriptions must be duly attributed. Your Majesty is sagacious. The assembly effusively praised. Zhu Di chuckled heartily, saying, Xie Jin, I shall assign you an assistant. You and Yao Guangxiao will oversee the compilation, ensuring it is completed with both quality and expediency. Li Qing cautiously replied, Your Majesty, I can manage this task alone. Zhu Di squinted slightly, then replied with a smile, Everyone, return to your duties. Do not hesitate to voice any needs. I shall comply. They all responded, bowing as they took their leave, though Li Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. Once they had departed, Zhu Di remarked, This individual is arrogant, presuming to outshine even the Minister of Personnel. Such hubris is unacceptable. Though he possesses talent, He is not suited for great responsibility. Gao Qi, you must not grow too close to this man. Zhu Di instructed, such individuals merit a stern demeanor. I shall take heed. The young prince nodded in agreement. Li Qing, Zhu Di called. Here, your majesty, Li Qing replied. Your contributions during this journey to Suzhou and Hangzhou have been invaluable. Henceforth, I appoint you as grand tutor to the crown prince. What say you? Am I being generous? Zhu Di inquired. Li Qing was at a loss for words. He had already received the title of grand tutor to the crown prince from the old Zhu, and he did not desire this first-rank position, as it entailed additional responsibilities. Your majesty, perhaps we should reconsider, he chuckled awkwardly. It is better for me to remain a loyal minister. Zhu Di's expression turned serious. A monarch's gifts cannot be declined. Thank you, your majesty. Li Qing conceded with a reluctant nod, before inquiring further, your majesty, are matters regarding the porcelain kiln and tea leaves progressing? The porcelain kilns have been successfully established, and the tea trade has also been secured by Xia Yuanji, with future tea production to be monopolized by the court, akin to salt. Zhu Di was in high spirits. Playfully chiding, this individual possesses considerable ability and commendable character, yet he is exceedingly frugal. Every time I spend money, it feels as though I am extracting flesh from him. By heavens, I am not even spending his money. Li Qing remarked, I must admit, the fourth prince is indeed prodigious with funds. He is practically a money-burning machine. Zhu Di responded with delight. By the end of this year, the treasure ships will be completed, and once maritime trade commences, the national treasury shall flourish. Congratulations, your majesty. Li Qing offered with a perfunctory tone, though his heart brimmed with excitement. In less than 2 years, the Ming dynasty had emerged from the malaise of Little Zhu and was steadily advancing towards prosperity, a truly fortuitous development. After a brief conversation among the three, the rotund figure suggested, Father, given the substantial revenue of the Ming treasury, we ought to celebrate with fine wine and delicious dishes, indulging in a hearty feast. Zhu Di readily agreed, instructing the preparation of a lavish banquet. As the days unfolded, Li Qing's life became increasingly routine. He indulged in music in the mornings, visited the Eastern Palace in the afternoons, and sought merriment in the evenings, occasionally visiting the residences of Duke Chao and Duke Liang, leading a life both leisurely and fulfilling. The compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia was progressing vigorously, with the number of contributors swelling from the initial 100 to nearly 1,000, and still rising. This assembly included court officials and erudite scholars from the populace, all engrossed in purchasing books, organizing, and finalizing the texts, their endeavors relentless. Observing the old monk busily attending to his tasks, Li Qing felt a sense of equilibrium. In contrast, his own situation was far more comfortable. Meanwhile, the Longjiang shipyard achieved significant milestones, with massive vessels rivaling small aircraft carriers being completed and launched for trial voyages. Simultaneously, the Ming Navy actively engaged in drills. Zhu Di placed great trust in Sambao, entrusting all maritime matters to him. He promoted Sambao to the position of Grand Eunuch, elevating him to the 4th rank, and conferred a surname upon him. Originally intending to grant the imperial surname Zhu, he instead opted for Zheng, considering Sanbao's status as a eunuch. The inexorable march of history transformed Sambao into Zheng He. In September, neighboring states, witnessing the stability of the Ming dynasty, came to pay their respects. Following Korea, Siam, Ryukyu, and Japan successively arrived to offer tribute, establishing vassal relations with the Ming. Kings and princes were required to receive formal recognition from the Ming to attain legal validity. The influence of the Ming dynasty expanded further, and Zhu Di, as the sovereign, naturally rejoiced, hosting grand banquets for the envoys. The feasts were replete with exquisite wines and delicacies, showcasing the splendor of the Ming. Many of these smaller nations had been engaging with the Han people since the Han and Tang dynasties and understood that the Han placed great importance on etiquette. Hence they invested heavily in their tribute offerings. They recognized the truth that courtesy begets no offense. During the banquet, the atmosphere was lively. Princes and envoys took turns to pay their respects and toast, and Zhu Di graciously accepted all offerings with great pleasure. After a round of toasts, Zhu Di turned to Li Qing with a smile, saying, "Mark my words, in just a few years, the number of vassal states of the Ming will multiply exponentially." Li Qing wore a smile, nodding with delight. "Your Majesty, the opening of the seas is imminent, yet the waters are far from tranquil. The pirates are rampant. and among them are numerous marauders from the Ming dynasty. In truth, although Emperor Taizu prohibited maritime activities, the trade among the populace has never ceased, for the allure of profit is simply too great. This has resulted in rampant piracy, as the wealthy engage in smuggling, unbound by the laws, and they rob with a sense of impunity. Now that the Ming dynasty intends to commence maritime trade, it is imperative to cleanse the seas. Zhu Di nodded, reflecting. I too have been pondering this matter. However, the expenditures of the court are exceedingly burdensome, and while the pirates may seem lightly armed, subduing them is significantly more challenging than on land. Li Qing proposed, I have a strategy. You have a plan again? Zhu Di set down his wine cup, eager to hear. Li Qing chuckled. Let us entrust the task of eliminating the pirates to the King of Japan, Ashikaga Yoshimitsu. Zhu Di hesitated, considering the recent establishment of tributary relations, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. But there is nothing amiss, Li Qing insisted with a grin. As long as your majesty paints a compelling picture, he shall be more than willing to comply. Paint a picture? Zhu Di's eyes sparkled. This was a realm in which he excelled. Employing one's own against one's own. This is indeed a fine idea. As the gathering drew to a close, the envoys from various nations approached to offer toasts once more. When the Japanese envoy stepped forward, Zhu Di began to employ his rhetorical prowess. I wish to open the seas, yet the rampant pirates pose a considerable dilemma. The envoy's heart sank, and he quickly replied, Your Imperial Majesty, please do not be angered. I have indeed heard of these sea bandits, yet they bear no relation to us. Zhu Di, caught in a quandary, responded, I am inclined to believe you, but I fear for the possibility of mistakenly harming your people. For the soldiers of the Ming dynasty may not discern between friend and foe. Should that occur, Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider. The envoy interjected, misinterpreting the intent. If the Ming dynasty wishes to use the pretext of eliminating the pirates to deploy troops against us, we shall take responsibility for this matter ourselves. Zhu Di was taken aback. He had yet to even paint the picture. The envoy humbly asserted, such a minor affair as subduing the bandits need not involve the Ming dynasty, as a vassal state. We hold the duty and obligation to assist the Ming dynasty in alleviating its troubles. With a sense of righteousness, he continued, We hope Your Imperial Majesty will grant us an opportunity to distinguish ourselves. Very well, Zhu Di acquiesced reluctantly, nodding in agreement. We shall observe your performance. Should you falter in your efforts, I shall mobilize troops. Pausing momentarily, he added, If you perform admirably, once the seas are safe, I shall increase our trade. Splendid silks, exquisite porcelain, and fragrant tea shall be included in our commerce. Return and convey to Ashikaga Yoshimitsu that as long as he fulfills his duties and remains compliant, I shall not treat him unjustly. The envoy bowed in compliance, repeatedly nodding with barely concealed joy, exclaiming, Your Imperial Majesty is indeed wise. Li Qing stifled a laugh, thinking to himself, this grand vision must be delivered across the seas to Ashikaga Yoshimitsu's lips. Chapter 23. I shall wage war. The tributary relationships with vassal states hold significant positive implications, whether among the civil officials, military leaders, or even the citizens of the capital. All share in the honor. To embody the benevolence and magnanimity of the Celestial Empire, all ministers petitioned Zhu Di, insisting that the return gifts must not appear meager. Li Qing regarded these ostentatious behaviors with indifference, yet found it difficult to intervene. After all, having just restored diplomatic relations, enduring a slight inconvenience seemed inconsequential for the prospect of more fruitful exchanges with foreign nations. The ancients valued reputation even more than profit, and Zhu Di was no exception to societal norms. He bestowed generous reciprocations upon several vassal states, amounting to nearly double the value of their tributes. Even when accounting for price disparities, the envoys from various nations departed with smiles, having expressed their gratitude profusely. Concerned that these representatives might frequently impose tribute demands on the Ming, thereby extracting undue advantage, Li Qing suggested to Zhu Di that such tributes be limited. He proposed a tribute every 5 years. However, the ministers vehemently opposed, arguing that the Celestial Empire, as the supreme nation, should not reject visitors over trivial gains and losses. They should be welcomed at any time. Yet, not all ministers were against Li Qing. For instance, Xia Yuanji strongly supported him. Not only him, but Dao Yin and Xiao Pang also rallied behind Li Qing. Though few in number, those who supported him held considerable influence. Zhu Di, while concerned about his image, was not a fool. After much contemplation, he reached a compromise. Tributes would occur every 3 years. Li Qing closely monitored the activities of the weaving bureau, the porcelain kilns, and the Longjiang shipyard, deeply resonating with the vibrant and prosperous atmosphere. However, the court's expenditures were indeed substantial, akin to flowing water. Xia Yuanji, observant of this, felt a twinge of concern and repeatedly petitioned Zhu Di to halt the book restoration efforts. But Zhu Di remained resolute in his refusal. At times, when Zhu Di grew weary of the incessant petitions, he would assign Xia Yuanji to oversee flood control in Zheshi, leaving the elder Xia without a shred of temper. Occasionally, during his leisure, Li Qing would visit the Wenyuan Pavilion to observe the restoration of books. The total number of individuals engaged in this endeavor had reached an alarming 3,000, all erudite scholars with exquisite penmanship. Furthermore, the restoration process was not merely copying texts as Li Qing had initially envisioned. It involved categorizing and organizing the collected works before translating and transcribing them anew, adhering to contemporary grammatical structures. With deeper understanding, he increasingly recognized the profound significance of this restoration project. Unlike later eras, the books of this time were not widely disseminated. Despite the advent of printing technology, the phenomenon of valuing one's own possessions was excessively pronounced, with many texts existing as unique copies, unshared with the world. Yet, Zhu Di, as emperor, issued a decree. Those who submitted books would be rewarded, while those who hoarded them would be punished. An influx of rare texts, ranging from the pre-Qing period to various previous dynasties, began to flow into the capital, presenting a diverse array of literature. It was evident that without this grand mobilization for book restoration, many works would have gradually faded from the annals of history over time. Even more astonishing for Li Qing was the revelation of numerous truths hidden by the rulers, coming to light through this restoration initiative. It is worth noting that historical records were not solely compiled by official sources. Many learned individuals from the populace clandestinely engaged in historical documentation, which was subsequently passed down through generations. Compared to the political correctness of official narratives, the authenticity of these accounts was considerably higher. Zhu Di, recognizing this phenomenon, made a judicious decision. In instances of conflict, one should not assess validity based on origins, but rather on logic and reason, using these as standards. When matters did not involve the current dynasty, officials could act without reservation, adhering to the edicts issued. To ensure these individuals could work more effectively, Zhu Di commanded the Ministry of Rites to prepare meals specifically for them, delivered directly by eunuchs, allowing the scholars to focus solely on their sustenance. Simultaneously, Zhu Di dispatched the imperial guards to ensure their safety, providing them with unparalleled treatment. Chief Editor Xie Sun, Supervisor Yao Guangxiao, and the erudite scholars of the Hanlin Academy all participated. While their official capacities may vary, their knowledge is undeniably profound. Moreover, the talents from the common folk were not to be underestimated, particularly their exquisite calligraphy, each stroke a delight to behold, offering great aesthetic pleasure. With a vast collection of books from across the realm and thousands of talented scholars engaged in its compilation, the magnitude of this work is truly awe-inspiring. Li Qing could not help but exclaim, "Beyond this grand compendium, no other tome shall compare." The Yongle de Dian is heralded as the first encyclopedia in history. Its impact on Chinese culture immeasurable. Although most of it has been lost over time, it has nonetheless left an indelible legacy. Works such as the Old Book of Tang, Old History of the Five Dynasties, compilation of the Song Conference, continuation of the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, Water Classic, and brief account of Shui Rengui's campaign against Liao either resurfaced after being extracted from the Yongle de Dian during the Qing dynasty or emerged during the compilation of the compendium itself, passing down through generations. Furthermore, Li Qing observed many diligently memorizing its contents, reciting each phrase with utmost dedication. In this era devoid of corrupting entertainment, the ancients adhered to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, especially these scholars, each possessing remarkable memories. Reciting texts posed no challenge. A smile crept onto Li Qing's lips as he reflected more deeply on the positive significance of the compendium. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "While I may be unable to alter the prevailing circumstances, preserving this book is indeed within my grasp." "What are you muttering about?" Startled, Li Qing turned to see Dao Yan, exclaiming with mild irritation, "How can you walk so silently at your age? It is your deep contemplation that has distracted you." It has nothing to do with me, Dao Yin replied, settling down with a groan, grumbling, the emperor truly perplexes me, rather than utilizing a young man like you. He insists on employing an old man nearing 70 like myself. Who told you to be a master? Li Qing chuckled, pouring him a cup of tea and inquiring, how much longer will the compilation take? Dao Yin sighed, it will take a considerable time. Rolling his eyes, Li Qing noted the old monk's weary expression and advised, if you're tired, take a break. Don't do your studies tonight when you return to the temple. That is not an option. Dao Yin shook his head. During my evening studies, my mind finds tranquility, and I belong entirely to myself. Li Qing teased, you brought this upon yourself. You could have remained by the quiet lamp with the ancient Buddha, yet here you are, restless. Dao Yin sheepishly replied, indeed, my cultivation is lacking, which is precisely why I must work harder. Li Qing nodded with a chuckle, finding it commendable that Dao Yin could maintain such vigor at his age. Though he felt indifferent towards Buddhism, he believed Taoist philosophy resonated more closely with him and aligned better with reality, yet he had no desire to interfere with others' beliefs. Sipping his tea, Li Qing jested, I heard the emperor rewarded you with several beautiful women. Are you truly unmoved? After a pause, he added, if there are unspoken concerns, I could prescribe some medicine for you. Given your condition, there should be no significant issues. Dao Yin's expression darkened, yet he acknowledged the goodwill, stating, I do not require it. Look at you. I am merely being kind. Li Qing exhibited a keen interest in the monk's descent into the water. For is there not joy and Zen within the Buddhist realm? You hardly strike me as an honest man. I find it hard to believe you have never practiced. You scoundrel. Dao Yin, feeling provoked, remarked that they were but a Taoist and a monk, and when conversation fails to resonate, silence reigns. Ah, wait. Li Qing, with a mischievous grin, urged him to converse a little longer. Dao Yin, with irritation, retorted, do not compel this monk to utter foul language. At that moment, Xiao Pang ambled over and plopped himself onto a chair. You two are to visit the imperial study. What is the matter? You shall find out upon arrival. Xiao Pang filled his cup with tea and drank it all in one go. Hurry along. Li Qing nodded, but noticed Xiao Pang had no intention of getting up. Aren't you coming? I'll rest a while before going, Xiao Pang replied, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. Li Qing, seizing him, insisted. A little exercise would do you good. Let us go to the imperial study. Zhu Di was engrossed in handling memorials when the trio entered. With a light wave of his hand, he dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty, Father. The three exchanged customary pleasantries before settling into their chairs. Once seated, Zhu Di declared, I intend to wage war. Li Qing and Dao Yin exchanged puzzled glances. Dao Yin questioned, if the emperor desires a northern expedition, he ought to consult the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and various military generals. Neither I nor Lord Yongqing manage military affairs. It is not a northern expedition. It is the conquest of Annam, Zhu Di replied solemnly. Annam is a prize I must secure. Li Qing, utterly confounded, inquired, why is that? Zhu Di shot him a glare, I ask you. Does a treasure ship not follow the coastline? Indeed. Is Annam not located along that coastline? Enlightened, Li Qing suggested, Your Majesty. Perhaps a gradual expansion from Yunnan would yield better results. Xiao Pang, sensing the impending ire of his father, quickly interjected, Li Qing may not be aware. But the Ming dynasty has already established military and civil pacification offices in Laos, Mengyang, and Mupang. In the southwestern direction, 3 pacification offices and 6 military civilian pacification offices have been set up, such as the Jiogong Pacification Office. Li Qing was left astounded. The officers of the pacification offices were appointed by the court, which implied that several territories had already been integrated into the Ming's dominion. The realization struck him profoundly. This meant the Ming dynasty had effectively gained control over Southeast Asia. But wait, I have been absent from the court for only 8 or 9 months. It is implausible for the imperial army to have acted so swiftly. Li Qing swallowed hard. Addressing the young prince, when did this occur? Not long ago, Xiao Pang replied, observing his astonishment with a smile. In truth, the court hardly dispatched any troops. They merely sent a token presence. Once the imperial edict arrived, they acquiesced. Such a trifling territory. I conquered them merely out of respect, Zhu Di remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qing with an air of superiority. Surprised, are you? Li Qing, genuinely impressed, responded, Your Majesty is indeed formidable. Though the fourth prince may be seen as rather unscrupulous, conquering Southeast Asia in such a manner was undeniably a tremendous gain. The compliance of the local rulers stemmed from their inherent weakness, rendering them incapable of resistance. Coupled with their desire for strength, they exhibited no aversion to aligning themselves with the Ming dynasty. Thus, a route to the Indian Ocean was secured. However, Annam presented a different challenge. The population of that region is significantly larger, nearly 1/10 of the Ming dynasty, and its considerable distance renders previous strategies ineffective. Li Qing pondered and spoke, "Your Majesty, if there are challenges regarding the campaign against Annam, do not hesitate to share them. Perhaps we can collectively devise a solution to alleviate your concerns. The main issue lies in the lack of justification for military action," Zhu Di lamented. Emperor Taizu designated Annam as a nation exempt from conquest, and they have always been rather compliant. I possess no pretext. Chapter 24. A plan from the minister. Although Zhu Di possessed a rogue's demeanor, he dared not arbitrarily alter ancestral decrees, particularly regarding military engagement with vassal states, which entailed significant ramifications and required ample justification. Li Qing and Dao Yan exchanged glances, both at a loss. It was not a matter of simply declaring war. A misstep could provoke vassal states to turn against us, potentially uniting in opposition to the Ming. Noticing their silence, Zhu Di expressed his displeasure. "You too are filled with schemes. Do you not possess even a single solution?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing proposed, "Your Majesty, if my memory serves me correctly, Annam did not send a tribute during this occasion." He vehemently declared, "If they fail to pay tribute today, they shall dare to rebel tomorrow. Annam cannot be spared." However, the envoy from Annam did indeed arrive for tribute, the stout young man interjected. "They arrived earlier than other vassal states, and the king himself led the tribute delegation while you were absent." "Ah, I see." Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "Then I am left without any recourse." Suddenly, Dao Yan, who had remained silent, brightened and spoke up. "Your Majesty, have you noticed something unusual about the king of Annam, who came to pay tribute? I am occupied with countless affairs daily. How could I attend to such trivialities?" Zhu Di shook his head. "If you have disowned anything, do not hesitate to disclose it." Dao Yan nodded. "Your Majesty, I recall that the royal family of Annam bears the surname Chun, yet the king who has come to pay homage is of the surname Li. What was his name again?" "Li Jihao." The stout young man chimed in. "He is, in fact, the maternal grandfather of the former king of Annam. However, upon presenting tribute, he indicated that their king has passed, and he is temporarily overseeing political matters." Li Qing furrowed his brow. "This is peculiar. Something is amiss. There may be a conspiracy." "Oh, what conspiracy?" Zhu Di inquired, intrigued. Li Qing inclined his head. "Your Majesty, the royal family consists of more than just 1 or 2 members. Even in the absence of the king, other royal members could succeed him. It should not fall to him." Zhu Di's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though Li Qing was subtly alluding to him. "Ahem, what do you mean to suggest?" With a slight smile, Li Qing replied, "I have a strategy." "You possess a strategy?" Zhu Di expressed his astonishment. Li Qing nodded. "It is rather simple. We should send someone to find a member of the Annam royal family, and then formally appoint him as the king of Annam, allowing him to return and assume the throne." "I second this proposal," Dao Yan added, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty could enlist individuals from Laos, Mengyang, and other regions. Their efficiency would surely surpass that of the Jinyui." Zhu Di furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed as to how this related to the campaign against Annam. The stout young man clarified. "Father, if we were to dispatch a king from our Ming dynasty back to Annam, what do you think Li Jihao would do?" Zhu Di paused, then burst into laughter. If he were in that position, he would undoubtedly eliminate him on the spot. Zhu Di was fervently seeking Zhu Yunwen for the very purpose of executing him. Should Li Jihao eliminate the king of Annam, appointed by the Ming, then the Ming's military action would be justified. In this manner, the vassal states not only will not harbor any trepidation, but will instead grow increasingly fond of the Ming dynasty, as it is the Ming that safeguards the rights of the royal families of these vassal nations. A truly politically astute maneuver, executed with great aplomb. This stratagem is splendid beyond words. Zhu Di was filled with joy, his excitement rendering his cheeks flush. "Gao Qi, you are to immediately command the search for members of the Annam royal family." Zhu Di, brimming with elation, also instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare a feast. For such a fortuitous event deserves a grand celebration. The portly attendant bowed, Your servant shall obey. In high spirits, Zhu Di invited both to take their seats and discuss military matters. This occasion presented an excellent opportunity to assert national prestige. With resolute determination, Zhu Di declared, I intend to advance by both land and sea to swiftly pacify Annam and bring it under our dominion. Dao Yin inquired, Your Majesty, does the royal treasury still possess funds? To this, Zhu Di chuckled, Do not heed the lamentations of Xia Yuanji regarding poverty. Our treasury is far from destitute. Moreover, with the considerable wealth we have seized from the wealthy gentry, how could we be lacking in resources for military endeavors? In contrast to Annam, Li Qing was more concerned about the situation beyond the borders. Your Majesty, what is the state of affairs in the northern deserts? Zhu Di's demeanor grew grave as he responded, Indeed, they are merging, yet they are still far from true unification. After a moment's pause, he added, Perhaps this is for the best. It would be more advantageous for the Ming to strike while they are gathered together. Engaging them one tribe at a time would be excessively costly and time-consuming. Once we have profited from maritime trade, we can wage war against them at our leisure. Li Qing nodded, acknowledging the logic, yet felt discomfort at merely observing the yuan's expansion. Noticing his troubled expression, Zhu Di reassured him, I understand them better than you do. Fear not. The yuan perceive plunder as their rightful due. They cannot seize the Ming. They are destined only to squabble amongst themselves and can never achieve genuine unification. Zhu Di illustrated his point. For instance, rice can yield 3 harvests in 2 years, averaging nearly 500 pounds per mu of farmland, sufficient to sustain 2 adults. In contrast, a mu of pasture land can barely support 2 sheep, enough for 1 adult for just over a month. The disparity between nomadism and agriculture is vast. Resources are scarce, leaving them to compete fiercely with one another. Your Majesty, one must not be complacent, Dao Yin cautioned. While that may be true, the yuan's combat capabilities will surely improve through experience. What use is mere combat prowess? Zhu Di retorted ominously. In my 2 years of reign, I have instructed our border troops to venture deep into the northern deserts each winter, igniting dry grass to create flames that consume the land. With no food for their cattle and sheep, how can they thrive? Their population cannot grow. Even if they are adept in battle, what difference does it make? Dao Yin smacked his lips in admiration, bowing, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Li Qing too was struck by the cunning nature of the 4th prince's strategy, deeming it a veritable masterstroke. However, such tactics would inevitably lead to an impending clash between the 2 factions. Once the yuan resorted to mutual plunder for survival, their only recourse would be to raid the Ming. Nevertheless, the Ming's formidable city walls and powerful artillery would render the defense of the cities a manageable task. Stretching languidly, Zhu Di declared with fervor, At present, I have but one desire, to amass wealth, with no time to concern myself with them. Once I am ready, they shall witness my might. He was filled with confidence, proclaiming, In my lifetime, I shall bring the grasslands to heel. Your Majesty is truly wise. The 2 offered their flattery in earnest. Zhu Di was thoroughly amused by the flattery of the 2 individuals, bursting into hearty laughter. After a brief discourse on military matters, he transitioned to discussions of civil governance, such as flood control in western Zhejiang and reforms in the household registration system. Observing Zhu Di's animated demeanor, Li Qing felt a swell of satisfaction. With an emperor of such caliber, how could the Ming dynasty not flourish? Although the 4th prince was far from virtuous, having usurped power and even plotted against his nephew, it did not detract from Zhu Di's reputation as a commendable emperor. The young Zhu, in contrast, possessed a noble character and treated the worthy with respect, yet he lacked the qualities necessary for rulership. Should he continue on his path, it was likely that he would not even reach retirement, and the Ming dynasty would be no different from the Song dynasty. After conversing for over half an hour, Zhu Di finally paused, having grown weary of the discussion. Taking a sip of tea, he mused aloud, Why do I feel as though something is amiss? What is lacking? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Di glanced at the teacup in his hand, then suddenly realized and exclaimed, Where are the food and drink? It has been so long. Surely even Bear's paw should be ready by now. At that moment, the chubby young prince hurried back, panting, and reported, Father Emperor, everything has been arranged. Zhu Di replied tersely, Why has the food and drink not yet been served? The young prince's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I have already notified the kitchen. It should be up shortly. Zhu Di quickly deduced that his son was deliberately delaying the announcement to avoid missing the feast. Anger surged within him. You little rascal, are you that greedy? Father Emperor, please temper your anger, the young prince pleaded. Grant me some leniency in front of the officials. After all, I am still the crown prince. Oh, Qing Gu, do say something. Li Qing and Dao Yan each grasped Zhu Di's arms, employing persuasive words to save the young prince from impending doom. Zhu Di, eyeing his son's rotund figure, huffed, I give you 6 months. If you do not slim down, I shall assist you in doing so. Then you might as well help me right away, the young prince retorted, emboldened by the support of Li Qing and Dao Yan. Zhu Di sneered, bring me a knife. Father Emperor, I truly believe I can lose weight, the young prince vowed. Starting tomorrow, I will exercise and eat less. However, upon seeing the food finally arrive, he quickly amended, just one last hearty meal, let me indulge. Zhu Di sighed in exasperation, lamenting, what a disgrace. How is it that I, a hero in my own right, have given birth to such a creature? After their meal, with his belly round and content, the young prince, noticing his father's displeasure as he departed, whispered to Li Qing, do you have any methods to help me lose weight? Eat less and exercise more, Li Qing advised. I can manage the eating less part, but as for exercising, I think I'll pass, the young prince replied dismissively. I have tried numerous times, and it never works. Even drinking water makes me gain weight. Li Qing retorted, that is because you consumed braised pork, soy sauce duck, and stewed pigeon before drinking the water. I was speaking seriously, the young prince lamented. You are a physician. Surely you must have a way for me to shed these pounds. There is a way, but it will be arduous, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. However, you truly need to lose weight. At this rate, reaching 50 will be a struggle. Is it that serious? The young prince exclaimed, startled. I feel fine. 3 times a day is not a problem for me. At this point, he began to complain again. What kind of medicine did you prescribe last time? I felt so drowsy as soon as I unfastened my trousers. It was quite embarrassing. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, inquired. So, are you planning to lose weight? Of course I must. Xiaopeng sighed despondently. I certainly don't wish to undergo my father's harsh measures. Very well then. I shall devise a remedy for you, Li Qing encouraged. Although it is unlikely you will slender down to the likes of Zhao Wang, reaching a weight of 180 pounds is certainly attainable. Chapter 25. Mobilizing for a nam, Li Qing pondered deeply and prescribed Xiaopeng a weight loss medication, primarily aimed at suppressing appetite, with a mild laxative effect to encourage frequent bowel movements, thereby facilitating weight loss. The results were remarkable. Within just over half a month, Xiaopeng had shed more than 10 pounds. He felt as if he had discovered a treasure, rejoicing in the fact that this medication allowed him to lose weight without hardship. Aside from needing to visit the restroom more frequently, he found everything else satisfactory. Thus, he resolved to intensify his efforts and completely shed the title of fatty by increasing the dosage. Outside the restroom, Yang Shiqi and Yang Rong, the 2 secretaries, were both red-faced from holding their breath as they read through memorials. Xiaopeng, multitasking, managed both his bowel relief and governmental affairs simultaneously. There was no alternative. He was preoccupied with military logistics, and all administrative duties fell upon him. After a quarter of an hour, Xiaopeng grumbled, You too, come in and assist me. My foot has gone numb. As you command, the 2 replied, exchanging glances, inhaling deeply before opening the restroom door. Despite having lost some weight, Xiaopeng still weighed over 200 pounds. It took considerable effort for the 2 men to help him out, leaving them unable to straighten their backs. This medication is indeed potent, Xiaopeng remarked. I must consider adding a stool in the restroom. Squatting for long periods is hardly ideal. Yang Rong cautiously ventured, Your Highness, His Majesty has been preoccupied with military supplies lately. Is a northern expedition forthcoming? Simply attend to your respective duties, Xiaopeng replied nonchalantly. Civil and military officials should each fulfill their roles without interference. Yang Rong felt a chill run through him and nodded in acquiescence. He cast a glance at Yang Shiqi, who wore a similarly resigned expression, shaking his head in a wry smile. As civil officials, they were genuinely averse to frequent military campaigns by the Ming dynasty. In their view, a northern expedition was entirely unnecessary. With the Great Wall and artillery, it sufficed to defend the borders without resorting to costly military endeavors. However, their voices were insignificant, and despite their internal dissent, they dared not express it openly. Yang Rong, unwilling to relent, remarked, I heard from Minister Xia that the imperial treasury is in a precarious state. Enough about that. My foot is no longer numb, Xiaopeng interjected. signaling to the two men that they could cease their assistance. You may return and rest. Shortly, summon Huang Huai and Jin Yuzi to the East Palace to take over. The two men awkwardly acknowledged, "We take our leave." As Xiaopeng watched them depart, he murmured to himself, since the Tang dynasty, civil officials have gradually overshadowed military generals. By the Song dynasty, civil governance reached its zenith. These two are indeed loyal and patriotic, yet their disdain for military leaders and desire to suppress them is evident. He sighed, contemplating, "As long as my father remains, there is no cause for concern. But what shall become of us when he is no longer here?" "What are you thinking?" Startled, Xiaopeng turned to see Li Qing, who had approached. "You gave me quite a fright." He then gestured for Li Qing to join him in the pavilion, expressing his inner turmoil. "Brother Qing, do you have any solutions?" Li Qing pondered for a long while before slowly shaking his head. It is inevitable that civil officials will rise in prominence in the future, as the world does not present an abundance of wars to be fought. He chuckled wryly, stating that the court has nearly severed the pathways through which wealthy gentry accumulate their riches, silk, porcelain, and tea. The interests of the literati and the gentry are intertwined. In the ages to come, they will undoubtedly rebel against the emperor. Xiaopeng mused for a moment, suggesting that should the second son ascend as the crown prince, the situation might improve significantly. "That is futile," Li Qing countered, shaking his head. "He lacks control and capability. Emperor Taizu built his empire piece by piece, and the current emperor has achieved his position through years of warfare, compounded by the foundations laid during the Jingnan campaign. Future emperors will not have such a political landscape." Xiaopeng sighed. If that is the case, the Ming dynasty is destined to decline. Li Qing fell silent. Over time, he had developed a profound understanding of the feudal society of the dynasty. Under the influence of historical cycles, it is indeed challenging for individuals to resist. Even the revered emperor, who stands at the pinnacle, is powerless against this tide. The formidable dynasties of Han and Tang also gradually succumb to decline. Such is the inherent flaw of feudal dynasties. As history unfolds, class contradictions become increasingly apparent and deep-rooted, ultimately leading to their demise. Xiaopeng expressed his distress. "Brother Qing, I find myself in quite a quandary. I can no longer exert control over the military generals, and when the time comes for me to ascend the throne, I fear I will have no choice but to rely on civilian officials, which may set a poor precedent for my descendants." "That is not entirely accurate," Li Qing replied. "Effective governance of the realm cannot be accomplished without civil officials. The time spent on governance far surpasses that spent on warfare. Even if you were to avoid employing civil officials, future emperors would do the same. Moreover, if every emperor were a military ruler, the Ming dynasty could not withstand it. Conquering a territory is easy, but maintaining it is arduous. A good emperor is one who allows the common folk to thrive." Xiaopeng nodded gently, bringing the heavy topic to a close. "We cannot foresee what lies ahead for us. Our descendants will have their own fortunes. We can only strive to do our utmost. For any future concerns will be beyond our reach." Li Qing nodded in agreement, smiling as he inquired about Xiaopeng's health. "You seem to have lost some weight. Do you feel unwell?" "A bit," Xiaopeng grimaced. "My lack of appetite has left me feeling lethargic, and I have been plagued by persistent diarrhea, leaving my limbs weak." "Is the medicine I prescribed not effective?" Li Qing asked, surprised. "Have you increased the dosage?" Xiaopeng chuckled sheepishly. "I merely wish to lose weight more quickly." "Your health is paramount," Li Qing cautioned. "I have watched you grow up. You are destined to be stout. As long as you do not gain weight to the detriment of your health, that suffices." Xiaopeng stretched and shifted the conversation. "Recently, my father has been preoccupied with military preparations and has neglected state affairs. Come, there are tasks that must be attended to." After a busy afternoon, Li Qing concluded his workday and, before leaving, prepared a nourishing prescription for Xiaopeng's health. Upon returning home, he indulged in a warm bath. Relishing the comforts of life, reclining comfortably in a lounge chair, he admired the layer of fallen leaves in the courtyard, shimmering under the residual glow of the setting sun, a sight most pleasing to behold. In the 12th month, over 60 treasure ships were completed. The weaving workshops of Jiangnan, the porcelain kilns of Jiangxi, and the tea sources from across the Ming Empire continually supplied the capital in preparation for maritime trade. Meanwhile, Zhu Di had also completed troop mobilization, including the naval forces. Everything was in readiness, with only the east wind awaited. Soon, the eastern wind arrived. A member of the royal family from Annan was found and, under the escort of the pacification office, came to temporarily reside at the Ming post station. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Di was overjoyed and summoned the officials during the afternoon court session. The young minister Chen Tianping bowed and proclaimed, "Long live the Emperor of the Great Ming." This member of the Annan royal family spoke Mandarin quite well, albeit with a strong accent, making him at least comprehensible. However, the words of another individual were utterly incomprehensible. "Stand at ease," Zhu Di addressed kindly. "I have heard that the current ruler of Annan is not a member of your royal family, but rather an external relative of the surname Li who governs in your stead. What is the reason for this?" Chen Tianping, after expressing his gratitude, knelt once more and implored, "I beseech the great Ming emperor to champion my cause." "Oh," Zhu Di expressed keen interest. "What grievance do you have, your majesty?" Chen Tianping replied, "In the 33rd year of Hongwu, the treacherous external relative Li Jihuan conspired against the king and subsequently forced the 5-year-old grandson to abdicate the throne." Chen Tianping exclaimed with indignation, "Your Majesty, Li Jihuan is not merely governing in your stead, he has usurped the throne." The ministers gasped at this revelation. Such scandal was truly substantial. Enraged, Zhu Di thundered, "Li Jihuan possesses an audacious spirit." Sensing opportunity, Chen Tianping eagerly continued, "Annan is a vassal state of the Great Ming. I implore your Majesty to take action on my behalf." After a brief pause, he added, "Li Jihuan not only deceived your Majesty, but also brazenly invaded one of the Great Ming's vassal states, Kampa, and, emulating the Great Ming, granted them court robes and official seals, compelling Kampa to pay tribute." Chen Tianping pointed to another man. "He is one of the envoys sent by the king of Kampa to pay homage. He was intercepted by Li Jihuan, but managed to escape." The man nodded vigorously, affirming Chen Tianping's words. Impudent, bold, arrogant. The fury was palpable, not just in Zhu Di, but among all the ministers. Li Jihuan's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of the Great Ming. The civil officials were even more irate than the martial ones, vociferously demanding severe punishment for Li Jihuan, though they refrained from suggesting military action, merely advising that Zhu Di send someone to demand accountability. To their surprise, Zhu Di readily agreed, choosing not to act unilaterally. Instead, he turned to Chen Tianping and asked, "What is your relation to the late king?" "Your Majesty," Chen Tianping responded, "I am also the grandson of the late king." "Very well. I hereby appoint you as the new king of Annan and will dispatch individuals to escort you back to assume your duties." Chen Tianping could scarcely believe his ears. He stood in stunned silence for a moment before hurriedly bowing in gratitude. The matter was resolved to perfection, and the civil ministers sighed in relief. All was well. Zhu Di commanded the Jinui to escort Prince Chen Tianping to Annan, while also dispatching an imperial censor to hold Li Jihuan accountable. 3 months later, the Jinui and the censor returned, bearing shocking news that astounded the entire court. Chen Tianping had been murdered by Li Jihuan. In a sense, the kings appointed by the Ming court were officials of the Ming dynasty. Li Jihuan's actions were tantamount to open rebellion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di was so enraged that he overturned the table, declaring an immediate military campaign. This time, the civil officials fell silent. Even the money-loving Xia Yuanji did not voice opposition. Li Jihong repeatedly challenged the authority of the Ming dynasty. The newly appointed king, who had just been conferred, was executed on a whim, openly rebelling against the state. If not dealt with, who else could be? Thus, the Ming dynasty rightfully dispatched troops for punitive action. Owing to thorough preparations in the early stages, the military mobilization commenced in early May. Duke Chenghui Zhuneng and Marquis of Xinqing Zhang Fu set forth from Guangxi, while Marquis of Shiping Mu Sheng and Marquis of Fengcheng Libin departed from Yunnan. Together, they mustered an army of 300,000, claiming to be 800,000, to subdue Annam. Chapter 26. Zheng He's voyage to the west. In early June, the treasure ships and cargo were finally ready for departure. Among the civil officials, only Xia Yuanji supported the expedition. The rest were quite opposed to the idea of venturing out to sea. Some feared that maritime trade would jeopardize family interests, while others believed that as a celestial empire, engaging in commerce would tarnish their prestige. Ostensibly, they all echoed a singular sentiment. The court engaging in trade undermined its dignity. Anticipating this, Zhu Di asserted that the treasure ships were not meant for trade, but rather to proclaim the glory of the nation. After an impassioned speech, despite their reluctance, the civil officials found themselves powerless to object. Thus, Zheng He's inaugural voyage to the west officially commenced. Originally, Zhu Di intended for Li Qing to accompany the expedition, but Li Qing was reluctant to embark on such a lengthy journey, which would last at least 2 years. Zhu Di did not press the matter further. However, as an old friend, Li Qing accompanied the fleet to bid farewell to Sanbao. In mid-June, the treasure ship fleet gradually departed from the capital, gathering at Lijiagang and Taicang before anchoring at Changle Taiping port to await favorable winds for sailing. On the deck, the sea breeze lifted Sanbao's long hair. The once fair-faced youth had matured into a composed middle-aged man. Unlike other eunuchs, Sanbao did not habitually bend his back, nor did he exhibit any obsequiousness. Rather, he exuded an air of refined elegance, always smiling, such that an unknowing observer would never associate him with a eunuch. "Sir, if you send me off any further, I shall be at sea," Sanbao cheerfully remarked. "This shall suffice." Li Qing sighed, offering his heartfelt wishes. "The waters are long and the journey far. Take care." Sanbao nodded, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "This parting may last 2 years. Do take care of yourself as well." As they conversed, the sails of the ships began to rise one by one, the northern winds howling fiercely. Seeing this, Li Qing clasped his fists and turned to disembark. A quarter of an hour later, all sails were raised, and the sailors began to manipulate the capstan, drawing the heavy iron chain onto it, while the anchor was hoisted. Standing on the deck, the sea breeze billowed Sanbao's robe, and he beamed with joy, proclaiming, "Set sail." A mere 15 minutes later, the treasure ship glided forward, heading towards the western Pacific and the Indian Ocean. "Sanbao," Li Qing called out, his voice steady and deep. Sanbao turned back, bestowing a radiant smile in return. Li Qing, uplifted by his spirit, smiled back, wishing him fair winds. Sanbao, grinning broadly, vigorously waved his hand. Li Qing stood at the port for a long while, until the ship, comparable to a small aircraft carrier, vanished completely from sight, before he turned to join the returning procession. Upon returning to the capital, Li Qing resumed his simple and unadorned life. As he aged, he increasingly cherished those around him, even extending his concern to the old monk from time to time. For instance, he would occasionally visit the temple to check on the old fellow's well-being. The floods in western Zhejiang had been effectively managed, with the restoration of farmland proceeding in an orderly manner, and the writing of books was in full swing, all indicating a positive trajectory of development. This flourishing atmosphere could be palpably felt. However, the Ming dynasty's approach to fiscal policy was characterized by an inclination to generate revenue without implementing measures for frugality, leading to a tightening national treasury. With the involvement of individuals like Xiao Pang, Li Qing, and Xia Yuanji, the situation was barely sustainable. Naturally, this precarious balance left many civil officials dissatisfied, as the recommendations from a few had resulted in increased taxation across several provinces in Jiangnan. Although the era following the Hongwu reign saw a reduction in the monopoly of southern scholars over official positions, the situation did not improve significantly. With over 70% of Ming officials still hailing from Jiangnan, particularly the provinces of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Jiangxi, which collectively held considerable influence. As a result of these actions, Li Qing's reputation suffered greatly, with incessant accusations from the censors. However, Li Qing remained unfazed, opting to take a brief respite whenever he felt discontent. Emperor Zhu Di, in response to the censors' petitions against Li Qing, employed a singular method of handling such grievances. He chose to remain silent. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of their efforts to impeach Li Qing, the censors turned their ire towards Zhu Di himself, accusing him of undermining the ancestral decree forbidding maritime trade and criticizing his costly literary projects with great enthusiasm. Initially, Zhu Di paid little heed to these attacks, but as the censors intensified their accusations, he began to feel the pressure. This situation resembled a form of online harassment seen in later eras. As a dignified emperor, Zhu Di was unwilling to cater to these so-called keyboard warriors, leading him to apprehend a few notable offenders. He did not impose severe penalties, merely administering 20 strokes of the cane. However, the poor health of these individuals resulted in their untimely demise. Zhu Di expressed deep regret over this incident. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. In May of the 4th year of the Yongle era, the Ming army subdued Annam. Unexpectedly, the royal family of Annam had been completely eradicated, leaving no one to assume the throne. Thus, upon the petition of Annam's envoys and the court officials, Zhu Di reluctantly consented to incorporate Annam into the Ming territory, bestowing upon it the name Jiaoji. This annexation included 47 prefectures, over 150 counties, and a population exceeding 6 million. The integration of Annam into the Ming dynasty not only expanded the territory and population, but also established a crucial stopover for future maritime expeditions, facilitating easier access to supplies, a significant development indeed. On the journey back to the capital, General Zhu Ning fell gravely ill. Despite Li Qing's earnest efforts to save him, he could only extend his life by a few months. In October, General Zhu Ning passed away, leaving Zhu Di in profound sorrow. He posthumously honored him as the Prince of Dongping, with the title of Martial Valor. In December, Empress Su also fell ill, and the imperial physician shook his head in dismay. Zhu Di was beside himself with worry and firmly instructed Li Qing to ensure her recovery. Li Qing did not disappoint him. Through acupuncture and medication, he managed to stabilize Su Miaoyun's condition. Nonetheless, her health remained frail. Zhu Di's affection for Su Miaoyun was no less than that which the late Emperor Zhu had for Empress Ma. Observing his daughter-in-law's recovery, yet still fragile state, Zhu Di was deeply troubled. Li Qing, is there no way for you to restore the Empress to full health? The Empress's ailment is not as dire as it seems. With proper care, she can indeed recover, Li Qing reassured. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di relaxed. That is good. Please pay close attention and hasten her recovery. I shall obey your command, Li Qing replied with a smile. Unlike Empress Ma, Su Miaoyun's illness was detected in a timely manner, and with diligent nurturing, she could live for many more years. Your Majesty, the Empress's health is not gravely compromised. She merely needs to take her medicine regularly, Li Qing advised. But do not neglect state affairs. During Su Miaoyun's illness, Zhu Di rarely left her side, earning him the title of the most affectionate ruler of the Ming dynasty. However, his deep affection for her weighed heavily on the responsibilities of state affairs, which fell upon the young prince's shoulders, causing Li Qing to feel a pang of sympathy. Zhu Di nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the imperial study. Li Qing chuckled. The memorials are all at the Eastern Palace. What need is there to go to the imperial study? The Eastern Palace? Zhu Di squinted and scoffed. This young man is getting a bit too presumptuous. I am still alive, yet he has taken the memorials to the Eastern Palace, as if to challenge me. Li Qing was at a loss for words. The crown prince merely wishes to save time, Your Majesty. The court has established the Weaving Bureau, the Porcelain Kiln, and the Maritime Trade Office, among many other matters. Even with assistance from Huang Huai, Jin Yuzi, and Yang Shiqi, it is no small task. The crown prince is working tirelessly. It seems rather disheartening for you to find fault with him. You are always siding with him, Zhu Di retorted. Please clarify who the emperor truly is. It was indeed absurd that he felt jealous of his own son, Li Qing thought to himself. In the Eastern Palace, Xie Jin, Jin Yuzi, Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, Huang Huai, and Hu Guang had formed a miniature court. Upon Zhu Di's arrival, everyone promptly paid their respects. Zhu Di glanced at them, his displeasure evident, and furrowed his brow. Xie Jin, I commanded you to draft the document. What brings you here? Your Majesty, the document is complete, Xie Jin explained. As you have not appeared these past few days, I felt compelled to report to the crown prince first. The flicker of joy on Zhu Di's face quickly vanished as he turned his gaze to the young prince, stating blandly, Crown Prince, such a significant matter. Should I not be informed? The young prince, sensing his father's sarcasm, felt his face twitch and quickly admitted his fault. Father, forgive me. I have been exceedingly busy lately, and this slipped my mind. Forgotten? How could you forget something so important? Zhu Di scoffed. Did you forget to eat as well? The young prince wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging his wrongdoing. Li Qing interjected to ease the tension. Your Majesty, since the document is completed, it is imperative to confer upon it an illustrious title. Indeed, what you say is most correct, the young prince eagerly added. Please bestow a name upon it, Father. Xie Jin, Yang Shiqi, and others echoed in agreement. Zhu Di's expression softened slightly as he pondered for a moment and declared, let it be called the Yongla de Dian. An excellent name. The young prince immediately began to flatter. It is grand and elegant, resplendent yet cultured, splendid indeed. The young prince's praise warmed Zhu Di's heart, dissipating much of his earlier displeasure. Xie Jin quickly followed suit with flattery. Your Majesty is truly wise. Subsequently, Jin Yuzi, Huang Huai, Yang Rong, and Yang Shiqi also chimed in with their praises, leaving Zhu Di, who was somewhat illiterate, feeling quite bashful. Enough. Bring the document forth for me to read. Zhu Di urged impatiently. I shall obey your command. Xie Jin, filled with delight, readily agreed and rushed outside, lifting his robe. Yang Shiqi and the others, astute as they were, recognized that the day's events had aroused the emperor's suspicion, and thus they seized the opportunity to discreetly depart under the pretense of fetching books. Once they had left, Zhu Di resumed his cryptic demeanor. How does it feel, Crown Prince, to govern in the stead of the emperor? He inquired. The chubby prince hesitated. It's tolerable, I suppose. Tolerable? Is that all? Not satisfactory? Zhu Di's brow furrowed deeper. The young prince, somewhat vexed, retorted, after all my efforts, I am met with my father's suspicion. Is it your intention to create trouble? Zhu Di was taken aback. Then, in a fit of rage mingled with laughter, exclaimed, What audacity! Your Majesty, please calm your anger, Li Qing interjected, casting furtive glances at the young prince. However, the latter was unperturbed. Li Qing, do not interfere. It is best we clarify matters today. Li Qing was stunned. Was this fellow truly out of his mind? Before he could react, Zhu Di's fury erupted. Zhu Gaoqi, have you lost your senses? If you wish to strike, do so. After all, you are my father and my superior. The chubby prince declared, but after the beating, we must have a serious discussion. You. A quarter of an hour later, the chubby prince rose from the ground, dusting off his robe. Now, it is my turn, is it not? You bold lad, are you aiming for the heavens? Zhu Di rolled up his sleeves. Come, I shall grant you an arm. Li Qing observed this scene, feeling an unsettling familiarity. A gentleman engages in discourse, not violence, especially with his father. The chubby prince sighed. I merely wish to speak some heartfelt truths to my father. Seeing him refrain from violence, Zhu Di's eyes flickered with disappointment. Speak then. As the saying goes, doubtful men are not employed, and employed men are not doubted. If you believe I may undermine your authority, then I shall be discarded. The young prince spoke earnestly. In truth, I do not covet the position of crown prince. Let the second son assume it instead. He desires to be the crown prince. And you favor him. What is there to lose? Zhu Di's fury flared. Impudent. Think as you wish. The chubby prince replied, From this day forth, I shall no longer interfere with state affairs. So be it. I am weary, let it be. With that, he turned to leave. Li Qing could see that the young prince was genuinely heartbroken and hastily pursued him. Do not let his words trouble you. What need is there to stoop to his level? After a pause, he added, Throughout history, numerous emperors have been wary of their heirs. This signifies your capability. You need not say more. The chubby prince lamented, It is not the crown prince he resents. It is me. He instructs me to handle state matters, yet secretly pines for the second son. I understand. He merely despises my physique and my lack of grandeur. Watching the despondent figure of the young prince, Li Qing felt a surge of indignation. What is the fourth brother doing? This is truly excessive. Upon returning to the main hall, Li Qing found Zhu Di still seething with anger. He could no longer contain his frustration and boldly suggested, Your Majesty, why not summon the Prince of Han back? What nonsense is this? Zhu Di retorted. Why did you not say this sooner? The second son is already established in his fief. What good is it to discuss this now? Li Qing sighed. Your Majesty, do you not trust your own son? I do not trust that group of scholars. Li Qing, with a resigned smile, inquired, Pray tell, who do you deem more suited for the position of crown prince? Zhu Di fell silent for a moment before grumbling. The eldest. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully and remarked, If that is the case, it would not be amiss for His Majesty to assist the crown prince in guiding the civil servants, thereby assuming full control of state affairs. Just as Zhu Di was about to erupt in anger, he noticed Xie Jin and others entering with a large chest, and he begrudgingly quelled his fury. Xie Jin opened the chest and proudly declared, Your Majesty, please take a look. Zhu Di cast a glance and frowned. Do not tell me that after all this time, so many have labored over so little. Not at all, Xie Jin replied with a smile. These are merely the catalogs, totaling 60 volumes. In total, the Grand Compendium amounts to 22,937 volumes, divided into 11,095 books, with an approximate word count of 37 million. The entire work could fill a room. Upon hearing such astounding results, even the notoriously critical Zhu Di could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. Li Qing, too, was secretly astonished by the magnitude. Over 10,000 volumes and 370 million characters, an unimaginable feat. This was not the trivial fluff of later internet literature. Every word was substantial. As Zhu Di perused the texts, Li Qing caught a glimpse as well. Setting aside the content, Even the calligraphy was a delight to behold. What a treasure, he thought, swallowing hard and resolving that after several generations of the fourth prince's lineage, he would devise a way to acquire this remarkable work. The Yongle Dadayan truly deserved the title of a gem. He was determined not to let this book fade into obscurity. Vaguely recalling that it was during the reign of Jiajing that the original text was lost after being recopied by a Taoist priest. The copies that circulated in later times were merely the Jiajing versions. Li Qing made a firm decision to outpace the Taoist. Having produced such an extraordinary work, Zhu Di, as the emperor, was naturally pleased. Even if he held little regard for the civil servants, he generously rewarded Xie Jin and the others. Everyone was elated. The stout prince, being more perceptive than Zhu Biao, had indeed ceased his duties ever since that day, indulging in feasting and merrymaking without a care for work. No amount of persuasion could sway him. Zhu Di soon found himself in a predicament, realizing the folly of indulging his son. Yet he could not bring himself to confront him directly, so he sent Li Qing to intervene. However, the stout prince, having tasted the sweetness of leisure, asserted, "Governing is out of the question. I shall merely maintain my life through feasting and revelry, and continue to enjoy music and dance." His strike from duty lasted 3 months, during which Zhu Di's frustration boiled over, leading him to administer a thorough beating. Yet, the stout prince, unlike the third prince who would be left on the brink of death after every thrashing, remained undeterred and continued his carefree ways, leaving Zhu Di utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, during this period of idleness, he was not without accomplishments. Several of his favored consorts became pregnant, thus contributing to the expansion of the Ming royal lineage. In June of the 5th year of Yongle, after a half-year of relentless toil, Zhu Di finally relented and sought to reconcile with the stout prince. The latter, however, refused and instead suggested bringing back the second prince, which incensed Zhu Di to the point of pain in his jaw. In a fit of anger, Zhu Di confined the stout prince to the eastern palace, forbidding him from leaving. The stout prince remained unfazed, as he had little inclination to move. In July, Zhu Di further curtailed the eastern palace's budget, yet the stout prince stood resolute. In August, Zhu Di issued a strict order to the imperial kitchen, prohibiting the provision of meat to the eastern palace, effectively grasping the stout prince's lifeline. Yet he remained steadfast, enduring with determination. By September, Zhu Di fell gravely ill, unable to rise from his bed. In this moment, the chubby young man, despite his previous bravado, found himself compelled to soften and visit the Hall of Supreme Harmony. "Son pays his respects to His Majesty," he declared. "No need for formalities," replied Zhu Di, reclining on the bed, a towel draped over his forehead, appearing gravely unwell. "Gao Qi, look at how exhausted your father is. If anything were to happen to him, your mother would not survive." Su Miaoyun, with a sorrowful expression, reproached, "Can you not show him some understanding? The couple was still playing their roles before me." The chubby young man rolled his eyes. "He is not a simpleton. He cannot be easily appeased. Why doesn't father allow Li Qing to attend to you? Alas, at my age, no one is of any use." Zhu Di grumbled, "Your father may not have much time left. You must familiarize yourself with state affairs promptly." "Your father is speaking to you," Su Miaoyun interjected. "Why do you not kneel and listen to his decree?" The young man, exasperated, responded, "Mother, am I truly your biological child? Is there any doubt about that?" Su Miaoyun feigned displeasure. "Then why do you conspire with my father to deceive me?" He retorted, dissatisfied. "You should know well what your father is thinking," she replied hastily. "Rest assured, dear son, I will always stand by your side. The position of crown prince is rightfully yours. I have no desire for it." Zhu Di immediately made to rise in anger, but was restrained by his wife's glare, weakly admonishing, "Do not be disrespectful to your mother." The young man, resigned, understood that the younger generation sees the elder with far greater clarity. He was all too aware of the man his father was, and truly wished to avoid inheriting this burden. "Father, it is not that I am unfilial, but rather that I am ill-suited for the position of crown prince." "You are indeed suitable, remarkably so," Zhu Di insisted. "You must not hesitate to claim the title. Your father will not consider a second choice." The reason the fourth son was so accommodating was not out of laziness, but rather due to his desire to reorganize the military and prepare for the northern expedition. In matters of governance, it was essential to have a capable and trusted individual at the helm, for Zhu Di, like any man, found himself overwhelmed. Just as the young man wished to say more, a young eunuch rushed in to announce, "Your Majesty, Zheng He has returned from the western seas. The treasure has returned? Zhu Di's spirits lifted as he tore the towel from his forehead and hurried outside. Where is he? Su Miaoyun quickly followed, cheerfully remarking, Your Majesty, 2 months ago, Sanbao wrote to say he had earned a considerable sum. Now, we have the funds for the Ming army's northern expedition. Haha. Zhu Di laughed heartily, adding, by the way, the successful voyage was thanks to the Queen's astute planning. Nay, it is Your Majesty's exceptional prowess, she countered. The couple exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony, chatting amiably, leaving the chubby young man in a state of disarray. Chapter 28. Calling a stag a unicorn outside the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Sanbao's face radiated his signature smile, though today it was even more pronounced. Having drifted upon the ocean for so long, the thrill of returning to his homeland was palpable. After more than 2 years apart, his once fair complexion had darkened, and his skin had roughened from the relentless sea winds and sun exposure. Observing Sanbao in such a state, Zhu Di felt a pang of regret. Your humble servant, Zheng He, pays his respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor, and long live the Empress. No need for formalities, Zhu Di replied, swiftly assisting him to his feet. You have worked tirelessly. Su Miaoyun smiled and said, Let us not linger here. Let us converse in the palace. Indeed, indeed. It has been over 2 years since we last met. Today, we must indulge in a fine drink together. Zhu Di laughed heartily. Sanbao had entered the Yan Wangfu at the tender age of 10, and after such a prolonged companionship, he felt like family to Zhu Di, who had always treated him with warmth and trust. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to attend to, Sanbao explained. Foreign envoys, captivated by our celestial culture, have accompanied me aboard the treasure ship to Ming. I returned ahead of them to report to Your Majesty and to manage the reception. With a smile, Sanbao added, This venture has yielded abundant rewards. In addition to gold and silver treasures, we have acquired many items unknown to our Ming, along with some delightful surprises. Oh, Zhu Di's interest piqued. He inquired curiously, What sort of surprises? Allow me to keep the suspense. Soon, Your Majesty will find out, Sanbao teased. Zhu Di laughed heartily and nodded. Very well, I shall await it. At that moment, Xiao Peng approached, greeting Sanbao with warmth. Sanbao, being Xiao Peng's playmate, shared a deep bond with him. After such a long separation, they had much to discuss. However, Sanbao had pressing matters and swiftly summarized his situation to Xiao Peng. Before Xiao Peng could respond, Zhu Di took the initiative. Gao Qi, you shall handle the reception of the foreign envoys. It concerns the prestige of the Ming and must not be taken lightly. Xiao Peng nodded, though he felt displeased with his father. He refrained from expressing it at that moment. At the young Qing marca residence, Li Qing was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing of Sanbao's return and directly went to the palace. However, by the time he arrived, Sanbao had already departed, and he only encountered the less amiable fourth prince. Your Majesty, when can we expect Sanbao to return with the fleet? Within 5 days, Zhu Di replied, in high spirits. According to Sanbao, this time he had brought back many rare items, many of which were unknown to the Ming. Indeed, it was something to look forward to. Li Qing responded cheerfully, though the Ming is vast, it cannot encompass all. Opening maritime trade and exchanging what we lack will greatly benefit the Ming. Indeed, that is a valid point, Zhu Di chuckled. Yet what pleases me most is the prospect of substantial profits. Finally, I can prepare for the northern expedition. Li Qing couldn't help but smile. Zhu Di was indeed a spendthrift, unable to resist the allure of wealth. However, the northern expedition was of paramount importance, and he felt it unwise to dissuade Zhu Di. The two discussed the northern expedition briefly, and Zhu Di inquired, Did you not procure a map of the northern wilderness previously? Where is it? Does the court not possess it? Li Qing, puzzled, replied, I submitted it. Zhu Di scolded, It is highly likely that Qi Tai, Feng Shiru, and the others have burned it. Did you not keep a backup? I actually do, Li Qing admitted, but it has yet to be compiled. I shall return and organize it anew. That is good to hear. Zhu Di felt relieved. With a detailed map, military maneuvers would be much more convenient, and they could save some funds in the process. By the heavens, Zhu Di, the cash dispenser, is even concerned about expenditures, he mused. Speaking of the northern expedition, Li Qing could not help but think of someone. Lan Yu. Your Majesty, do we have any candidates in mind for the northern expedition? Zhu Di furrowed his brow in contemplation. With Zhang Yu gone and Zhu Neng lost, and Zhang Fu occupied with Annam, the only one who can barely hold the banner now is the seasoned General Qiu Fu. Qiu Fu. Li Qing was unfamiliar with him, having only met him a few times. He seemed to be over 60, even older than Lan Yu. Employing him would be less effective than utilizing Lan Yu. Lan Yu? Zhu Di furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Although Lan Yu was indeed a formidable warrior, his loyalty did not align with mine. Merely refraining from taking action against him was already a considerable concession. Circumstances have changed. Li Qing spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, the throne is firmly established. Not to mention Zhu Yuntong. Even if Zhang Wen were to return, what could he possibly achieve? The Ming dynasty is currently thriving, with vassal states paying tribute and foreign nations crossing oceans to pay their respects. The hearts of the people are united, and there is no need for concern over such matters. Moreover, Lan Yu is already 60 years old. At this age, what ambitions could he possibly harbor? Even if he did possess any, he would lack the means to act upon them. Li Qing's strong recommendation of Lan Yu stemmed not only from their personal friendship, but primarily from Lan Yu's undeniable prowess in warfare. Especially in the context of the northern expeditions, there was no one in the entire Ming dynasty who could rival Lan Yu's capabilities. Zhu Di pondered for a moment before responding, I shall consider this. After all, the expedition is still some time away. There is no need for haste. Li Qing refrained from pressing further, merely nodding with a smile. There would be other opportunities. The fourth prince, being naturally suspicious, would likely react negatively to excessive persuasion. Furthermore, from Zhu Di's demeanor, it seemed his aversion to Lan Yu had lessened considerably. 3 days later, envoys from various nations arrived at the relay station. Li Qing seized the opportunity to briefly meet with San Bao, who appeared quite busy, so they exchanged only a few pleasantries. The following day, after the morning court session, the ministers did not disperse but gathered in the square of the Fengtian Palace. The square had been meticulously arranged with tables and chairs to receive the envoys. Each minister was in high spirits, their official hats impeccably worn, their robes devoid of even a single wrinkle, displaying great attention to personal presentation. Once the ministers were prepared, San Bao, along with the deputy minister of rights and other officials, received news and began to arrange the audience for the envoys. Shortly thereafter, the first group of envoys, escorted by Ming officials, arrived at the Fengtian Palace Square. Their appearance was not markedly different from that of the Han people. They had black hair and dark eyes, though their skin was somewhat darker. Wrapped in cloth head coverings, their style was distinctly unique. Regardless of their internal thoughts, the Ming officials maintained a composed facade, executing their duties with great professionalism. Zhu Di had yet to arrive. As the emperor of the Ming, it was beneath his dignity to wait for the envoys. He needed to uphold his grandeur. However, keeping them waiting for too long would undermine the dignity of a great nation. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Di made his entrance, timing it impeccably. He wore a brand new dragon robe, and at over 40, he appeared even more mature and dignified. The bright yellow fabric radiating nobility. San Bao first bowed to Zhu Di, introducing him, Your Majesty, these are the envoys from the Kingdom of Java. He then exchanged a few hushed words with the envoys, who understood and knelt to pay their respects, exclaiming, We greet Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming. Their accents were quite heavy, and their words were clearly memorized. Rise, Zhu Di replied gently, waving his hand slightly. San Bao gestured and spoke, and after some time, effective communication was finally achieved. The envoys from Java, guided by the officials of the Ministry of Rights, moved aside to take their seats. Subsequently, another group of envoys entered, their skin a deep brown, their hair naturally curly. The ministers exchanged discreet glances of curiosity, yet maintained their stoic expressions, exemplifying the poise of a great nation. The emperor, upon receiving the envoys from the Kingdom of Ceylon, also known as the Lion Kingdom, learned that they had brought forth a lion as tribute. San Bao provided a brief introduction, and the envoys proceeded to pay their respects, which Zhu Di graciously waived. Following this, the names of various regions, Aru, Sumatra, Nanhulai, Malacca, and Lesser Sunda, were mentioned, some of which Zhu Di recognized while others remained unfamiliar to him. The exchange between the two parties was somewhat stilted, yet they managed to communicate effectively. The formalities consumed the better part of half an hour. Once the envoys from various nations were seated, San Bao respectfully inquired, Your Majesty, should we present a portion of the tributes offered by the envoys? Zhu Di, both curious and keen to emphasize the significance of maritime endeavors, nodded in agreement. After a quarter of an hour, an array of exotic items was brought forth. San Bao began his introduction. This is called durian. It has a strong odor and tastes rather unpleasant, so I shall simply refer to it as a fruit. And this is an ostrich. The courtiers, while maintaining an air of indifference, were inwardly astonished, as if they had witnessed grand spectacles before. However, their composure was completely shattered when an extraordinarily tall creature was led into the hall. It stood at an astounding height, exceeding 2 zhang from foot to head. Li Qing immediately recognized the creature, exclaiming, "My goodness, how did they manage to bring in a giraffe?" Estimating its height to be around 7 or 8 meters. It was indeed a formidable specimen among giraffes. Its presence utterly upended the courtiers' perceptions. They had believed an elephant to be the pinnacle of height. Yet here was something entirely different. Despite their efforts to remain composed, astonishment was evident on their faces. Even Zhu Di was taken aback, murmuring, "What in the world is this?" The giraffe, towering above, surveyed the assembly with an air of superiority, as if to declare that the attendees were insignificant. Its adorably clumsy demeanor evoked no feelings of aversion. Zhu Di, licking his lips, inquired, "Zheng He, what is the name of this creature?" Sambao replied, "Your Majesty. According to the envoy, it is called a qilin." Zhu Di was taken aback. A qilin? Li Qing was at a loss for words, stifling a laugh, having undergone rigorous training to suppress his amusement. Before he could speak, Xie Xian stood up, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is indeed wise," having immediately recognized this legendary auspice. Without a doubt, this creature is a qilin. Li Qing facepalmed, wishing to clarify. Yet he hesitated to douse the enthusiasm of the 4th prince in front of the courtiers and foreign envoys. As he contemplated a response, Xie Xian continued his enthusiastic praise, eloquently describing the creature. With the body of a deer and the hooves of a horse, adorned with a majestic appearance, red clouds and purple mists surely herald the qilin. Zhu Di scratched his head, pondering how this creature differed from his preconceived notions of a qilin and the sculptures he had seen. Yet it bore a striking resemblance to descriptions found in ancient texts. Moreover, given its towering stature, was it not possible for a mythical beast to reach such heights? Gradually, the 4th prince began to smile. Observing this, the courtiers promptly rose to congratulate. "Your Majesty governs wisely. Heaven has bestowed auspiciousness upon our Ming dynasty." Li Qing covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. He could only imagine the laughter that would ensue if future generations were to learn of this spectacle. As the ministers were transfixed by the sight of the creature, Li Qing approached Zhu Di and whispered, "Your Majesty, this is not a qilin. It is a giraffe. Or rather, a long-necked deer." "A deer?" Zhu Di replied skeptically. "I am not well read. Do not deceive me. How could a deer's neck be so long?" Suppressing a chuckle, Li Qing responded, "The term qilin in their context surely does not refer to the mythical creature." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Di mused, "The appearance of a qilin signifies the might of a great nation. It brings countless benefits to the people, the court officials, and maritime trade, with no harm whatsoever." He remarked, "Regardless of what this creature truly is, it is now a qilin." Pointing at the giraffe, Zhu Di jovially asked, "Li Aiqing, what do you call this?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback and replied, "A qilin." Upon uttering those words, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu. It is worth mentioning that Zhu Di's belief in the giraffe as a qilin is indeed factual, as the giraffe was brought back during Zheng He's 4th voyage, and a depiction of it resides in the Palace Museum. Interestingly, after Zhu Di referred to the giraffe as a qilin, Japan and Korea also adopted the term for the creature. Chapter 29. Incurring the wrath of the masses whether a giraffe is a qilin or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is Zhu Di's declaration that it is a qilin. In truth, the ministers were not oblivious to the reality. They recognized that while the creature bore some resemblance to ancient descriptions, they all understood that a qilin could not possibly appear in such a manner. However, in the realm of politics, each individual is astute, and no one would dare to challenge the matter. Moreover, since no one had ever seen such a creature, even those with the inclination to dispute it would find it impossible to prove what it truly was. Thus, the giraffe became the center of attention. Unfazed, it gazed innocently at the crowd, endearing itself to all. Zhu Di sought to leverage this spectacle for political gain, to ensure political correctness in his maritime endeavors. He immediately commanded artists to create paintings of the creature, accompanied by verses penned by Xie Xian. He keenly recognized this as an opportune moment to project national prestige and elevate his own authority. Therefore, after the banquet, he ordered that the so-called qilin be paraded around the capital. Historically, those who win the hearts of the people can secure the realm. Emperors are acutely aware of the significance of public approval and sense of belonging. With the emergence of this qilin, Zhu Di certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. In the streets of the capital, throngs of people filled the thoroughfares. The populace, though simple, was not without its naivety, having never encountered a qilin or this peculiar creature. They accepted the emperor's and officials' proclamations that it was indeed a qilin. Even those with a modicum of knowledge dared not oppose the court. Some, in a bid to distinguish themselves, claimed to have seen this creature before. Thus, consensus emerged that this was indeed a qilin. When collective understanding aligns, the essence of the object becomes inconsequential. Whether it is a giraffe or a qilin, it is merely a name. The auspiciousness attributed to it is a construct of human perception. Therefore, is there any issue in considering a giraffe as a qilin? There is none. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qing smiled in relief and returned home, inviting several women to join him in witnessing the spectacle. Wow, how large! Wan Ling exclaimed. The qilin is truly so grand. Lianxiang Hongxiu was utterly astonished. She had never imagined such a magnificent creature could exist in the world. However, upon realizing it was a qilin, she felt a sense of relief. As a divine beast, its extraordinary nature was entirely in keeping with the realm of logic. In an era devoid of towering skyscrapers, the qilin stood out distinctly, and even amidst throngs of people, the masses could clearly discern its form. The arrival of the qilin brought immense joy to all, as they believed this auspicious omen would surely bestow good fortune upon them. Consequently, the qilin became a favored topic of conversation among the citizens of the capital, and through the embellishments of word of mouth. Its height escalated from over 2 zhang to an astonishing 5 zhang. The populace spread this tale, and Zhu Di was more than willing to let it circulate. By the time the news reached the capital, the qilin's stature had become almost unimaginable. Xia Yuanji was bustling about, his feet barely touching the ground. Yet he was filled with joy and satisfaction, for the treasures brought back by the treasure ship were plentiful. In addition to a vast quantity of gold, silver, agate, and jade, there were also pepper, sandalwood, and many other rare and precious items in the Ming dynasty. What was invaluable in Ming was not as prized in foreign lands. Moreover, more than half of the transactions were conducted through barter, yielding significant profits. The treasure ship's hold, measuring dozens of zhang in length and over 10 in width, was nearly brimming. While foreigners did not covet these goods, they were greatly interested in the silk and porcelain of the Ming dynasty. Xia Yuanji couldn't help but grin widely. This was a path to wealth. Though the common folk were impoverished, the affluent gentry were prospering. And as long as there were fine goods, there was no shortage of buyers. This meant the national treasury would be replenished. Xia Yuanji, with a contented expression, murmured that even if the emperor were to spend lavishly, it would take time to deplete the treasury. Yet, he underestimated Zhu Di's capacity for expenditure. Upon learning of the profits from trade, Zhu Di immediately embarked on a path of extravagant spending. He expanded the weaving bureau, enhanced porcelain kilns, and tightened control over tea production. This, alongside substantial expenditures, further restricted the avenues through which the gentry could amass wealth. The ministers vehemently opposed these measures, but their objections proved futile. Following the dispersal of funds, Zhu Di fortified the military, equipping the army with 2,000 cannons and 30,000 sets of armor, while also allocating funds for 350,000 soldiers as preparation for the northern expedition. The implementation of consecutive policies posed a significant threat to the interests of the civil officials, who naturally opposed them vehemently, yet their resistance did not sway Zhu Di's resolve, nor did they possess the means to hinder him. Subsequently, Zhu Di ordered the dredging of canals, aiming to create comprehensive connectivity between the north and south. At this point, Xia Yuanji could no longer remain passive. It was not that the canal project was unwise, but rather that it was exorbitantly costly. With the implementation of these policies, the wealth gained from the voyages would not only fail to accumulate, but would also lead to deficits. In an age devoid of excavators and transport vehicles, all labor was manual and painstaking, making the expenses apparent. Your Majesty, please reconsider, Xia Yuanji implored, his face troubled. The national treasury cannot withstand such expenditure. We must take matters one step at a time, consuming resources gradually and implementing plans only when the treasury is sufficiently robust. Enough with your prattle. Is there any endeavor I undertake that does not benefit the nation and its people? Zhu Di retorted angrily. No money here, no money there. Where have the taxes and trade revenues of the Ming dynasty gone? Surely you must have some awareness, for much of it has already been spent. Xia Yuanji replied. His expression pained. Your Majesty, we truly have no funds left. I refuse to believe it. Xia Yuanji, without waiting for vehement opposition from his ministers, Zhu Di promulgated a new decree. The capital shall be relocated to Beiping. This decision stirred a veritable hornet's nest, the previously accommodating civil officials, along with a number of military commanders, could no longer remain passive. The scholars immediately launched a fierce attack, accusing Zhu Di of betraying the ancestral temple, abandoning the nation and his family. The court descended into chaos, with the majority of officials expressing their outrage, almost pointing fingers at Zhu Di in reproach. Their boldness stemmed from a firm foundation. The founding emperor had established the capital in Jinling, and relocating it would signify a repudiation of his legacy. Moreover, the founding emperor was buried in Jinling, while the successor would be interred in the north. Such an act of profound filial impiety warranted condemnation. However, the true reason for the ministers' opposition lay in their roots in the south. They were unwilling to leave their homeland for Beiping. Relocating north would preclude them from leveraging their official positions to benefit their families, thus depriving them of financial gain. Additionally, while the climate in Jiangnan was temperate, Beiping was a frigid land, occasionally plagued by dust storms, hardly an enticing prospect. After a prolonged stalemate, Zhu Di, unable to withstand the pressure, executed two of the most vociferous critics among the officials and hastily dismissed the court. In the imperial study, Li Qing and Dao Yin sat opposite Zhu Di. Once the eunuchs had withdrawn, Zhu Di briefly articulated his thoughts on the relocation of the capital. He remarked that calamities in the Central Plains have historically emanated from the north, and remaining solely in Jiangnan was a strategy fraught with peril, likely to foster corruption. Zhu Di stated, born of adversity, perishing in comfort. If we relocate the imperial capital to the north, both the emperor and the officials will resolutely defend it, ensuring lasting peace. Your Majesty is wise. The two men bowed in agreement. I do not require flattery from you, Zhu Di replied. I expect you to devise a strategy to placate the ministers. They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. This matter struck at the very roots of the officials. It was not a simple maneuver that could be executed seamlessly, and those ministers were certainly no fools. After a lengthy silence, Dao Yin spoke, Your Majesty. Perhaps a compromise could be reached by relocating to Chang'an or the central city of Luoyang. Zhu Di shook his head in refusal. I am not seeking a compromise. The relocation to Beiping is imperative. Dao Yin, seeing the two remain silent, sensed Zhu Di's growing irritation. You two usually have plenty of schemes. Where have they gone now? Li Qing offered a wry smile. Your Majesty, this is a deadlock. No matter the method employed, they will not acquiesce unless what? Zhu Di interjected. By force, Li Qing declared, utilizing the emperor's authority to compel the ministers to consent. Dao Yin nodded slightly, acknowledging that persuading the officials willingly to agree to the relocation was utterly impossible. If the relocation were to occur, it could only be achieved through coercive means. Zhu Di sighed in resignation. Is there truly no other way? Both shook their heads. Very well. Zhu Di sighed. Summon the captain of the Jinui, Ji Gang. The Jinui mobilized entirely, lingering outside the homes of officials day after day, without detaining anyone, merely creating an atmosphere of unease among the ministers. After several days, Zhu Di renewed his proposal to relocate the capital, yet the officials still vehemently opposed. Zhu Di did not press further. However, just a few days later, several high-ranking officials were charged with significant corruption and bribery, leading to their execution. A few days later, Zhu Di once again proposed the relocation of the capital, and while opposition persisted, the fervor among most had considerably diminished. Zhu Di remained unyielding, decisively cutting through several obstacles yet again. After several such instances, when he once more proposed the plan to relocate the capital, the ministers, though in disagreement, dared not voice their objections, remaining silent. Zhu Di interpreted their silence as tacit approval and commenced the recruitment of top-tier artisans to construct the city of Beiping. In hindsight, from the perspective of Li Qing's descendants, this decision to move the capital north was indeed sagacious, as it effectively separated the economic and military centers, establishing a political dichotomy between the north and the south. Governing the economy through military means proved to be far superior to a convoluted interdependence. This resolution to disentangle the intricate relationship between economy and military was significantly beneficial for the nation. Since Zhu Di's reign, Beiping has consistently served as the capital of Huaxia, and this is not without reason. However, at this juncture, the North's economy, population, and grain supply lagged considerably behind that of the South. Following the relocation of the capital to Beiping, the influx of officials, the royal family, and a substantial military presence rendered the northern resources insufficient to sustain this new establishment. To address this conundrum, it was imperative to excavate and expand the Grand Canal to ensure the capital's sustenance. Thus, the monumental project of the canal commenced. With more than double the number of artisans employed compared to those used for flood control, amounting to a staggering 300,000. The financial expenditure soared to unprecedented heights. And in conjunction with the capital's construction, the treasury's outlay could no longer be described as mere cash flow. It was akin to burning money. Although maritime expeditions had previously yielded great wealth, at such a rapid expenditure rate, sustainability was a fleeting prospect. Consequently, Zhu Di ordered the renowned Zheng He to prepare vigorously for the next voyage, in a bid to procure trade goods and expedite the treasure ship's departure. Zhu Di further intensified the exploitation of the wealthy elite, straining the relationship between monarch and minister to the brink of rupture. Zhu Yuanzhang was ruthless, yet Zhu Di was even more so. The civil officials, believing that with the old emperor's departure, spring would arrive, found themselves confronted with a tyrant, leaving them despondent. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Although the wealthy gentry dared not rebel, they certainly found ways to vex Zhu Di. Thus, a series of vexations ensued, aimed at undermining Zhu Di's authority. Chapter 30. The rupture. The power of the wealthy elite was formidable, for they wielded wealth, which is universally effective in any circumstance. Discontent arose amongst the populace regarding the canal construction. Material transport for the capital's construction faced impediments, and the weaving bureau was set ablaze by desperate outlaws. Although these incidents did not culminate in widespread unrest, the fire at the weaving bureau was swiftly extinguished. Yet the project's timeline was severely delayed. An array of grievances against Zhu Di unfolded, inciting his fury. Once again, it was evident that an emperor is not invincible. This predicament primarily stemmed from Zhu Di's overbearing nature. The wealthy gentry were not benevolent souls. They were devoid of any sense of national duty, preoccupied solely with their own interests. If anyone obstructed their path to greater wealth, even an emperor would not deter them from resistance. Had it been Zhang Wen, perhaps there would have been genuine rebellion. To obstruct one's financial pursuits is akin to slaying one's parents. Moreover, Zhu Di had reached a point of severing the very flesh of the wealthy elite. Exhausted and disheartened, Zhu Di had no choice but to postpone the northern expedition, redirecting his energy towards maritime trade, canal construction, and the establishment of the capital. With a substantial military presence to oversee affairs, minor unrest finally subsided, and the project's progress resumed its rightful course. However, chaos soon erupted once more, manifesting in events such as the burning of timber and the collapse of brick kilns. Zhu Di, realizing that bloodshed was inevitable, issued a decree proclaiming to the world previous transgressions would be overlooked, but any further offenses would be met with ruthless retribution. All officials in any locality where trouble arose would be executed without exception. Zhu Di possessed the audacity to implement such measures because he held absolute command over the military, ensuring that the realm could not descend into disorder. Within a mere month of the decree's issuance, over 1,000 individuals were executed. Witnessing the emperor's decisive actions, the wealthy gentry quickly became more subdued, and the situation improved almost immediately. Nevertheless, numerous issues persisted, and rumors of the survival of the Zhangwen emperor circulated among the populace, causing Zhu Di considerable distress. This information spread rapidly, creating a tumult that, by the time Zhu Di became aware, had become too widespread to trace back to its origin. He could not resort to the drastic measure of massacring the common people. In desperation, Zhu Di led a memorial ceremony for Zhang Wen and publicly announced the crimes committed by Qi Feng and Huang San. This gesture alleviated some of the rumors, yet did not quell them entirely. Encouraged by those with ulterior motives, the situation only escalated. Zhu Di was plagued by frustration and fury. He was not a weak ruler and was well aware of the source of the unrest. Thus, he made a decision that most emperors would fear to undertake, an irrevocable severance with the wealthy gentry. In the ensuing chaos, wherever rumors flourished, commoners would invariably voice their grievances against the gentry. Remarkably, the Jinyui consistently learned of these complaints promptly. Zhu Di subsequently ordered local officials to act swiftly and stringently in addressing the issues, leading to executions and exiles. While the gentry sought to manipulate the populace against Zhu Di, he turned the tables, using the people as a means to counter the gentry. The difference lay in the fact that Zhu Di suffered only reputational damage, whereas they risked their very lives. The gentry, not lacking in acumen, quickly recognized the overt targeting and began to retreat. Ultimately, Zhu Di emerged victorious, albeit in an ignoble manner, sowing the seeds of future instability. Historically, all dynasties have shared governance with the scholarly elite, and by the time of the Song dynasty, the gentry had even managed to overshadow imperial authority. Zhu Yuanzhang espoused the principle of ruling in conjunction with the people, but dared not oppose the powerful gentry, whose influence was substantial. Even the Ming dynasty did not completely extricate itself from shared governance with the gentry, a deeply entrenched system that could not be easily dismantled. Particularly after the experiences of the Song dynasty, the gentry wielded considerable influence at the local level, as they controlled the livelihoods of many. Astute gentry members would cultivate public sentiment to enhance their own prestige. Of course, if an emperor were to enforce changes forcibly, it could indeed be done. But such actions would likely incite rebellion among the gentry. The resultant cost would be one that even an emperor could scarcely bear. Ultimately, the outcome would entail the annihilation of the gentry across the realm. Yet, even if all the wealthy gentry were executed and their estates confiscated, resulting in a redistribution of wealth, within a few decades, riches would invariably coalesce back into the hands of a select few, giving rise to new gentry. This is an immutable law of history that cannot be altered. Thus, in a certain sense, sharing governance with the scholarly elite may not be an entirely misguided strategy. However, human greed knows no bounds. Having acquired cherries today, one desires apples tomorrow and craves watermelons the day after. This is the essence of human nature. The Song dynasty fell at the hands of the scholar officials, and the example is clear before us. Would Zhu Di ever concede? On the surface, it appeared that Zhu Di had triumphed in this contest of wits. Yet Li Qing understood that internal discord had already begun to fester. As Zhu Di disregarded the established rules of the game, he merely bided his time, wary of the martial Emperor Zhu Di, but this contradiction would inevitably erupt. Li Qing mused, perhaps this is the very root of the downfall of the Ming dynasty, and indeed all feudal dynasties. He recognized the issue but could conceive of no solution. It seemed that any course of action would prove erroneous. To genuinely resolve the matter, the abolition of the feudal dynasty was the only recourse. 2 months later, after Zheng he had made the necessary preparations, he set forth once more with envoys from various nations, embarking on the second voyage to the western seas. The court was tranquil, and with the relaxation of the household registration system, the lives of the common people began to improve gradually. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. On this day, Li Qing was summoned to the imperial study. Zhu Di stated directly, Li Qing, I wish to print more banknotes. How much do you think is appropriate? The treasury was indeed depleted, and Zhu Di had no choice but to take this course of action. He had exerted considerable effort to open the Grand Canal, establish a new capital, and implement various reforms, and he would not abandon his endeavors midway. Moreover, once halted, resuming would be exceedingly difficult. Li Qing contemplated. How much did the emperor intend to print? 30 million. This amount was entirely manageable for the Ming dynasty. Since the 18th year of Hongguo, the court had not issued additional banknotes. With economic development, the existing notes had become somewhat insufficient. Furthermore, as maritime trade flourished, the influx of goods from foreign lands necessitated an increase in currency. With an abundance of oranges yet insufficient currency, a severe situation could arise, leading to wasted produce. However, Li Qing feared that if the fourth prince, this currency printer, were to taste success, he would be insatiable. He shook his head and said, that is too much. Let it be 10 million, 20 million. Li Qing implored, Your Majesty, printing such a large sum of banknotes at once could incite public unrest and diminish the currency's credibility. It would be wiser to print in batches. Zhu Di pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Very well, let us print 5 million first, and we shall see how it goes. Your Majesty, banknotes are currency, not wealth. Zhu Di articulated, rest assured, I fully comprehend this principle. The ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty are explicit. Excessive printing of banknotes endangers the empire, even jeopardizing the throne itself. This need not be reiterated. Is it not possible that the ancestral teachings of the Ming were penned only after you heeded my counsel? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Your Majesty is most astute. Flattery devoid of sincerity did not please Zhu Di, who retorted, I have indulged you too much. Your Majesty, is the construction of the canal proceeding smoothly? Nothing major has arisen, but minor issues persist, Zhu Di sighed. Overall, it is progressing relatively well. Li Qing chuckled. That is indeed commendable. Far better than the reign of Emperor Yang of Sui. And what of the construction in the capital? I truly wish to strike you. Zhu Di glared at him fiercely and replied with irritation. Such a grand undertaking cannot simply commence. We are still in the planning stages. After a moment's pause, Li Qing spoke. Your Majesty, I have conceived a potential solution. What do you think? The emperor replied. Please, go on. Let the second prince return, Li Qing suggested. Listen to me first, Zhu Di interjected. The wealthy gentry are secretly scheming, and it is those literati who are instigating trouble. Once the second prince returns, it will provide the military officials with an opportunity. This will only strengthen their already prominent position, while the civil officials will be too preoccupied to meddle. Let the civil and military officials contend with one another, buying us time for the canal's construction and the establishment of the new capital. Li Qing pondered this and found the idea rather astute. He inquired, Your Majesty, who do you intend to have ascend to the position of crown prince? Undoubtedly the eldest. Zhu Di sighed. While I do favor the second, the fate of the Ming dynasty cannot be determined by personal preference, especially when it comes to the legitimacy of the firstborn. Li Qing nodded, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the second prince, who had the misfortune of such a father. To summon him back only to dash his hopes seemed a cruel fate. Zhu Di's expression softened with remorse as he sighed. I feel remorse for him. But for the greater good, I must act thus. Setting aside the second prince, what do you think of this plan? Indeed, it is feasible if we disregard the second prince, Li Qing affirmed. Hearing that Li Qing deemed it viable, Zhu Di smiled. Then it is settled. I entrust this matter to you, but it must remain confidential, especially from the crown prince. This play must have every participant. After a pause, he added, If you leak this, I shall take severe measures. Rest assured, Li Qing replied. Thus, 2 months later, Zhu Hanqiao returned. As he approached the bustling city of Jinling, he felt invigorated and proclaimed, I, Zhu Gaoxiu, have returned. Chapter 31. The civil officials in a flurry. Zhu Gaoxiu's face flushed with excitement. This time, it was his father who summoned him back, and the intent was unmistakable. Gradually, his fervor subsided, and he murmured, From this day forth, I shall temper my impatience and cultivate composure as I aspire toward the position of crown prince. My apologies, eldest brother. This time, I shall prevail. As the carriage entered the city, Zhu Gaoxiu's smile broadened upon witnessing the vibrant thoroughfare of the capital. Compared to the remote Yunnan, this place was undeniably more splendid. The grandeur of Jinling, aside from Suzhou and Hangzhou, had no peer. Arriving at the Han Wangfu where he had previously resided, Zhu Gaoxiu wasted no time resting and proceeded directly to the palace. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Di, Su Miaoyun, and Zhu Gaoxiu sat in a row, and Zhu Gaoxiu greeted them one by one. Your son pays his respects to your Majesty. May you live long, and to Her Majesty, may you enjoy eternal longevity. Rise, my son, Zhu Di affectionately urged, lifting the second prince and patting his shoulder. Ah, you are quite sturdy, just like I was in my youth. Zhu Gaoxiu smiled broadly but quickly composed himself, modestly replying, Your Majesty flatters me. I fall far short of your stature. Su Miaoyun frowned and asked, Gaoxiu, why did you not bow to your elder brother? There is no one else here. Why concern ourselves with these formalities? Zhu Di waved his hand, chuckling, Gaoxiu, it has been years since we last met. Let us share a drink today. Yes, I shall obey, Zhu Gaoxiu responded. Zhu Di, feeling displeased, remarked, Why be so formal? Understood, father, Zhu Gaoxiu replied, and Zhu Di, satisfied, urged him to take a seat, then glanced at the eldest prince. There are state affairs to attend to. You may proceed with your duties. As the plump young man eagerly awaited a feast, he was taken aback. Father, this is rather biased, isn't it? Zhu Di slammed the table. Do not force me to strike you. Such imperial authority, Su Miaoyun retorted angrily, pulling her eldest son to sit down. Gaocan, you remain seated. Let us see if he dares to make a move. In the absence of outsiders, Su Miaoyun showed no leniency. Zhu Di, feeling helpless, finally said, Gaocan, you should drink less later. Do not let it interfere with state affairs. I shall abstain, the young man replied with a hint of defiance. Second brother, you can keep father company. I shall take my leave. Elder brother, Zhu Gaoxiu called out lightly as the latter exited the great hall, then chuckled nervously. Father, do not be upset. My elder brother did not intend to provoke you. Zhu Di's expression darkened with irritation, and Su Miaoyun's displeasure was evident as she was angered by Zhu Di. Gaoxiu, how long will you be staying this time? Zhu Gaoxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Mother, I wish to stay a bit longer, but if father finds me bothersome, I shall leave immediately. Zhu Di's face hardened. Why would your father find you bothersome? He then turned to his wife. Displeased, Miaoyun, he has just returned. How can you chase him away like this? Su Miaoyun opened her mouth, seeing her son's wounded expression, and relented, gently asserting, since he has come all this way, let him stay a couple of months more. Do not listen to your mother. Stay as long as you wish, Zhu Di declared with authority. Very well, father. Zhu Gaoxiu responded eagerly, then turned to Su Miaoyun. Mother, you wouldn't send your son away, would you? Su Miaoyun fell silent, rising to leave. I shall return to the palace. You enjoy a few drinks with father. After a pause, she added, Your Majesty, after the drinking, please return to the palace. I have something to discuss with you. Go on with your matters. Su Miaoyun bit her silver teeth, finally managing to force a charming smile. I take my leave. As the dishes were served, the two men raised their cups, creating a warm atmosphere of familial affection. Father, I have missed you these past years. Zhu Gaoxiu expressed sentimentally before probing. How long can I stay this time? Zhu Di set down his cup with a subtle smile. Stay as long as you desire. Oh, thank you, father. Zhu Gaoxiu exclaimed joyfully, feeling more assured. Upon Zhu Gaoxiu's arrival in the capital, the civil officials sensed a whiff of conspiracy. These astute individuals, with keen instincts, began to notice something unusual. Xie Jin convened the cabinet members to discuss strategies. Following the successful completion of the grand ceremony, Xie Jin had risen to prominence and was now the leading figure in the cabinet. He was the first to speak. Gentlemen, the situation does not seem right. I've learned from the crown prince that the Han prince was summoned back by the emperor. Yang Rong frowned. Shui Shijian, are you being overly cautious? The crown prince has been established. Could the emperor possibly change his heir? Indeed, the principle of establishing the legitimate heir is paramount, Yang Shiqi interjected. Perhaps it is merely a feint. We must not be complacent, Jin Yuzi countered. The emperor's favor for the Han prince far surpasses that for the crown prince. And we must remain vigilant given the emperor's stance toward the civil officials. Hu Guang strongly concurred with Jin Yuzi. The emperor has long held disdain for civil officials. Historically, while the principle of establishing a legitimate heir has been upheld, which dynasty has ever fully adhered to this system? Given the emperor's decisiveness, he might well consider appointing the Han prince. As this statement was made, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The discourse surrounding the establishment of heirs has been overly abundant, and it seems that even those who propagate it have begun to believe in its veracity. Yet, upon closer reflection, it becomes evident that no dynasty of the Han has ever fully implemented this notion. In matters of succession, it is the emperor who ultimately holds the decisive authority. The possibility of deposing a crown prince is not beyond the realm of likelihood, given the current emperor's disposition. A wave of unease washed over the assembly. After two successive martial emperors, should another emerge, their hopes for a prosperous future would be irrevocably dashed. The civil officials, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the military, regarded them with contempt. Gentlemen, we cannot allow the Han prince to linger. Any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. We must hasten to send him back, declared Xie Qian in a grave tone. The others nodded in agreement, and Yang Shiqi inquired, Scholar Xie, with your exceptional talents, do you possess a strategy? Being the most eminent in both intellect and reputation, Xie naturally assumed the lead among them, relishing the flattery from his colleagues. He cleared his throat and nonchalantly remarked, It is not a matter of great significance. The emperor relies on me quite heavily. I shall seek an opportune moment to offer gentle counsel. I anticipate that it shall not pose a significant challenge. Seeing his unwavering confidence, praises flowed freely from the assembly. Hu Guang and Huang Huai, both of impetuous temperament, simultaneously extolled his virtues while urging him to act swiftly. For a moment, Xie felt a sense of elation. Rising with a flourish of his robe, he smiled lightly and said, Very well, I shall proceed to advise the emperor. Await my favorable news. The assembly rose in respectful acknowledgement, exclaiming, We shall rely entirely on scholar Xie. As he approached the Qing palace, a breeze swept by, and Xie gradually regained his composure. Yet, having made grand declarations, he could not afford to retreat at the critical moment, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself, I have contributed to the Yongle de Dian, and the emperor holds me in high regard. Offering gentle counsel will not jeopardize my future, and I can still earn merit in the eyes of the crown prince. With this thought, his courage swelled, and he stepped toward the palace. After merely 2 strides, he encountered Zhu Gaoxiu, who staggered out of the hall, a triumphant smile illuminating his face, clearly in high spirits. I am Xie Qian. I have the honor of meeting the Han Prince, Xie said with a slight bow. Zhu Gaoxiu, somewhat inebriated, swayed his head and exclaimed, You are Xie Qian, the one who compiled the Yongle de Dian. The Han Prince is aware of your endeavors. Xie maintained a composed demeanor. Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled, Scholar Xie, your talents are renowned. I would be delighted if you could visit my royal residence for a discussion. Having received a subtle indication, he was eager to cultivate his own influence and would not miss the opportunity to enlist talented individuals. Xie's eyes brightened. He had been in search of a suitable pretext, and now it presented itself. However, it is a grave matter that requires my attention with the emperor, he replied, acknowledging the prince's goodwill. Ah, I see, Zhu Gaoxiu nodded. Then Scholar Xie, please do not forget to visit my residence on another occasion. Certainly, Xie responded, clasping his hands in a light-hearted manner. Once Zhu Gaoxiu departed, his smile morphed into a smirk. Brushing off his robe, he advanced and requested, Lord Gonggong, please inform the emperor that I have urgent matters to discuss. The young eunuch turned and entered the grand hall, soon returning to announce, Lord Xie, please enter. Nodding, Xie stepped into the hall. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, Zhu Di replied, slightly inebriated, reclining in his chair while belching. Xie Qian, what brings you here? Xie inclined his head and said, Your Majesty, the Han Prince has invited me to his residence for a drink. Pausing momentarily, he added, However, I respectfully declined. Zhu Di rolled his eyes, dismissing the trivial matters before him. Do not trouble me with such trifles. If there is nothing of substance, you may take your leave. Seeing no response from him, Xie Jin felt compelled to clarify, Your Majesty, I am a minister of the Ming dynasty, and the Han Prince is a vassal prince of our realm. His invitation to visit his residence seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Zhu Di raised an eyebrow and sat up straight, inquiring, What do you imply? Noticing that the emperor was indeed listening, Xie Jin felt a surge of joy and replied tactfully, I mean no offense. I merely believe that the Han Prince's actions could be perceived as somewhat questionable, though perhaps I am overthinking it. Zhu Di shot him a sidelong glance, a wave of anger rising within him. When did the civil officials presume to meddle in royal affairs? Zhu Di responded coolly, I understand. You may leave now. Sensing the emperor's displeasure, Xie Jin felt a flicker of satisfaction, thinking to himself, this is not so difficult after all. The next day, during the morning court session, Zhu Di deliberately issued a decree in front of all the officials. I appoint Xie Jin to serve as an advisor in Guangxi. Chapter 32. The subtle struggle between civil and military. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Xie Jin was left dumbfounded, only regaining his senses when the eunuch delivering the message urged him to respond. Sir, surely there has been some mistake? He asked, bewildered. The eunuch, adopting a stern demeanor, retorted with a mocking tone, You, Scholar Xie, are not illiterate. How could I misread the emperor's command? As the warmth of favor dissipated, Xie Jin found himself nearly exiled, dismissed by even the young eunuch, who disregarded him entirely. The emperor had commanded his immediate departure. There was no room for delay. I demand an audience with his majesty. I must see the emperor. Xie Jin shouted in desperation, unable to believe that the emperor would treat him thus. The young eunuch sneered, His Majesty is astute. He anticipated your reaction and has expressly ordered that you not be received. Depart promptly if you know what is good for you. You, Xie Jin seethed, realizing the depth of his humiliation, akin to a tiger fallen from grace, bullied by lesser creatures. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Such a sycophantic eunuch must have received the emperor's express instructions to act in this manner. A chill coursed through Xie Jin, as he understood the peril of serving a monarch. To be near the emperor was akin to being near a tiger. I accept the decree, he uttered. The young eunuch, having delivered the imperial command, turned on his heel and departed, knowing there would be no rewards to be had in this situation. thus refusing to waste any more time. Xie Jin, feeling utterly disheartened, collapsed onto the ground, repeatedly reading the edict in a daze, his face paling to ashen gray. I am the chief editor of the Yongle Encyclopedia. How could the emperor treat me so? Xie Jin protested, still unwilling to accept his fate. Determined to make one last effort, he proceeded to the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, I am your loyal subject, Xie Jin declared. I acted solely for your benefit. Enough, enough. You must leave at once. The young prince, visibly exasperated, replied. If you remain here any longer, I cannot protect you. Xie Jin lamented, in light of my diligent service. Please intercede with the emperor on my behalf. The young prince, weary of the situation, sighed. With all your education, how have you failed to learn anything? Do not linger here. You must depart. I will not go. In life, I am your subject. In death, I am still yours. Ah, Scholar Xie's loyalty is truly commendable. Ji Gang interjected with a sly smile as he approached. The emperor, in his benevolence, sees that you do not wish to leave. Therefore, you shall remain. Xie Jin was momentarily stunned, then elated, as if he had ascended from hell to heaven, feeling as though he had been profoundly transformed. Long live the emperor! He was lost in thought when suddenly his arm was seized, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is the meaning of this? I am taking you to a splendid place. Ji Gang replied with a sly smile. Where are we going? You shall find out once we arrive, Ji Gang said, bowing slightly. Your Highness, I take my leave. The news of Xie Jin's imprisonment swiftly spread throughout the court, and the implications of such upheaval were not lost on anyone. The scholars were thrown into disarray, and the cabinet convened once more, this time with Huang Huai at the helm. Gentlemen, we cannot remain idle, Yang Shiqi pondered. What brilliant plan does Lord Huang propose? Huang Huai, recalling Xie Jin's fate, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. As for the specifics, we must deliberate together and decide our course of action. Seeing this, Yang Shiqi felt a tinge of disappointment and replied, Sometimes it is better to remain still than to act hastily. We must not rush. How can we not be anxious at this juncture? Jin Yuzi retorted. Are you afraid, old Yang? Yang Shiqi flushed and replied defensively, This is not fear. Acting now would only lead to our own demise without yielding any benefit. Hu Guang expressed his discontent. Are we to simply watch this unfold? Not at all. Yang Rong interjected. Let us not forget, we are merely members of the cabinet, secretaries to the emperor. The ministers of the 6 departments are far more anxious than we are. Those prominent figures will not sit idly by. Indeed, Yang Shiqi agreed with a smile. Our task is to preserve our strength, rather than foolishly hurl ourselves into danger. At the Yongqing Marquisate, Li Qing observed the foolishness of his companion, struggling to suppress a smile, though pity for him prevailed. Sir, I raise my glass to you, Han Wang said politely. Li Qing lifted his cup in response. Zhu Gaoxiu wiped his mouth and said warmly, No need for such formality, just call me Gaoxiu. What bond do we share? Li Qing nodded with a smile. After several rounds of drinks and a generous heap of golden beans, Li Qing graciously accepted. Half an hour later, Zhu Gaoxiu exited the marquisate with a gloomy expression. He glanced back at the plaque and vowed, If I return, may I be a dog. Zhu Gaoxiu's return, coupled with Xie Jin's imprisonment, made it clear to all that the heir apparent's position was likely to change. The scholars would not acquiesce easily. The chubby boy was their last glimmer of hope. Thus, they sprang into action. However, with Xie Jin having taken the fall, no one dared to confront danger directly. Instead, they gathered evidence against Han Wang, refraining from making accusations but ensuring Zhu Di was informed. As the scholars mobilized, the military officers began to act as well. They lacked the subtlety of their scholarly counterparts. Opting for a more domineering approach, they targeted anyone who dared to flaunt their power. What of it? We will bully you. Both factions commenced their contest. Zhu Di served as a competent referee, aiding whichever side found themselves at a disadvantage, ensuring a balance of power. Consequently, the tasks of navigating the Grand Canal and constructing the capital progressed remarkably smoothly, devoid of any chaos, significantly accelerating the project timeline. Zhu Di felt a sense of ease. Yet he too paid a price, particularly in the form of his wife's affection. This was a matter he would not disclose to Su Miaoyan. Once revealed, she would certainly inform their 2 sons, thus thwarting any further plans. As the days passed, the struggle between the 2 sides settled into a state of equilibrium. Observing this, Zhu Di withdrew from the fray and dedicated himself entirely to the tasks of navigating the Grand Canal and constructing the new capital. The establishment of the capital city of Kyoto was not merely the construction of a royal palace. It was the creation of a grand city capable of accommodating a multitude of soldiers and a significant population. The renovation of Beiping City, a colossal undertaking, alongside the transportation of hundreds of thousands via the canals, speaks volumes about the financial strain it imposed. Despite several rounds of financial relief, Zhu Di found himself in a precarious fiscal situation. Reluctantly, he was compelled to dismiss a considerable number of craftsmen to curtail expenses. Time, often slipping away unnoticed, passed swiftly. In the spring of the 7th year of Yongle, Zhu Di finally found the opportunity to prepare for the northern expedition. On this day, he summoned Li Qing to request a map. Li Qing readily provided the map and earnestly stated, "Your Majesty, for the northern campaign, Lanyu is the only suitable choice." After a prolonged silence, Zhu Di replied, "I believe Fu is more appropriate." Li Qing, undeterred, utilized the rhetoric of the fourth prince, setting aside the relationship between Lanyu and Zhu Yuntong, and posed the question, who is truly more suitable? Zhu Di, remaining silent, prompted Li Qing to continue. Does Fu possess the martial prowess of Lanyu? He is even older than Lanyu. To achieve a decisive victory in the northern wilderness, only Lanyu can accomplish this. Consider the Battle of Beer Lake. Ultimately, Zhu Di found himself swayed. While appointing Lanyu as commander was not out of the question, he declared, "I shall not allocate all my forces to him. I intend to deploy 100,000 elite troops, 50,000 under Lanyu, and 50,000 under Fu, to execute a coordinated operation." Li Qing furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Your Majesty, on the battlefield, without an absolute commander holding decisive authority, how will the troops know whom to heed?" Zhu Di contemplated this, proposing a dual approach, advancing in two directions to encircle the enemy. Though Li Qing was resigned, he understood that this was Zhu Di's greatest concession. After all, Lanyu's status necessitated caution on Zhu Di's part. "Very well, I recognize your camaraderie. You shall convey this message," Zhu Di instructed. "This time, you will serve as Lanyu's military supervisor." Li Qing shook his head. "I do not wish to go." Zhu Di, with a glare, retorted, "Have you not been comfortable enough these years? Do not compel me to turn against you." Exiting the palace, Li Qing made his way directly to the residence of Duke Liang. Lanyu, now graying and entering his 60s, walked with a slight stoop. Time, like a blade, had worn away even the vigor of his once robust youth, which had once led him to the heights of glory. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Lanyu inquired with a smile, savoring a sip of tea, having long since abstained from alcohol. Li Qing responded, "The emperor intends to launch a northern expedition." Lanyu's expression shifted, and he nodded slightly. "It is indeed time." After a moment of silence, Li Qing continued, "The emperor wishes for you to command one of the armies." With a clatter, the teacup fell from the table, spilling its contents as Lanyu's face illuminated with an indescribable excitement. "Is this truly so?" "It is indeed true," Li Qing affirmed. "For this northern campaign, a total of 100,000 troops will be deployed, with you and Fu each leading 50,000. 50,000 is more than sufficient." Lanyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. "Against whom shall we fight?" "The Tatars." "Excellent," Lanyu exclaimed, striking the table with fervor, his once faded complexion now flushed with enthusiasm. "This time, we shall leave no enemy standing." He rose, his formerly stooped posture regaining its vigor, as his aged face radiated renewed determination. After some time, Lanyu finally calmed from his excitement and inquired, "Will you be the military supervisor?" "Yes, that is the emperor's arrangement. We shall march together. And Fu shall lead another contingent." Lanyu chuckled, expressing his confidence in you as the military supervisor. "For many years, I have not commanded troops. Without a reliable and influential presence by my side, I truly lack the conviction to issue commands with authority." After a brief pause, he added, "Today is a joyous occasion. Let us indulge in a couple of drinks." Li Qing replied with a smile, "Have you not sworn off alcohol?" "Haha, today is an exception." In Chapter 33, after over 2 decades of preparation, they raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries, relishing a moment of unrestrained camaraderie that had been absent for far too long. For a fleeting instant, it felt as though they had returned to their younger selves. As the cups were passed back and forth, Lanyu sighed, "We have grown old." Li Qing chuckled softly, "I fare better." Lanyu retorted, "You are not much better off than I. Do not be deceived by your robust health. Just wait another 20 years. Having traversed this path himself, he understood, Well, that no matter how valiant one may be, age inevitably brings one to a halt. Li Qing nodded in agreement, deeming it unnecessary to debate the topic further. After a discussion about military affairs, Li Qing took his leave. Upon returning home, he informed his 3 daughters about the upcoming deployment. "Dear father, travel safely. We have provisions and drink. There is no need for concern," Hong Xiu sensibly remarked. Wan Ling nodded, adding, "On the battlefield, one must remain vigilant. I am aware of your capabilities, yet caution is paramount. Rest assured, my dear. It is not my first time on the battlefield. I shall return unscathed," Li Qing replied with a smile. "At most, I will be gone for half a year. All will be well at home." The 3 daughters nodded, with Lian Xiang playfully commenting, "Father, will you not visit the pleasure quarters during your absence? With you all here, do I need to venture to such places?" Sighed Hong Xiu, "We have aged and are no longer as appealing. You are not even 50 yet. How can you claim to be old?" Li Qing mischievously grinned. "Now, let us go inside." The ensuing month was filled with the mobilization of troops and supplies, culminating in the day of departure. Zhu Di, a sovereign well-versed in military strategy, understood the pivotal role of a commander on the battlefield. He recognized that Lan Yu had not commanded troops for years and that the soldiers had changed. Without external support, it would be challenging to fully command the army. Thus, he bestowed upon Lan Yu the military flag and insignia, which held significant power. Seeing them was akin to seeing the emperor himself, especially in the military context, where they conferred absolute authority, even to the point of executing generals. They were also known as the king's command flags. Within the Ming dynasty's framework, these insignia were far more formidable than the imperial sword, effectively belonging to an entirely different category. With this, Lan Yu was empowered, akin to a tiger gaining wings, able to fully unleash his military prowess. In early April, the Duke of Liang, Lan Yu, and the Marquis of Yongqing, Li Qing, set out with their respective contingents. Alongside them were the Duke of Qi, Qiu Fu, the Marquis of Anping, Li Yuan, the Marquis of Tongan, Hua Zhen, the Marquis of Jing'an, Wang Zhong, and the Marquis of Wuqing, Wang Tsong, each leading 50,000 troops. The supply lines were prepared, and their initial march proceeded swiftly, with the 2 armies maintaining their distance. The troops under Qiu Fu were all veterans of the Jingnan campaign, and as a noble from the time of the Taizu, Lan Yu did not garner their esteem. Li Qing's forces moved at a considerable pace, yet they were outstripped, vanishing from Li Qing's sight within days. "If they are in a hurry, let them go first," Lan Yu remarked dismissively. "They merely seek to earn merit. Let them be." Li Qing nodded gently, smiling as he inquired, "Do you not wish to achieve merit? Is it necessary for me?" The illustrious Blue Jade, with his remarkable achievements, left others in his wake, unable to keep pace. Li Qing wore a frown. Yet Blue Jade's assertion held merit. Throughout countless battles from youth to middle age, Blue Jade's martial prowess spread across the vast land, even shattering the northern Yuan's royal court in a single decisive blow. In contrast, the likes of Qiu Fu appeared somewhat lackluster. It was not that they lacked accomplishments. Rather, Blue Jade's feats shone too brightly. Half a month later, the army departed from Juyong Pass, advancing towards the northern deserts. Blue Jade gazed upon the boundless land and the azure sky, his face aglow with joy, as if he had returned to a time of fervor and glory. He seemed to have shed a few years, feeling that in his lifetime, he could once again lead a northern expedition. What a gratifying prospect! Li Qing suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy and jested, "Such confidence. The situation in the northern deserts is intricate. A single campaign cannot resolve it entirely." "It is not mere confidence," Blue Jade replied with a wry smile. "Even if I had the heart, my body would falter. After years of warfare, I can no longer endure the strain. Had this battle been delayed another 2 years and I were to lead, I would be willing but powerless." Pausing, he continued, "Thank you, Li Qing. I know that without you, I would not be in command." "You deserve it," Li Qing retorted with a smile. "After all, you are formidable." "Oh." Blue Jade burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing. During this season, the grass was lush and the climate agreeable, making the march relatively easy. They exchanged banter and occasionally indulged in a drink, enjoying the journey. In a Mongolian yurt, a woman in her 40s was intently slicing mutton, her eyes serious yet wild. At that moment, a burly man in his late 40s entered, bowing slightly with his right hand pressed to his chest. "My lord, has the Ming army mobilized?" The woman continued her task. "How many have arrived?" "Yes, they have entered the grasslands. approximately around 50,000 troops, he replied. The woman looked up, a flicker of doubt crossing her wild eyes. Surely, the Ming would not send only this number. Indeed. Wait a moment, she called to the man, Amon. Have we made contact with Mom? We have, but he is two-faced, Amon retorted angrily. The Ming court has conferred upon him the title of Shunning King, and he is unwilling to assist us. There is no need for anger. It is only human nature. The woman picked up a piece of the juiciest mutton and handed it to him. After this battle, he will learn who truly rules the grasslands. Amon took the meat and devoured it, his face alight with happiness. Princess Mujwar. The moment the words left his lips, the woman's gaze sharpened. Filled with danger, Amon quickly corrected himself, bowing respectfully, my lord. Mujwar returned to her usual demeanor, speaking coolly. Send someone to scout the Ming army's movements. Also, have the brothers begin their training and summon a few ministers. Amon swallowed his food with difficulty and bowed deeply. Understood. Mujwar resumed her place on a wooden stump, one foot resting atop it, her arm draped over her knee, as a miniature curved knife spun incessantly in her calloused hand. 50,000 Ming troops, even if doubled. What difference would it make? Her eyes glinted with wild ambition. For over 20 years, I have prepared for this. This time, let them witness what a true king's army looks like. In early July, at noon, the entire army is regrouping, preparing meals. Commander Chiu Fu has issued orders, and Wang Tsong is dispatching a light cavalry unit for reconnaissance ahead. Yes, Commander, Wang Tsong responded, clasping his fists, and turned his horse to relay the orders. According to the map provided by Marquis Qing, we should be nearing the territory of the Tartars, Li Yuan remarked. Chiu Fu retrieved the map, unfolding it with a slow nod. Indeed, we are close. What of Lan Yu and the others? They have long been left behind, Li Yuan chuckled. By the time they arrive, we might have already finished our task. Chiu Fu laughed heartily but soon adopted a serious demeanor, stating, this battle must be fought splendidly, allowing the world to see whether we, the meritorious ministers of the Jingnan campaign, are more formidable than the founders of the dynasty. Li Yuan nodded. Every new emperor brings new ministers. I truly wonder why His Majesty has chosen to employ Lan Yu. Isn't it obvious? It is due to Marquis Qing. Chiu Fu replied with a cold scoff. He should consider the current situation instead of dwelling on the past. Such a person cannot go far. That cannot be entirely said. Li Yuan countered. Marquis Qing contributed significantly during the Jingnan campaign. Otherwise, His Majesty would not be so magnanimous in his employment of him. Chiu Fu waved his hand dismissively. Let us not speak of this. After we have eaten, the army will advance immediately. With their sluggishness, we won't even be able to enjoy our soup. Li Yuan nodded with a smile. Shall we have a drink at noon? Then let us indulge, Chiu Fu replied. The two dismounted and entered the command tent, instructing the staff to prepare food and drink. A quarter of an hour later, as the feast was laid out, they were about to raise their cups in joyous celebration when Wang Tsong hurried in with a report. Commander, there is a situation. Scattered Tartar troops have been spotted ahead. Oh, Chiu Fu's spirit lifted. How many? Not many, merely a few hundred. Likely a routine patrol, Wang Tsong reported. The brothers were cautious, fearing to alert them. Upon hearing this, Chiu Fu immediately rose, saying, quickly assemble 1,000 riders. I shall pursue them. Commander, you should remain here to command the main army. I shall pursue. Wang Tsong insisted. How far away are they? Chiu Fu inquired. Approximately 15 miles. Chiu Fu laughed. Such a short distance is nothing. Let us go and engage them. Xiang and Marquis Huizhen and Jing and Marquis Wangzhong also arrived upon hearing the news. Chiu Fu, seeing them, smiled. Let us feast together and share in the merits of our endeavors. The others exchanged glances, sensing the commander's eagerness for achievements. Commander, it would be wise for you to remain at the center of the army. Do you not see the current state of affairs? Chiu Fu, displeased, retorted. If we fight a splendid battle, it will greatly benefit the Han Wang. The greater our accomplishments, the stronger his position becomes. After a pause, he added, Wang Tsong and Li Yuan, you two remain. Wang Zhong and Huizhen will accompany me. Chapter 34. A significant setback. Li Qing unfolded the map, noting that they were less than 200 miles from the Luchu River, yet there was still no sign of Chiu Fu's army, not even the traces of their passage. This indicated that they had advanced at least a day and a half faster than his own forces. Commander, we are near the Tartar territory. Should we not hasten to join Chiu Fu? Li Qing asked. Lan Yu dismounted, using the scabbard of his sword to poke at a patch of soft grass, revealing a dark substance beneath. "What are you doing?" Li Qing inquired curiously, only to discover hardened excrement. "They are moving too swiftly." Lan Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, "At this marching speed, we are falling far behind. We must hasten our pace." After a brief pause, he resolutely commanded, "Send the order, abandon some supplies, and march at full speed." "What? Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Li Qing expressed his surprise. "Caution is never a fault." Lan Yu retorted, "Once we rendezvous with them, we can return for the supplies." "Damn it, I did not anticipate they would advance so swiftly. With our soldiers marching like this, their combat effectiveness will undoubtedly diminish significantly." During the Battle of Fishery, it was due to our inability to locate the enemy that we had to proceed in such a manner. This time, however, the Ming army has a clear target, and there is no need for such urgency. Lan Yu was exasperated. Having such a teammate was truly unfortunate. Half an hour later, the army had a brief respite, consuming food and shedding most of their provisions before continuing their march with lighter loads. By noon 2 days later, just as the army was preparing to cook, a scout hurriedly reported, "General, trouble looms. The Tatar forces are upon us." From where did the Tatar army emerge? Lan Yu was taken aback. "What of our allies?" "The allies have returned, but they are being pursued," the scout stammered. "They suffered heavy losses. It is estimated they have fewer than 10,000 remaining." "What?" Both men sprang to their feet, faces etched with disbelief. Lan Yu quickly regained his composure, inquiring, "From which direction did they come, and how long until they arrive?" "Directly ahead, within the next quarter of an hour." "That will suffice." Lan Yu took a deep breath and began issuing combat orders. "Set up artillery, erect caltrops. Form the square formation with spearmen and archers at the front, broadsword soldiers in the center, and cavalry dispersed on the flanks." The enemy's momentum was building, and only the square formation could respond. Faced with such sudden developments, even Lan Yu felt a tremor of anxiety. With 50,000 troops reduced to less than 10,000, he was uncertain of the enemy's strength. Li Qing interjected, "According to intelligence from the Jinyui, the main Tatar force should number between 70 and 90,000. After accounting for those left behind, it is highly likely they have around 50,000. 50,000 against 50,000, and we find ourselves in this predicament?" Lan Yu cursed. "If that is the case, I truly wonder how this duke came to hold his title." Li Qing, too, was incensed. The candidate mentioned by the fourth prince seems rather inadequate. However, this was not the time for grievances. Li Qing collaborated with Lan Yu to finalize their battle preparations. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed from afar, growing ever closer. Li Qing stood atop his steed, scanning the horizon. Before long, he spotted the Ming banners, albeit askew, with 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry fleeing. Upon witnessing this, Li Qing immediately sought to engage them, but Lan Yu grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" "I know what I'm doing," Li Qing replied hastily, spurring his horse forward. The distance between the two parties rapidly diminished, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they were less than half a mile apart. Li Qing halted his horse, gathering his breath, and commanded, "Avoid engaging our Ming forces directly. Follow me." His commanding voice, resonant and clear, reached many amidst the chaos, prompting several to follow him. 15 minutes later, thousands of cavalry deviated from their path, steering clear of the Ming soldiers and aligning to the side. Yet soon after, another wave of hooves approached, quicker and more urgent. Under Lan Yu's command, the formation was already established. Li Qing did not rush back, instead shouting, "Follow me to defend the rear flank." The army had lost its backbone and immediately followed Li Qing. The thunderous roar of cannons ahead, the neighing of war horses, and the cries of soldiers filled the air. The battle had commenced. With Lan Yu present, Li Qing felt a sense of assurance. The pressing matter was to ascertain the situation. He could not believe that only a fraction of the 50,000 troops remained. Li Qing commanded, "Bring forth someone in charge." Before long, 2 dirt-streaked middle-aged men galloped in, clasping their fists in salute. "Yongqing Marquis," they greeted. "Where is the Onping Marquis, the Wuqing Marquis, and the commander?" Li Qing inquired urgently. The 2 men wore grim expressions. Wang Tsong stammered, "The commander underestimated the enemy and advanced recklessly, resulting in his demise and the army." Li Yuan, maintaining a semblance of calm, quickly explained, "We discovered scattered Tatar forces near the Luchu River. The commander led over 1,000 cavalry to encircle them and captured a Tatar minister. However, he was misled by the minister's treachery and ventured deep into enemy territory, leading to the annihilation of our forces. The Huazhen Marquis, the Jing'an Marquis Wang Zhong, all were captured or perished valiantly. We were caught off guard. Before we could even form our ranks, the Tatar army surged forth. In the chaos, we lost our commander, which led to our current plight. Upon hearing that the army had truly been decimated, a wave of sorrow washed over Li Qing. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. He promptly declared, "You too must redeem yourselves through valor. Follow me as we strike back from the flank." Without hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Given the dire straits of the battle, facing execution upon return was a distinct possibility, yet they resolved to fight fiercely. Hoping for a chance to turn the tide, the two immediately summoned their trusted soldiers and issued combat orders. Within a quarter of an hour, a cavalry unit of several thousand surged forward, attacking the Tatar forces from an unexpected angle. The Tatar soldiers reacted swiftly, although they had not fully established their formation. They mounted an effective defense. Clang, thud, various unsettling sounds echoed, and soon, Li Qing found himself drenched in blood. It was his first time leading a charge amidst the chaos of battle, and the peril was far greater than he had anticipated. A bright blade sliced through the air with a fierce wind. As Li Qing instinctively dodged, he retaliated with a strike of his own, maintaining his momentum forward. Li Qing fought valiantly, cutting a path through the throng, invincible in his advance. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Without time to ponder, he instinctively tilted his head just as a sharp arrow grazed his cheek. Almost immediately, warmth flooded his body, followed by excruciating pain. Turning his head, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the assailant but could not discern their features. In that hurried glance, he felt a flicker of familiarity in their gaze. Amongst the throng of warhorses and bodies, he could not afford to seek vengeance, nor could he dwell on his injury. He pressed onward, intent on slaying. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Li Qing finally broke through the fray, propelled by sheer momentum. Once he escaped the battlefield, he took stock of his remaining forces. Fewer than 3,000 remained. However, their audacious charge had provided Lan Yu with a significant opportunity. The call for a counterattack rang out, and the Ming forces shifted from defense to offense. Charge! The Ming army surged with fervor, yet the Tatar forces proved equally formidable, resulting in a fierce and unyielding clash. The fighting continued for half an hour before the Tatars sounded the retreat, executing a disciplined withdrawal, with archers covering the rear. Any attempt by the Ming forces to pursue would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Seeing no opportunity, Lan Yu ordered a temporary halt and prepared for the enemy's potential counterattack. The battle, though brief, lasting merely around an hour, resulted in significant casualties, with the assistance of cannons inflicting over 10,000 losses, likely nearing 15,000. The Ming forces suffered nearly 7,000 fatalities and around 13,000 injuries. Given the adversary's ability to withstand such an onslaught, the outcome was commendable. However, Qiu Fu's side faced over 40,000 casualties, rendering this confrontation a substantial loss for the Ming, indeed a grievous one. After resting for nearly an hour, the army hurried towards the location where supplies had been discarded. Once camp was established, Lan Yu summoned the commanding generals and lamented, "Our current fighting strength is barely 40,000, and the Tatars have the Luku River as a barrier. It is implausible for us to launch a surprise attack directly into their heart. If we insist on engaging, they will undoubtedly initiate a war of attrition against us. This is their stronghold, and they can afford to expend resources far better than we can." The generals wore expressions of dismay, the battle's outcome far exceeding their expectations. "General Lan, let us make one more attempt, just once," Wang Tsong and Li Yuan, their eyes reddened with determination, asserted. "We shall lead the vanguard and fight to the death." The losses sustained by the army were not entirely their fault. Facing such a commander left them with little recourse. Yet, someone must bear the responsibility. With Qiu Fu deceased, and both Wang Zhong and Huazhen fallen, the burden of such a loss was too great for any two individuals to carry. They would rather perish on the battlefield than face execution. Chapter 35. The Inferno of the Camps. Lan Yu, unwilling to return empty-handed, recognized that, given the current circumstances, any further engagement would likely yield little progress unless the enemy made a significant blunder. A competent general would never place their hopes for victory upon the missteps of the adversary. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu declared, "Gentlemen, we have provisions sufficient for nearly 3 months. After accounting for the necessary supplies for our return, we have at most half a month left. Then let us fight for another half-month, Wang Tsung suggested. General, we commenced this campaign with 100,000 troops, and now we have lost over half. How shall we justify our retreat to the emperor? Us. One general scoffed. Is it not you who bear the blame? Another chimed in. Weren't you rather confident before the battle? Now that we have lost, you seek to unite? Wang Tsung and Li Yuan, their faces flushed with embarrassment, found themselves at a loss for a defense against their peers' scorn. Enough, Lan Yu barked. This is not the time for assigning blame. The generals, sensing Lan Yu's ire, ceased their ridicule. Li Yuan clasped his fists and proclaimed, General, I am willing to lead the troops directly into the heart of the Tatar territory, fighting until the last moment. His resolve was unassailable. He was prepared to die for his convictions. I too am willing, Wang Tsung added, his eyes ablaze. Lan Yu shook his head. It is too late. Both sides have already positioned their forces, and the Tatars will certainly be on guard. To advance now would be to send ourselves to certain death. The prospect of a surprise victory is utterly impossible. What does the general propose? Patience, Lan Yu replied calmly. We shall wait for them to mount a surprise attack against us. The generals fell silent, recognizing the precariousness of their situation, with numbers inferior to the enemy's. Adopting a defensive stance would render them excessively vulnerable. The Yuan people were predominantly cavalry, and once they charged, even a well-prepared Ming army would find it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand. Lan Yu approached the sand table, meticulously surveying the surrounding terrain. After a moment, he commanded, march north for 20 li. There, the land rises in the north and descends to the south, allowing us to defend a single point. He instructed the preparation of horse-repelling stakes, the formation of a horse-repelling array, and the setting up of cannons. A quarter of an hour later, the generals received their orders in succession and departed to implement the grand strategy. In the command tent, only Li Qing, the military supervisor, along with Li Yuan and Wang Tsung, remained. Li Qing, the injury on your face. Lan Yu observed the disfigurement on Li Qing's visage with a pang of sympathy. How handsome Li Qing had once been. Even Li Jinglong's appearance paled in comparison. I am fine, Li Qing replied with a grin. As a man, a striking visage suffices. A scar holds little significance. Lan Yu chuckled lightly. With me here, your role as a military supervisor is somewhat superfluous. Pausing for a moment, he continued, given the current situation, winning this battle seems nearly impossible. However, we can certainly inflict discomfort upon them. What kind of discomfort? Li Qing inquired. You shall don Tatar attire when the battle commences. Take a circuitous route to their main camp and set their tents ablaze, Lan Yu instructed. The number of men must be limited. Too many would risk premature exposure. And it is perilously dangerous, with a high chance of not returning. I am willing to go, Li Yuan and Wang Tsung declared their intentions. Lan Yu disregarded them and turned to Li Qing. I will only provide you with 200 men. This is your final opportunity. Regardless of your success or failure, the main army will retreat. We cannot afford to prolong this. I understand, Li Qing nodded. Is it him? Mu Zhuer's wild gaze softened momentarily, soon replaced by her fierce demeanor. Enter. A moment later, a general entered and saluted. Your Highness, what is the status of our casualties? In the two battles, we have lost nearly 15,000 men and sustained around 20,000 injuries. A man replied first. However, many are light injuries and can still fight. Our combat capacity remains around 65,000. Mu Zhuer nodded in satisfaction. Where has the Ming army withdrawn? To the north, approximately 120 li away. A man replied. That terrain, with its elevation in the north and descent in the south, is most suitable for a cavalry charge. Your Highness, a general spoke up. I believe this is a deliberate tactic by the Ming army. They must have established heavy defenses in the north. It would be wiser for us to reverse their strategy and advance from the south. That is unwise, another general countered. The southern terrain ascends, and our cavalry would struggle to charge effectively, potentially leading to disarray. I concur. Even if they have set up defenses, what of it? Another chimed in. We hold the advantage and must exploit it to the fullest. Mu Zhuer pondered for a moment and sighed. Attacking from the north is precisely the route the Ming general has laid out for us. However, knowing this, we have no choice but to follow their designated path. As the Chinese say, this is called an overt scheme. But what of it? She declared resolutely, all schemes, whether overt or covert, will crumble before absolute strength. Organize the troops. We march in one day. A man inquired, Your Highness, how many will be dispatched? The injured shall remain, and all others will engage in battle. Muzhuer inhaled deeply. Capture the enemy commander alive. Supervisor. Understood. In this scene, Li Qing, Wang Tsong, and Li Yuan have assembled 200 elite cavalry, donning the attire of the Tatar army, and have equipped their saddles with numerous torches, ever ready for a surprise assault. Lan Yu has opted for a frontal engagement, his intention being to furnish them with an opportunity for a nocturnal strike. Unlike the Han people, the Mongols reside in tents, which are exceedingly susceptible to flames. Should these tents ignite, they would be compelled to plunder those of other tribes, thus achieving the objective of diminishing the Tatar forces. The effectiveness of turning the Mongols against one another is undeniable. However, the visible accomplishments of the Ming army could not, under any circumstances, be salvaged. 2 days later, at midnight, the Tatar forces launched a night raid on the camp, but the Ming troops were well prepared and promptly formed ranks to meet them. Li Qing, disregarding the main battlefield, alongside Wang Tsong and Li Yuan, made a beeline for the Tatar headquarters. With a swift gallop, the 200 cavalry surged forward, relentless and unyielding. Equipped with maps and aware of the imminent Tatar advance, locating the enemy's stronghold was not a formidable challenge. By the following evening, Li Qing and his companions discovered the location of the Tatar encampment. Wang Tsong and Li Yuan, brimming with excitement, noticed a patrolling Tatar contingent approaching. Wang Tsong exclaimed, "Yongqing Marquis, they have spotted us. We can delay no longer." Li Qing glanced upward and replied softly, "Let us take a detour, avoiding their sight. Slow our pace to evade their suspicion, and wait until the darkness deepens before we strike." With that, he turned his horse towards an alternate route. Reality soon revealed that Li Qing had been overly optimistic. A mere quarter of an hour later, the patrolling Tatar soldiers, sensing they had not encountered their adversaries directly, became alert and galloped towards them. "Damn it, let us get moving," Li Qing cursed, cracking his whip and urging his steed into a frenzied dash. Wang Tsong and Li Yuan followed suit, charging straight for the Tatar encampment. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the Tatar troops, witnessing the impending confrontation, realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, Li Qing and his comrades were too swift, surging towards the camp. "Kill!" Li Qing brandished his spear, leading the charge with unmatched ferocity. The Tatar forces were caught off guard, unable to mount a defense as the Ming cavalry breached their encampment. Almost immediately, the Ming soldiers ignited their torches and hurled them towards the tents. The highly flammable tents quickly succumbed to the flames, and soon, thick smoke billowed as Tatar soldiers, women, and children emerged, choking and cursing in dismay. Li Qing and his party paid them no heed, focused solely on scattering and launching their torches onto the tents. Within a mere 15 minutes, the 200-strong unit had set ablaze hundreds of tents. With the wind at their backs, the flames spread to adjacent tents, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke and fire. As the chaos ensued, Wang Tsong and Li Yuan reveled in the exhilaration, finally feeling a sense of vengeance. "Collect the tents," Muzhuer decisively commanded. "Do not attempt to extinguish the flames. Quickly gather the tents and slay the Ming soldiers." In no time, the injured Tatar soldiers surged forward, obstructing Li Qing's advance, while the tents were gradually dismantled in the distance. What a swift response, Li Qing muttered under his breath, and began to break through the encirclement. Bolstered by his inner strength, he surged forward, carving a path through the chaos. Next, he ignited the last torch soaked in oil and hurled it with all his might toward the largest yurt. Without time to witness the outcome, Li Qing took a deep breath and commanded, "Retreat." This shout echoed far and wide, reaching even Muzhuer in the camp. Attempting to flee, Muzhuer was instantly enraged. Unsheathing her curved blade, she mounted her bow and rushed out of the tent. However, just as she stepped outside, the torch approached, leaving her no time to react. Her tent was set ablaze. Alas, Muzhuer stomped her feet in fury. "I will not let you escape." She seized the battle flag planted in the ground and waved it vigorously. Before long, the scattered Ming forces were driven back, surrounded by the Tatar troops. Li Qing and his comrades found themselves encircled. Wang Tsong said to Li Qing, "Your Highness, today is the day we shall perish on the battlefield. 1 kill equals a return on investment. 2 kills are profit." Li Yuan echoed, "Let us charge." Li Qing surveyed the surroundings, where Tatar soldiers were everywhere. Although most bore injuries, the hope of breaking free was nearly non-existent. He exhaled deeply, prepared to issue the command to charge, when suddenly a voice rang out from the front, "Surrender, and you may spare your life." Elated by this unexpected turn, Li Qing shouted, "Follow me into battle. Capture the thief and seize their leader. Perhaps we may find a glimmer of hope." Chapter 36. Recognition leading the charge. Li Qing was followed closely by Wang Tsong and Li Yuan. Kill. Although they numbered merely over 100, their spirit surged like a roaring tide. The Tatar forces would not simply watch. Almost simultaneously as the Ming troops surged forward, they launched a counterattack. Li Qing disregarded everything, fixated on his goal, charging forward with relentless determination, slaying anyone who stood in his way. In moments, his spear was shattered, and a burly man wielding a curved blade swung fiercely at Li Qing's head. Reacting swiftly, Li Qing threw the broken spear, piercing the man, then seized the blade from his hand, slashing at another approaching Tatar. Just then, a robust young man with a thick beard rushed in, though wrapped in bandages. He remained fierce. Li Qing concentrated his energy in his right arm, striking down decisively. With a resounding thud, his blade cleaved the man in half, continuing its momentum to sever the horse beneath him. Blood gushed forth, drenching many in its crimson spray. This scene was utterly terrifying, beyond human capability, as if a celestial being had descended. Even the bloodthirsty Tatars could not help but falter in the face of such prowess. Li Qing dared not pause for a moment, using this brief respite to advance once more. At that moment, whoosh! An arrow shot in from the side with blinding speed. Clang! Li Qing deflected the arrow with his blade. Whoosh! Another arrow flew toward his horse's head. This time, Li Qing could not react in time. The arrow struck, embedding itself 2 inches deep, causing the horse to neigh in agony and throw him high into the air. Yet this toss propelled him forward significantly. Li Qing landed atop a Tatar soldier's head, slightly leveraging the force to lunge towards the speaker. I've caught you." Li Qing, covered in blood, grinned fiercely. In that moment of pounce, he realized this was a woman. Although clad in armor, he could still feel the softness of her form beneath. However, he was not taken aback. He had harbored some suspicions upon hearing the sound moments ago. Mu Zhuo was greatly alarmed. She had not anticipated that this Ming dynasty general would be so terrifying. Yet, her reflexes were quick. Almost as soon as she was about to be tackled, she drew the curved dagger from her waist. With a swift motion, Li Qing knocked the dagger away and seized her by the neck, declaring, "Stand down, or I shall kill her." The Tatar soldiers, unable to comprehend Li Qing's words, but seeing their king captured, immediately ceased their actions. Mu Zhuo was filled with a mixture of shame and fury, yet she could not utter a single word. Surrendering was her only option if she wished to save her life. Li Qing returned her earlier words to her, without alteration. In this dire moment, Li Qing had little regard for martial ethics. With the dagger pressed against the woman's neck, he commanded the Tatar army to retreat. The Tatars, though hesitant to attack, also could not withdraw. This was their stronghold, where their families resided. Where could they possibly flee? Li Qing soon realized the gravity of the situation and altered his demands, insisting they clear a path. The Tatars complied. Observing this development, Li Qing felt a slight sense of relief, recognizing that the woman in his grasp was no ordinary captive. She was likely either a noble or a princess. "Wang Tsong, Li Yuan, how many of us remain?" Li Qing inquired, unwilling to glance back. "Fewer than 50, answered Wang Kong. "You all should leave. I will hold the rear." "We should stay," Li Yuan replied. "We have prepared ourselves to die in this ambush. Let the Yongqing Marquis depart with the others." They understood that returning would not bode well, intending instead to die honorably in battle to vindicate their names. "I fear you two might cause more trouble," Li Qing retorted sharply. "As long as I have the hostage, I am at ease. Now go." Yongqing Marquis, "Spare us the delay, leave at once." The two men, feeling helpless, sighed and motioned for their soldiers to withdraw. After waiting nearly an hour, Li Qing deemed it time to speak. "Have your men prepare a fine horse for me. If you allow me to retreat to a safe distance, I shall release you." "You must be jesting," Mu Zhuo scoffed. "Do you think I am a child?" Li Qing, filled with murderous intent, retorted, "If you desire death, I shall grant it to you." With a slight pressure, he easily cut into her skin, blood flowing forth. "If you continue to hesitate, the next cut will sever your throat. Then you will perish as well. We will meet our end together." Of course, Li Qing did not wish to die. His wife awaited him at home. What would it mean to perish here? Recognizing her stubbornness, he resorted to threatening the Tatar troops. Although their languages differed, they could still communicate simply through gestures. Li Qing successfully secured a horse and withdrew from the enemy camp, yet the Tatar soldiers relentlessly pursued. Maintaining a distance that allowed for swift engagement, Li Qing felt helpless. With thousands pursuing him, even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be overwhelmed. Return, or I shall chop you into pieces. Once we return, you will undoubtedly kill me, Muzhuer retorted. If you truly wish to live, release me now. I am more trustworthy than you Han people. Li Qing had indeed never considered freeing her, hence he did not believe that she would spare him either. They were all mounted. With so many pursuing troops, someone would inevitably catch up to him. Once they did, a swarm of thousands would descend upon him, and even if he were made of iron, he would be reduced to mere fragments. After much contemplation, Li Qing resolved to gradually retreat. However, he remained uncertain about the situation in the camp. Suddenly, Muzhuer shouted, "What did you say?" Li Qing, mounted on his horse and holding a hostage, had no time for trivialities. "Shut up," Muzhuer threatened. "Stop immediately. What if I refuse?" As her words fell, a volley of arrows was unleashed, and the Tartars showed no regard for the hostage's life. Li Qing, alarmed, quickly raised his sword to block the incoming arrows, shielding the woman as well. He understood that if she perished, his own fate would be sealed. "Stop this at once," Li Qing exclaimed in desperation. "What do you truly want? Release me, and I assure you, I will let you go," Muzhuer replied. "You have no other choice. You have seen it for yourself. If you advance, they will attack without hesitation. Why should I trust you?" Muzhuer, contemplating her own survival, inquired, "Is there a military supervisor named Li Qing among you? I have connections with him." Li Qing was taken aback, bewildered by her words. When had he forged any ties with a Yuan woman? "I don't know how you obtained this information, but you are mistaken," he retorted. "I am Li Qing, but I do not know any Yuan women." Muzhuer paused, her eyes widening in surprise as she observed his battered visage in the dim light. Upon recognizing him, she exclaimed, "It really is you. Don't you remember me?" Li Qing, confused, replied, "Who are you?" Over 2 decades had passed, and given that Muzhuer held little significance in his memories, her image had long faded. He had convinced himself that she was dead and could not associate her with the woman before him. "Think harder," she urged. "Spare me your theatrics," Li Qing replied dismissively. "If you do not speak plainly, I will take us both to our demise." Surprisingly, Muzhuer appeared unperturbed and laughed. "If I cannot have you, then obtaining your corpse will suffice." Li Qing, exasperated, felt the presence of thousands of Tartars watching keenly, rendering him hesitant to act violently. "What happened to your face? Tell me, who are you?" Without further ado, Muzhuer introduced herself. "Princess of the Fishing Sea, Muzhuer. Does that ring a bell?" Li Qing was momentarily stunned as fragmented memories resurfaced. After a considerable pause, he finally recalled her, exclaiming, "You are still alive. It seems you wished for my demise." His astonishment was merely that, astonishment. Li Qing forced a smile and scrutinized her wild, fierce eyes, confirming his recognition. "Who is your current leader?" "Do not attempt to extract information from me," Muzhuer retorted. "If you wish to die, we shall perish together. If you wish to live, release me. I, Muzhuer, always keep my promises." Li Qing chuckled. "Firstly, I do not wish to die. Secondly, I am not trying to extract anything from you. Violence is futile. Let us calmly discuss matters." After a moment's pause, he remarked, "If your Tatar tribe is willing to submit to the Ming dynasty, just as the Walla did, the court shall not resort to arms against you. Should you choose to return to the embrace of the Ming, I assure you that the treatment afforded to the Han people shall equally extend to you. For over a century, let our descendants live as one family." He jested. "Would you wish for me to bear children with you?" "Merely a metaphor." Li Qing continued, "War brings no benefit to either side. Is peaceful coexistence not preferable? Take for instance the tribes that initially chose to ally with the Ming. They are flourishing now, having learned to cultivate the land and build their own homes, no longer exposed to the elements." He enumerated numerous advantages, concluding, "Of course, the Ming shall also bestow official titles upon your leaders, safeguarding your vested interests." Muzhuer pondered for a moment and replied, "If you can divorce them and marry me, I might persuade our chief." Li Qing, with a hint of resignation, said, "I have grown old and marred. There is no need to discuss this further." Muzhuer, feeling both embarrassed and irritated, demanded, "Do you intend to leave or not?" "I must go." "Then begone." She freed herself from him, dismounting her horse, and insisted, "Hurry and leave before I change my mind." With a sigh, Li Qing turned his horse and departed. Watching him fade into the distance, Mu Zhui'er smiled confidently, thinking, the Ming army is not so formidable. In a few years, we will surely return to the Central Plains, and then you shall have no say in the matter. Chapter 37. You should wear a mask to court in the future. To avoid a direct confrontation with the Tatar forces, Li Qing deliberately took a longer route, taking 4 days to return to the camp. The battle had long concluded, and the Ming army was in the process of regrouping. I'm glad to see you back, said Lan Yu, exhaling deeply. Let us rest for a night, and we shall return home tomorrow. Li Qing inquired, how did the battle fare? We gained a slight advantage, Lan Yu replied. However, the destruction of so many tents means our efforts were not in vain. After a pause, he added, before winter sets in, the Tatars will undoubtedly raid the Walla. All things considered, our expedition this time hasn't been too grievous. He expressed some regret. If only I had commanded an army of 100,000. The situation would be quite different. Li Qing remained silent for a moment, then comforted him. Given that we lost nearly half our forces at the outset, achieving this outcome is commendable. You have done your utmost. Lan Yu offered a wry smile, lamenting, it is unfortunate that this final battle did not meet our expectations. Li Qing too felt helpless. With Qiu Fu dead, what more could be done? The next day, the army began its march back to the capital, and the soldiers wore grim expressions. From an initial force of 100,000, fewer than 40,000 remained. Over 60,000 had perished, and they had only slain nearly 30,000 of the enemy. Despite burning the Tatar encampment, the losses remained irreparable. Wang Tsong and Li Yuan were particularly despondent, reflecting that had they not been so reckless and overconfident, the outcome would not have been so dire. They also witnessed the prowess of the Duke of Liang. The meritorious figures of the Jingnan campaign truly pale in comparison to those of the founding era. To lose over 40,000 men at the outset and still achieve this level of success is indeed impressive. However, if one were to disregard their contingent and focus solely on Lan Yu's forces, it is clear that the Ming army held the advantage. Yet, averaging the losses, the situation appeared grim. The soldiers fared well enough, dutifully following orders. Even in defeat, they could not be held accountable. However, the generals were in a different predicament. Initially, their campaign had been commendable, but such a disastrous outcome could lead to penalties for them as well. Who could they turn to for justice? Qiu Fu, alas, had perished. Otherwise, the generals would have vented their wrath upon him. In early September, Zhu Di received military reports and, upon comprehending their contents, was so incensed that he nearly overturned the table. He bellowed skyward, Qiu Fu's incompetence. The loss of over 40,000 men before the battle had even begun was an affront he could scarcely endure. In his fury, Zhu Di stripped Qiu Fu of his title, yet this did little to quell his ire, prompting him to consider exiling Qiu Fu's family. Fortunately, he was persuaded otherwise by Su Miaoyan. Ultimately, he merely banished them from Jinling, sending them back to their homeland. Zhu Di felt a profound heartache, yet simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. Had he heeded Li Qing's counsel to appoint Lan Yu, it was conceivable that the entirety of the 100,000-strong army might have been lost. Reflecting on this, he found some solace. Lan Yu was indeed a formidable commander. Zhu Di mused, under such circumstances, to achieve this outcome was commendable. Even were I in his position, I could scarcely have fared better. Yet, even disregarding Zhu Yuntong, Lan Yu's age was a concern. Zhu Di found himself in a quandary, surveying his surroundings and realizing there was not a single capable leader in sight. The only one who might barely shoulder the mantle of command was Zhang Fu. However, after the debacle with Qiu Fu, Zhu Di harbored doubts about Zhang Fu's capabilities. After much contemplation, only one option remained, himself. With a heavy sigh, Zhu Di envied his father. In his father's day, the stars of military prowess were plentiful. Especially in the early Hongwu era, any choice made would scarcely miss the mark, each one a formidable talent. Whenever it came time for expedition, his father would grapple with the decision of whom to send. As for Zhu Di, he faced no such dilemma, for there was not a single reliable officer available. With a resigned breath, Zhu Di resolved, once I have resolved the matters at hand, I shall personally lead the northern expedition. By early October, the army returned. Li Qing, Lan Yu, and the other generals entered the palace to report back. To their surprise, Zhu Di did not erupt in fury. Instead, he hosted a banquet in their honor. This gesture relieved the generals greatly, filling them with gratitude. Zhu Di was a perceptive ruler, refraining from distributing blame for Qiu Fu's failures among them. Anticipating next year's northern campaign, he understood the necessity of retaining these capable commanders, thus choosing not to be unduly harsh. Aside from Wang Tsong, who faced punishment, Li Yuan received a token penalty of a year's salary, while the others were granted rewards. The martial generals, being inherently emotional, were deeply moved by the emperor's astuteness and benevolence, feeling an overwhelming urge to risk their lives for him. After the festivities concluded, Zhu Di summoned Li Qing privately and, frowning, inquired, "How did you sustain such grave injuries?" "On the battlefield, blades are blind," Li Qing replied with a nonchalant smile. However, the grin tugged at his wounds, rendering it grotesque, robbing him of his former handsomeness. He continued, "There is an unwritten rule in the court. Those of unpleasing appearance cannot attend. Given my current visage, I suppose I need not concern myself with court duties anymore." Zhu Di could only manage a bitter smile. "You seem to take it quite well. In this era, one's appearance bore significant weight. Those deemed unattractive, regardless of their talents, found it difficult to hold official positions. Especially within the court, gazing around, not a single face appeared unattractive. Once upon a time, you were renowned as a handsome young man." Zhu Di expressed a twinge of sympathy. "As a physician, is there no way for you to recover?" Li Qing responded with a bitter smile. "The injury is too severe. The flesh is laid bare. How could it possibly heal? That is indeed a lamentable circumstance. Your Majesty, there is no need to grieve for me. Perhaps you could don a mask when attending court in the future." Zhu Di's abrupt suggestion caught Li Qing off guard, though it was indeed a thought he entertained. "Your Majesty, does your conscience not ache?" Zhu Di nodded. "It does. But it matters not. For the sake of the Ming dynasty, I shall endure the pain, and you need not feel sorrow on my behalf." Li Qing replied, "Please return and rest well." Zhu Di, ever the optimist, said, "We shall remember your contributions this time." Li Qing, interrupting his ramblings, directly asked, "Your Majesty, what reward shall you bestow upon me?" "Whatever you desire, I shall not refuse," Zhu Di declared generously. Li Qing understood that such words were mere platitudes, so he nonchalantly replied, "Let us see the reward." Zhu Di pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about 1,000 taels of gold? Wouldn't that be 1,000 strings of cash?" Li Qing queried suspiciously. "You are quite the miser," Zhu Di retorted. "It is indeed genuine gold." "Very well. Thank you for your gracious favor, Your Majesty." Li Qing chuckled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned to exit. Li Qing. Li Qing glanced back. "Is there something else, Your Majesty?" Zhu Di stated earnestly, "In my heart, you remain as handsome and dashing as ever." Truly, a man's exterior holds little significance. Do not dwell on it too much. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Thank you for your comforting words, Your Majesty. I truly do not mind." "That is good to hear." Zhu Di smiled. "Rest well and take care. Off you go." Upon returning home, the three ladies, upon seeing his state, wept profusely. "Enough. Do not cry," Li Qing jested. "Do you think I have lost my good looks?" "Not at all. It is because we are pained for you," Wan Ling said with a quivering voice. "Sir, how could you have sustained such injuries? It must hurt terribly." "I no longer feel pain," Li Qing reassured them as he ushered the three ladies inside, securing the door. "They need not fret. I have done this intentionally." They were already aware of the secret to longevity, and Li Qing felt no need to conceal the truth. "If I wished to recover, it would not take long. This is merely a ruse to mislead others." "Is that truly the case?" The three ladies expressed their disbelief. "How could it be false?" Li Qing replied with a smile. "Wan Ling, you are skilled. Please craft me a beautiful mask." "A mask might suffice," Hong Xiu remarked, "yet it cannot conceal your long hair. Perhaps we should create a complete headpiece." "Indeed," Li Qing chuckled. "Please design something splendid." The three ladies nodded in agreement. At that moment, a maid's voice called from outside. "Master, a guest has arrived." "Very well, I acknowledge it," Li Qing called back. "I shall attend to the guest now. We shall converse more this evening." "Understood." The three ladies replied obediently. In the courtyard, Li Jinglong stood beneath a fruit tree, elegantly wielding a folding fan, his demeanor effortlessly charming. This was his signature style, never departing from it throughout the seasons. "My dear brother has arrived," Li Qing remarked with a smile. "Come, let us discuss in the guest hall. Attendants, prepare food and drink." "Perhaps it is best to abstain, as it may hinder your recovery," Li Jinglong suggested. "I heard from Lan Yu that you have been injured, so I came to see you." Gazing upon Li Qing's ghastly wound, he felt a tinge of melancholy. As a military supervisor, what need was there for such reckless bravado? The situation had indeed been dire. Li Qing, unfazed, chuckled lightly, remarking that it was no grave matter. The injury had been secured, and there was no reason to abstain from wine. After not seeing each other for over half a year, it was high time they enjoyed a drink together. Such a wish I would never presume to request, replied Li Jinglong, as he unfurled his fan, gracefully waving it with an air of elegance. Suddenly, he realized that this might hurt Li Qing's feelings, and hastily discarded the fan, forcing a laugh. Winter is nearly upon us. The air has turned quite chilly, hasn't he? Li Qing nodded, a smile gracing his lips, touched by the sentiment. The two took their seats, and shortly thereafter, the table was laden with food and drink. Just as they were about to indulge, Xiao Peng arrived. The trio exchanged pleasantries before settling down to eat and drink. Throughout the meal, Xiao Peng and Li Jinglong offered comforting words, and Li Qing appeared to appreciate their efforts, putting both at ease. Chapter 38. Overwhelming. Still overwhelming, Xiao Peng, burdened with official duties, excused himself after the feast, leaving the two to continue their conversation. Li Qing poured another drink for Li Jinglong, inquiring with a smile, "Are you no longer quarreling with Lanyu? At his age, what is there left to argue about?" Li Jinglong scoffed, "I do not engage with the elderly." Li Qing chuckled in agreement. As dusk fell, the two parted ways. Before departing, Li Jinglong advised, "Take a broader view. Your presence matters not. Many issues are beyond personal control. You are not young anymore. It is perfectly fine to savor life." "Of course, I understand," Li Qing teased, "though it seems you perpetually wear a countenance of unfulfilled ambition." "Oh," Li Jinglong laughed heartily, a smile tinged with resignation. "I shall take my leave. We will converse again another day." Li Qing enjoyed a few days of tranquility at home. During this time, Hong Xiu conceptualized and Lian Xiang painted, while Wan Ling skillfully crafted a splendid headpiece for him. The headpiece was exquisite, neither cumbersome nor suffocating when worn. Their thoughtful efforts ensured that it did not hinder his ability to eat and drink, much to Li Qing's satisfaction. After a couple more leisurely days, Li Qing resumed his duties at court. His appearance during the morning assembly drew the attention of the officials, though they had heard whispers of the middle-aged gentleman's disfigurement. Being seasoned diplomats, none dared to expose his scars in public. Thus, the debut of Li Qing's headpiece did not cause a stir. In truth, he was quite pleased with it, as it spared him the trouble of makeup in the future. Following the afternoon court session, Li Qing received a summons to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, where he found Dao Yan already present. With a smile, he greeted, "Old monk, you still draw breath. How fares your health?" Dao Yan, his expression darkened, replied curtly, "Living a few more years is no issue. Please, have a seat." Zhu Di gestured to the chairs nearby. "I have summoned you both to discuss the strategic deployment for the northern expedition." After a pause, he continued, "I intend to launch a simultaneous assault against the Tatars, the Walla, and the Yula. Your Majesty, think carefully." The two men interjected, shaking their heads in unison. Zhu Di was not taken aback, responding, "Elaborate on your reasoning." "Let the Duke of Yongqing speak first." Dao Yan remained reserved. Li Qing, however, was forthright, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe it prudent to focus solely on the Tatars and Walla. The Yula's influence is too weak to warrant such extensive efforts against them. That is untenable," came the retort. Dao Yan shook his head and remarked, "In my humble opinion, we should focus solely on the Tatars. The Tatars represent the northern Yuan's legitimacy and wield significant influence on the steppes. Thus, it is imperative to confront them. However, there is no necessity to engage the Walla, as their power pales in comparison to that of the Tatars. Moreover, should the Tatars suffer setbacks, the Walla will inevitably retaliate against them, unwittingly aiding our cause. Considering they have already expressed a willingness to submit and pay tribute, it would be unwise to strike against them." Dao Yan advised, "Let us strive for a balance of power on the grasslands, ensuring their internal strife continues. That is the best strategy. One must not underestimate the Walla." Li Qing, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "Your Majesty, should they grow too formidable, they will undoubtedly launch an offensive against the Ming." "And what of it?" Dao Yan chuckled. "Let the Tatars contend with the Tatars, and the Walla with the Walla." After a moment's pause, the Duke of Yongqing considered the notion of achieving complete victory in a single campaign to be unrealistic, as it would only compel the Tatars and Walla to unite, inadvertently aiding their consolidation. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words, pondering for a moment before conceding. "Then let us first confront the Tatars. However, I still believe we must also engage the Walla. Zhu Di contemplated this and said, I believe it would be prudent to confront them simultaneously, thus saving us considerable effort. Your Majesty, think carefully, Dao Yin interjected with a serious expression. Should you choose that course, it will undoubtedly accelerate their unification, which is a most foolish strategy. Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Di, too, found himself deep in thought. He still yearned for a decisive resolution, yet upon careful reflection, he found merit in Dao Yan's counsel. Let us tackle them one at a time then. Zhu Di exhaled deeply and added, I have already established temporary granaries in several locations outside the pass, which will expedite the army's march. Yet, I feel this is still insufficient. Historically, the Ming's northern expeditions have not exceeded 150,000 troops, hindered by supply delays. And the lengthy marches have squandered precious time, permitting the Yuan forces to prepare and even retreat at their leisure. As they say, speed is of the essence in warfare. You too are resourceful. Do you have any suggestions? Dao Yin shook his head, stating, I can offer some ideas, but I am not well versed in the art of war. The Duke of Yongqing should have a solution. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Dao Yin, contemplating for a moment before proposing, Your Majesty. The current practice of centralized transportation of supplies via large carts, only to be handed over at the last moment, is inefficient. Instead, we should have dedicated supply troops manage the provisions from start to finish. Furthermore, if we were to replace the large carts with smaller ones, we could navigate difficult terrains without delaying our march due to supply issues, although this would incur greater costs. Money is not an obstacle, Zhu Di replied. 3 months ago, Sambao returned with significant profits for the treasury, and he has already set off again. In 2 years, he will bring back another substantial sum. We can afford this expense. After a brief pause, he continued, Nonetheless, I still find it lacking in speed. Do you have any means to accelerate this further? Li Qing smiled wryly. This is already the limit of human capacity. To hasten the process further, we would need to employ horses, but they are intended for combat. However, if we were to utilize a large number of them, that could indeed work. What sort of method do you propose? Zhu Di inquired. Donkeys, Li Qing suggested. Your Majesty could requisition them or directly purchase several tens of thousands. Utilizing donkeys in place of human labor would undoubtedly increase speed significantly. Moreover, these creatures can also serve as a source of provisions. Donkey meat is quite delectable. I digress. Li Qing continued earnestly. Donkeys are not only useful, but they can also be consumed. They are perfectly suited for arduous tasks. Zhu Di, with a decisive clap of his thigh, proclaimed, It is settled. A confident smile spread across his face as he spiritedly declared, Next year, during the northern expedition, what I desire is overwhelming dominance. Overwhelming dominance, indeed. Li Qing responded with enthusiasm. Your Majesty, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the Tatar tribes in one decisive strike. The emperor is indeed wise. They exchanged courteous gestures. Zhu Di could not contain his grin and soon began to issue commands. Now, you too, return to your duties. Old monk, you shall instruct the crown prince in his studies, and Li Qing, you will assist the crown prince in governance. As you command, they replied. As evening descended, Li Qing returned home after a day's toil, reclining in his chair to rest. Although the Ming dynasty thrived in power, the lives of the common people remained challenging. For Zhu Di's extravagant expenditures had led to insufficient funds, necessitating increased taxation. Yet, it was precisely due to this lavish spending that the economy flourished. Though the populace faced hardships, as long as they toiled, they would not go hungry. The empire was rife with construction, ensuring work for all. With a sigh, Li Qing murmured to himself, National strength and the welfare of the people cannot be reconciled unless we achieve an industrial leap, aligning the interests of the state, citizens, and gentry in unison. He then chuckled ruefully, not to mention the lack of foundational support for such an endeavor, even if there were. The constraints of the feudal dynasty would hinder its implementation. Alas, my master speaks the truth. What troubles you, sir? Wan Ling inquired, offering a cup of hot tea. Li Qing accepted the tea, took a sip, and replied, It is nothing, merely a reflection on my master's words. Your master, the immortal Zhang, what wisdom did he impart? Wan Ling asked curiously. Li Qing recounted. He spoke of a ruler rising every 500 years, flourishing and then fading away. Wan Ling softly noted. That sounds like it is from the Zhuozhuan. Indeed, Li Qing was unaware of the source of this phrase. Throughout the years, immersed in the realm of power, he had come to appreciate the profound truth it conveyed. Are you troubled by the state of the nation? Wanling asked, sensing his concern for the people. Li Qing shook his head. It is merely a moment of contemplation. In truth, he had already conceived a method to exert complete control over the civil officials, thereby fortifying imperial authority. To utterly subjugate the populace and reinforce the feudal structure, he envisioned implementing oppressive measures, treating the officials as mere household servants and disregarding the common people entirely. In essence, it boiled down to one word: slaughter. Slaughter that would compel the gentry to submit entirely, and slaughter that would deter the common folk from rising against them. Ultimately, such actions would ensure the emperor's absolute command. However, this path would yield a dire consequence: the erosion of cultural continuity. When the thoughts of the people are entirely shackled, they become no different from mere automatons. Throughout history, only the Yuan and later the Qing dynasties adopted such measures. Fortunately, the Yuan's reign was brief, sparing it from significant repercussions, while the Qing. You are overthinking it and being overly idealistic, Wanling gently interjected. Why not adopt a more open-minded perspective? As you just stated, every 500 years, a ruler will undoubtedly rise. Regardless of your presence, someone will ultimately take action, will they not? With a smile, Wanling softly uttered a taboo phrase. I believe that in several hundred years, a ruler shall emerge to create new glories. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with delight. Chapter 39, The Dimensional Strike. The grand drama of rivalry between the brothers Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoqi unfolded, albeit with less fervor than the fierce contention witnessed between Zhu Yuntong and Zhu Yunwen in years past. After all, Zhu Gaoqi had already ascended to the position of crown prince. The civil and military officials displayed their talents, intertwining their interests. Among the military, Zhang Fu and Ming were staunch supporters of Zhu Gaoqi, given their familial ties to the crown prince. In the realm of civil officials, many had pledged allegiance to the Han King, with the efficacy of golden beans still prevailing. Not everyone, like Li Qing, was inclined to accept money without action. Moreover, Zhu Di's evident favoritism towards the second son provided an opportunity for some fence-sitters among the civil officials. Everyone yearned for a share of the dragon's merits. Yet, the majority of civil officials continued to rally behind the elder brother. The two factions engaged in ongoing skirmishes, yet remained within a controllable scope, battling under the rules established by Zhu Di. After all, the eminent scholar and chief editor of the Yongle Encyclopedia was still imprisoned, and no one wished to follow in his footsteps. The brothers, or rather their supporters, engaged in both overt and covert struggles, while Zhu Di reaped the benefits, preparing troops for war, supervising canal construction, and developing the capital. Each was engrossed in their own affairs, oblivious to the others. As a favored figure in the imperial court, Li Qing naturally became a coveted target for both sides, with representatives frequently visiting his residence. He welcomed all visitors, accepted gifts, yet remained non-committal, offering no promises. As time elapsed, the visits dwindled. In the spring of the 8th year of Yongle, Zhu Di gathered elite troops from the three main camps, preparing to launch a campaign against the Tatars. Simultaneously, he entrusted state affairs to the crown prince. As the crown prince and the future heir of the Ming dynasty, you must not be complacent, Zhu Di stated sternly. In political matters, you must develop your own perspective. Do not merely heed the incessant chatter of civil officials. One must think thrice before acting and discern the essence of issues. I shall remember this, father, replied the young prince, bowing in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Di inquired, after I leave the capital, it is inevitable that someone will plead for Xie Jin. If such a situation arises, will you release him? Xie Jin has committed no grave offense, and he contributed to the compilation of the encyclopedia. Why should father? I already know. Zhu Di interjected, furious. Your understanding is too shallow. The issue does not lie with Xie Jin, but rather with your actions, which would reveal your weakness to the civil officials. Remember, this individual must not be released. I shall remember, the young prince sighed. Father, the realm requires proper governance. Maintaining this pressure indefinitely is not a solution. Zhu Di replied coolly, if you think this way, one day you shall fall victim to them. A prosperous realm requires civil officials. But that does not mean we can allow them to rise unchecked. We can let the horse run, but we must not let it graze. The young prince responded, and upon seeing his lack of understanding, Zhu Di scoffed. If they feast today, they will yearn for meat tomorrow. In any case, while civil officials are necessary, they must also be kept in check. I understand, the young prince affirmed. Well then, you may return to your duties, Zhu Di gestured, and as his eldest son departed, he called out, bring forth the Han King to meet me. After a brief interval, Zhu Gaoxiu hurried in. I pay my respects to father. Long live the emperor. Rise. Zhu Di said with a smile. Take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you. Is it about the expedition? As Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, he proclaimed, Father, I am willing to accompany you in the campaign against the Tartars. However, Zhu Di shook his head, insisting, you must remain in the capital. I cannot rest easy with you absent. I place my trust only in you. Initially, Zhu Gaoxiu's expression darkened, but it soon brightened with joy, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhu Di, regaining his composure, inquired, What would you have me do, father? The response was resolute. Watch over the eldest. If anyone harbored reservations about the eldest, it would undoubtedly be the second. Zhu Di's arrangement was not only to prevent any opportunistic maneuvers by the civil officials during his absence, but also stemmed from a deeper concern, fear of the eldest usurping power. Though the likelihood was minimal, Zhu Di's naturally suspicious disposition left him uneasy. His throne had been seized. He feared his son might follow suit. Moreover, should the eldest harbor such intentions, the civil officials would undoubtedly rally to support him. Zhu Di was acutely aware of the animosity the officials held towards him. Thus he remained vigilant. Rest assured, father, I shall keep a close watch on him. Any hint of unrest will be meticulously recorded, Zhu Gaoxiu vowed earnestly. Good. With you here, I can be at ease, Zhu Di replied with a satisfied smile, before continuing to elaborate on his grand plans. When the second left the Qingqing palace, he wore a foolish grin. 5 days later, the army set forth. Although Li Qing was reluctant, he was compelled to serve as military overseer. This time, a formidable force of 180,000 was mobilized for the campaign, and when accounting for supply troops, the total exceeded 500,000. The supply lines were exceptionally well established, with temporary granaries set up in advance, and the army's logistics, including donkeys and carts, ensured an unprecedented pace of advance that could only be described as terrifying. In less than 50 days, the army reached the predetermined battlefield. The speed of their advance caught the Tartars completely off guard. The immense force, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, rendered any thought of resistance futile. The Tartars' resolve shattered, and Muzhu's ambitions were crushed. The outcome was painfully evident. Retreat. Without hesitation, Muzhu ordered a relocation. Fighting was out of the question. They were simply unable to engage. The Yuan people's homes were merely tents, and theoretically, they could flee by dismantling them. However, the reality was more complex, as they needed to take with them their means of survival, cattle and sheep. Upon receiving news of the Tartars' retreat, Zhu Di wasted no time and immediately pursued them. He had no concerns regarding supply lines. They were robust and well managed, with ample soldiers dedicated to logistics, rendering fears of ambushes unnecessary. Inspired by Li Qing, he had even equipped the artillery with wheels, allowing for a swift pursuit. Unlike Lan Yu, Zhu Di was an emperor. His personal involvement in the campaign inspired unparalleled morale among the troops. Every soldier was willing to lay down their life. And with such overwhelming numbers, they were emboldened and charged forward relentlessly. Li Qing had overseen military operations several times, but this was the first time he encountered such an abundant campaign. It could be said that as long as Zhu Di did not make any foolish moves, defeat was utterly improbable. Zhu Di's audacious strategy left even the most formidable Tartar leader with no chance of victory. The Ming army relentlessly pursued, and on the 5th day, finally caught up with the fleeing Tartar forces. Muzhu, his eyes wide with desperation, immediately commanded 50,000 elite troops to obstruct the Ming army's advance, buying precious time for the clan's escape. No more retreating, it is now my turn. Zhu Di smiled coldly as the divine machine camp advanced, with 3,000 troops launching a flanking assault while the 5 armies' camp pressed forward head-on. The clamor of battle echoed, thundering cannon fire and the rapid discharge of arrows. Kill. The 3 major camps coordinated seamlessly, charging into the Tartar forces. In a desperate bid to buy time for their tribe, the Tartars fought valiantly against the Ming army. Yet, in terms of numbers, morale, and combat strength, the Ming forces overwhelmingly dominated. This campaign was unlike any previous northern expedition. It was a true manifestation of dimensionality reduction in warfare, as Zhu Di orchestrated a tactical revolution that maximized the Ming army's combat prowess. First came the bombardment, which disordered the enemy formations, followed by a cavalry charge that left the Tartars in disarray, and finally, the five armies' camp engaged directly in a fierce confrontation. The Tartars had no means of defense against this relentless combination of assaults. The Ming army's might was so formidable that the Tartars' will to fight crumbled into despair, leaving them no choice but to flee. The Ming forces pursued relentlessly, delivering a thorough beating upon catching up. Ultimately, the Tartars, faced with no alternatives, abandoned a substantial number of cattle and sheep as they fled for their lives. The pursuit lasted for over 10 days before Zhu Di halted to tally the results of the engagement. In this battle, nearly 17,000 enemy troops were annihilated, and over 8,000 cattle and sheep were captured, while the Ming army suffered just over 2,000 casualties and 5,000 injuries. However, overall, the spoils of this campaign were not substantial. The costs incurred by the Ming forces were considerable, making the gains seem insufficient in comparison. Nevertheless, the significance of this battle was profound, instilling fear in the Tartars and leaving them trembling at the might of the Ming. After a few days of rest for the troops, Zhu Di consulted a map, preparing to confront the Walla tribe, aiming to subdue both tribes in one decisive blow. Yet, the Walla, being astute, anticipated a Ming strike and had vacated their stronghold well in advance. However, they dared not offend Zhu Di and sent emissaries bearing 3,000 sheep and 5,000 horses as a congratulatory gesture for his victory. Mahamu, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, understood that further conflict would compel him to resist the Ming. Zhu Di graciously accepted the gifts, commending Mahamu to maintain this amicable stance. In early August, the army returned to the capital. From the moment they set out to engage in battle and ultimately return, the entire campaign spanned merely 5 months, a remarkably swift endeavor. In the following month, the Uryankid came to pay tribute, presenting generous offerings. Subsequently, the Tartar chieftain Alutai visited the court to express his willingness to submit to the Ming, stating that his tribe was preparing tribute, expected to arrive by winter at the latest. This victory had instilled profound fear across the Mongolian tribes, reshaping their perception of the Ming and leaving them in trepidation. Chapter 40. The second reduction of feudal states. The Tartars, being the legitimate Mongolian lineage, their submission bore immense significance. Zhu Di hosted a banquet for Alutai, assuring him that as long as they remained compliant, the Ming would not treat them unjustly. Alutai displayed great humility, intimidated by their defeat and aware of their dependence on the Ming. The atmosphere during the feast was cordial. Li Qing felt an uncanny familiarity with Alutai, as if he had encountered him somewhere before, though the memory eluded him. As the banquet concluded, Alutai clasped his hands and respectfully addressed, "Your Majesty, we hope you can restrain the Walla tribe." After a moment's pause, "Since the return of His Majesty the Emperor, the Walla has begun to harass our Tartar people. Now we too have pledged allegiance to the Ming dynasty, hoping to receive its protection." Following 2 consecutive battles, the Tartars have suffered significant losses, and the Walla has become increasingly unruly. Zhu Di readily agreed, reassuring, "Fear not, I shall send someone to speak with Mahamud. They are all my subjects, and I shall remain impartial." Arutai was overjoyed and respectfully bowed, saying, "I thank His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming. The Tartar clan faces both internal strife and external threats. I must not linger for long. After a few months, I shall return to pay my respects to Your Majesty." "Very well, attend to your affairs," Zhu Di replied gently. "Travel safely." "Yes, I take my leave." Once Arutai departed, Zhu Di's smile turned contemplative. The plan had finally taken shape, and the borders could remain stable for a considerable time, justifying the immense expenditure and the deployment of 500,000 troops. Li Qing also displayed a smile, appearing quite pleased. Although the military campaign had been costly, the political outcomes were extraordinary. "Li Qing, accompany me to the imperial study for a discussion." "Very well." Upon reaching the study and after the eunuchs had left, Zhu Di got straight to the point. "The treasury is running low. Do you have any strategies to enhance its revenues?" "Speak freely," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "Wealth is limited. To fill the treasury, we must rely on the affluent." "Go on," Zhu Di urged. "The feudal lords and the gentry," Li Qing explained, "possess vast lands and are exempt from taxation. How can the state prosper under such conditions? Officials enjoy tax exemptions, and numerous landlords and wealthy gentry will register land in their names to legally evade taxes. This not only diminishes the treasury's income, but also strengthens the gentry's cohesion. Zhu Di sighed bitterly. This has been the case throughout history. Any forced change would provoke tremendous upheaval, especially since I have already curtailed the gentry's financial avenues. If I were to proceed in this manner, the realm would surely descend into chaos. After a pause, he continued, even if I were to enforce such measures, after my demise, the situation would revert. Throughout history, the gentry have shared the realm, and has the Ming dynasty been any different? Li Qing, feeling helpless, remarked. Yet if no changes are made, land consolidation will worsen. The interests of the gentry are severely compromised, while the feudal lords remain unaffected. The lands of the feudal lords have grown prodigious. With an increasing number of royal clans, Your Majesty should deliberate carefully. Are we to provoke the feudal lords? Zhu Di's frown deepened. If my father were to know how I treat the royal family, it would be. Li Qing interjected. If Jiang Wen dared to diminish the feudal lord's power, why should Your Majesty hesitate? What do you fear? It is not fear, Zhu Di insisted. I am a person of deep loyalty. While others might believe such words from him, it seemed disingenuous coming from the fourth prince who had long contemplated eliminating his nephew. Li Qing, exasperated, said, I have laid out the options. Whether to implement them is for Your Majesty to decide. Look at you. Have I ever said I wouldn't? Zhu Di sighed. Share your proposals. Reform the hereditary system, Li Qing stated earnestly. The eldest sons of the feudal lords remain as lords, but the other sons are titled as princes. The heirs of the princes remain princes, while their other sons are demoted a rank. If this pattern continues, in over a century, these royal clans will burden the finances of the Ming. How to implement such a change? Li Qing pondered for a moment. The title of the feudal prince could indeed be inherited, but only the princely title could be passed down through the generations. As for the other offspring, the court would support them until they reached the age of 20, at which point they would receive a sum of money. And then, there was no further development. Li Qing forced a smile, remarking that this arrangement seemed insufficient. Zhu Di shook his head, asserting that such a resolution would be utterly unacceptable to them. Inevitably, these individuals would band together in rebellion, which would be detrimental to the nation. What is your stance, Your Majesty? Let us find a middle ground, Zhu Di replied. The other children, apart from the legitimate heir, shall see their inheritance diminished by 2 ranks, and this reduction will continue until they are reduced to commoners. This approach would likely render them more agreeable. Li Qing nodded in resignation, acknowledging that this was a reasonable solution. Zhu Di spoke earnestly, advising him not to involve himself in this matter, for it would surely invite retaliation. This villainy was one he would undertake himself. I am grateful for your generosity, Your Majesty, Li Qing said, bowing respectfully. Furthermore, Your Majesty, with the canal project underway and the capital construction on track, what of the Han Prince? Let him remain as he is. Zhu Di stretched lazily, remarking that his departure could stir up trouble, which would be quite favorable. Let them continue to vie amongst themselves, thus sparing me from annoyance. Li Qing nodded and took his leave. Zhu Di acted swiftly. The following day, he broached the subject of reducing the titles of the feudal princes in the court. This time, the officials did not voice opposition, as they were not affected by the changes. The proceedings went smoothly, the edict was swiftly issued, and it was dispatched to the various feudal princes. Li Qing sensed that tranquility was about to be disrupted once more. When it concerns personal interests, urgency arises. The feudal princes would not accept this passively. As anticipated, 2 months later, the princes converged in the capital. They dared not incite chaos, but rather lamented their plight, leaving Zhu Di with no choice but to offer consolation. However, the princes were not easily appeased. Invoking ancestral traditions, they could provoke Zhu Di's ire. The inheritance of the princely titles had been decreed by the late Emperor Zhu. Zhu Di, feeling the weight of guilt, could not retaliate. Ultimately, he could no longer endure their persistent grievances and summoned Li Qing for counsel. Li Qing inquired, Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on this matter? Let them weep and wail. I have made my decision, Zhu Di replied with a resolute demeanor, only to add sheepishly, naturally. It would be preferable if they could accept it with equanimity. Li Qing smiled and nodded. I have a plan. You have a scheme? Zhu Di's eyes brightened, urging him to speak swiftly. The censors shall impeach them. Is that feasible? Li Qing asserted confidently, indeed, for the emperor is sovereign, and they are subjects. As the saying goes, when the sovereign commands, the subjects must comply, and therein lies the power of the censors to cast them into disgrace. How utterly distasteful. Zhu Di shot him a glare. Very well, let us give it a try. The next day, the censors, whom Zhu Di typically despised, took action. Each one transformed into a keyboard warrior, launching a barrage of critiques against the feudal princes. These individuals had always been audacious, daring to impeach the emperor himself. So they certainly held the princes in contempt. The censors' right to speak was, in essence, a license to speak without accountability. In no time, the princes of Qing, Jin, Shu, and Dai found themselves subjected to a wave of online harassment. The censors were quite adept in their impeachment, beginning their statements with phrases like, "It is said," and "I have heard," skillfully spinning tales. After all, it was merely hearsay, and no one knew the source. Among the princes, many had unsavory pasts. Subjected to such scathing denunciations, they were filled with both shock and fury. At this juncture, Zhu Di proclaimed, "To vindicate the innocence of my esteemed nephews, I shall dispatch the Jinhui to conduct a thorough investigation." He adopted an expression of resolute determination to uncover the truth. Witnessing this display, the various princes immediately wilted, reluctantly acquiescing to the reforms of the succession system. Li Qing wore a satisfied expression. Although the changes were not monumental, they were nonetheless beneficial. The future expenditures of the Ming dynasty would be significantly reduced. However, the national treasury remained strained. Zhu Di had taken substantial strides, which evidently strained resources. Li Qing suggested further reductions in the number of artisans. Initially resistant to this notion, Zhu Di was soon awakened to the harsh realities of financial scarcity. All insights were derived from Xia Yuanji, who had taken him on a tour of the treasury. The Ming treasury was indeed depleted, with less than 10 million sure of grain remaining, unable to withstand Zhu Di's whims. There exists a saying, "An emperor does not lack for hungry soldiers, but an army without provisions disbands." Without funds and provisions, the emperor's authority wanes. Thus, Zhu Di softened his stance, hoping for the swift return of the sanbao and the tax revenues of the latter half of the year to replenish the Ming treasury. Chapter 41. The Enshrinement of the Crown Prince. A multitude of nations pay homage. Zhu Di's recent military expedition decisively shattered the ambitions of the northern Yuan, yielding substantial political gains. Several months later, the Tatar Grand Minister Alutai arrived bearing a wealth of tribute. Subsequently, the Wala tribe also dispatched envoys. The mutual gifts of horses, sable furs, and silver marten pelts somewhat alleviated the financial distress of the Ming. Zhu Di, in a gesture of reciprocity, returned gifts of silk and tea, yet overall, the Ming reaped the greater benefit. However, this military campaign also brought unforeseen changes in the struggle for the crown. The officials observed the current emperor's martial fervor and increasingly saw the potential in the Han prince, leading many to pledge their allegiance to him. The influence of the second prince grew ever more formidable, even surpassing that of the eldest. This development caught Zhu Di off guard. It was not the outcome he had anticipated, and the position of crown prince was not in doubt. Zhu Di had no genuine intentions of elevating the second prince. Yet, the second prince proved to be exceedingly useful, and Zhu Di was reluctant to let him depart, as long as the second prince remained. The civil officials and the eldest prince would be kept in check. For an emperor, a modicum of courtly rivalry is not detrimental. Rather, it can be advantageous. Zhu Di desired the eldest prince to be industrious, while the second prince kept him restrained. However, excessive suppression was equally untenable. Thus, he sought Li Qing's counsel. As the year drew to a close, Li Qing was comfortably preparing for the new year, grumbling, "Your Majesty, one does not command so during the festive season." "Enough of your prattling," Zhu Di retorted. "Do you have a plan?" Li Qing, disinterested in the second prince, suggested directly, "Let the Han prince assume a fief." "He cannot leave," Zhu Di replied, shaking his head. Li Qing, exasperated, remarked, "Then draw closer to the crown prince." "That won't do either," Zhu Di stated. "I do not wish for the eldest and the civil officials to savor success." "You've said everything. What more can I say?" Li Qing replied, exasperated. "I am at a loss." "No, you have options." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing suggested, "In that case, let us find an aide for the crown prince." "I do not trust him." "But you can trust him." "Who?" "The crown prince." "Zhangji." Zhu Di paused, then nodded vigorously. "Yes, that is an excellent choice." In the 9th year of Yongle, on the first day of the court assembly, Zhu Di announced a momentous decree. The imperial decree was issued to confer the title of crown prince upon the eldest grandson, thus designating him as the imperial heir. The significance of this title was well understood by the court officials, as the first imperial heir of the Ming dynasty was none other than Jiang Wen. In an instant, the struggle for succession shifted dramatically. The factions supporting the crown prince felt invigorated, as if they had received a potent elixir, while the formidable Han Wang faction adopted a more subdued demeanor. The renewed contention for the throne once again yielded the outcome that Zhu Di desired. The crown prince faction gained the upper hand, whilst the Han Wang faction pursued them relentlessly. Zhu Di, reassured by this turn of events, redirected his focus toward the establishment of the capital and the development of the Grand Canal. The tax revenues from the latter half of the previous year, along with tribute, had finally provided a modest influx of funds into the royal treasury. Consequently, Zhu Di regained his confidence. The construction efforts resumed with vigor. The fourth prince was emboldened, as he anticipated that Sambao would return by the latter half of the year, promising another substantial financial boon. However, the treasury could scarcely withstand Zhu Di's extravagant expenditures. Within a mere 3 months, it found itself once again depleted, unable to await even the tax revenues of the first half of the year. At this juncture, one individual stepped forward, Han Wang, Zhu Gaozu. In a bid to please Zhu Di, he willingly contributed a significant portion of his wealth to support his father's endeavors. The second prince, having received funds, could not remain idle. Thus he too tightened his belt and liquidated a considerable amount of valuable possessions, reportedly even selling furniture. After much effort, he managed to gather a sum, though it paled in comparison to that of the second prince. Witnessing this, Zhu Di promptly convened a grand court session to commend his 2 sons, with particular praise directed towards Han Wang, as he had made the largest financial contribution. Simultaneously, Empress Su Miaoyun also made a donation, prompting Zhu Di to draw from the imperial treasury entirely. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Wang dispatched a substantial amount of funds and provisions, which soon reached the ears of other princes. Though they grumbled, they felt compelled to contribute as well. Despite their reluctance to part with their wealth, the collective resources of the various princes amounted to a significant fortune. The emperor, empress, crown prince, and the entire royal family contributed funds, prompting the noble families to follow suit. The nobles, eager to demonstrate their generosity, began to donate fervently, while the civil officials, intent on suppressing the military, felt compelled to match their contributions. Thus, a fervent wave of donations swept through the court, with Li Qing also contributing a considerable amount. Xia Yuanji, counting the coins, was so elated that he could hardly contain his joy. However, his exuberance was short-lived, as Zhu Di could not tolerate the presence of idle wealth. Upon acquiring funds, he felt an insatiable urge to spend. He promptly issued orders to escalate the construction efforts. Such monumental projects imposed a heavy burden on the populace. While the nation's strength grew, the lives of the common people became increasingly arduous. The proverbial fish and bear's paw could not be had simultaneously. Zhu Di's policies, while undoubtedly sound in the long term, did not bode well for the contemporary populace. To ensure the smooth progression of the projects, the corvée labor system became increasingly oppressive, leaving the people in dire straits. In no time, petitions condemning Zhu Di's actions poured in like snowflakes, with officials vocally criticizing his grandiose ambitions that drained the resources of the people. This was, indeed, a truth. Zhu Di, much like his predecessor, recognized his errors, sought to amend them, yet refused to acknowledge fault. He judiciously lightened the burdens of the corvée labor system, granting the people a modicum of respite, while simultaneously reprimanding those officials who had dared to impugn him. This time, no lives were lost. However, the officials did not fare well, enduring a severe beating that rendered them unable to stand for half a month. Li Qing found it difficult to persuade Zhu Di, nor did he wish to, as only Zhu Di could implement these policies. To halt them now would mean that, by the time they reached the crown prince and the young heir, they would be unimplementable. It is a struggle for one generation to benefit many future ones. Particularly, the Grand Canal, once dredged, could be utilized for generations, its benefits lasting through the ages. All Li Qing could do was to ensure that while these policies were enacted, the common people would suffer as little as possible. With the cabinet in place, Li Qing's workload was manageable, spending less than 2 hours each day on work, offering only pivotal advice, while the remainder of his time was devoted to leisure. As his 3 daughters grew older, Li Qing increasingly cherished the present moments. often taking them out for strolls and occasionally requesting leave to visit Suzhou and Hangzhou to appreciate the magnificent landscapes. In September, the treasure fleet set sail again. This time, the fleet visited even more places: Kampa, Bintanglong, Chenla, Siam, Kalimantan, Javanese, Chola, Gili Mino, Guri, Malacca, Aru, Sumatra, Sulu, and dozens of other nations. The treasures brought back were significantly more than before. The silk and porcelain of the Ming dynasty were revered as divine artifacts, while their local specialties were rare and valuable in Ming. Among them were many items worth their weight in gold. The fleet not only returned with immense wealth, but also brought representatives from numerous countries, each envoy paying homage to the Ming dynasty, establishing tributary trade relations. Such a scene of nations paying tribute filled Zhu Di, his ministers, and even the citizens of the capital with immense pride. A sense of national pride surged forth. At that moment, the Ming was the unrivaled emperor of the world, surpassing even the Roman Empire. Observing the envoys of various hues, hair colors, and even differing eye colors, the court brimmed with pride. The political correctness of venturing to the West was irrefutable to all. Even those officials whose interests were adversely affected could not bring themselves to speak against it. The might of the Ming dynasty resonated throughout the globe. It was a period of unparalleled national strength, with even the barbaric northern Yuan submitting in tribute. At the banquet, Li Qing gazed at these envoys, lost in thought and overwhelmed with emotion. He had never imagined he would have such close encounters with so many foreigners in ancient times, momentarily feeling as though he had returned to a later era. Li Qing. He snapped back to reality and bowed, addressing the emperor. "How is it?" Zhu Di asked with a smile. Seeing the emperor's expectant demeanor brought a smile to Li Qing's face, though he acknowledged that the fourth prince was indeed formidable. "Your Majesty is wise and valiant," he praised, and Zhu Di relished the compliment, declaring with vigor, "I shall elevate the Ming to even greater heights. After me, even if the next ruler merely follows the established policies, the prosperity shall continue." He proclaimed proudly, "The resplendent era I have forged will remain a golden age, no matter who inherits it." Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Your Majesty is indeed enlightened." Though Zhu Di's words were bold, they were grounded in truth. Without the solid foundation laid by Yongle, could there have been the benevolent rule of Rinqian? The large-scale northern expedition, the laborious and costly Grand Canal project, the establishment of a new capital, the construction of magnificent treasure ships to export a multitude of exquisite goods abroad. On the surface, all of these endeavors appear to be exorbitantly expensive and detrimental, seemingly a losing venture. However, this is not entirely accurate. While the costs are indeed substantial, the profits are considerable, and the benefits endure through the ages. Moreover, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Yet, from the perspective of the common people, Zhu Di is not regarded as a commendable emperor. In fact, he is often compared unfavorably to Zhang Wen, who at least reduced several taxes. Zhu Di, on the other hand, did reduce taxes initially, but within a few years, they were reinstated, reaching unprecedented levels during the Ming dynasty, far exceeding those in the Hongwu era. While the Ming dynasty grew stronger, the suffering of its populace intensified. The wealthy gentry endured unbearable hardships, secretly lamenting their plight, yet they dared not express their grievances openly. The civil officials, faced with such a martial emperor, found themselves at a loss for words. Their resentment towards Zhu Di surpasses that directed at Zhu Yuanzhang. Despite the latter having taken more lives, Zhu Di, after all, was a thief of wealth. Regrettably, Zhu Di is not Zhang Wen, who could be easily manipulated. Although the civil officials harbored grievances, they could only suppress their feelings. This growing contradiction was becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet no one dared to act out of fear of Zhu Di's imperial authority. Chapter 42. On the national fortune of the Ming dynasty at the Jiming Temple. Daoyan diligently engaged in his studies with utmost devotion, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoing in the air, undisturbed by Li Qing's arrival. Li Qing, in turn, refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to sit upon a mat and await the completion of Daoyan's tasks. After a quarter of an hour, the wooden fish ceased its sound, and Daoyan smiled, inquiring about Li Qing's unexpected visit. "The emperor mentioned you were unwell, so I came to check on you," Li Qing replied. "Since you are not feeling well, it would be best to refrain from your studies and focus on recuperating. At your age, illness is quite normal." Daoyan, however, remained unfazed. Accustomed to his studies, A single day without them left his thoughts in disarray. Li Qing chuckled lightly, proceeded to examine him, and then prescribed a course of medication, to be taken twice daily after meals. Thank you, Duke Yongqing, Daoyan said, tucking away the prescription. Your medical skills are exceptional, but do you possess any means to restore one's appearance? You, Li Qing retorted, are bringing up a sensitive topic when I am trying to help you with your health. Daoyan smiled knowingly, hinting, it seems that Duke Yongqing is unlike others. Everyone is unique, Li Qing interjected. Take you, for instance, nearing 80, yet your vitality remains robust. I reckon a few more years of life should pose no issue. Daoyan paused and remarked, I am skilled in the arts of yin and yang. I can discern one's fate through their features. Would you allow me to calculate yours? Do you wish for me to remove my headpiece? Dream on, Li Qing responded. Since you can predict so accurately, why not calculate the national fortune of the Ming dynasty? Calculate the national fortune? Daoyan hesitated briefly, then smiled. Is that really necessary? What do you mean? Throughout history, dynasties seldom last beyond 300 years. How could the Ming dynasty be an exception? Daoyan continued, if we consider the national fortune of the Ming, we are currently at its zenith. After the Yongle period, the national strength will inevitably wane and continue to decline. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before countering. If the next sovereign and the one after that are as capable as the current emperor, the national strength could very well remain robust. Continuous national strength will burden the people, Daoyan responded. Daoyan sighed, acknowledging that the current emperor is a wise and formidable ruler, a rare sage among monarchs. However, the Ming dynasty cannot withstand the burden of another such sage, at least not in the immediate future. As time passes, even a successor with noble intentions will struggle to replicate the emperor's greatness. It is a matter of fate and destiny. Daoyan lamented, the tide of history is inexorable. Li Qing, with a soft sigh, inquired, Master, where do you believe this great tide lies? Heaven, earth, and humanity. It is profoundly enigmatic, Daoyan replied. Li Qing probed further, could you elaborate? Daoyan rose, suggesting, let us converse in the side hall. Very well. The old monk certainly possessed considerable wisdom, and Li Qing was eager to discern the nuances of the great tide as perceived by the monk, contrasting it with his own understanding. Upon their arrival at the side hall, Li Qing deliberately secured the door, signaling to Daoyan to speak freely. Let your words flow, for they shall enter my ears unencumbered. Thus liberated from restraint, Daoyan asked, which aspect would you like to hear first? Heaven. Despite being a Taoist, Li Qing did not subscribe to the grand principles of heaven and earth. As a young man of the 21st century, he placed his faith in science. Let us speak of rational and substantiated matters, rather than delving into the realms of Buddhist and Taoist metaphysics, Li Qing interjected. Oh, young Lord Yongqing is indeed a pragmatic individual, Daoyan nodded. Then let us commence with the transition from the late Shang to the early Zhou. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Why not begin with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? That epoch is too distant, and historical records lack substantial value. Daoyan countered, shaking his head. Do you still wish to hear? Proceed. Daoyan continued. I have diligently studied the scriptures and histories, and I have perused numerous records from that era. It is documented that during that time, the heavens and earth were enshrouded in ice, and all things languished. Although history may embellish, it is certain that there was an extended period of extreme cold. This cannot be disputed. The populace depended on the heavens for sustenance, and with barren fields, rebellion was inevitable. Pausing briefly, he added, during the late Han and the Three Kingdoms period, historical accounts once again recorded such frigid weather. And this was not a fleeting phenomenon. It persisted for a considerable duration, gradually easing, but not instantaneously. In this process, the loss of life was staggering. Let it not be assumed that this demographic decline was solely due to warfare. Natural disasters were the true culprits. After sipping from his tea, Daoyan continued. In the late Tang dynasty, the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and the early Song dynasty, severe cold weather reappeared, yielding significant consequences. The recurrence of such extreme cold, do you consider it mere coincidence? Before Li Qing could respond, Daoyan asserted, based on my calculations, such weather will return within 200 years at the latest, beyond the realm of human control. Li Qing remained silent for an extended moment before asking, and what of the earth? Land consolidation, Daoyan replied, spreading his hands. Land consolidation has been a recurring theme throughout history, yet it has never been effectively altered or avoided. Is it that those in power do not desire change? No, they cannot. An emperor is but a human. Governance cannot be executed single-handedly. The emperor relies on bureaucrats to manage the populace. Without authority, bureaucrats cannot govern effectively, compelling the emperor to endow them with power and privileges. However, bureaucrats are also human, driven by self-interest. They will seek to benefit not only the emperor, but also themselves and their families. Thus, bureaucrats will exploit their power to consolidate land, which is the root of the shared governance between emperors and scholars throughout the ages. Li Qing exhaled deeply and said, "Let us speak of the people." Dao Yin, feeling parched from his discourse, drained his cup of tea before continuing. "Let us first discuss the common folk. If we were to liken all the wealth of the Ming dynasty to a vast pancake, as it trickles down from the top, layer by layer, by the time it reaches the hands of the populace, only a few crumbs remain. The Ming dynasty is still in its youth, and its governance is relatively clear, especially when compared to the latter days of the previous dynasty, which prevents chaos among the people. However, as human greed flourishes and the constraints upon officials wane with the change of rulers, the exploitation from above will intensify. Once the interests of the common people are continuously squeezed to their limits from the top down, they will inevitably revolt." Li Qing nodded, as he too had come to similar realizations, yet Dao Yin articulated them with greater clarity. "Your insights are profound, master." Dao Yin chuckled, and after discussing the common folk, he continued, "Now let us speak of officials. Since ancient times, civil and military powers have been at odds. From the very establishment of a dynasty, the conflict between civil ministers and military generals has commenced. This struggle is essentially a contest for power, or rather, for interests. The realm is conquered by the generals, which means that in the early days of statehood, civil officials are typically no match for their military counterparts. Yet this situation does not prevail for long. Governance requires the wisdom of civil officials. At this juncture, civil ministers will inevitably vie for power against military leaders, who will retaliate in turn. However, as the founding heroes pass away, their influence will dwindle significantly. If the military leaders are bold enough, they may incite great upheaval. If not, they must come to terms. Yet, as the emperor, one would never allow military leaders to act recklessly. Hence, throughout the ages, the struggle between civil and military powers has consistently concluded with the triumph of civil officials. Dao Yin sighed deeply and smiled, saying, "All of the above is my humble interpretation of heaven, earth, and man. What say you, Lord Yongqing?" Li Qing smiled wryly and nodded. "Your insights are indeed profound, master." Dao Yin elucidated the overarching trends with remarkable clarity, yet such clarity only deepened the sense of despair. At this moment, Li Qing finally comprehended his master's words. The tide of fate is irreversible, and one must act in accordance with it. The two conversed for an extended period, during which Li Qing posed numerous inquiries, and Dao Yin, being a sage, was able to provide answers to nearly all. Throughout this exchange, Dao Yin was astonished by Li Qing's brilliance, as many of his theories, though overly idealistic and impractical, were nonetheless strikingly impressive. It was not until dusk that Li Qing decided to conclude the discussion. Dao Yin remarked, "Should a day come when the dynasty falls and a new one rises to establish order anew, the theories of Lord Yongqing may yet find their application." Li Qing paused for a moment, nodded gently, and then smiled. "To hear your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. I have gained immensely." "You are too kind, Lord Yongqing," Dao Yin replied with a smile. "In truth, there is no need for pessimism. The world has always been in a state of flux, oscillating between good and bad, and from bad back to good. Amitabha." Dao Yin chanted a Buddhist phrase and concluded with a deeply philosophical remark. "It will be good, and it will be bad. It will be bad, and it will be good. The seasons change, dynasties rise and fall, in an eternal cycle without end." The following day, Li Qing went to see Sambao. Over the years, Sambao had been adrift at sea, and each time he returned, he would immediately prepare for another voyage. This time, Zhu Di had granted him a 6-month reprieve. Zhu Di, while professing concern for Sambao, was, in truth, eager to expand operations and urged Sambao to oversee the construction of additional ships. Years of exposure to the elements had aged Sambao considerably. Though he was merely 40, he appeared as though he were 50. Sambao welcomed him into the reception hall and instructed the servants to prepare food and drink, whereupon the two indulged in merriment and reminisced. Li Qing raised his cup and remarked with a smile, "Sambao, Your remarkable achievements shall undoubtedly be immortalized in history. All thanks to the emperor's extraordinary vision. Sanbao clinked his cup with Li Qing's, modestly responding, were it not for others, I would not necessarily excel. Achievement is achievement. There is no need for false humility, countered Li Qing as he drained his cup and continued, how fares life at sea? The ocean is vast and magnificent. An endless expanse that captivates endlessly. Sanbao set down his cup and expressed, if you ever have the chance, I would truly wish to take you to witness it. Li Qing chuckled wryly, alas, I fear such an opportunity is unlikely. The emperor is eager to keep me working tirelessly, denying me any respite. He had no intention of venturing out to sea, primarily due to the lengthy duration of such a trip, which often exceeded 2 years. Though he had time to spare, the same could not be said for Sanbao's 3 daughters. Let us speak of life at sea, he said with a grin. There is much to share. Speaking of which, Sanbao became animated, declaring, trade is rather monotonous. Allow me to regale you with tales of battling pirates. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Are there many pirates at sea? With so many nations to visit, surely it cannot always be calm. Sanbao laughed. In addition to combating pirates, I also represent the Ming dynasty in mediating disputes for smaller nations, promoting peace while asserting our national prestige. It is not solely about trade. Sanbao spoke tirelessly about combating pirates and the amusing incidents that arose during diplomatic exchanges with various nations. His enthusiasm was palpable, and Li Qing listened with equal fervor. The two continued their revelry for 2 hours before concluding their banquet. Sanbao lamented, I truly wish to take you and the crown prince to sea to share my experiences, allowing you to witness the ocean's grandeur, a sight that mere words cannot convey. There will always be future opportunities, Li Qing replied with a smile. The court remained placid. The eldest worked diligently, while the second scrutinized the eldest's shortcomings, with Zhu Di orchestrating the overall strategy. The rivalry for succession persisted, albeit within the framework established by Zhu Di, and the construction of the capital and the canal progressed in an orderly fashion. Observing that his presence made little difference, Li Qing requested a leave of absence from Zhu Di. Initially, Zhu Di was reluctant, but after Li Qing appealed to his reason and emotions, Zhu Di acquiesced. This leave was not for leisurely outings with the 3 daughters, but rather to visit his former temple and see if his master was present. It had been 10 years since Zhu Di entered the capital, and throughout this decade, his master, Zhang Lada, had not once shown his face. Li Qing found himself missing the old man. Chapter 43. Zhu Yunwen's retirement life. Li Qing did not bring the 3 daughters along. He set out alone from Jinling. Since the 15th year of Hongwu, this was the first time he had departed Jinling for personal matters. The horse galloped swiftly, and the gentle breeze brought a refreshing sensation. He traveled without pausing for food or drink, changing horses daily, racing onward with unwavering resolve. Although he had resided in Jinling for many years, his heart longed for the dilapidated temple where he had lived for a decade. More than half a month later, Li Qing arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing at the verdant hills before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and trepidation, he murmured to himself, it has been 10 years. Is the old man still here? Is he well? For reasons unknown, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart, rendering him hesitant to ascend the mountain. After wandering for a while, Li Qing decided to venture into a nearby town, procuring an assortment of provisions before finally embarking on the familiar trail up the Green Mountain. In truth, there were no paths in the world. It was the multitude of footsteps that forged them. Li Qing followed the winding path, ascending steadily. After a quarter of an hour, he reached the summit, burdened with bags aplenty. Master, I have returned, he called out, hesitating to approach, filled with an anxious anticipation for a response. Before long, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man emerged, wielding a hoe. Who are you? He inquired, his expression rife with suspicion. Taken aback, Li Qing exclaimed, Zhu Yunwen? Indeed. The disheveled man standing before him, with his tan skin and unkempt beard, was none other than the Emperor Jiangwen, Zhu Yunwen himself. He had neither perished nor abdicated. Strictly speaking, he remained the emperor of the Ming dynasty. You have mistaken me for someone else, Zhu Yunwen stammered, visibly flustered. There is no Zhu Yunwen here. Who are you really? Li Qing. Li Qing? Zhu Yunwen's expression shifted to one of astonishment as memories flooded back. How come? My face was injured, hence the bandage. Li Qing explained hastily, then inquired, where's master? Zhu Yunwen paused momentarily, reluctantly accepting the reality. He has gone to gather herbs. He is expected to return in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Li Qing finally felt a sense of relief and smiled. Will you not invite me in for a visit? Zhu Yunwen chuckled, setting down his hoe and gesturing graciously. Please, enter. Senior brother? Li Qing was taken aback. Has master taken you on as a disciple as well? Indeed, Zhu Yunwen nodded, unfastening the wooden latch and pushing open the door. Please have a seat. I shall brew some tea. Li Qing did not deter his enthusiasm, placing down his belongings and surveying the unfamiliar yet familiar room. The furnishings were much the same as they had been decades prior. Though worn, they were considerably cleaner than before. Before long, Zhu Yunwen returned with a teapot, pouring tea into 2 cups for Li Qing. Did you come to find master, or? To find master, Li Qing reassured him. Zhang Wen is dead. It is known throughout the realm. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunwen relaxed and chuckled softly. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a long time. The two engaged in conversation for a considerable while, sharing tales of their respective lives over the years and discussing the changes within the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yunwen reflected. He is more suited to be an emperor. This arrangement is quite agreeable. He lives the life he desires. And I am also content with my current existence. Truly a win-win situation. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully, smiling as he asked, Are you still accustomed to it? There is nothing to be uncomfortable about. I find joy in it, Zhu Yunwen replied with a broad-minded spirit. Come, let me show you my accomplishments. Accomplishments? Zhu Yunwen's achievement was a vegetable garden. The greens thrived splendidly, lush and inviting. As he picked up his hoe to tend to the garden, he spoke of his experiences in cultivating the vegetables, clearing weeds, loosening the soil, and watering the plants. Years of hardship had rendered him more mature than his actual age, embodying the toil of rolling up his sleeves and tightening his belt to engage in labor, akin to the seasoned farmers in the fields. He worked diligently, while Li Qing observed nearby. Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed adept at tending to crops. Under his diligent care, the vegetable garden flourished, much like the flourishing Ming dynasty of today. Throughout their labor, the two exchanged casual banter, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned to their dwelling. After a day spent toiling, Zhu Yuanzhang prepared a couple of dishes for Li Qing using the fruits of his labor. The flavors were rather ordinary, yet Li Qing savored every bite. After dinner, Zhu Yuanzhang retrieved a half-used candle and a book, immersing himself in the tranquility illuminated by the candlelight. Li Qing also selected a book from the shelf and began to read. The following day, Zhang Lata returned, laden with a basket of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing Li Qing, the old man beamed with joy, playfully chiding, You lads still possess some conscience. Li Qing chuckled, Master, you are like a dragon that is elusive. I have sought you everywhere. After a brief pause, he continued, From now on, do not wander aimlessly. Stay here peacefully. When I miss you, I shall come to visit. Very well, Zhang Lata readily agreed. Li Qing, taken aback, asked, Really? I was prepared with words of persuasion. I did not expect you to be so agreeable. Master, you are not deceiving me again, are you? What do you mean again? Zhang Lata retorted. When have I ever deceived you? Ah, come now. Cannot you remember some of your master's kindness? Zhang Lata's expression faltered a bit. This time it is true. I will remain in these mountains from now on. He sighed, acknowledging his age and lack of energy for aimless wandering. One cannot deny the passage of time. Li Qing felt a pang in his heart. Master, you once said you could live for another 70 or 80 years. How many years have passed since then? Zhang Lata replied helplessly. Who can truly predict life and death? I am not like you. I shall do my best to live on. He added gruffly, You are grown, yet you still act like a child. You have not retained a single lesson on self-cultivation and refinement that the old man has taught you. Li Qing sheepishly responded. I have indeed made progress in self-cultivation. My temper has improved over the years. Then let us see, shall we? All right. The two stepped outside, ready to spar. Zhu Yuanzhang dashed out, cautioning, Let us keep it to a minimum. Of course, Li Qing nodded with a smile, calling out, Master, do take care. The old man stood proudly. Come at me. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his right foot, moving like an arrow released from a bow. Aware of his master's prowess, he held nothing back. With the enhancement of his inner energy, Li Qing surged forward with incredible speed. Even before he approached, the gust of wind he created ruffled the old man's hair. Bang! Zhang Lata struck first, sending Li Qing flying with a swift slap, taunting, Is that all you've got? Li Qing dusted himself off, attempting to regain his dignity. I was merely cautious not to injure you. Since you are still at your peak, I shall give it my all. He took a moment to steady his turbulent inner energy and advanced once more, this time employing all his strength. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Although his master appeared slow, he always managed to outpace him, which was rather perplexing. Again, Li Qing insisted, undeterred. Bang. Once more. Bang. I will not continue. Li Qing conceded, expressing admiration for his master's remarkable prowess, acknowledging his own inferiority. Zhang Lada clapped his hands, noting his own significant improvement, yet recognizing he still fell short in comparison to his teacher. Master, what style of martial arts is this? I have never encountered it before, he inquired. Do you wish to learn? Li Qing replied eagerly. Not yet, Zhang Lada responded. I shall teach you once I have perfected it. Very well, Li Qing said, brushing the dust from his clothing. Master, I have procured many of your favorite delicacies. Let us indulge today. Upon hearing of the feast, Zhang Lada perked up, remarking, You have a kind heart, my boy. Xiao Zhu, how long has it been since we enjoyed a hearty meal? Zhu Yunwen pondered for a moment before replying. The last time we feasted was, indeed, quite a while ago. Zhang Lada, recalling the previous occasion, declared, Come, let us eat our fill today. Your elder brother has ample funds. Roasted pig, braised chicken, fine wines, fruits, and pastries. Both master and disciple had not savored such delights in ages, devouring their food like famished wolves. Zhu Yunwen maintained his composure, while Zhang Lada, disregarding all decorum befitting his age, indulged heartily. Once they had their fill, Li Qing produced a substantial stack of banknotes, saying, Master, keep these for yourselves. Whenever you desire a treat, simply procure it. Zhang Lada, never one to stand on ceremony with Li Qing, accepted the offering with alacrity. The trio engaged in conversation for a while, but Zhu Yunwen, aware of the long-lost bond between the master and disciple, stood and said, Master, elder brother, I shall tend to the vegetable garden. You too carry on. Li Qing smiled. There's no need to exert yourself. I will visit often in the future. It is not the same, Zhu Yunwen replied earnestly. Every sip and morsel is a part of our cultivation. After 10 years of practice, how could my junior be swayed by external matters, losing sight of his true self? Now, Zhu Yunwen possessed a balanced temperament, capable of both holding on and letting go, maintaining an equanimous heart. Zhang Lada wholeheartedly agreed, seizing the opportunity to admonish Li Qing. Look at Xiao Zhu's disposition. It far surpasses yours, dear brother. Li Qing feigned injury. Master, you used to call me Xiao Qing. Zhang Lada rolled his eyes, replying, You are far too playful. After a decade apart, despite his outward complaints, the old man felt a deep joy at his disciple's return. You know, I was once carefree, but since taking you as my disciple, my heart has been burdened with concern, Zhang Lada lamented. Had I known, I would have left you be. Humans are not mere wood or grass. Who can be devoid of emotion? Li Qing replied with a smile, echoing his master's sentiments. As you said, this too is a form of cultivation. Indeed, Zhang Lada nodded. Let us dispense with such formalities. Remove your headpiece so I can truly see you. Li Qing complied, unveiling a cascade of thick, black hair that fell naturally, his visage like a polished jade, eyes sparkling like the night stars, still the epitome of a refined young gentleman. And in the bloom of youth, Zhang Lada reflected, aside from your longer hair, everything else remains as it was upon our first meeting, truly delightful. After a brief pause, he added, but alas, it is quite unfortunate. Chapter 44. The Versatile Crown Prince, Zhu Zhanji. Zhang Lada sighed. You, my dear boy, are exceedingly stubborn, always fixated on trivial matters. Master, I have come to a realization, Li Qing replied, unable to bear the thought of his aging mentor fretting over him. To quietly observe the ebb and flow of life, to relish the world's splendor, is indeed a beautiful endeavor. Zhang Lada was momentarily taken aback, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his joy. It pleases me greatly to see you think this way. As long as one acts with a clear conscience, all will be well. Li Qing respectfully replied, I am grateful for your guidance. This time, stay a few more days before departing. Yes, master, Li Qing nodded with a smile. By the way, has anyone from the court come looking for you? He was aware that Zhu Di's pursuit of Zhu Yunwen had never ceased. After all, the old Zhu had once dispatched the Jinui to find him here. And now Zhu Di was equally capable. They have come, Zhang Lada chuckled, twice, in fact. However, They did not recognize me at all. They merely took me for a simple farmer, and I pointed them towards a clear path. Li Qing inquired, and what of Jiangwen? I have created a hidden chamber beneath the temple for concealment. They have never encountered young Zhu, Zhang Lada assured him. Do not worry, with me here. Young Zhu will not be exposed. He is now my disciple, and I shall protect him. Li Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, this could be seen as a reassurance to the old Jew. I appreciate your concern, master. One cannot say it that way. Having someone to converse with is indeed beneficial. Zhang Lada replied with a smile. Otherwise, it would be rather dull to remain alone on the mountain. Young Zhu is a good-hearted lad, quite filial, far superior to you. In the days that followed, Li Qing assisted Zhu Yunwen in cultivating a vegetable garden and accompanied his master to gather herbs, thoroughly enjoying himself. After staying for nearly half a month, Zhang Lada's affectionate demeanor waned, and he began to point out Li Qing's faults. With no other option, Li Qing had to take his leave. Master, I am departing. Zhu Yunwen remarked. Safe travels, senior brother. Zhang Lada urged. Go on, go on. Upon returning to the capital, Li Qing reported to Zhu Di and rested at home for a few days before officially commencing work. Little Fat had been under considerable strain over the past few years, and it was evident that his spirit had noticeably diminished. Li Qing advised, if you can manage, do so. If not, let the emperor handle it. You are not the emperor, so there is no need to overexert yourself. I do not wish to. Little Fat replied with a bitter smile. But my father is insistent, and I feel powerless. What is most frustrating is that even after working hard, I receive no gratitude. Who can I turn to for justice? After a lengthy contemplation, Li Qing decided to share Zhu Di's thoughts with Little Fat. That aligns with my suspicions, Little Fat responded, seemingly unsurprised and evidently having anticipated it. He sighed. He only knows how to manipulate people. Therefore, you need not feel overly burdened, Li Qing remarked. With your father to support you, what do you need to worry about? Little Fat gently shook his head. The common folk are suffering greatly, yet my father remains obstinate, refusing to grant them respite. If I were to become lax, their plight would only worsen. Indeed, the emperor has not erred, Li Qing sighed. In such matters, if he does not act, you are incapable of doing so either. Little Fat nodded in silence, understanding the reasoning, yet still wishing to alleviate the burdens of the common folk within his capacity. After a pause, he said, Brother Qing, please prescribe me some medicine. I have been feeling somewhat exhausted in my intimate endeavors lately. Li Qing was truly exasperated. Cannot you grant your little rooster a holiday? Working tirelessly every day without any enjoyment. What is the point of living? Little Fat protested. Are we no longer brothers? Li Qing, somewhat annoyed, nodded in agreement. Fine. I shall prepare a prescription for you. As he spoke, he quickly penned a prescription, instructing to boil 3 bowls of water down to 1, to be taken morning and night. Little Fatty put away the prescription, his expression tinged with suspicion. This isn't another drowsiness remedy, is it? It must be something nourishing. Li Qing replied helplessly. However, you must take care of your health. Indulgence in feminine company can be detrimental, so do not engage too frequently. Rest assured, I understand completely. Little Fatty chuckled. By the way, father intends to take action against the Walla. You should persuade him. He plans to construct canals and establish a capital. But the treasury simply cannot bear the weight of such expenses. While the voyages to the west have brought in considerable wealth, it cannot sustain such extravagant spending. Li Qing inquired, why has the emperor turned his attention to Walla so soon after the recent conflict with the Tatars? Little Fatty explained, after the Tatars faced setbacks, the Walla took the opportunity to swiftly strengthen their forces. Last month, military reports indicated that the Walla army had stationed themselves at the Lujiao River. Little Fatty continued. Father perceives their intentions to encroach upon the Central Plains and plans to deal a decisive blow. Under such circumstances, they indeed deserve to be confronted. Little Fatty sighed. I am not opposed to the idea of a campaign, but it should be approached with caution. The expenses of deploying 500,000 troops are no trifling matter. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall advise him. Little Fatty smiled brightly. Father can be quite stubborn. Only your counsel might penetrate his resolve. Noticing that little remained of the memorials on the imperial desk, he remarked, Today's workload is manageable. Let us take a stroll. Indeed, a splendid idea, replied Li Qing. As the two exited the imperial study, they encountered Little Fatty's eldest son. Greetings, father. The young prince Zhu Zhanji greeted with utmost respect, and then bowed to Li Qing. Mr. Li. At 14, Zhu Zhanji retained a youthful innocence in his visage, yet his demeanor exuded maturity. Li Qing returned the gesture with a smile. Did you not accompany His Majesty for martial training today? Grandfather is busy. He cannot practice with me every day? Zhu Zhanji laughed softly, displaying his understanding as he stood beside his father, accompanying the two on their walk. Unlike the fourth prince, little Fatty was a doting father, exhibiting great tolerance towards his son, and their bond was exceptionally strong. Make sure to visit your teacher often, and also cultivate a closer relationship with the cabinet. Balance is essential. Both civil and military pursuits must be harmonized, little Fatty rambled on. As the crown prince, Zhu Zhanji was showered with affection from all corners. His grandfather, the emperor, cherished him, as did his grandmother, the empress, along with his father and mother. Zhu Di personally imparted knowledge to him, while little Fatty led by example, and his teachers were of the highest caliber in every aspect. Nurtured in such an environment, Zhu Zhanji was exceptionally well-rounded, excelling in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, with hardly any shortcomings. After a lengthy discourse, little Fatty turned to Li Qing. You ought to impart a few words of wisdom to him as well. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, sharing some profound insights. Zhu Zhanji, possessing a gentle temperament, exhibited none of the rebelliousness typical for his age, eagerly absorbing the lessons. The trio strolled leisurely, engaged in light-hearted banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere until they encountered Zhu Di, at which point the conversation shifted. Whenever Zhu Di observed the camaraderie between Li Qing and little Fatty, it stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Now, witnessing his eldest grandson seemingly being swept away, his discontent deepened. He wore a stern expression, chastising the young prince. Little Fatty, accustomed to such reprimands, offered apologies while internally dismissing them. Seeing his father being scolded, Zhu Zhanji spoke a few words in defense, prompting Zhu Di to relent. The affection between generations was vividly illustrated in that moment. The contrast in Zhu Di's demeanor towards his grandson and his son is striking, with the swiftness of his mood shifts being remarkable. Li Qing even suspects that the fourth prince has learned the art of face-changing in Bashu. Zhanji, you and your father may return now. Zhu Di dismissed them before turning his gaze towards Li Qing. After such a long respite, I trust you have enjoyed yourself? Your Majesty, I have already commenced my duties. Li Qing replied, a note of resignation in his voice. Zhu Di cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, you are full of clever schemes. Devise a way to acquire more funds, for I intend to launch a northern expedition. None available, Li Qing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Your Majesty, we must tackle matters one at a time, and consume our meals bite by bite. Overexertion will burden the populace. It would be prudent to pause and allow a year or two for recuperation. Pausing momentarily, he added, isn't your Majesty focused on nurturing the crown prince? In a couple of years, when he has matured, he could accompany us in the campaign against the Walla. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Upon hearing the latter part, Zhu Di's expression softened slightly. Very well, we shall wait a while longer. Ah, your Majesty, truly wise, Li Qing interjected. Spare me the flattery, Zhu Di retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Where did you go during your recent respite? Li Qing smiled, to appreciate the magnificent landscapes and to refresh my spirits. Nonsense. Did you not take your concubine along for such leisure? Zhu Di inquired skeptically. Speak honestly. Did you visit your master, Zhang Xianren? Li Qing paused, then resolutely stated. He has passed away. Ah? Zhu Di exclaimed, astonished. He has died. Li Qing nodded stiffly. His time had come, and thus he departed. Such a great pity. Zhu Di lamented, his face reflecting regret. I had hoped to procure some elixirs from him. Without immortals in this world, how could there be elixirs? Li Qing chuckled. Zhu Di nodded gently, muttering, then it seems that Jiang Wen was not abducted by him. But where on earth could he have gone? He felt a sense of anguish. As long as Jiang Wen remained missing, his mind would be unsettled, plagued by the notion that the throne could change hands at any moment. Perhaps he had perished in some hidden corner, or perhaps he had perished in the flames, reduced to ashes. Li Qing sought to console him, stating, the blaze was so fierce that it is not surprising if he was turned to ash. Your Majesty, there is no need for such distress. One must see the living and the dead. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, stating, without finding him, I cannot sleep soundly at night. This had become a deep-seated concern for him, one that Li Qing's words could hardly alleviate. Changing the subject, Li Qing said, Your Majesty, I have suddenly conceived a means to generate some funds, albeit not a large sum. yet better than nothing. What is it? Zhu Di inquired eagerly. For money was what he lacked most at present. Li Qing replied earnestly, to print the Yongle Encyclopedia and subsequently distribute it. The art of printing has become quite sophisticated in this era, making the publication of the Yongle Encyclopedia a feasible endeavor. Your Majesty, such a monumental work should not languish in obscurity. Although you have permitted officials to peruse it, only a select few in the capital have had access, and it has not been widely disseminated. Zhu Di pondered deeply for a moment, furrowing his brow. The Yongle Encyclopedia comprises over 37 million characters. Printing it would not be a simple task. Let us take our time, Li Qing smiled. We can begin by printing a few dozen copies, and once we have generated some revenue, we can create additional typesets. But who would purchase it? Zhu Di shook his head, even disregarding the dignity of the court. I deem this a losing venture. As the number of buyers surged, the royal product naturally attracted the attention of affluent gentry. Li Qing chuckled, adding that officials could also opt for the grand compilation in lieu of their salaries. Though it was not mandatory, they were free to choose. He confidently remarked, Your Majesty, just wait and see. Many officials will undoubtedly select the Yongle de Dian, particularly the scholars. Zhu Di, still somewhat skeptical, conceded that there was no harm in trying, thus entrusting the matter to Li Qing. Chapter 45. The royal bookstore, the workshop for printing the Yongle de Dian, was officially established, conveniently located opposite the residence of the Duke of Yongqing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Qing ceased attending court, spending most of his time at home, occasionally visiting the Eastern Palace to check on the young prince, leading a life of increasing leisure. The workshop, modest in size, occupied merely 2 acres and was completed within just 2.5 months. Subsequently, Li Qing posted a recruitment notice and proceeded to the repository of the Dian. Lord Duke, you cannot take this away, a young eunuch protested upon seeing Li Qing attempting to carry the original manuscript. The emperor decreed that it may be viewed but not removed. Preposterous, Li Qing retorted, his expression stern. The emperor has authorized me to print the Dian. How can I proceed without the original? That is still not permissible, the eunuch replied, a pained expression on his face. If you take it, and something goes awry with the Dian, I will have no explanation to provide. At this moment, Ji Gang, the commander of the genie guards, approached and acknowledged the duke. Pausing briefly, he stood tall and declared, The emperor has commanded. If you wish to print, you must transcribe a copy. The original must not leave this place. I see through your intentions. Do not harbor any schemes regarding the original manuscript, or you shall face my wrath. Li Qing pondered how he had been so easily discerned. Was his demeanor truly that transparent? With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. I shall comply with your orders. Gazing at the myriad volumes of the Dian, Li Qing felt an overwhelming desire. He mused that it was not feasible at present. Perhaps he would revisit the matter after dealing with the 4th prince. The Dian had only recently emerged, and the 4th prince cherished it dearly, imposing strict constraints even on its perusal, let alone its removal. Faced with the impossibility of transcribing the extensive work himself, he sought out skilled calligraphers at the Hamlin Academy to undertake the task, while he supervised. Zhu Di valued the Yongle de Dian immensely. Each page was meticulously handled by the eunuchs, with no outsiders permitted to touch it. Observing this, Li Qing abandoned any hope of accessing the Dian, fully aware that with the 4th prince present, such aspirations were futile. Days later, a total of 100 volumes of the Dian were transcribed, primarily focused on poetry and prose. Meanwhile, the craftsmen responsible for carving the type and the printers were prepared, commencing the engraving process and organizing the content. After several months of diligent work, they were finally ready to commence the official printing. In anticipation of future subterfuge, Li Qing, at his own expense, procured exquisite Xian paper identical to that of the Dian for the craftsmen to print additional copies. Once these tasks were completed, Li Qing found himself with ample leisure time, making daily visits to the workshop to monitor production progress, while the remainder of his days were spent either enjoying music and fishing or taking strolls with his 3 daughters. As he indulged in such comfortable living, Li Qing began to feel somewhat guilty. Thus, he often ventured to the palace to assist the young prince with state affairs or engage in jovial conversations with Zhu Di. It must be said, the 4th prince, as an emperor, led a much more leisurely life compared to the former Emperor Zhu, while the latter was indeed a loving father. He was also heavily involved in both significant and trivial matters, rarely enjoying a moment of respite. Old 4th is quite different. He truly embodies a state of half-heartedness, Or rather, he has separated his domain from that of the eldest son. He oversees martial affairs while the eldest son manages civil matters. The second son watches the eldest with keen interest. In such a structure, the governance of the state operates more smoothly. In truth, Zhu Di's approach is not born of laziness, but rather from the profound discord he shares with the civil officials. The primary source of this discord lies in maritime trade. The civil officials harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Though they dare not display it outwardly, their hearts remain quite resistant. Unless Zhu Di ceases his voyages to the west, their relationship is unlikely to improve. Fortunately, with the presence of the chubby one, who mediates between them, the administration of the state remains remarkably stable. In a certain sense, the chubby one resembles the true emperor of the Ming dynasty, for the policies he implements and the powers he wields surpass even those of Zhu Di. Consequently, Zhu Di has not hesitated to create obstacles for him. The chubby one is not Zhu Biao. He does not indulge his father, and when reprimanded, he simply absents himself from duty, leaving Zhu Di without any leverage. There is no alternative. The current Ming dynasty cannot function without the chubby one. It is not that Zhu Di lacks capability, but rather that he is overly restless. The canal projects, the establishment of the capital, and the northern expeditions have left the Ming treasury in a state of constant strain, an area in which he is not proficient. Had it not been for the chubby one's intervention and the frugality of individuals like Xia Yuanji, the Ming dynasty might have faced collapse. Zhu Di is certainly aware of this, yet it does not prevent him from being displeased with the eldest son. In the imperial study, Li Qing presented the printed edition of the Yongle de Dian to Zhu Di, saying, "Your Majesty, please have a look." Zhu Di received it, briefly perusing its contents before nodding in approval. "It is well printed. What is the cost of this volume?" 501, replied Li Qing. "However, as printing continues, the cost will decrease, yet to ensure sustained profits, we cannot print too many copies." Zhu Di inquired further, "What will be the selling price?" 5 taels, in silver. Zhu Di, feeling somewhat uneasy, responded, "Isn't that a bit exorbitant? 10 times the cost price. Even the notoriously shrewd Old Fourth finds this excessive. Will anyone actually purchase it?" "Certainly," Li Qing smiled. "Firstly, the nobility are not short of funds. They may not be well versed in large characters, yet they place great importance on the education of their children and are naturally willing to spend. Secondly, although the salaries of the civil officials are modest, the majority hail from the affluent southern regions such as Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and many come from well-off families. Thus they can afford to buy. Your Majesty, this is the Yongle de Dian. Despite being a printed copy, the royal endorsement imbues it with great value, ensuring that they will flock to it. Moreover, if Your Majesty does not mind the effort, the price could be increased several-fold." Zhu Di was intrigued by money, for without it, his grand ambitions could not come to fruition. "A limited edition signed copy," Li Qing added. "If the cover of the Yongle de Dian bears the emperor's handwritten Yongle, its value would soar, and officials would cherish it as a family heirloom." "So my 2 characters are worth so much?" Zhu Di asked incredulously. Li Qing nodded with a smile. "Your Majesty is the supreme sovereign. Your calligraphy is undoubtedly precious." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di could not help but smile broadly, but soon felt it unbecoming of an emperor. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I shall entrust this matter to you. Should it prove profitable, I shall reward you handsomely." After a brief pause, he added, "Once the grand compilation is published, there will undoubtedly be those who transcribe it, and it might lose its value." "That is of little concern," Li Qing replied. "With so many volumes in the grand compilation, we can simply replace them when they depreciate." Li Qing smiled, asserting, "The value of the grand compilation lies primarily in its royal provenance." He pointed to the lower left corner of the cover of the Yongle de Dian, saying, "Your Majesty, observe. Just the words royal product cost dozens of coins to inscribe. This is difficult to replicate, and few would dare to attempt it." Zhu Di examined it closely. The 4 small characters sparkled, appearing both exquisite and grand. He smiled with satisfaction, saying, "I have always trusted your endeavors." Yet another round of pastries left Li Qing rolling his eyes in exasperation. Interrupting Zhu Di's spellcasting, he clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, if you could grant me a little more funding, I intend to open a royal bookstore for easier sales." "More money again?" Zhu Di's expression dimmed, retorting, "How do you manage to concoct these requests? Will you grant it?" Zhu Di felt a twinge of irritation, scoffing, "If you fail to recoup your costs, I shall make you answer for it." "Your Majesty need not worry. The Yongla Dadian will undoubtedly sell well, Li Qing asserted confidently. Very well, Zhu Di murmured. Regarding the inscriptions, how many do you deem appropriate? After some contemplation, Li Qing replied, 10 copies per volume should suffice. Any more would diminish their worth. Indeed. Send me the printed grand compilation once it is ready. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. Now, attend to your matters. Seek the funds from the crown prince. Your servant takes his leave. Unlike Zhu Di, the chubby assistant readily approved the funds. Seeing his willingness, Li Qing casually inquired, how much is currently in the royal treasury? The assistant dismissed the eunuchs and whispered, I shall tell you, but do not inform my father. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Li Qing promised. The assistant nodded, boasting. We are no longer in a tight spot. The treasury holds over 3 million taels of silver and more than 18 million stones of grain. Such a sum? Shoo! Keep your voice down, the assistant chided, rolling his eyes. If my father learns of this, he will surely intensify construction projects or launch an immediate northern expedition. He cannot be allowed to have funds. Li Qing chuckled and nodded, understanding the implications. Li Qing established a bookstore adjacent to the printing house, though modest in size. Occupying merely half an acre, it was exquisitely decorated. The bookshelves were crafted from mahogany, and the store was adorned with vibrant yellow accents, perfectly befitting a royal establishment. With the royal brand as his centerpiece, Li Qing aimed to evoke an air of regal grandeur. The overall ambience of the bookstore conveyed an aura of inaccessibility, subtly filtering the clientele. Once the bookstore was completed, Li Qing promptly disseminated advertisements throughout the capital, targeting not only the literati and nobles, but also the affluent local gentry. Nanjing, being a prosperous region, had flourished since the old Zhou established it as the capital, rivaling Suzhou and Hangzhou in wealth. In the capital, wealthy patrons were plentiful, and the bookstore quickly attracted a substantial clientele of affluent individuals. Chapter 46. Booming business. The Duke of Chao has arrived. Li Qing greeted with a smile as he approached. Here to purchase some books? Indeed, I'm here to show my support, Li Jinglong replied, surveying the offerings. How much are the books? 5 taels per volume, Li Qing responded. Li Jinglong, a man of considerable means, inquired about the number of volumes available. Li Qing replied with a smile that purchasing in excess would serve little purpose, for only 100 copies of the original edition had been printed. He suggested that Li Jinglong might wish to acquire a complete set for his collection, as the book is sure to appreciate in value in the future. Very well. I shall take a set, Li Jinglong responded. It costs 500 taels, correct? Indeed, Li Qing nodded, but if you are not concerned about finances, I would highly recommend the Supreme Limited Edition, as it holds significantly greater collectible value. The Supreme Edition? Li Jinglong asked with curiosity. What makes it so special? Not much. Really, Li Qing replied. The content is identical. However, the cover features characters inscribed by the emperor himself, making it more suitable for passing down through generations. There are only 10 copies available, and once they are sold, they are gone. Upon hearing this, Li Jinglong decisively stated, I will take a Supreme Edition. How much is it per volume? 20 taels each, Li Qing said with a smile. As you are not a stranger, I shall offer you a discount of 10%, totaling 1,800 taels. Isn't that a bit excessive? Li Jinglong remarked, casting a glance at the officials present, including the head of the Ministry of Revenue and a few dignitaries. Whatever the price, I am not short on funds. Li Qing chuckled, as the agent. I have the final say. Very well then, Li Jinglong conceded. I shall not refuse your generosity. I will have someone deliver the money shortly. Please wrap the books for me. Of course, Li Qing replied. Xiao Gizi, please prepare a complete set of the Supreme Limited Edition for Duke Chao. Xiao Gizi promptly acknowledged and hurried off with 2 young eunuchs to retrieve the books. Just then, Lan Yu arrived in his sedan chair and, upon seeing Li Jinglong, immediately queried, how many did he purchase? 1 set, Li Qing answered. Then I shall have 2 sets, Lan Yu declared. Li Jinglong interjected, 1 set is equivalent to 4. Lan Yu paused momentarily, then insisted, I will have 2 Supreme Limited Editions. Li Jinglong teased, are you aware of the price for 1 set? I need not know. Lan Yu replied haughtily, I never look at prices when I shop. I have the means. Li Jinglong retorted, purchasing 2 sets is sheer extravagance. Li Qing interjected, moreover, the book is indeed pricey at 20 taels per volume, with a total of 100 volumes. 1 set suffices. Is it truly so expensive? Lan Yu questioned, remembering his earlier claims of wealth. Just a moment ago, You were boasting about your riches, Li Jinglong scoffed. Do refrain from your comments. Li Qing shot Li Jinglong an annoyed glance and addressed Lan Yu. This royal edition, coupled with the supreme limited edition featuring the emperor's own calligraphy, is indeed rare. With only 10 copies, which adds to its value. While it may be costly, it is guaranteed to retain its worth, a treasure for future generations. Lan Yu nodded thoughtfully and decided, in that case, I shall take a set. I will have someone send the silver later. Excellent choice, Li Qing said, applying a 10% discount, making it 1,800 taels for him as well. Xiao Gizi, prepare another set of the limited edition. After Li Jinglong and Lan Yu departed, officials from the 6 ministries, having concluded their afternoon court session, hurried over. What is the price of the books? One inquired. 5 taels per volume, Li Qing replied, gesturing towards a sign that read silver transactions only. He then produced a catalog of the titles, inviting them to place their orders based on their preferences. The group gathered around the list, examining it for a time, before placing their orders, some requesting 1 volume, others 2, and those in better financial standing purchasing 5 or even 10 volumes. Within a mere quarter of an hour, over 100 copies had been sold. Soon after, the ministers and high-ranking officials arrived, their substantial salaries enabling them to purchase dozens of volumes each, including Lan Yu and Li Jinglong. Nearly 1,000 volumes were sold in just one morning, yielding an impressive revenue of close to 8,000 taels of silver. Li Qing collected the payments, locked the door, and recorded the remaining stock. Each volume had a limited print run of only 100 copies, and naturally, the strategy of scarcity marketing was put into effect. On the following day, the bookstore reopened, attracting an even larger crowd. Nobles and dignitaries flocked to the store, many purchasing entire sets. Hearing of the bookstore's booming business, Xia Yuanji kicked the head of the accounting department aside and took on the role of accountant, counting the money until his hands grew weary. However, the business on the 3rd day was not as prosperous. The customers were primarily from the Hanlin Academy and the Guozijian, who were generally less affluent, often buying merely 1 volume at a time. On the 4th day, members of the cabinet, including Huang Huai, Hu Guang, and Yang Shiqi, arrived, immediately requesting the supreme limited edition. Not a problem, Li Qing replied with a smile. 1 set per person, shall we? Yang Shiqi blushed, replying. We would like to purchase 1 set collectively. Of course, Li Qing called out. Xiao Gizi, please prepare a set of the supreme limited edition for these gentlemen. Wait a moment, Jean Yuzi interjected, her face flushed. We do not have enough funds. Li Qing's expression turned stern. What do you mean you lack funds? Are you jesting with me? Yang Rong quickly intervened. Your Excellency, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We can offset the cost with our salaries. The latter part of the statement was barely audible, but Li Qing understood it clearly. Is that so? Li Qing readily took out paper and pen. Let us settle the payment first, and each of you can sign an IOU. The gentlemen were rather pleased by this, rummaging through their pockets and sleeves to gather silver, ultimately managing to scrape together 500 taels. Noticing Li Qing's discontent, Jean Yuzi whispered, Is this too little? Indeed, it falls woefully short, Li Qing frowned. With your salaries combined, you would struggle to repay even with a year of frugal living. This amount is merely sufficient for the standard edition, so do not force yourselves. Yang Shiqi quickly protested. No, we want the supreme limited edition. Jean Yuzi added, We will repay you promptly. Do you possess the funds? Xia Yuanji, with a heartless demeanor, replied, The treasury is tight. We require immediate silver. If you cannot afford it, you may as well leave. When it came to finances, this minister showed no leniency. Moreover, as a minister, he held a higher status than these gentlemen, who were merely secretaries to the emperor. They had only been elevated to the 5th rank after entering the cabinet. The wealthy gentry had been waiting for several days. Xia Yuanji, displeased, remarked, The content of the Supreme Edition is the same as the Standard Edition. Just opt for the standard version. Minister Xia, my family is financially secure, Huang Huai assured. I will write a letter. The funds will arrive within 2 months at the latest. Jean Yuzi added, My ancestors were minor landlords. Would grain suffice? Li Qing and Xia Yuanji exchanged glances and nodded. That will do. Now, let us prepare the IOU. A quarter of an hour later, the gentlemen joyfully received their supreme limited editions, their faces flushed with excitement as they caressed the gilded characters of Yonghua, akin to tenderly touching and exquisite beauty. All right, enough of this. Go back and enjoy your purchases, Li Qing said curtly, Do not delay my business. Xia Yuanji also waved his hand. Do you not see that others are waiting? As a noble and a minister, neither of them could be disobeyed. The gentleman bowed respectfully and left, elated. As soon as they departed, the affluent gentry who had been waiting surged forward. The younger ones, having met the noble lord and the dignitaries, greeted them with deference. No need for formalities, Li Qing smiled. How many do you desire? I would like a set of the Supreme Limited Edition and a set of the regular version. Spoke a prosperous middle-aged man first. I too desire a set of the Supreme Limited Edition, chimed in another. Me as well, exclaimed yet another. Goodness, Li Qing remarked. You all are immediately opting for the most expensive items. Truly, the wealthy possess such affluence. Regrettably, there is but one set of the Supreme Limited Edition, Li Qing said, his face betraying disappointment. Xia Yuanji promptly interjected. In that case, let the highest bidder win. Li Qing nodded. The starting bid is 2,000 taels, with each subsequent bid not less than 100 taels. If there are no bids for 3 consecutive rounds, the highest bidder shall prevail. Is that understood? The gentry nodded. They were affluent and desired nothing less than the royal emblem of prestige. Let the bidding commence. 2,500 taels, 3,000 taels, 4,000 taels. Li Qing had underestimated their wealth, as well as the intrinsic value of the emperor's handwritten inscription. The limited edition of the Yongle de Dian soared to 7,000 taels before halting, ultimately being acquired by the portly middle-aged man. At this moment, Shao Gizi reminded my lord. It seems you have forgotten. There is still one set remaining. Ah? Li Qing exclaimed, his expression apologetic. How could I have overlooked that? Very well. Let us auction it once more. After a brief pause, he added, this edition of the Dian will not be reprinted by the court, making this the final set of the Supreme Limited Edition. Should you miss this opportunity, it shall be a lifetime regret. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant, portly gentleman's face lit up with relief, while the others were filled with remorse. They all understood that the price of this last set would inevitably escalate, yet none wished to let it slip away. This was the national treasure of the Yongle de Dian, a royal product, further enhanced by the emperor's personal inscription, destined to appreciate in value for posterity. I bid 7,000 taels. A shrewd gentry member was the first to declare, echoing the previous sale price to assert his determination and intimidate the other bidders. However, this time, his strategy faltered. I bid 7,500 taels, 8,000 taels. The final price for the last Supreme Limited Edition was set at 11,000 taels. Though the other gentry missed out on the Supreme Limited Edition, they all purchased sets of the regular edition, with some acquiring 2 sets, one for their eldest son and another to distribute among their other offspring. The purchasing power of the gentry truly left the civil and military officials in the dust. In just over half an hour, nearly 100 sets of the Dian were sold. Ultimately, one affluent individual acquired the remaining scattered copies, recognizing that whether for gifting or for future generations, these were exceptional choices. The gentry possessed a keen insight, understanding that as time passed, the royal edition of the Yongle de Dian would only increase in value. We have struck gold. Xia Yuanji laughed with uncontainable joy, while simultaneously lamenting Li Qing's exuberance. The Marquis of Yongqing should not have been so optimistic. It's only been a few days, and we've sold out. We must expedite the reprinting and continue selling. It cannot be reprinted, Li Qing shook his head. Each edition is limited to ensure the interests of the initial buyers are protected, thus attracting more prospective purchasers. After a brief pause, it became evident that the Yongle de Dian was catering to an elite clientele, reaping profits from the affluent. Xia Yuanji, momentarily taken aback, nodded thoughtfully. In Chapter 47, I wish to inscribe. The 2 men reconciled their accounts, revealing a precise sales figure of 79,000 taels. The expenses for the workshop, bookstore, and labor totaled merely 3,000 taels, with labor costs alone amounting to just over 200 taels. The profit nearly equaled the annual tax revenue of 3 counties in the Ming dynasty, and yet, this was only a fraction of the Yongle de Dian, which comprised over 10,000 volumes. Xia Yuanji murmured, if we were to print this in its entirety, it would rival half a year's tax revenue for the entire Ming. He then grew pensive. While Jinling was wealthy, it had not reached such heights. Surely, the affluent gentry would not forsake their comforts merely for the sake of the Dian. Thus, advertising was essential. What is advertising? Li Qing responded with a smile. It is simply spreading the word far and wide, inviting the wealthy gentry from all corners to make their purchases. After a moment's reflection, Xia Shangshu decided to remain behind to collect payments while he himself would venture into the palace to finalize the next sales date, facilitating the advertising efforts. Indeed, the Yongqing Marquis is quite industrious, Xia Yuanji replied with a grin, relishing the prospect of counting the profits. In the Qingqing Palace, the news struck Emperor Zhu Di with astonishment. 79,000 taels. His expression mirrored that of the simpleton beside him. Truly, the resemblance between father and son is uncanny. Li Qing, you are not deceiving me, are you? Zhu Di inquired, with the Jinyui, palace eunuchs, and minister of revenue present. Would I have any reason to lie? Li Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. Your Majesty, is it not obvious? Raising his hand to gesture, he indicated, do not indulge in fantasies, deliver tangible results. With such immense profit, Zhu Di felt compelled to express his gratitude. Heir, do you still have any of those golden beans? He asked. Father requires them. Feel free to take as many as you wish. Zhu Gaochun generously revealed a considerable handful of golden beans. Zhu Di accepted his son's offering, pouring the beans into his palm before transferring them to Li Qing. This is your reward. Zhu Gaochun appeared distressed, silently lamenting, Oh father, you would be better off tossing them into the water. Li Qing weighed the handful of golden beans, estimating them to be no less than 50 taels, a substantial amount. Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty, he said with a smile. However, I did not come seeking rewards. I am here to inquire about the publication of the Yongle de Dian. Is there any need for inquiry? Zhu Di replied. Continue printing and selling. Expedite the delivery of more copies. I wish to inscribe upon them. Bring me ink and brush. The enthusiasm of the fourth prince was palpable. Inscribing just 2 characters could be worth over 10,000 taels. This could pave the way for annual military campaigns and bolster our capital. By the way, the fortifications along the 9 borders must be reinforced, and we shall procure an additional 5,000 cannons. Zhu Di had already envisioned how to allocate the funds. I wish to inscribe. None shall hinder me, for I command it. Zhu Di rolled up his sleeves, urging, Li Qing, why do you hesitate? Quickly, fetch some copies of the Dian. Your Majesty, exercise a modicum of rationality. It is all about the money. Yet Zhu Di was beyond reason. The very thought of not inscribing felt like missing out on millions. Enough chatter, swiftly bring me the copies. Your Majesty, allow me to speak. Li Qing found himself in a predicament, caught between laughter and tears. The value of rarity was undeniable, and the strategy of hunger marketing was at play. After a brief interval, Zhu Di's initial joy gradually gave way to disappointment. Alas, what a pity, he lamented. Let's print another edition. This time, we must produce more copies. Li Qing proposed, Your Majesty, to maintain the allure of rarity and attract the affluent gentry, it would be prudent to stick to this scale, 1 original and 100 copies. Then let us increase the number of originals, Zhu Di declared, feeling the sting of financial scarcity acutely. You have 3 months to ensure 500 copies are printed. That may prove somewhat challenging. I care not for your difficulties. Find a solution. I only demand results. Zhu Di retorted with a hint of arrogance. At this moment, I recognize nothing but wealth. Just then, the chubby attendant rushed in, brimming with enthusiasm. I've heard the grand ceremony was immensely profitable. How much was earned? Nearly 80,000 taels. Such a fortune. The attendant rubbed his hands together. The funds have been sent to the treasury, I presume? Li Qing replied. Minister Xia is in the process of collecting. I expect the revenue will be accounted for in the next few days. Wonderful, the attendant exclaimed. We must not halt the printing. We must press on. Li Qing chuckled and nodded in agreement. Zhu Di cast a sidelong glance at the chubby attendant and remarked, Eldest brother, I plan to launch a northern expedition in 2 months. But we have no funds, father. The attendant exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. You know well the expenses of traversing the Grand Canal and establishing the capital. Then I shall reduce the number of troops, with supplies included. We shall only deploy 300,000. No funds, no funds. The attendant protested, shaking his head vigorously. Even 100,000 is beyond our means. Zhu Di, feeling he had already made a concession, grew irate at the attendant's persistent complaints. You dare speak such nonsense. Seizing the moment, Zhu Gaosu fanned the flames. Eldest brother, you oversee the finances of the Ming dynasty. Pray tell, where has all the money gone? The expenses for the Grand Canal and the capital are substantial. Is that so? Zhu Gaosu sneered. I have heard whispers that someone has secretly reduced the number of craftsmen for the capital's construction. The chubby attendant felt a jolt of alarm and silently cursed. Who leaked this information? The situation is difficult to manage. There are traitors among the people. Zhu Di was aware of this matter, having access to the intelligence of the Jinyui, yet he refrained from addressing it, understanding the challenges faced by the chubby attendant and tacitly allowing it to continue. Eldest brother, I ask you again, is there any money? No money. The attendant replied with resolute finality, then turned the tables. Father, I ask you, do you trust me? Zhu Di narrowed his eyes. What if I do not? Then I shall resign. You, impudent. Zhu Gaosu was incensed first. Is that how a son should speak to his father? The chubby attendant rolled his eyes. Second brother, would you care to assume the regency? Zhu Gaosu was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing his ears. Me, regent? Are you willing? Zhu Gaosu's heart raced. Casting a furtive glance at their father, he cautiously replied, it is not out of the question. After a pause, he continued, Father, since eldest brother is unwilling to take on the regency, I shall. Zhu Di frowned. You regent? Yes, Zhu Gaosu affirmed with a firm nod. Rest assured, father. Enough. Zhu Di interrupted. You are not yet well versed in state affairs. We shall discuss this at a later time. Hearing at a later time. Zhu Gaosu was not eager to rush things and assured, Father, if I were to become regent in the future, the treasury would undoubtedly flourish. Indeed, the emperor still places his trust in you. Since childhood, you have been remarkably astute. Zhu Di, unable to contain his excitement, began to draw grand visions. Zhu Gaochun relished his meal heartily. Observing the little chubby one, Li Qing wore a peculiar expression, feeling a sense of delight within, secretly thinking, you too may be envious. But ultimately, I remain the favored one. Li Qing selected 20 individuals from the Hanlin Academy, instructing them to meticulously transcribe 500 copies of the Grand Canon within a fortnight. The pressure exerted by Zhu Di was passed on intact to these scholars. Subsequently, Li Qing requested the chubby one to have the local officials of Suzhou and Hangzhou promote the endeavor. As these cities are home to the wealthiest merchants and are in close proximity to Jinling, they would surely arrive in due time. After 2 weeks of diligent effort, the 500 copies of the Grand Canon were finally completed. Li Qing presented them to the printing craftsman and inquired, Master, is it feasible to print 100 copies within 2.5 months? The craftsman assured him, rest assured, it is absolutely no problem. There is ample time. Is that so? Li Qing asked, as the craftsman elaborated. The last delay was due to the excessive time spent carving the type. However, this time is different. The 100 copies encompass nearly all characters and merely require arrangement. Understanding now, Li Qing chuckled softly. Very well. Ensure you work diligently, maintaining the highest quality. If you perform well, I shall increase your wages. Upon hearing this promise, the craftsman beamed with joy, vowing to produce an excellent print. Li Qing, smiling, pulled the overseer aside and whispered, aside from preventing them from improperly taking the canon away, do not interfere with their work. The overseer bowed in agreement. Li Qing stretched leisurely. Once the copies are printed, please inform me. Understood, sir, the overseer replied with a respectful clasp of the hands. With a light heart, Li Qing exited the workshop and returned home. Leaning comfortably in his reclining chair, a perfectly warm cup of tea was promptly served. Sir, enjoy your tea. Indeed, Li Qing replied, savoring a sip with a look of pure contentment. Lianxiang, with a charming smile, remarked, Sir, you seem quite happy today. Yes, I truly am. Li Qing responded, this monumental work, with 100 copies, will circulate among the people. With each transcription, its number will be incalculable, ensuring the Grand Canon continues to be cherished rather than gathering dust in the palace. In Chapter 48, we find that Li Qing's proposal to publish the Yongle de Dian was not primarily for profit, but rather to preserve cultural heritage. This compendium of knowledge, rich in cultural significance and encompassing nearly all wisdom, would be a lamentable loss if left forgotten. By disseminating it in this manner, he hoped to avert the potential fate of its obscurity. Sir, dinner is ready, Lianxiang called, tying her apron as she approached with a cheerful demeanor. Today, I cooked all your favorites. Li Qing rose with a smile, feigning complaint. Such tasks could be left to the servants. Why not simply enjoy? Being idle is not appealing. Lianxiang giggled. By the way, today is Sister Hongxiu's birthday. Oh, indeed, Li Qing exclaimed, realizing the occasion called for proper celebration. After we dine, let us stroll through the streets and procure a gift for Hongxiu. What about me? Lianxiang pouted playfully. Both she and Wanling displayed expectant expressions. There will be gifts for everyone, Li Qing declared generously. When it comes to funds, I have plenty to spare. Over the years, the salary, gifts, and tributes that Li Qing has received have accumulated to an extraordinary wealth that is simply insatiable. Li Qing, with a gentle demeanor, said, "Feel free to express your desires. My lord shall grant them all. When my lord speaks, his word is law," he replied. Of course. Amidst their banter, the trio arrived at the grand hall of the rear courtyard. The table was already set, and upon their entrance, Hong Xiu dismissed the servants. She retrieved a small jar of wine from the cabinet, and, with a charming smile, inquired, "My lord, shall we indulge in a drink at noon?" "Indeed, that sounds delightful." Li Qing nodded, adding, "Why not mention your birthday? I had no time to prepare a gift for you. There's nothing lacking at home." Hong Xiu responded with a hint of melancholy. Turning another year older is hardly a cause for celebration. Li Qing paused, chuckling softly. "Look at you. Are you overthinking again?" "Not at all, just feeling a bit reflective," Hong Xiu replied wistfully. "I am already 51. You are still over a decade my senior." Li Qing laughed. "What significance does that hold?" Hong Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, pouring him a cup of wine, mimicking their first meeting. "My lord, please drink this cup to the fullest." After lunch, Li Qing fulfilled his promise and took the three ladies on a leisurely stroll through the city of Jinling. The shopkeepers, amused by his endearing way of referring to them as young ladies, adhered to the principle that the customer is always right. The four of them explored the city for an entire afternoon, returning just before dusk, laden with numerous packages. Li Qing had little interest in money. He seldom handled it himself, entrusting it all to Hong Xiu, but he took great pleasure in spending. He believed that the true value of money lies in its ability to purchase happiness. The printing of the Grand Classic proceeded smoothly, with Li Qing only occasionally inspecting the progress, spending most of his time at home chatting with the jovial Xiaoyuanji. Over 2 months later, under the eager anticipation of the wealthy gentry in Su and Hang, the royal bookstore reopened. Once again, Li Qing witnessed the opulence of the gentry. A limited edition of the Grand Classic had been speculated to reach a staggering 15,000 taels. He continued to employ the previous sales strategy, offering 100 volumes per set. With the gentry's enthusiastic support, 500 sets, each containing 100 volumes of the Grand Classic, sold out in just half a month. After deducting costs, they netted over 400,000 taels, much to Xia Yuanji's delight. In the ensuing days, Xia Yuanji focused on collecting payments while Li Qing busied himself with the next round of printing. Simultaneously, Zhu Di personally took action, urging officials across the Ming dynasty to promote the Grand Classic, leading to another sales surge 6 months later. The fourth prince relished the success, grinning from ear to ear, realizing that if all editions of the Grand Classic were printed, not only would they recoup their costs, but they would also reap substantial profits, surpassing even the earnings from the treasure voyages to the west. The glistening silver and grain flowed into the national treasury, allowing Zhu Di to regain his former confidence. Time flew by like an arrow, and soon it was the 12th year of the Yongle era. In the imperial study, Zhu Di declared, "I shall launch a northern expedition. But there are no funds, father," the jovial Xia Yuanji replied awkwardly. "Your Majesty, the treasury is indeed strained." Zhu Di, however, refused to believe it. He was well aware of the treasury's status. "Enough of this talk," Zhu Di said, displeased. "I have endured for so long. And you still claim there are no funds? Do you trust me, father?" Xia Yuanji asked. "I do not. Then I shall resign." "Do as you please." Zhu Di, having acquired wealth, immediately turned his back on his allies. "Where is the second prince?" he called out, scanning the room but finding no trace of him. "Summon the Han King at once." Upon witnessing this, Xia Yuanji hastily interjected, "Though the treasury is not affluent, it can still sustain a war." Huang Huai Jin Yuzi and other members of the cabinet nodded in agreement, fearing for the crown prince's position. "Now that you have money, it's too late," Zhu Di scoffed. "You conspired with the crown prince to deceive me. Such a crime is unforgivable. Seize these individuals and throw them all into prison." The young prince's expression changed. "Father, please reconsider." "Do not worry. I shall not forget you," Zhu Di continued. "From this day forth, you shall reflect on your actions in the Eastern Palace. Forbidden to leave without my command." Zhu Di cursed. "You dare to band together and deceive me? Do you take me for a fool?" The palace guards rushed in, apprehending Xia Yuanji, Jin Yuzi, Yang Shiqi, and others, with the young prince also being escorted out. Li Qing observed quietly, saying nothing. The fourth prince, much like Zhu Di, was stubborn. Words would be of no use, as in the end, the young prince would emerge victorious without haste. Moreover, the young prince had indeed worked hard over the years. A moment of rest was not unwarranted. Before long, Zhu Gaozu arrived in haste, an uncontainable joy on his face, having learned much from a young eunuch. After all, with such a substantial outpouring of gold, it could not be in vain. "Father, you summoned me?" Zhu Gaozu asked with feigned modesty. "Yes." Zhu Di took a deep breath. "From this day forth, you shall oversee the state." "I shall obey," Zhu Gaozu replied. His face flushed. "Rest assured, I will devote myself wholeheartedly." Zhu Di smiled. "Very well, you may leave now and prepare accordingly." "Yes, I take my leave." Zhu Gaozu respectfully bowed and exited. "Your Majesty, are we to engage in battle against the Walla?" Li Qing inquired. "Indeed, with the Tatars weakened, they have become unruly." Zhu Di affirmed. "Zhangji is 16 now. It is time he undergoes some training. Prepare for an expedition in 2 months. Shall I accompany you?" "Yes," Zhu Di replied. "Your martial prowess is commendable. Ensure his safety." Li Qing nodded, clasped his hands, and was about to depart when he was called back. "Is there something else, Your Majesty? How are the books and seals faring?" Zhu Di asked. "Everything is proceeding smoothly," Li Qing advised. "In 2 months, the next sales will occur. If I am to join the expedition, perhaps it would be best to release Xia Yuanji for the sales? To speak candidly, I do not hold the civil officials in high regard, yet there are exceptions. Xia Yuanji is indeed a capable official, Your Majesty. It is not an opportune time. Rest assured, before I embark on the expedition, I shall certainly release him." Upon hearing this, Li Qing sighed in relief. "And the crown prince?" "Let him rest for 2 months." Zhu Di stretched. "The eldest has had his share of challenges. Let him take this opportunity to recuperate." "And the second prince, what of the Han King?" Zhu Di scoffed. "He possesses not a shred of the qualities needed to oversee the state. Once I depart, he will be dismissed." Li Qing remarked. "The second prince is truly unfortunate. To have such a father is a stroke of ill fate." Despite his disdain for the second prince, Li Qing felt genuine sympathy for him, recognizing his plight. "Very well, if you find yourself with idle time, go and tutor Zhangji. His archery and horsemanship skills require further refinement." Zhu Di, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "I have shown you exceptional favor, my beloved subject." Li Qing, unable to bear such flattery, quickly interrupted. "Your Majesty, please, I understand. We all do. I must now instruct the crown prince." The fourth prince, fond of grandiose dreams, found himself at a loss, for Li Qing was not one to be trifled with. He was acutely aware of the implications. In the Eastern Palace, upon seeing Li Qing, Zhu Zhangji hurried forward, his face etched with urgency. "Mr. Li, my grandfather has relieved my father of his regency. I fear your words may hold the key to aiding my father." Li Qing chuckled softly. "Your father is already burdened enough. Allowing him a moment's respite is not unwarranted." "But," Zhu Zhangji interjected. "There are no buts in this matter," Li Qing insisted. "Soon, we shall embark on a campaign against the Walla, and you, Crown Prince, shall accompany us." "Me too," Zhu Zhangji exclaimed, his expression transforming from surprise to delight. "Of course I wish to," he responded, dreaming of the adventure. Pausing for a moment, he pulled Li Qing aside and whispered, "Uncle Qing, we are allies. Speak honestly. Does my grandfather intend for my second uncle to ascend the throne?" Li Qing hesitated. "Ask your father. He won't say." Zhu Zhangji replied anxiously, "Please, just give me a hint." Li Qing scratched his head and advised, "Maintain a calm demeanor and focus on your responsibilities. What is meant for you will come to you." "How can I remain calm?" Zhu Zhangji pressed. "My second uncle is ever watchful, and my father shows no ambition. If my grandfather truly decides to name a new heir, then, Uncle Qing, you need not look at me so. My father is the crown prince. I am the crown prince's son. This is not ambition," Zhu Zhangji asserted. Chapter 49. The Wrath of the Han Prince. Zhu Zhangji, his demeanor serious, asked, "Uncle Qing, please tell me truthfully, does my grandfather wish to change the crown prince?" "Yes," Li Qing replied. "We are allies." Zhu Zhangji, with warmth in his voice, reminded him, "You have watched my father grow. Your bond is profound." The members of the Zhu family are all astute individuals, save for the simple-minded Li Qing, who sighed and remarked, "Have you considered why your grandfather sends you with the army?" Zhu Zhangji was taken aback. "Are you suggesting?" "No, I have said nothing," Li Qing retorted playfully. "Now come, let us practice archery." "Very well," Zhu Zhanji replied cheerfully. Although Li Qing did not speak overtly, the perceptive Zhu Zhanji grasped the underlying message. Once Zhu Gaosu assumed the regency, he promptly enacted national policies, intensifying efforts to construct canals and establish a new capital. It must be noted that the simpleton worked diligently. Though lacking the talent of his brother, he was exceptionally industrious, residing within the imperial study and neglecting his home. Despite the implications of his actions, Zhu Gaosu genuinely aimed to excel and earn his father's approval. The scholarly officials felt a chill at Zhu Gaosu's regency. Though the fact that Zhu Di had not yet named a new crown prince offered them a modicum of solace. Zhu Di's maneuver proved effective. With the crown prince under house arrest, none dared to oppose the campaign, fearing that a misstep might lead to a change in succession. Zhu Gaosu was wholeheartedly supportive of the expedition, aligning himself with whatever his father desired. Consequently, the construction of canals and the establishment of the new capital progressed at an unprecedented pace, with troops mobilized and supplies transported. Any equipment or artillery needed by Zhu Di was readily provided. The treasury flowed like water, as Zhu Gaosu recklessly dispensed the wealth that his brother had painstakingly amassed. Xiao Pang was confined to his quarters, and the Minister of Revenue, Xia Yuanji, was imprisoned. The remaining 2 deputy ministers dared not confront Zhu Gaosu. They followed the commands of the Han Wang without question, as it was not their own money being spent. After all, the laws of the Ming dynasty clearly state, those acting on orders shall not be held accountable for their actions. 2 months swiftly passed, and the day of departure for the expedition arrived. In the imperial study, Zhu Di, who had long refrained from attending to state affairs, unexpectedly paid a visit. Zhu Gaosu was reviewing memorials when he saw his father enter, quickly rising to pay his respects, proclaiming, "Your son greets His Majesty. Long live the Emperor." "Rise." Zhu Di responded. "Thank you, Father," Zhu Gaosu replied as he stood. "Lord Yongqing, Masterly, welcome." After the exchange of simple courtesies, Zhu Gaosu inquired, "Has Your Majesty come with instructions today?" Zhu Di felt a flush of warmth on his face. He had indeed come to confront him. Concerned about the nation's affairs in his absence and the regency of his second son, he approached the imperial desk and seated himself, probing, "Have you been weary these days? Would you care for a respite?" "I am not weary. Your son is devoted to the country and does not find it taxing," Zhu Gaosu replied with an official air. Zhu Di, initially intending to gently persuade his son to step down, found himself met with such obstinacy that he resorted to a firmer approach. "I ask you, how much does the national treasury currently hold?" Zhu Gaosu was taken aback, having been preoccupied with expenditures. "Your son will check immediately. Do you not know how much is in the treasury? What kind of regent are you?" Zhu Di's anger flared. Zhu Gaosu was bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in his father's demeanor. Just yesterday, he had been addressed affectionately, and today, the tone was entirely different. "I shall look into it at once," he stammered. "No need," Zhu Di retorted coldly. "In merely 2 months of your regency, you have depleted the treasury. Since you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. The treasury now holds only 300,000 taels of silver and 4 million stones of grain. With several months until tax revenue arrives, this sum barely suffices for the salaries of officials, nobility, and the expenses of the palace. Should a disaster strike in the provinces, how will we provide for the afflicted?" Zhu Gaosu, bewildered and anxious, stuttered, "Father, you are aware that the capital's construction and the canal project have accelerated. Alongside the deployment of 500,000 troops for the northern campaign and the acquisition of new artillery and armor. You are merely making excuses. I shall not entertain that." Zhu Di fumed. "I ask you, what shall we do now?" Zhu Gaosu, feeling a mix of urgency, frustration, and injustice, replied, "Father, I have not pocketed a single coin." While the expenditures are considerable, he turned away, muttering, "You must have some understanding of where the money has gone, Father." "Ah, so you have learned to speak back?" Zhu Di seized the moment, rolling up his sleeves as if to strike. Li Qing and Dao Yan swiftly intervened on either side, urging, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." This scene had been rehearsed beforehand, with only Zhu Gaosu left in the dark. With a pained expression, he pleaded, "Father, I truly have been diligent in my duties. Yet you have the audacity to claim diligence after this debacle?" Zhu Di shot back. "I, Zhu Gaosu, am enraged. The treasury holds but a meager amount. You demand construction and a military campaign. What can I do? If you have no solution, then you should not be regent." Zhu Di seized the opportunity, declaring, "Let your elder brother take charge instead." "You, At this moment, even Zhu Gaoxiu, though somewhat naive, recognized that he had merely been a pawn in his father's game. In a fit of rage, the boorish fellow tore off his python robe and exclaimed bitterly, "I shall no longer serve. I am returning to Yunnan." Zhu Di bellowed, "Get out. If you want to leave, then leave." Zhu Gaochun retorted, his voice booming even louder than Zhu Di's. Li Qing intervened, attempting to mediate. "Prince Han, please do not depart." Although Zhu Gaochun had no intention of leaving, Li Qing's words compelled him to act, and he disdainfully waved his sleeve, uttering a perfunctory remark. "If I am not welcome here, there are places that will gladly receive me." With that, he turned and walked away, disregarding Zhu Di's reaction. "This scoundrel!" Zhu Di fumed. Li Qing, at a loss for words, reflected that, in contrast, the fourth brother was truly the real rogue. After a moment of simmering anger, Zhu Di suddenly realized, "This is bad. I cannot allow the second brother to leave. Li Qing, go persuade him to stay." Without anyone watching over the eldest, Zhu Di felt uneasy. "I will not go." Li Qing shook his head, believing one should not be overly accommodating to Zhu Di. He felt sorry for the foolish one, who had been played in such a manner. "You little rascal. The second brother is a rogue, and you are one too, aren't you?" Zhu Di exclaimed in anger. "Li Qing, heed my command. Immediately head to the Prince Han's residence. If you cannot persuade him to stay, then you may pack your things and leave as well." "Is that truly a good thing?" Li Qing gasped in astonishment. Zhu Di is seething with rage. "Bring me my sword." As an emperor, Zhu Di's authority was unassailable, and Li Qing felt compelled to uphold his dignity. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. I shall go at once." At the Prince Han's residence, Zhu Gaochun was directing his servants to pack his belongings, genuinely feeling hurt by the situation. "Is the prince truly leaving?" Li Qing probed cautiously. "Be on your way." Zhu Gaochun dismissed him, his patience worn thin. The past camaraderie had dissipated like smoke with the golden coins. "Prince Han, why can you not comprehend?" Yes. You are all so clever while I am the foolish one." Zhu Gaochun shouted. "Is it not acceptable for me to withdraw?" Li Qing replied. Zhu Gaochun was indeed furious, and justifiably so. "Might you lend me an ear, Prince Han?" "I shall not listen," he retorted. Li Qing sighed. "In that case, it is best not to speak of the emperor's concerns." "Wait, do not leave just yet." Zhu Gaochun called out, curiosity piqued. "What troubles does he have?" Li Qing replied earnestly. "Prince Han, you have spent the treasury's funds, have you not?" "I have," Zhu Gaochun admitted, "and my heart is solely for the nation." Li Qing interrupted his complaints. "Yet it is a fact that the treasury is depleted. The emperor's northern campaign will deplete his military strength, leaving you without support, while most civil officials lean towards your elder brother. Given this situation, can you navigate it successfully?" Zhu Gaochun fell silent, his anger gradually dissipating. "But he cannot speak of me in that manner. I have scarcely returned home these past 2 months, and what have I received in return?" "Ah," Li Qing feigned sincerity. "The emperor still harbors affection for you. With the treasury in such dire straits, if it were entrusted to you, it would surely burden you. Thus, the emperor has passed this troublesome matter onto your elder brother, yet you seem unable to grasp his genuine intentions." Li Qing affected displeasure, saying, "It is not for me to say, but Prince Han, you have indeed gone too far. Do you not know in your heart who the emperor truly favors?" Zhu Gaochun was taken aback, as visions of the past flooded his mind. "The heir must be encouraged. You truly resemble me." Realization dawned upon him, and his anger subsided, prompting him to cease the packing of his belongings. He pulled Li Qing aside, rummaging in his pocket to produce a handful of golden beans. Though a bit lacking in quantity, Li Qing did not express any discontent. "Mr. Li, what should I do now?" It was Li Qing's first experience receiving a gift in such a context, and he felt somewhat uneasy. After clearing his throat, he advised, "You should go to the palace now and apologize to the emperor." Zhu Gaochun hesitated momentarily. "Sir, you do not understand. My father punishes me as if I were a dog. I am afraid." "Afraid of what?" Li Qing exclaimed with righteous indignation. "I shall accompany you." Having been at the mercy of Li Qing for some time, Zhu Gaochun was unexpectedly moved by this display of solidarity. Thus, he retrieved another small handful of golden beans, saying, "I appreciate your help, sir." "Of course," Li Qing replied with a smile as he accepted the beans, reflecting on how delightfully easy it was to earn such golden treasures. Chapter 50. The Malice of Human Hearts in the Imperial Palace. Within the study, Zhu Di was in a state of distress when he learned that the Duke of Yongqing and the Prince of Han sought an audience. His spirits lifted immediately. Admit them. Shortly thereafter, the two entered hand in hand. We pay our respects to your majesty. Please, no need for formalities. Zhu Di contemplated whether to soften his words. But before he could speak, his son interjected. Father, it is all my fault, Zhu Gaochun chuckled. I am too foolish to understand your good intentions. And I have angered you. I truly deserve punishment. Please, father, strike me. Zhu Di was taken aback. He knew his son's temperament well and had never anticipated such a transformation in such a brief span of time. It is sufficient that you understand the weight of your actions. Zhu Di cleared his throat and magnanimously declared, I forgive you. Though he was uncertain of his own grievances, they were of little consequence. Father, Zhu Gaochun said, genuinely touched, your understanding means the world to me. His father's magnanimity filled him with warmth, and he felt a strong urge to slap himself for his earlier folly. Let us consider it all a misunderstanding, Zhu Di said with a paternal air. You have worked hard in the regency, my son. It has not been a burden to share the weight with you. Zhu Gaochun spoke earnestly, I am grateful. Upon witnessing this display of paternal affection and filial piety, Li Qing felt no inclination to linger. I take my leave, your majesty. Off you go, Zhu Di nodded. Such behavior of favoring allies in front of the throne was not unlike that of Lan Yu in the past. Li Qing, feeling indifferent towards the fourth prince's annoyance, considered his trip worthwhile, as he had secured a handful of golden beans. 2 days later, the army set forth, and the rotund little prince was reinstated to regency. Meanwhile, figures like Xia Yuanji and Huang Huai were also released. Upon witnessing the nearly empty treasury, Xia Yuanji was nearly brought to tears, lamenting the hardships of the past 2 years that had returned them to square one. Ministers like Jin Yuzi and Yang Shiqi were unfazed by the depletion. They were instead elated by the return of the crown prince to the regency, feeling optimistic about the prospects ahead. Zhu Gaochun quietly scoffed to himself. Who will have the last laugh remains to be seen. As the officials escorted the emperor to the outskirts of Jinling, performing the customary rites, Zhu Di led the imperial army into the fray. This was Zhu Zhanji's first experience of battle, and he was brimming with excitement. At the tender age of 16, he was full of vigor, and while he maintained the dignity befitting a sovereign, he found himself incessantly chattering with Li Qing, inundating him with questions about every detail. Although Li Qing may not be a qualified general, he has certainly amassed considerable experience in warfare, imparting essential lessons of the battlefield and the harsh realities of war to young Zhu Zhanji. Li Qing remarked with a smile that the purpose of fighting is not for glory, but rather for the attainment of lasting peace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di subtly furrowed his brow, sensing that Li Qing's words were directed at him. Indeed, Zhu Di muttered, this battle will surely leave the Walla forces bloodied and battered, deterred from ever encroaching upon our Ming borders again. Long live His Majesty, Zhu Zhanji aptly flattered, earning the approval of his grandfather. The grand army marched northward, gathering in Dezhou and Jinping with their meticulously prepared forces. Once the 500,000-strong army was assembled, they set forth once more. After a span of 20 days, the troops emerged from the pass, advancing toward the vast northern grasslands. It was the season of spring, with delightful weather and lush pastures. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the gentle spring breeze was refreshing. Even the sound of hooves upon the grass brought comfort. In the expanse of the prairie, the immense army appeared somewhat diminutive. As they established camp and prepared meals, Zhu Zhanji, like the soldiers, did not indulge in privileges, receiving treatment even less favorable than that of the officers. This was Zhu Di's way of toughening his grandson. However, Li Qing had his grievances, as being appointed as the protector of the eldest grandson meant he too faced hardships. That night, the two shared a tent. Zhu Zhanji, brimming with energy despite the day's exhausting march, asked, Are you asleep, Uncle Qing? I am, Li Qing replied, reluctant to engage with the loquacious Zhu Zhanji. How can one converse if they are asleep? Li Qing sighed. Why are you still awake at this hour? Just to chat. Zhu Zhanji sat up. I heard from my father that you participated in numerous great battles, decades ago, when you and grandfather subdued Nair Buhua and pursued the northern Yuan court led by Lan Yu, culminating in the Battle of Beer Lake. Heroes do not dwell on past glories. Li Qing turned over, noting that those events were mere history, better left unspoken. Besides, I was never the commander, merely a military supervisor, and I have little to teach you. Do share, consider it a means to pass the time. Zhu Zhanji pressed, you watch my father grow up. Disregarding royal titles, I should call you second uncle. As an elder, Can't you show a bit more patience toward your junior? Li Qing was exasperated with the young man, but relented and sat up. Which battle do you wish to hear about? Certainly the Battle of Beer Lake. Zhu Zhanji's eyes sparkled. That battle completely dismantled the northern Yuan court. It must have been extraordinary. Li Qing reminisced, nodding gently. Indeed, it was remarkable. The conditions for the soldiers were quite poor, making sleep uncomfortable for Li Qing, so he engaged Zhu Zhanji in conversation. He recounted the ambitious expedition of his youth, the helplessness of not finding the enemy, the perils of desert marches, the quest for water, and the eventual decisive victory over the northern Yuan court. Li Qing's storytelling captivated Zhu Zhanji. That must have been quite a challenge. Zhu Zhanji exclaimed, I only knew that the Battle of Beer Lake ended the northern Yuan court, but I had no idea of the many twists and turns involved. After a pause, Zhu Zhanji inquired, Uncle Qing, were you truly adept at seeking the water of immortals? Not at all. Li Qing rolled his eyes. That was merely due. Well, you are quite impressive. Had it not been for you, perhaps the entire contingent of 150,000 troops would have perished. Zhu Zhanji sincerely remarked, in the Battle of the Fishing Child Sea, you deserve the utmost credit. Li Qing shook his head. One cannot say that. If we adhere to your theory, without Lan Yu's relentless determination, we wouldn't have located the northern Yuan court. It is a matter of timing, fate, and fortune. The true decisive battle was orchestrated entirely by Lan Yu. Without him, even if victory were possible, a complete triumph would be unattainable. Indeed, that is a valid point. Zhu Zhanji nodded, then laughed. Hearing you say this, I almost perceive Lan Yu as more formidable than my grandfather. Lan Yu is indeed remarkable. Among all the generals Li Qing has encountered thus far, in terms of command, Lan Yu undoubtedly stands as the preeminent figure. Zhu Di is certainly adept in warfare. However, his approach diverges from that of Lan Yu. Lan Yu emphasizes strategic command, while Zhu Di's strength lies in dimensional assault. Yet, such a comparison is unfair to Zhu Di, for the Ming army's capacity for dimensional strikes is attributable to the 3 battalions he painstakingly trained. Military prowess is not confined solely to battlefield command. Who do you think is more formidable, Lan Yu or my grandfather? Zhu Zhanji inquired. This question is akin to a wife asking her husband whom he would save first if both she and his mother fell into water, a dilemma I refuse to address. Come on, just say it. What you speak will enter my ears, Li Qing urged helplessly. Let us say it's 50-50. Zhu Zhanji expressed dissatisfaction with this response and was about to speak again when his stomach interjected. Gurgle. He rubbed his belly. Qingbo, I am hungry, are you not? Initially, Li Qing was not hungry, but upon hearing this, he felt an urge to eat something. A little, he conceded. You go fetch some food. I am your Qingbo. You should go. Your skills are better. Li Qing retorted with annoyance. You call me Qingbo yet act as if you do not regard me as an elder? I am nearly 60. Do you have no shame? Zhu Zhanji awkwardly chuckled. All right then, Qingbo, wait here. I shall fetch it now. 1 leg of lamb and a jug of wine, please. Zhu Zhanji urged. Why are you still standing there? Li Qing pressed. Hurry up. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhanji returned with a mournful expression. Did you not procure anything? I did, Zhu Zhanji replied. The lamb is currently roasting, and it will be delivered shortly with the wine. Alas, if grandfather learns that I have indulged in a private feast, he will surely be displeased. Li Qing, exasperated, remarked. Could you not simply steal? I did steal, but was caught, Zhu Zhanji admitted. Since you have been discovered, one should embrace it openly. Go and have 2 chickens roasted as well. Will we be able to finish that? Li Qing reassured him. Fear not, I have a hearty appetite. Whatever remains will be on me. If the emperor inquires tomorrow, I will shield you, he guaranteed. At midnight, with the feast laid out, wine and meat in abundance, the two indulged heartily, reveling in the flavors. Delicious, truly satisfying, Zhu Zhanji exclaimed, deeply absorbed in the feast. It is so fragrant. How fragrant is it? Just as Zhu Zhanji was about to respond, he suddenly turned around. His mouth agape in shock as a piece of meat fell from his lips. Grandfather, Zhu Di, stern-faced, remarked, is this little hardship too much for you to endure? Zhu Zhanji dared not argue. Thus he called out, Mr. Qing, please say something. After several calls with no response, Zhu Zhanji turned back to see Li Qing sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Zhu Zhanji was utterly astonished. Today he had truly witnessed the treachery of human nature. Chapter 51. The Flowing General, the Unyielding Supervisor. Zhu Zhanji felt deeply aggrieved. Clearly, Li Qing had consumed even more than he had. Why should he alone bear the blame? Grandfather, I must report. Li Qing, still in slumber, stretched lazily and opened his eyes, bleary with sleep. Oh, the emperor has arrived? Zhu Di cast a sidelong glance at him before turning his attention to his beloved grandson. What do you wish to report? Your Majesty, you have come to reward the crown prince, haven't you? Li Qing interjected. How thoughtful of you, Your Majesty. The crown prince is at a crucial stage of growth. We must not let inadequate nourishment hinder his development. Pausing, he picked up a leg of lamb and offered it to young Zhanji. Crown prince, do indulge. This is beneficial for you. I don't want to eat. Zhu Zhanji vehemently shook his head, exasperated by Li Qing's provocations. Uncle Qing, how can you be so insufferable? This is merely pouring oil on the flames. Grandfather, please allow me to explain. No need for explanations, Zhu Di retorted with a fierce glare. Though he refrained from further reproach. If you are tempted, then eat. Just be mindful of your manners in the future. I would not want poor nourishment to affect my grandson's growth. If you wish to eat, do so openly, not furtively. Indeed, Your Majesty, Li Qing chimed in. The crown prince deserves to be well fed. Can the emperor allow you to starve? If you truly desire something, simply inform your humble servant. There is no need for such theatrics. Zhu Zhanji, filled with indignation, protested. Grandfather, it is not like that. Enough, Zhu Di snapped, his demeanor cold. To have the courage to eat but not to admit it is a sign of weakness. Finish your meal and retire early. Yes, grandfather, Zhu Zhanji replied sullenly. Li Qing bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, take care. After Zhu Di departed, Li Qing began to devour the lamb leg, which incensed Zhu Zhanji further. Uncle Qing, you promised to cover for me. Why did you not do so just now? I did cover for you. Li Qing shrugged. Just tell me, has your grandfather punished you? Zhu Zhanji, frustrated, reached for the lamb leg but found it empty. Did you not just say you wouldn't eat? Li Qing retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. A man must keep his word. Oh, Zhu Zhanji was beside himself with rage. Uncle Qing, you are going too far. Li Qing cautioned gently. Eating too much at night can lead to indigestion. I am merely looking out for your well-being. You consumed that half-roasted chicken. Now, make haste to rest. Tomorrow, we must march. Also, there should be no loud noises in the camp. Encountering such a person, Zhu Zhanji found himself at a loss. Uncle Qing, have you always been this way? Indeed, Li Qing replied, somewhat indistinctly. Is there a problem? To have lived to such an age, it is truly remarkable. Zhu Zhanji remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he lay back on the ground, choosing to ignore him henceforth. Li Qing, unfazed, felt he had been sufficiently courteous to young Zhanji. A fragile friendship can easily capsize. The following day, the army advanced once more. Throughout the journey, the loquacious Zhu Zhanji was notably quieter, bringing Li Qing a sense of relief as he enjoyed the scenery. Over a month later, the army encamped 200 miles from the territory of the Walla, halting their advance. Zhu Di dispatched scouts to investigate the eastern movements of the Walla. However, just as the scouts set off, emissaries from the Walla arrived first. Within the Grand Camp, Zhu Di received the Walla envoy. I pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming. The envoy bowed deeply, even bringing with him a sumptuous roast lamb, a gesture of apparent sincerity. This is a gift from our Khan to Your Majesty. Zhu Di, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, directly commanded, inform Mahamud to return to his lair and tend to his modest domain. I could be lenient. The envoy, somewhat indignant, clasped his hands and retorted, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming, why must we endure such treatment? The land beyond the pass is not Ming territory. Under heaven, all lands belong to the sovereign. Both inside and outside the pass are under Ming dominion. Zhu Di has never been one to reason. Would he retreat? A burly man gruffly queried. What if we refuse to retreat? Then there is nothing more to discuss, Zhu Di replied, stretching lazily. He instructed Mahamud to prepare himself, for the celestial forces of the Ming would soon arrive. Another envoy, with a forced smile, implored, Your Majesty, please temper your wrath, let us negotiate. Begone, Zhu Di commanded. The Walla envoy's expression faltered, but he restrained his anger, stating, We can assure that we shall no longer disturb the Ming. And we hope the Ming will not meddle in our internal affairs. Too late, Zhu Di scoffed. In your weaker days, you bowed to the Ming, now emboldened. You dare to covet the Central Plains, thinking you can deceive me? The Walla envoy insisted, we could still acknowledge the Ming as our sovereign. Zhu Di, weary of their rhetoric, gestured dismissively, and the soldiers at the tent in trance promptly expelled the envoys. The following day, scouts returned with reports of the Walla's precise location. Without hesitation, Zhu Di led his army forth. Meanwhile, Mahamud, upon learning of the Ming's movements, displayed no signs of panic. In recent years, Walla had experienced rapid growth, particularly after the Tatars' defeat, which had only strengthened his position. Though Walla did not possess the Mongolian legitimacy of the Tatars, they had not faced Ming aggression and had quietly prospered. Following the Tatars' downfall, Mahamud had seized numerous opportunities. Walla was now significantly more formidable than the Tatars had been at their peak years prior. The swelling power of Walla had inflated Mahamud's confidence, yet his commanders were less assured, their faces etched with worry. The might of the Ming was evident, as demonstrated by the Tatars' experience years ago. The thought of the Ming mobilizing 500,000 troops sent shivers through their hearts. Perhaps we should yield, one suggested, but his words were interrupted. What, are you afraid? Mahamud's loyal general retorted angrily. Our current strength is not to be compared with that of the former Tatars. Another commander attempted to salvage respect, saying, it is not fear. Merely a belief that we need not provoke the Ming now. We should wait a few years. Humph, do not excuse your cowardice, the loyal general scoffed. Heroes of the steppes fear not death. If you are afraid, then. Enough, Mahamud interrupted his confidant, casting a piercing gaze across the assembly. Under his hawk-like scrutiny, the various commanders gradually lowered their heads. Mahamud's sharp glare softened as he sighed. How I wish I could wait longer. But the Emperor of the Ming grants us no such luxury. An emperor commanding hundreds of thousands shall not return empty-handed. Even if we yield, he will still attack us. Thus, why not engage in battle? Silence enveloped the room. Noting this, Mahamud continued, indeed, the Ming army is vast, but discounting the numerous supply troops, no more than 150,000 can engage in battle. What is there to fear? After a brief pause, he declared with a resonant voice, rest assured, the Ming army is not invincible. Over a century ago, we established our dominance in the Central Plains, and a century hence, we can certainly do so again. Upon hearing these words, the generals felt a surge of confidence, their eyes sparkling at the thought of the riches of the Central Plains. Observing this, Mahamud smiled faintly, recalling that the initial defeat of the Tatars was due to their leader's incompetence. The nominal leader of the Tatar faction was the Grand Master Alutai, but in truth, it was a woman, a former princess of the Yuan dynasty. It is indeed remarkable that a woman would command a grand battle and succeed. Indeed, echoed Towan, Mahamud's son. The reason for the Tatars' humiliating defeat against the Ming army was the folly of their leadership, not the incapacity of our valiant men from the steppe. This affirmation further bolstered the confidence of the assembled generals. Seizing the moment, Mahamud proclaimed, Gentlemen, as long as we triumph in this battle, our march towards the Central Plains will be imminent. At that time, the world shall belong to us. I promise that each of you will possess vast lands, exquisite beauties, and untold riches. After a hearty meal, the generals were filled with vigor. Days later, the Ming army entered the territory of the Walla. With a command from Zhu Di, the main general sprang into action, launching a vigorous offensive with high morale. Zhu Zhanji, filled with eagerness, approached the command tent to request battle. Your Majesty, I wish to lead the troops into combat for the glory of our nation. Zhu Di hesitated, contemplating the battlefield's inherent dangers, should anything befall his grandson. It would be a grave loss. However, he soon realized that bringing him along was meant to hone his skills. If he were not allowed on the battlefield, what purpose would his presence serve? Zhu Di was not a man of indecision, and he heartily replied, with such ambition, I grant you 3,000 cavalry. Let the Walla witness the might of our Ming army. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Zhu Zhanji trembled with excitement. Having trained under his grandfather since childhood, he had often fantasized about the chaos of battle. Now, his dreams were finally coming to fruition. How could he not be exhilarated? Perform well, Zhu Di encouraged. Patting his grandson's shoulder, do not let my investment in you go to waste. Zhu Zhanji nodded emphatically. I shall not fail in my mission. Excellent. Zhu Di laughed heartily. Li Qing, you shall serve as the military overseer for the crown prince. Li Qing responded, a fluid commander and a steadfast overseer. Chapter 52. The young Zhu Zhanji radiated vigor as he looked upon the robust cavalry behind him, his blood surging with excitement. Li Overseer, Li Qing, with a tinge of reluctance, saluted, present. On the battlefield, I hold absolute authority. You must not interfere with my command. Li Qing regretted sharing the story of Lan Yu with him. For this young lad lacked Lan Yu's capabilities, but had inherited his flaws. This overseer could not guarantee anything, as it would depend on the circumstances. I am the commander. I am the overseer. Li Qing did not relent, producing a token from his pocket and presenting it. Look at this. The 4 characters as if I were present loomed before Zhu Zhanji, who immediately wilted, murmuring, "Qing Bo, we are allies. As this is my first time leading troops, cannot you show me a bit of favor? Besides, what am I fighting for if not for my father?" After a brief pause, his voice dipped further. "Isn't it all for your little chubby one?" Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "As long as the arrangements are reasonable, I shall cooperate with you." "Ah," Zhu Zhanji responded with a smile. "Thank you very much." He then proclaimed loudly, "Let us depart. Forward." The 3,000 cavalry were elite troops, equipped with only 2 days' worth of rations. Thus they moved swiftly and lightly. Zhu Zhanji galloped ahead, the wind lifting his long hair, exuding an exuberant joy, filled with a fervent yearning for the blood-soaked battlefield. The dreams of youth, the dreams of a general. Half a day later, they encountered a small group of Walla troops, numbering no more than 1,000. Charge! Without hesitation, Zhu Zhanji led the charge. His courage inspired the 3,000 elite soldiers, who immediately followed suit, rushing towards the enemy. They were as fierce as tigers, their steeds as powerful as dragons. Zhu Zhanji took the lead, wielding his spear with such prowess that he dispatched 2 foes without flinching. The longer the spear, the stronger the thrust. The cavalry employed spears over 10 feet long, striking down enemies from several meters away. Li Qing also held a spear, and with each thrust, an enemy fell from their mount. The thunderous hooves of 3,000 cavalry surged forth, scattering the 1,000-strong Walla troops, leaving them in disarray. After a fierce charge, Zhu Zhanji turned his horse skillfully, executing a beautiful countercharge, remaining at the forefront, valiant and indomitable. As a newborn calf fears not the tiger, so he pressed on. Li Qing kept a close watch on this reckless youth, fearing for his safety. Though Zhu Zhanji was only 16 years old, his martial training from a young age, coupled with ample nourishment, endowed him with strength rivaling that of robust men. His spear whirred through the air. Thwack! A Walla soldier was unfortunate enough to be caught in the sweep, his body hurtling through the air, blood spraying forth before he hit the ground. Li Qing swiftly delivered a finishing blow to ensure his passage to the afterlife. Strength must be wielded wisely, Li Qing admonished. In battle, efficiency in eliminating foes is paramount, not showcasing personal heroics. Observe closely and learn well. As he spoke, his spear darted forth like a dragon, each thrust aiming for the enemy's throat, each strike lethal. What remarkable skill! Zhu Zhanji could not help but exclaim, his face alight with admiration. Yet at that moment, an arrow shot in from the side, heading straight for Zhu Zhanji. Clang! Li Qing deftly deflected the arrow with the tip of his spear, admonishing, "Focus on the battle, speak less." Zhu Zhanji swallowed his retort, focusing intently on defeating the enemy. 3,000 against 1,000, and the Ming cavalry, equipped with superior arms, inflicted heavy losses on the Walla forces within just a quarter of an hour. The remaining Walla cavalry, sensing the tide turning against them, promptly fled. "Pursue! Halt!" Li Qing firmly restrained the energetic Zhu Zhanji, stating gravely, "The battlefield is not a training ground. If we fall into an ambush set by the enemy, our entire unit could be lost." Though 3,000 seemed a considerable number, it was still insufficient for a battle of this scale. Zhu Zhanji felt a twinge of reluctance, but did not contest further. "Li Qian, relay an order for the troops to rest for half an hour, and send 200 men to escort the wounded back to the main camp." Li Qing added, "And send someone to scout the enemy's movements." Li Qian bowed slightly and turned to Zhu Zhanji. "Go ahead." "Yes." Li Qian then turned his horse to deliver the orders. In the heat of battle, adrenaline surged. But once the intensity subsided, Zhu Zhanji felt a wave of soreness wash over him, a consequence of his exertions. "Li Jianjun, what kind of shooting technique was that?" Zhu Zhanji inquired, his curiosity piqued. "It looked as effortless as wielding a spear. Truly remarkable. I wish to learn it. Upon our return, I shall teach you." Li Qing chuckled softly. "However, on the battlefield, you must heed my guidance. The dynamics of war shift in an instant, and much of what you have learned may not apply." Zhu Zhanji pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, it is settled." Li Qing relaxed. With their mere 3,000, they could not alter the tide of battle, and Zhu Zhanji was merely honing his skills. Li Qing wished to avoid any misfortune befalling the spirited youth. After all, they were in enemy territory, far from the main encampment. Should they be surrounded by a multitude of foes, he would be unable to offer assistance. Personal prowess is indeed limited in the face of a vast army. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhanji regained his vigor, brimming with youthful energy. At that moment, the cavalry, dispatched to scout enemy movements, returned, regrettably reporting the absence of the Walla army. Observing this, Li Qing declared, "Let us depart." "Where to?" Zhu Zhanji inquired. "Naturally, we shall return to our main camp." Li Qing shrugged. "With only 2 days' provisions, what else can we do?" Zhu Zhanji sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. As dusk fell, the group returned to their encampment, only to find no sign of the main forces, just the supply troops stationed there. Li Qing sent someone to inquire about the situation and learned that Zhu Di had already led the army against Walla. "Qingba, let us also go," Zhu Zhanji exclaimed, his combat spirit ablaze. "I wish to fight alongside grandfather." "Rest now. In dreams, you can do anything," Li Qing rolled his eyes. "The army is constantly engaged in battle and travel, leaving no time for sleep. Who can endure such a pace?" Zhu Zhanji's face flushed, and he awkwardly admitted, "Indeed. Perhaps we should rest for the night. I will instruct my comrades to bring additional provisions. We shall surely defeat Walla." Li Qing smiled and nodded, recognizing the shared martial spirit between the grandfather and grandson. Yet, with the presence of the young chubby one, Zhu Zhanji was not solely focused on battle like his second brother. Though still immature due to his youth, he exhibited both literary and martial talents. With a decade of refinement, he would undoubtedly become a dragon among men. That evening, Zhu Zhanji arranged for meat and wine to be brought to Li Qing, calling him Qingba with affectionate familiarity. Aware of the young man's desire to learn the shooting technique, Li Qing, after their feast, did not hold back and began to teach him diligently. In truth, he had never formally studied it. Rather, he had distilled the essence of combat from his battlefield experiences. The techniques were devoid of flamboyance, yet were simple and practical. Zhu Zhanji, possessing a high degree of comprehension, was able to replicate Li Qing's demonstrations after only a few attempts, albeit with some awkwardness. After practicing for half an hour, fully grasping the techniques, Zhu Zhanji finally paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and asked, "Qingba, what are the names of these techniques, and what do they mean?" Li Qing scratched his head. "They are indeed impressive names." Zhu Zhanji looked on with eager anticipation. Li Qing chuckled. "Ah, there are some." With that, he unsheathed his long spear, demonstrating the initial stance, swiftly drawing the weapon. Then, he wielded the spear with such speed that it created afterimages, growing increasingly furious in its motion. Finally, he released the spear, catching it at its end, a maneuver that tested grip strength. Thus, it was dubbed the unyielding grip. Soon after, the spear lunged forward with tremendous force, executing the technique known as Dragon's Impact. This move, a pivotal link in a series of attacks, required a precise rhythm, aptly named deadly rhythm. It aimed directly at the enemy's vital points, referred to as striking the yellow dragon. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing had named all the techniques. The entire set of spear techniques comprised 13 moves, which Li Qing designated with a resounding and memorable title, 13 Lethal Spears. "Wow, wow," exclaimed Zhu Zhanji, thoroughly astonished. As he began to practice once more, shouting the names of the techniques, which made him appear even more valiant. It was not until midnight that the young Zhu Zhanji, exhausted, finally lay down to rest. The moment he touched the ground, he slipped into a deep slumber, immediately accompanied by the sounds of snoring. Li Qing sighed softly, remarking how delightful youth was. Seizing the opportunity while Zhu Zhanji was sound asleep, he utilized his inner energy to ease the boy's muscles and bones, before indulging in a solitary drink. The following morning, Zhu Zhanji awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily, his bones cracking pleasantly, feeling invigorated and more spirited than ever. "Qingbo, wake up. It's dawn. We must hasten to catch up with grandfather." Li Qing groggily roused himself and reluctantly sat up. "Let us go." The two exited the tent, where the cavalry was already prepared. The group set off immediately. The traces left by the marching army of over 100,000 were easily discernible. Li Qing and his companions made little effort, and within the span of half a day, they reunited with Zhu Di. "Did you encounter the Walla army yesterday?" Zhu Di inquired. "We did," Zhu Zhanji nodded, "but their numbers were scant, only a little over 1,000, and we decimated most of them, forcing them to retreat in disgrace." "Did you pursue them?" Zhu Zhanji sheepishly shook his head. "No." Zhu Di nodded in satisfaction. Good. A victory without arrogance is commendable. Zhu Zhanji grinned. Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Li Qing. Li Qing refrained from undermining the boy. It was natural for one of his age to wish to impress his elders, and he held no grudges. Your Majesty, I wish to lead the vanguard of the army and clear the path for our forces, Zhu Zhanji requested once more. Zhu Di pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Young man should indeed be bold and tenacious. He chuckled. Your spiritedness reminds me of my own youth. Encouraged, Zhu Zhanji modestly replied, Grandfather's valor far surpasses mine. Ha. Zhu Di laughed heartily. I shall grant you an additional battalion, Li Yuan. This subordinate is at your service. Li Yuan responded respectfully. Zhu Di's expression turned serious as he said, Zhanji, should you fail in battle, I shall hold you accountable. Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhu Zhanji replied earnestly, I shall fight with valor and exercise caution in warfare. Very well, go and coordinate with Li Yuan. This subordinate takes his leave. Zhu Zhanji and Li Yuan clasped their fists in salute and turned to depart. Zhu Di exhaled deeply and turned to Li Qing. How has the crown prince performed? Li Qing remarked, though he still appears somewhat immature, he has already exhibited the qualities of a leader. Given time, he may surpass even Han Wang. Zhanji has always been intelligent since childhood. Zhu Di smiled with delight. Li Qing chuckled. Without the crown prince present, Your Majesty, you should refrain from making grand proclamations. Zhu Di shot him a glare. I speak only the truth. After a moment of pause, he spoke gravely. On the battlefield, swords and blades possess no eyes. You must remain vigilant. Our leader has met his fate. He was my last hope, and the hope of the Ming dynasty. Nothing must happen to him. Li Qing nodded, assuring the emperor, rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall ensure the safety of the crown prince. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing set out once more alongside Zhu Zhanji. This time, the ranks had swelled significantly, with nearly 5,000 elite cavalry. Zhu Zhanji was filled with ambition. Half a day later, they encountered the Walla army. Upholding the principle that if one can act, one should not hesitate, Zhu Zhanji immediately commanded his forces to charge. The thousands under his command were the cream of the crop from the 3,000, exceptionally formidable, and with the crown prince leading, each soldier aspired to distinguish themselves. Fighting valiantly, under the onslaught of the Ming forces, the Walla army crumbled, fleeing in disarray. Zhu Zhanji, emboldened by victory, was eager to pursue. But Li Qing advised against it. Li Yuan, however, reassured him, the main army is close behind. There is no need for concern. Indeed, Zhu Zhanji responded, General Li, caution is a virtue, yet excessive caution can be detrimental. With over 100,000 troops at our back, the Walla cannot encircle us. Li Qing had no retort. The truth was evident. The Ming army was unstoppable, advancing relentlessly, having slain over 3,000 foes across 100 miles. We cannot pursue any further. Something is amiss. Li Qing frowned. The Walla must be plotting something. Li Yuan, sensing the unease, nodded in agreement. There is indeed something off. The Walla are nearly as renowned as the Tatars, and especially in recent years, their strength has surpassed that of the Tatars. They should not be so easily defeated. Let us return immediately and regroup with the main army, Li Qing declared resolutely. We cannot allow the Walla to lead us by the nose. We must not fight according to their designs. Zhu Zhanji, experiencing battle for the first time, was unfamiliar with the Walla Mongols. We are all elite troops. It is only natural that the Walla would falter. The crown prince was unaware, Li Yuan explained. The combat prowess of the Mongols should not be underestimated. Their elite forces are on par with the 3,000 and would not succumb so easily. Hearing their assessments, Zhu Zhanji relented and ordered a retreat. Just then, a wave of Walla cavalry surged towards them. Li Yuan's expression changed. This is not good. We have fallen into a trap. Do not panic. Li Qing remained composed. We are but a handful. Even if Mahamud is scheming, he would not target us. Li Yuan grew anxious. Forget the schemes. Duke Yongqing, quickly escort the crown prince and the emperor to safety. I will hold them off. Make haste. I am the crown prince. Yet I am also the principal commander of the Ming, Zhu Zhanji declared fearlessly. In battle, how can the commander retreat first? Li Qing, unable to decipher Mahamud's intentions, dared not take risks. He promptly produced his token, waving it before Zhu Zhanji. Come with me. Without waiting for the crown prince's consent, he seized him and galloped away. Thus far, although the Ming army had achieved numerous victories, They had yet to engage in a significant battle, which felt rather peculiar. Li Qing understood that Muhammad was undoubtedly up to something. Chapter 53. Knowing the tiger lies ahead, yet marching towards the tiger's den, Li Qing, with Zhu Zhanji, raced back, nearly exhausting their mounts, but they managed to return to the main camp unscathed. Did you encounter an ambush? Zhu Di inquired. Not quite an ambush, came the response. Li Qing took a deep breath and gently shook his head. Your Majesty, something feels amiss. He recounted the series of victories and the doubts that lingered in his heart. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di furrowed his brow, acknowledging that there was indeed an issue. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Di asserted with conviction. It must be that Muhammad is intentionally luring our forces deeper, only to launch a surprise attack. What shall we do? Zhu Zhanji inquired. Zhu Di replied with a cold smile. All schemes, whether hidden or overt, shall crumble before absolute strength. No matter what stratagems he employs, I shall confront them all. There will come a time when the truth is revealed. Your Majesty, Muhammad dares to act in such a manner only because he has some form of support. Why should we allow ourselves to be led by the nose? Although Li Qing's military acumen was modest, he understood the fundamental principles at play. Do not engage in what the enemy wishes you to do. Zhu Di, however, held a differing perspective. One might achieve a decisive victory through sheer force. And if we do not thwart our opponent's designs, they will never engage us in a full-scale battle. Clearly, the Walla are retreating in an orderly fashion. If this continues, it could devolve into a protracted chase, and we may not know how long the conflict will last. Li Qing sighed and nodded gently. The depletion of hundreds of thousands of troops was a terrifying prospect. Even an additional day would result in immense expenditure. While the Walla could endure such costs, the Ming army could not. Transporting 10 stones of provisions to the grasslands would yield only 3 stones, not to mention the military salaries, meat, and various essential expenses. Warfare is, indeed, a costly endeavor, especially on such a grand scale. Send word to the army to rest for a day and then advance at full speed. Zhu Di issued the military order, instructing the soldiers to enjoy a hearty meal before heading to the battlefield to fight valiantly. Soon, the camp was filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking, the aroma of food mingling with that of meat, stimulating the appetite. A quarter of an hour later, the rear guard, led by Li Yuan, returned, having suffered significant losses, with nearly 5,000 cavalry reduced to 3,500, clearly having endured a fierce battle. In the command tent, Li Yuan recounted the details of the skirmish, noting that the Walla cavalry numbered around 8,000, consisting entirely of robust, vigorous men. Undoubtedly the elite of the Walla. 8,000. Zhu Zhanji questioned. That number seems rather low, does it not? Zhu Di replied calmly. The Walla are intentionally revealing only a portion of their strength to lead us along their preordained path. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Li Yuan remarked with a bow. Zhu Zhanji asked, what then shall we do? Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, we still venture forth. Zhu Di snorted disdainfully. I maintain my stance. Regardless of the Walla's intentions, they shall falter before our overwhelming might. Prepare yourselves. At dawn tomorrow, the army shall advance. The generals exchanged glances and bowed in agreement. Zhu Di and Zhu Zhanji sat across from each other, with Li Qing accompanying them. Aside from a steward, there were no others present in the command tent. Zhanji, how does it feel on the battlefield? Zhu Di inquired after taking a sip of wine, seeking to elicit some insights. Exhilarating, utterly invigorating. Zhu Zhanji responded with a look of yearning, then sheepishly added, though I have yet to achieve significant results. While we have won many battles, I have not yet inflicted substantial harm upon the enemy. I did not ask you for that. Zhu Di chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Focus on profound understanding and diligent learning. As it was Zhu Zhanji's first experience on the battlefield, Zhu Di did not wish to be overly harsh. After all, 1,000 words from others could not compare to one's own epiphanies. As the saying goes, one must brew their own soup. Zhu Di then turned to Li Qing. Having ventured forth numerous times, what is your perspective on Muhammad's conduct? The Yuan people excel in horsemanship and archery, making their living on the grasslands, where nearly every individual is a natural cavalryman, and their elite undoubtedly comprises cavalry. Li Qing pondered. It appears that Muhammad is certainly concealing a grand strategy. I believe they are likely attempting to lure our forces into a perilous location, intending to launch a cavalry assault to secure victory through such tactics. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Zhu Di nodded. Yet they remained overly optimistic, knowing themselves well but oblivious to their adversaries. How could our Ming army be as they presume? After a pause, Zhangji, should this hypothesis hold true, how do you think our army should respond? Zhu Zhangji regarded his grandfather's inquiry with utmost seriousness, contemplating for a moment before responding. I believe we ought to counter with firearms. Although the cavalry's charge is formidable, it cannot compare to the piercing power of our firearms and artillery. Zhu Di laughed heartily, clearly pleased with this answer. What else? I am but a dullard, and can think of no more, Zhu Zhangji replied sheepishly. And you, Li Qing? Zhu Di queried again. Li Qing sighed with a wry smile. Your Majesty, there is no need to test me further, is there? After participating in so many battles, even a dog would show some progress. Zhu Di's expression turned stern, saying, Is my counsel no longer effective? I have a plan. Pray, share it with us. Li Qing took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. The cavalry of the Yuan differs from our Ming forces. They prefer curved sabers over long spears. Thus, to counter the Yuan cavalry, we must first devise a means to combat their sabers. For instance, the wolf-toothed club. Li Qing stated, As far as I know, we have nearly 10,000 soldiers equipped with this weapon. Although the wolf-toothed club is inexpensive, it is an unparalleled method to counter the Yuan sabers. The Mongolian saber has only one sharpened edge, while the wolf-toothed club bristles with spikes, capable of inflicting effective damage from any angle once swung. After a pause, in the final battlefield, the Walla will undoubtedly employ flanking maneuvers. We must position soldiers wielding wolf-toothed clubs on both flanks, while simultaneously contracting our formations. Zhu Di frequently nodded. Yes, indeed, I have the same thought. Li Qing fell silent, feeling that the fourth prince was merely appropriating his ideas. After nearly an hour of strategizing, Zhu Di concluded, Let us first prepare for the anticipated assault. However, the specific tactics must be decided in due course, for it remains uncertain what strategies Walla will employ. We shall address that when we reach the decisive battlefield. Your Majesty is wise. Li Qing offered a conventional compliment before returning to camp. In the evening, Zhu Zhangji arrived with wine and meat, inviting Li Qing to feast and inquiring about the 13 deadly spears technique. The following day, the army advanced once more. With hundreds of thousands of troops traversing the grasslands, the target was too conspicuous to conceal, and Zhu Di had no intention of hiding. He aimed to crush with overwhelming force. So, Mahamu, you wish to lure the enemy deep? Very well, I shall oblige. The Ming army moved like a steamroller, leaving no blade of grass in its wake. As the Walla forces retreated repeatedly, their ranks shattered. With each victory, the army surged forward with relentless momentum, advancing over 100 miles in just a few days, and the Walla could not withstand the onslaught. On the other side, Mahamu, despite his repeated failures, was not disheartened. Rather, he was filled with elation upon learning of the Ming army's advance route. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ming forces have been intoxicated by their victories and are unwittingly stepping into the traps we have meticulously laid. With unwavering confidence, Mahamu declared, This time, victory is ours. The generals, equally exhilarated, resonated in unison, affirming, We shall surely prevail. With a spirited demeanor, Mahamu turned to his son, inquiring, Are we fully prepared? Fear not, father. All our elite troops have assembled at the designated battlefield, replied Tua Huan, his spirit invigorated. Once the Ming army arrives, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Excellent, Mahamu responded. After we shatter the main force of the Ming, you will lead 20,000 troops to sever their supply lines and launch a counteroffensive from the rear. At that moment, his ambitions swelled to unprecedented heights. The day we annihilate the Ming forces will mark the beginning of our resurgence in the Central Plains, an opportunity within reach. The faces of the generals flushed with excitement, as they envisioned a future free from the harshness of their current existence, longing to return to the bountiful Central Plains. The mere thought of its prosperity drove them to the brink of ecstasy. Meanwhile, the Ming army, having vanquished a small contingent of the Walla troops, pressed onward. They had engaged in numerous battles along the way, each a resounding triumph, yet the impact was minimal due to the Walla's limited numbers. After advancing several dozen miles without encountering a significant challenge, they only faced a few small squads of Walla, seemingly guiding the Ming forces along their path. In the command tent, Zhu Di unfurled a map, scrutinizing it for a lengthy period before confidently declaring, The decisive battle is imminent. Where will it take place? Inquired Zhu Zhangji. Zhu Di pointed to a mountainous region on the map, stating, 50 miles ahead, at Hulun-Hushuan. Chapter 54. The decisive battle at Hulun-Hushuan. After a day and night of rest, the soldiers of the Ming army were once again invigorated. At dawn, Zhu Di ordered scouts to gather intelligence and simultaneously issued combat directives to arrange the formation. The morning light shimmered upon the grass, sparkling brilliantly. It glinted off armor and weapons, casting a cold sheen. With over 100,000 troops embarking on a new journey, after having traversed thousands of miles, they were finally poised for the climactic battle. Completing this engagement would allow them to return home, and the soldiers' morale soared. Zhu Di, despite his advancing years, radiated vitality. Unable to maintain his usual composure in such moments, Zhu Zhangji was equally filled with anticipation for the imminent confrontation. Only Li Qing remained composed, his demeanor serene, fully aware that this battle would hold no surprises. With Zhu Di's meticulous planning, no matter how cunning Mahamu's schemes, they would be rendered futile. This time, Zhu Di had thoroughly unleashed the full potential of the Ming army, unafraid of any ploys under this strategic approach. As the army advanced, the emperor's personal involvement significantly boosted morale, a sentiment shared by the various commanding generals, all eager to perform well in the emperor's presence. The distinction between the emperor leading the charge and a general commanding troops was stark. With 30 miles, then 20, and finally 10 miles to the battlefield, the army continued its orderly march. The scouts had yet to return, but their absence served as a form of feedback in itself. The grand army pressed onward, entering the rugged terrain of Hulun-Hushuan, a region abundant with mountains, ideally suited for concealment, and simultaneously, the perfect arena for cavalry charges. Zhu Di gazed ahead, a cold smile gracing his lips. Mahamu, may you not disappoint me. Mahamu did not betray Zhu Di's expectations upon discovering the approach of the Ming forces. Particularly the infantry at the forefront, he trembled with excitement. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, a rare chance akin to receiving a pillow whilst drowsy. Without a moment's hesitation, Mahamu issued the command to attack. A quarter of an hour later, the hidden cavalry of the Walla surged forth from their concealment, the battle cries resonating like thunder. The thunder of hooves echoed as thousands of steeds thundered into action, Walla forces brandishing their curved sabers, charging from both flanks towards the Ming army, while a greater number surged directly ahead. This time, Mahamu unleashed all his elite forces without reservation. Tremble, Ming army! The era of Mahamu has arrived. From his elevated position, Mahamu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Ah, how you underestimate me, Mahasi. No, wait. The smile on Mahamu's face gradually gave way to astonishment as he observed that, in the face of their onslaught, the Ming forces displayed no signs of panic. From the generals to the soldiers, not a single one among the tens of thousands exhibited the slightest hint of disarray. The Ming army merely executed a swift contraction of their formation, their movements remarkably orderly, showing no signs of the expected response to an ambush. Then, he chuckled again. It matters not. My strategic objectives have been achieved, the cavalry charge has commenced, and the overall situation has been determined. The Walla's assault did not incite chaos within the Ming ranks. Rather, it bolstered their confidence. For the emperor had already proclaimed that a decisive battle would be fought here, and now, with the Walla arriving as foretold, they felt reassured of the emperor's profound wisdom and foresight. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the Walla forces, the Ming army began executing their preordained formation. Everything was under control. Zhu Di revealed a relaxed smile. It was finally time for decisive action. Muhammad too was filled with pride. The advantage is mine. The cavalry moved with remarkable speed. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the distance between the front lines of both armies had diminished to barely a mile. At this moment, the foremost Ming soldiers swiftly retreated, while those behind stepped forward, each brandishing wooden sticks, aligned in formation, pointing towards the Walla cavalry. This bewildered Mahamu. The distance was too great for him to discern what the Ming soldiers wielded, but he soon discovered the nature of their implements. As smoke began to rise from the wooden sticks. Firearms. They possess firearms. Mahamu gritted his teeth, aghast at the formidable artillery of the Ming forces. The Ming employed a three-stage firing technique, their firepower overwhelming, with no pauses in between. Under the relentless barrage of lead projectiles, numerous Walla cavalrymen fell from their mounts, trampled into the ground. Mahamu's heart bled, yet there was no alternative. The cavalry charge had commenced and could not be recalled. and to halt now would render all prior efforts futile. It matters not. Once the cavalry is close, the Ming's firearms will merely become kindling, Mahamu consoled himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was met with a deafening roar. Despite the vast distance, the sounds reached Mahamud with piercing clarity. There was no need for conjecture to identify the source: artillery. The thunderous booms echoed repeatedly, with each blast striking Mahamud's heart. Sound travels with a certain delay. While Mahamud heard the cannon fire, the Ming forces had already unleashed several volleys. Though it may seem a lengthy account, it transpired with the swiftness of lightning. The Ming's firearms and cannons were deployed almost simultaneously, resulting in devastating casualties for the Walla army under the relentless barrage. Shells arched gracefully through the air, crashing into the Walla encampment with tremendous explosions. In an instant, chaos ensued, significantly impeding the cavalry's advance. Mahamud seethed with anger, perceiving the Ming's tactics as utterly unscrupulous. Was this truly how one waged war? The application and development of firearms under Zhu Di surpassed all previous dynasties, far exceeding even the era of Zhu Yuanzhang. Within the Ming's three main camps, firearms constituted a significant portion, underscoring their importance. The foremost soldiers were not mere infantry but the elite troops of the divine machine camp. Each step, cleaning the bore, loading powder, inserting the projectile, igniting, was meticulously executed by specialized soldiers, resulting in remarkably high firing efficiency. Various weapons, such as light cannons, general's cannons, hand cannons, divine rifles, rapid-fire guns, and single-shot fire arrows, were deployed, showcasing the overwhelming might of the divine machine camp. At this notably short distance, cavalry would typically reach their target in mere minutes, yet now it had become an insurmountable chasm for the Walla forces. The mountainous terrain and narrow passages concentrated the Walla army, allowing them to effectively strike at the enemy without needing precise aim. The array of firearms whistled as they soared towards the Walla troops, causing significant destruction. Under this relentless firepower, not only the men but even the horses were spooked, hesitating to advance, many remaining rooted in place, while some Walla cavalry, overwhelmed by fear, retreated uncontrollably. The Mongolian horses, unaccustomed to cannon fire, were thoroughly frightened. The initial momentum of a tiger descending the mountain had dissipated entirely, rendering their surprise attack utterly ineffective. This reality starkly contrasted with Mahamud's prior expectations. However, with circumstances unfolding as they did, he could only hope for the success of the flanking assaults. Yet, he was soon left in disbelief once more. The Walla forces did indeed charge towards the Ming camp, but they were halted by the formidable defense of the Ming's wolf-tooth phalanx, failing to breach their lines. Subsequently, Ming shield-bearers and spearmen advanced, engaging in close combat with the Walla troops. The shield-bearers defended while striking at the horses' legs, and the spearmen thrust their lengthy pikes in a chaotic flurry. The Walla cavalry's advantages were rendered utterly ineffective. Mahamud was engulfed in despair, unable to accept that a meticulously planned battle would unravel in such a manner. He had believed he held the reins, controlling the situation. So why had it come to this? Mahamud was perplexed, yet time was of the essence. He needed to reverse the tide swiftly. Before he could issue new commands, the Ming forces acted first. The divine machine camp split to the sides, while the central 3,000 troops surged forward, charging directly at the Walla army. Attack! The Ming army surged with unstoppable momentum, their foremost directive being to charge forward. The number of enemies slain was of secondary concern. Zhu Di issued but a singular command: charge. The 3,000 troops acted like a sharp spearhead, recklessly piercing through the ranks of the Walla army, advancing fearlessly. Following closely, the reinforcements marched in unison. The central forces, the left flank, the left vanguard, the right flank, and the right watch troops. All five armies converged upon the battlefield, creating chaos. They left Mahamud no opportunity to command the battle. Initially anxious and angry, Mahamud soon found himself gripped by fear as he realized that, despite the tumult, it was the Walla forces that were disordered while the Ming troops maintained an underlying order amidst the chaos. Simultaneously, a dreadful realization confronted him. His Walla army had been divided. Chapter 55. The Slaying of Mahamud. What did the division of the battlefield signify? Mahamud understood all too well. Although the battle had progressed without significant losses for the Walla army, the outcome of this confrontation had become painfully clear. Defeated, all his machinations had led to failure. Reluctantly, Mahamud had to accept this reality. "Father, we can no longer continue the fight. We must hasten our retreat." To urged anxiously. "Our forces are ineffective, and we are outnumbered by the Ming. Persisting would only lead to our annihilation." Witnessing the collapse of their aspirations left him heartbroken. How could he not mourn the shattered dreams of the crown prince? Muhammad sighed, quickly regrouping the remnants of his army. "You head southwest, and I will move northwest. Let us rendezvous in a month." "What about the main camp? There are still many cattle and sheep there." "Leave them behind." Muhammad decisively shook his head, a grimace of pain crossing his face. "We must preserve our strength. Taking the family is paramount. We can seize livestock from other tribes later. Move swiftly." "Yes, father," To replied, hurrying off. Gritting his teeth, Muhammad led several thousand loyal guards to the battlefield. From the vantage point, Zhu Di looked down upon the fray, a smile gracing his lips. The tide had turned. The battlefield was utterly fragmented, and the Walla forces could no longer coordinate. They fought independently, their combat effectiveness halved. The time had come for the Ming to hunt. Zhu Zhanji requested permission. "Your Majesty, I wish to lead a cavalry force into the fray, to fight valiantly on the battlefield and serve the nation with loyalty." "Very well, I grant you 3,000 cavalry," Zhu Di nodded, urging caution and steadiness. "Do not be reckless." "Understood," Zhu Zhanji replied with a respectful bow, glancing at Li Qing as if to say, "General, let us proceed together." Li Qing ignored him, pointing towards the battlefield. "Your Majesty, the Walla troops over there are regrouping in an orderly manner. One general, appearing to be in his 40s, is actively commanding, surrounded by numerous strong soldiers." "Could that be Muhammad?" "Where?" Zhu Di inquired. "Right there," Li Qing indicated. However, Zhu Di lacked Li Qing's keen eyesight. The battlefield was a tumultuous sea of heads, making it impossible to discern a target. The distance was too great for him to identify the individual Li Qing referred to. Straining his eyes without success, Zhu Di could not distinguish the figure Li Qing pointed out, but he recognized that the Walla were consolidating their soldiers, indicating a desire to retreat. He promptly commanded, "Take your 3,000 cavalry to support them. If the opportunity arises, eliminate that Muhammad whom you deem the target." "Understood." Li Qing nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhanji sighed upon witnessing the retreat of his military supervisor. "Your Majesty, I too shall head to the battlefield." "Be cautious," replied Zhu Di to the eunuch Li Qian. "You shall accompany the crown prince." "Yes, Your Majesty," Li Qian responded, brimming with excitement. Influenced by the legendary achievements of the three treasures, he yearned to carve out his own legacy. With the prospect of earning merit at hand, his joy was palpable. Though a eunuch, Li Qian was remarkably robust, possessing a physique of sinewy muscle and commendable martial skills, which earned him a place within Zhu Di's inner circle. Li Qing selected 3,000 cavalry from the 30,000 troops protecting the emperor and galloped forth to the battlefield. As friendly forces occupied the front, Li Qing, wary of friendly fire, deliberately veered in a wide arc, attacking the Walla army from the flank. The cavalry, needing no sophisticated command, charged forward under Li Qing's lead. 3 captains, anxious for his safety, closely followed him, and the bodyguards of the captains, witnessing their leader's daring, pressed on without hesitation. According to the laws of the Ming army, if a commander fell in battle while his guards remained unharmed, they would face execution. With Li Qing at the helm, the 3,000 cavalry surged like a sharp blade, deeply penetrating the enemy's ranks. "Kill!" Li Qing shouted, his voice resonating across the tumultuous battlefield, where even the soldiers at the rear could clearly hear him. His spear struck with the swiftness of a dragon, each thrust claiming a life, the lethality astonishing. The captains, inspired by his valor, felt their spirits soar. Li Qing charged relentlessly towards the heart of the Walla forces. With an unmatched momentum, the Walla lines were swiftly breached. And seizing the opportunity, Li Qing plunged into the core of the Walla camp. Muhammad, observing that his forces were nearly assembled and preparing to order a retreat, suddenly noticed chaos erupting on the left flank. Before he could issue commands to halt the advance, a small contingent of Ming troops approached rapidly. Li Qing, unfamiliar with Muhammad, yet resolute, bellowed upon seeing him, "Muhammad, prepare to meet your fate," regardless of language or place names. Li Qing trusted that the mere mention of Muhammad's name would elicit a response. Indeed, Muhammad responded with indignation, even acknowledging his identity. "Impudent," he cursed in Mandarin. "How dare a presumptuous child speak so boldly?" As he spoke, he hurled his curved blade at Li Qing. Recognizing Muhammad, Li Qing felt invigorated. deftly deflecting the blade with his spear and closing in rapidly. Mahamud's personal guards rushed forward to intercept, yet they proved no match for Li Qing, whose martial prowess exceeded the limits of human capability, bolstered by his inner energy. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Ming cavalry surged forward. Frustration consumed Mahamud. Though he could not comprehend Li Qing's words, he sensed the vitriol behind them. The clashing of weapons echoed as several Walla soldiers fell, their throats pierced, blood gushing forth as they succumbed to their fate in the northwest. In the ensuing chaos, 3 captains and their cavalry guards rushed to relieve Li Qing's burden. Seizing this moment, Li Qing pressed closer, now within 5 meters of Mahamud. Mahamud, gripped by terror, had never encountered such a valiant foe, a figure who transcended the realm of humanity. A seasoned warlord, he quickly discerned the wisest course of action: to flee. Mahamu flicked the reins and turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. With his loyal subordinates shielding him, he was confident of his escape. Indeed, this confidence was not misplaced. No matter how valiant Li Qing might be, he could not make the soldiers of Walla before him vanish in an instant. The distance of mere meters felt as if it spanned an eternity. As the fleeting opportunity slipped away, Li Qing, with a fierce determination, kicked his stirrup and leaped towards Mahamu. To Li Qing, it was a jump, yet to others, it appeared as if he were soaring through the air. The throng of people surged, and Mahamu could not run swiftly, forcing him to steer his steed towards less crowded areas. But he had scarcely moved a few steps when he felt a sudden weight upon his back. He whirled around to behold a glimmering row of pearly white teeth. In an instant, a cold glint flashed, and Mahamu felt himself lift off the ground. In midair, he glimpsed the clashing soldiers, the wailing horses, and the corpses amidst the pools of blood. He also saw his pursuer, grinning at him. Simultaneously, he beheld himself, headless. After that, there was nothing, all color faded, and consciousness dissipated. Li Qing, with the spear's tip, severed Mahamu's head, and as it plummeted, the spear slipped from his grasp, striking the head with precision. He firmly held the spear's end, steadying it in his hand. This maneuver was none other than the dragon's grip from the 13 deathly spears. Li Qing raised the spear high and bellowed, "Mahamu is dead. Rebel Walla, lay down your weapons at once." His voice resonated powerfully, yet its impact was limited. The Walla soldiers, unable to comprehend his words, only vaguely caught the name Mahamu. With his disheveled hair and bloodied visage, none could recognize him, nor could they believe their leader had perished. However, the nearby Walla soldiers witnessed the scene clearly, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they screamed. The Walla army may not have understood, but the Ming troops did. Although they too were uncertain of their enemy's leader's demise, people tend to selectively believe in favorable outcomes. In an instant, the morale of the Ming soldiers surged, their confidence unwavering. Amidst the chaos, Li Qing dared not linger. Having fought fiercely, his energy was nearly spent. After his shout, regardless of whether anyone believed him, he broke through the encirclement. A quarter of an hour later, having escaped, Li Qing gasped for breath and returned to the camp. Upon arrival, he held Mahamu's head aloft as he ascended the watchtower. "Your Majesty, I have slain Mahamu." "You must be jesting." Emperor Zhu Di replied incredulously. "Could you truly seize the head of a general amidst the throng of soldiers?" Li Qing chuckled. "Take a closer look. Do you recognize who this is?" Chapter 56. Zhu Zhanji is lost. Zhu Di brushed aside the disheveled hair from the head and scrutinized it closely, slightly nodding. "Do you recognize him now?" Li Qing inquired. "No." Zhu Di shook his head. "I have never seen Mahamu's visage. How could I know if this is him?" At this moment, 3 bloodied officers ascended the watchtower, clasping their fists in salute. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. We celebrate your triumph. The Walla leader Mahamud has been vanquished, and your merits resonate throughout the realm." Naturally, they seized this opportune moment for flattery. Although they had not slain Mahamud themselves, they were content to partake in the spoils of victory. They were quite certain that the person slain by Li Qing was indeed Mahamud. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di scrutinized Mahamud once more, then turned his gaze towards the battlefield ahead, where the Walla forces were in disarray. All circumstances indicated that the severed head belonged to Mahamud. A smile crept onto Zhu Di's lips. He began with a soft chuckle that quickly turned into hearty laughter. "Excellent. This battle has utterly shattered the Walla, and the decapitation of their leader Mahamud is indeed a resounding success." Zhu Di was elated. "Li Qing, how did you manage to eliminate Mahamud amidst the throngs of troops?" "Your Majesty, the eternal Qing Marquis can fly. A quick-witted officer interjected. The other two officers chimed in, embellishing the tale. In the heat of battle, the eternal Qing Marquis bellowed, "Mahamud, surrender," and then leapt into the air, swiftly soaring towards Mahamud. Li Qing was speechless. This was the first-hand account, and if it spread, he might become a legend in his own right. "Your Majesty, it wasn't he as mystical as they depict," Li Qing clarified. "I merely jumped." "One cannot jump such distances," insisted the officer, still building up Li Qing's reputation. "Silence," Li Qing retorted, exasperated. "No one can fly. I am no bird." "Haha." Zhu Di chuckled. "A migratory bird is still a bird." Li Qing sighed, as Zhu Di waved his hand, saying to the three officers, "You may withdraw. Upon your return, I shall reward your contributions." The three officers, faces aglow with joy, departed without lingering. Once they left, Zhu Di suppressed his mirth and jestingly remarked, "Li Qing, you seem quite averse to others calling you an immortal. Are you wary of my perceptions?" Li Qing sighed inwardly. The allure of immortality was indeed profound for emperors, and Zhu Di was no exception. Despite his efforts to conceal it, the yearning in Zhu Di's gaze was not lost on Li Qing. "I am not averse," Li Qing replied earnestly. "The notion of immortality is but a fabrication of mankind. I fear your Majesty may become too enraptured by the path of immortality and lose sight of the greater truths of the world." Pausing, Li Qing added, "Throughout history, how many emperors have sought eternal life? Has a single one succeeded? Even the unparalleled conqueror who subdued the 6 states could not achieve immortality, which speaks volumes about its non-existence." Zhu Di's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed, and after a lengthy silence, he sighed, "Indeed, who among mortals can escape death? Even the exalted sovereign, the Son of Heaven, is but an ordinary man. What talk is there of eternal life?" "Your wisdom is profound, your Majesty," Li Qing replied, bowing slightly. "Long live the emperor." "Long live." Zhu Di chuckled bitterly. "Do not speak of longevity. Even 100 years seems beyond my reach." Years of warfare had taken a severe toll on his body, and upon entering the age of understanding fate, his condition had deteriorated further. Li Qing consoled him, "In truth, from a certain perspective, your Majesty may not be incapable of achieving immortality." "What do you mean?" "Much like Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han. Did they not achieve immortality?" Li Qing chuckled, remarking that while their physical forms may have perished, they endure, living on in the annals of history and in the hearts of the people. Even after a millennium, their legacies remain vibrant. The emperor's grand achievements, such as the construction of the Grand Canal and the pacification of the vast steppes, are destined to echo through the ages, immortalized in time. This splendid rhetoric sent a wave of exhilaration through Zhu Di. "Well said," he exclaimed, his spirit invigorated, his eyes sparkling with fervor. While many perceive the Yongle reign as a time of ostentatious ambition that burdened the populace, they fail to grasp the emperor's profound intentions, mere short-sighted souls. Future generations will come to understand Yongle. The people of countless eras will recognize and comprehend the emperor's vision. Li Qing, seizing the moment, offered his flattery. "Your wisdom is beyond reproach, your Majesty." The battle raged on, though with less fervor than at the outset. After such prolonged combat, the soldiers had grown weary. The Walla army suffered significant losses, and after being fragmented by the Ming forces, they could only fight in isolation, unable to mount an effective counterattack, their morale dwindling. The tide of defeat was evident, prompting many from the Walla ranks to retreat and break free, unwilling to perish in vain. Driven by the instinct for survival, they unexpectedly demonstrated renewed fighting spirit. Observing this, Zhu Di proclaimed, "It is time for me to take the field. Your Majesty, think twice," urged the guards and attendants, their faces etched with concern. Yet Zhu Di was not one to remain idle. He disregarded their apprehensions and descended from the watchtower to rally his troops. On the battlefield, where blades and spears hold no regard for rank, it would be wise for the emperor to command from a distance rather than lead the charge, risking his life in the fray. In the chaos of battle, the life of an emperor bears no greater value than that of a soldier, and a few well-placed strikes could easily spell his doom. In this tumultuous situation, strategic command seemed futile. It was likely that Zhu Di would charge into the fray, and Li Qing, fearing for his safety, followed closely behind. With over 20,000 fresh troops, they circled towards the most densely populated battlefield of the Walla forces. Upon their arrival, they stirred the winds of conflict, causing the Walla to scatter in disarray. As Li Qing had anticipated, Zhu Di took on the role of the vanguard, his prowess undiminished as he wreaked havoc upon the enemy. What exhilarating joy! Clad in battle armor, Zhu Di showed no fear of ordinary weapons, occasionally unleashing lethal strikes, with Li Qing at his side to deflect incoming blows. Gradually, Zhu Di cast aside all defenses, focusing solely on one imperative: to slay. The conflict persisted for over half an hour, with over 70% of the Walla army decimated, their fear palpable as they fled in disarray. Zhu Di, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to strike down a defeated foe, led his troops in pursuit, the Walla's resolve crumbling as they fled in terror. After half an hour of relentless pursuit until the Walla forces vanished from sight, Zhu Di, satisfied, led his army back. Upon returning to the watchtower, the battle had essentially concluded. Those who were to be slain had met their fate, and those who could escape had fled. This engagement was thus considered over. Li Qing exhaled deeply, relieved that it had come to an end. A few days of rest would allow them to return to court. In this confrontation, the Walla had suffered greater losses than the Tatars before them, resulting in a balance of power between the two most formidable factions on the grasslands. With a little incitement, they would soon be at each other's throats once more. After 2 consecutive fierce battles, the Tatar and Walla tribes, if they still possess any semblance of reason, would certainly refrain from harboring ambitions against the Ming dynasty. Li Qing, with a look of satisfaction, addressed the emperor, stating that after this conflict, the Ming dynasty need not deploy troops for the next decade. Zhu Di smiled and nodded, affirming, "I have long maintained that these people must be dealt with. Only through inflicting pain and instilling fear will they learn to obey." "Your Majesty is indeed sagacious," Li Qing replied with a respectful gesture. However, he added, "We must continue the tea-horse trade, for the vast grasslands still yield many valuable resources. It is wiser to open trade than to impose restrictions. This will not only diminish their animosity towards the Ming, but also foster amicable relations between us. Moreover, the profits from this trade could rival those of maritime commerce." Zhu Di chuckled. "Indeed, I am not solely inclined towards warfare." Mid-sentence, Zhu Di suddenly halted, scratching his head. "Li Qing, do you feel that something is amiss?" Li Qing glanced around. The fighting had mostly subsided, and several battlefields were already being cleared, showing no signs of abnormality. What could be missing? He pondered. Suddenly, Zhu Di's expression shifted dramatically. "Where's the crown prince, Zhu Zhanji?" Li Qing's heart raced as he quickly scanned the bustling battlefields, unable to locate the young prince's figure amidst the throng. "Your Majesty, do not panic. Perhaps the crown prince will return shortly." Though he spoke reassuringly, Li Qing harbored an ominous premonition. Zhu Zhanji, being merely a 16-year-old youth, was typically eager to display his accomplishments before his grandfather after a battle. Yet, the conflict had concluded, and he had yet to return. This was likely a cause for concern. The thought filled Li Qing with urgency. After all, this was the future of the Ming dynasty. If he were to perish on the battlefield, it would render the entire conflict meaningless. Zhu Di's anxiety was palpable. His grandson was designated as his successor, and if anything were to happen to him, it would be a devastating blow. He promptly ordered the army to assemble and issued a decree summoning Zhu Zhanji to his presence. However, after a prolonged wait, the prince failed to appear. Zhu Di's face paled, realizing that his beloved grandson might be in peril. "We must find Zhanji." Zhu Di's voice trembled with desperation, bordering on madness. "To anyone who locates the crown prince, I shall reward them with a fortune and grant them nobility." "Your Majesty, please remain calm," Li Qing interjected, blocking the guards who were about to relay military orders. The Walla army had just retreated. If troops were dispatched to search for Zhu Zhanji, and the Walla launched a counterattack, the consequences could be dire. He continued to reassure, "Your Majesty, the vastness of the grasslands renders aimless searching futile. It would be more prudent to inquire if anyone witnessed the crown prince heading in a particular direction. With a clear target, the search would be significantly easier." He paused, his tone growing grave. "Additionally, we must assess the battlefield." Upon hearing this last remark, Zhu Di's complexion turned even more ashen, his anxiety mounting. "Li Qing, you do not believe that something has happened to Zhanji, do you?" Li Qing could not provide any reassurances. He was not only worried about Zhu Zhanji's safety, but also concerned that Zhu Di might make an irrational decision. Thus, he advised, "Your Majesty, the situation is critical. We cannot afford any disorder among the hundreds of thousands of troops. Let the cavalry commanders lead the search. You must maintain stability here." Zhu Di paused, letting out a sigh. Rest assured, I would never disregard the broader picture. After a brief interval, through layers of inquiries, the general direction of Zhu Zhanji's march was ascertained. 3,000 troops set out in search of him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Ming army galloped forth, gradually dispersing into 10 small contingents. Approaching dusk, Li Qing harbored little hope of locating Zhu Zhanji. Searching for a single individual on the vast prairie was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhanji's significance necessitated the pursuit. Leading his battalion, Li Qing urged his steed onward, racing along the trail left by the troops. Fortunately, not much time had elapsed, and with Li Qing's remarkable eyesight and discernible traces, they pressed on. As night fell, visibility diminished significantly, hindering their pace. Li Qing squinted, keenly observing the grasslands while advancing. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the fields, slightly improving visibility. Yet, as time wore on, the signs of the march grew fainter, nearly imperceptible, compelling Li Qing to rely solely on intuition for navigation. Nearing midnight, he suddenly caught the faint sounds of battle cries, instantly invigorating him. He commanded, "Accelerate the march and prepare for combat." The Walla army would not engage in conflict among themselves. Where there was fighting, the Ming troops must be present, and those who pursued so far were likely none other than the impetuous Zhu Zhanji. Li Qing's anticipation proved accurate, for at that moment, Zhu Zhanji was indeed locked in combat with the Walla. He had pursued too deeply. Initially, it posed little concern, but soon, other scattered Walla forces regrouped, and the panicked Walla, upon seeing their allies, surged with renewed aggression. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Zhu Zhanji found it too late to retreat. At this juncture, his 3,000 cavalry had dwindled to fewer than 500. "Your Highness, let us break through," Li Qian exclaimed, his face a mask of dread. Devoid of his earlier bravado, Zhu Zhanji, in a state of exasperation, retorted, "I wish we could, but with so few of us, how can we hope to escape?" Damn it! This was the first time the well-read prince uttered such a curse. Before the campaign has even begun, death looms over us. How often do heroes weep for their fate? He contemplated delivering a few stirring words before clashing with the Walla when suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves reached his ears, followed by a cacophony of battle cries. "Kill!" The utterance of the battle cry in Han Chinese invigorated Zhu Zhanji. "Reinforcements! It is our reinforcements!" Li Qian shouted, nearly moved to tears. In the darkness, the Walla could not discern the strength of the approaching Ming forces, but the formidable presence and the heavy thudding of hooves severely undermined their morale. In an instant, Zhu Zhanji felt the weight of pressure lift. Moments later, the Ming troops surged to the front lines, launching an immediate assault. As Li Qing charged forward, he bellowed, "Where is Zhu Zhanji?" He refrained from addressing him as "Your Highness," wary that any Walla who understood Han could seize the young prince. Thus he called him by name. While slaying foes, he shouted, intently listening for a reply. Empowered by his inner strength, Li Qing's voice resonated powerfully, carrying far into the night. "I am here," Zhu Zhanji responded with newfound confidence. Calling back, "I am right here." The Walla army has begun to waver in their resolve. Upon hearing the location of the Ming general, they have shown little inclination to attack further and are now retreating in an orderly manner. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qing advanced towards the sounds of battle, accompanied by 1,000 household guards who valiantly fought to clear his path. After a brief interval, Li Qing encountered the disheveled Zhu Zhanji, and a weight lifted from his heart. The eldest grandson was safe. All was well. "Come with me," Li Qing urged, pulling him onto his warhorse as they broke through the lines. Fortunately, the Walla troops had lost their fighting spirit, and Li Qing faced little resistance as they escaped the battlefield. "Are you injured?" he inquired. "No," Zhu Zhanji replied, shaking his head, relief evident on his face. "Thank goodness you arrived, or I would have perished here today." Li Qing scoffed, "Don't pursue a retreating enemy. Do you not grasp such a simple principle? Learn from your mistakes and be more cautious in the future." Zhu Zhanji, aware of his folly, dared not retort and meekly suggested, "Given the current chaos among the Walla, why not launch another assault?" "Assault what?" Li Qing snapped. "Do you understand that your actions nearly threw the Ming army into disarray? Prepare for the consequences when we return." A quarter of an hour later, the Walla retreated with composure, and the Ming forces did not pursue. The objective of the battle had been achieved. The loss of a few more or fewer lives was inconsequential. Should they encounter further misfortune during the pursuit, as Zhu Zhanji had, it would be a grave mistake. Li Qing instructed 3 captains to regroup the troops and return along the original path. He then sought out a fine steed for Zhu Zhanji, hastening back to the camp. Aware of the deep affection Old Fourth held for his eldest grandson, Li Qing recognized the potential for rash decisions if they delayed. Returning promptly would alleviate any instability within the ranks. In silence, they traveled, and by the latter half of the night, the two reached the military camp, heading straight for Zhu Di's command tent. Zhu Di had not yet slept, restless with worry for his grandson's whereabouts. "Your Majesty, the crown prince has been found," Li Qing announced. Hastily, Zhu Di emerged from the tent, and upon seeing his grandson unharmed, he nearly wept with relief. Come, let us speak inside." As the 3 entered the command tent, Zhu Di scrutinized his grandson, and once assured of his safety, he exhaled deeply. However, as his worries abated, his anger flared. The gentle facade of Zhu Di dissipated as he erupted in ire. "You foolish boy, who permitted you to pursue so recklessly?" Zhu Zhanji, knowing his transgression, replied, "I understand my fault." Taken aback by his grandfather's sudden shift in demeanor, he pleaded, "Grandfather, please calm down. Do not call me grandfather. I do not have a grandson like you." Zhu Di thundered. Realizing he had misspoken and reversed their generational roles, he became flustered and, in a fit of rage, removed his boot and began to strike, all the while berating him. Zhu Zhanji stood frozen, resembling a chastised child, enduring the reprimand in silence, not daring to breathe. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger." The crown prince was merely eager to engage the enemy. Li Qing interjected, attempting to mediate. He was unconcerned about Zhu Zhanji's punishment. But the scene was too harsh, almost painful to witness. After much persuasion, he finally convinced Zhu Di to don his footwear. Only then did Li Qing feel he could breathe freely again. "Your Majesty, it is imperative that we swiftly recall our dispersed cavalry. Dividing our forces presents a significant opportunity for the Walla." "Agreed," Zhu Di murmured to himself, having been defeated so thoroughly. "They will undoubtedly refrain from confronting the Ming army again." Nonetheless, he instructed his guards to relay military orders and dispatched scouts to summon assistance. Zhu Zhanji felt a burning embarrassment, both pained and ashamed, for his impulsive actions had caused such a commotion, leaving him in a state of discomfort. After issuing the military orders, Zhu Di coldly declared, "From this day forth, you are forbidden from leaving the barracks even a single step. Remember this, grandson." He waved his hand dismissively. Once Zhu Zhanji departed, Zhu Di exhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "Li Qing, your contributions are monumental. You have slain Mahamud and saved Zhanji. I shall reward you handsomely." Li Qing cautiously inquired, "Will it be a reward of the kind that is unconditionally granted?" "Indeed, speak your desires," Zhu Di responded proudly. "There is nothing I shall refuse." In Li Qing's mind, such a proclamation bore little distinction from mere folly. "Your Majesty, behold the reward." Li Qing replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "I shall accept whatever is offered." Chapter 58. Zhu Di's scheming. Zhu Di delighted in making promises, yet this time, he was genuinely intent on bestowing a grand reward upon Li Qing. "You remain unmarried. Allow me to arrange a marriage for you," Zhu Di suggested. "How about a princess?" "Ahem, let's not go there," Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. "At my age, I wouldn't want to burden anyone." "Nonsense. I consider you like a son. Yet you wish to become my father-in-law?" Li Qing said helplessly. "I already have concubines. The title of prince consort is better left aside." "I can make an exception for you," Zhu Di promised. "You shall not be required to dismiss your concubines. Your Majesty's goodwill is appreciated, but I must decline." Li Qing sighed. "Your Majesty, I have a slight issue." "What issue?" "I am unable to bear children." Li Qing, bold-faced, spoke without shame. Zhu Di, astonished, replied, "Aren't you quite skilled with women?" "Well, that does not necessarily correlate with the ability to conceive," Li Qing retorted. "Isn't childbirth solely a woman's concern?" Zhu Di scratched his head. "If your 3 concubines have not produced offspring, that is their failing. You need not worry. As long as you remain capable, children will eventually come." Li Qing found himself at a loss for words and responded, "Your Majesty, at my age, remarrying a princess seems rather ludicrous. Should I pass away one day, wouldn't the princess be left as a widow?" "I believe you shall live for many more years," Zhu Di asserted, "with your support. Once Gao Qi and Zhanji ascend, I shall rest easy." "Rest assured, Your Majesty, without this connection, I would still remain loyal to the Ming dynasty, Li Qing vowed. He truly had not anticipated that the fourth prince would engage in such a maneuver, attempting to forge a marriage alliance. Seeing Zhu Di's persistence, he hastily added, "Your Majesty, grant me some gold instead. My health is waning, and I would prefer that. What need have you for so much gold if you have no heirs?" Zhu Di shot him an annoyed glance. He ceased speaking, recognizing that this matter struck a nerve. If you marry a princess, you are certain to have sons. I have a keen eye for discerning matters and individuals. He genuinely desired to secure Li Qing's loyalty, knowing that with such a person by his side, he could rest assured for years to come. "Should you wed a princess, I shall also grant you the title of duke," Zhu Di tempted, "in due course. You would be both a noble and a royal relative." After a moment's pause, "Though you are no longer youthful, your health remains robust. You, my friend, are undoubtedly more vigorous than even the old monk," Zhu Di remarked at length. Yet, Li Qing absorbed not a single word, persistently shaking his head. After the three women, he had no desire to marry another. He had savored the sweetness of love, a delightful experience, but he did not wish to relive it. As time passed, Li Qing grew increasingly averse to emotions. Witnessing those around him age while he remained youthful was a bitter experience. He did not wish to further entangle himself in emotional bonds. Zhu Di, after much discourse, observed Li Qing's stubbornness and felt a surge of irritation. "Are you disregarding my concern?" he exclaimed. "I am weary. I shall take my leave." Li Qing, hastily bowing, fled the scene. "Li Qing, you scoundrel! What about the duke? The gold? You have nothing." Hearing the furious complaints of the fourth prince behind him, Li Qing merely scoffed. He truly did not care. "Who cares? Uncle Qing, you have returned." Zhu Zhanji approached, inquiring, "Is grandfather still angry?" Fuming, indeed, with great fury, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhanji appeared despondent. Muttering, "This is truly dreadful." "It is indeed dreadful," Li Qing concurred. "Had it not been for the incident, Uncle Qing could have become your uncle by marriage. How could it not be dreadful?" Uncle by marriage?" Zhu Zhanji coughed. "By the way, are you hungry?" Realizing his misstep, Li Qing quickly diverted the topic. "Uncle Qing is hungry. Go procure some wine and meat." Zhu Zhanji, with a face full of worry, lacked the spirit to entertain the notion, grimacing. "Grandfather does not permit me to leave the barracks. If he discovers I have disobeyed, I shall face dire consequences. I have no appetite for this. You may go." "Very well." Li Qing, feeling genuine hunger after his long run, proceeded directly to the supply office, rousing the quartermaster from slumber. "Bring me a roasted leg of lamb, 2 roast chickens, and a jar of wine." He concluded, "The crown prince wishes to dine." "Ah, the crown prince has been found. Very well, I shall have it arranged." In the entire military camp, only Li Qing donned a mask, and the quartermaster, well aware of his identity, did not dare to delay, promptly summoning the cooks to prepare. As the fire was lit, the meat roasted, and seasoning sprinkled, half an hour later, Li Qing returned to the tent, carrying the fragrant leg of lamb and roast chickens. Zhu Zhanji had not yet succumbed to sleep. After such a commotion, how could he? As he saw Li Qing enter with the delectable lamb, his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Having fasted nearly a day, how could he remain indifferent to such a feast? "Uncle Qing, get on with it." Li Qing responded curtly. "Did you not claim to be disinterested?" "Oh, Uncle Qing," Zhu Zhanji exclaimed warmly, "I am still but a child." "How can you be such a child at your age?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Hurry and sleep. Once asleep, you shall not feel hunger." Zhu Zhanji, gazing at the golden roasted leg of lamb, swallowed hard. "Uncle Qing, I am but a chubby child." Li Qing chuckled, nodding, tearing off a large piece of lamb. "Go on, eat well, and then rest." "Ah, thank you, Uncle Qing." Zhu Zhanji, without hesitation, seized the roasted meat, exclaiming how delicious it was. "Slow down, do not choke." Li Qing poured him a bowl of wine and passed a roast chicken his way, then joined in the hearty feast himself. The chef's culinary skills were exceptional. The roasted leg of lamb was marinated to perfection, while the chicken was crispy on the outside, yet tender within, accompanied by a fine wine. The experience was nothing short of exquisite. After a leisurely 2 hours, the two men reclined, their bellies full and expressions of contentment adorning their faces. "Do you think grandfather will still punish me?" Zhu Zhanji inquired. "Who can say?" Li Qing replied with a chuckle. "Not only you, but he might even take it out on me. But you haven't done anything wrong. Why would the emperor punish you?" Zhu Zhanji asked, intrigued. Li Qing sighed. Why does a child need to pry into so many matters? It is time to sleep. All right, Zhu Zhanji nodded, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the air. Watching his eldest grandson sleep soundly, Li Qing shook his head in amusement and soon succumbed to slumber himself. When he awoke again, it was already midday. Exiting the tent, the brilliant sunlight warmed his face. Li Qing squinted slightly, observing the army tidying the battlefield with a satisfied expression. At that moment, a court attendant approached and bowed. Your Grace, the Emperor wishes to see you. Very well, I shall attend to him shortly, Li Qing replied after a brief hesitation, making his way to the command tent. Your Majesty, you summoned me? He asked upon arrival. What have you decided regarding our conversation from last night? Zhu Di inquired while grasping a ceremonial sword resting on the table. I have given it considerable thought, Li Qing responded, nodding. So, you are in agreement? No. I do not concur, Li Qing sighed. I am growing old and wish to retire in a few years to explore the beautiful landscapes of our land. With a swift motion, Zhu Di unsheathed the sword, his expression darkening. I shall grant you one more opportunity to rephrase your statement. Li Qing raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. No matter how many chances you provide, my answer remains the same. Feel free to strike. I shall simply run away, he taunted. Zhu Di, refusing to relent, swung the sword, while Li Qing dashed off, shouting, a small stick cannot ensnare a mighty rod. I will not betray my sovereign. Fuming with rage, Zhu Di cursed, you insolent wretch. Come here. Your Majesty, exercise some reason, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Our immediate priority is to locate the main camp of the Walla and seize their cattle and sheep as spoils of war. Did you need to tell me that? Zhu Di retorted. I had already dispatched men to scout while you were sleeping. He bent over, catching his breath. Come closer, and I will spare you. Li Qing, however, was not fooled and turned to flee. Zhu Di chased after him, but could not catch up. In mere moments, Li Qing vanished from the emperor's sight, leaving Zhu Di seething with impotent rage as he turned to seek solace with his eldest grandson. Li Qing reclined on the grass, inhaling the fragrant scent of fresh grass while gazing at the azure sky, his legs crossed comfortably. With the battle concluded, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Soon he could return home. After this campaign, the Ming dynasty would enjoy an extended period of tranquility. No more wanderings. He envisioned printing the Yongle Encyclopedia and taking 3 young ladies for a leisurely stroll through the streets. Life would be delightful indeed. Chapter 59. The Wrath of Thunder. 7 days later, a substantial number of cattle and sheep were driven to the camp. However, the bounty was not as great as anticipated, as many Walla soldiers had retreated earlier, absconding with the majority of the livestock. In total, there were over 13,000 sheep and nearly 4,000 cattle. Yet, any gain was better than none. These animals represented a considerable wealth in their own right. The army rested for another day before returning to the capital. Throughout the journey, Zhu Di wore a displeased expression, as if someone owed him a debt, though his ire was directed solely at Li Qing. To the other generals, Zhu Di maintained a cordial demeanor. The spoils of this campaign were indeed significant. They had dealt a crushing blow to the Walla, slaying their leader Mahamo, and had struck a heavy blow against the Yuan. From now on, the decisions of war or peace would rest solely with the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di felt a sense of satisfaction, with only one regret. He had failed to secure Li Qing's loyalty. As summer arrived, the weather became unbearably hot. Under the blazing sun, the soldiers appeared listless, drained of all vigor. Zhu Zhanji rode over and whispered, in this scorching heat, why do you still wear that mask? Isn't it hot? Calmness brings coolness, Li Qing replied, unfazed and serene. Is there something you need? Zhu Zhanji, with a face that suggested he had something to say, casually responded, nothing important. As long as there's nothing, Li Qing said, returning to his observations of the scenery. After a moment, Zhu Zhanji hesitantly asked, Li Qing, do you want a wife? No, Li Qing replied promptly. At my age, I am on the verge of shedding tears for no reason. What would I want with such things? Zhu Zhanji's face darkened, and he refrained from further comment. He was merely a messenger, and having conveyed the message, he felt his task was complete. Whether Li Qing agreed or not was no longer his concern. Thus, he shifted the conversation to the deadly 13 spears. Li Qing held a great appreciation for this younger generation and began to impart his knowledge diligently, detailing the nuances and techniques of the unyielding grip and various strikes with meticulous care. Zhu Di observed coldly, watching his grandson grow increasingly intimate with Li Qing. His already unsightly expression became even more grim. Throughout the journey, He had not hesitated to show his displeasure towards Li Qing, but the latter, with thick skin, remained oblivious. Incensing the fourth prince further, by late July, the army entered the territory of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di dispersed his forces to Beiping, Zhending, and Dezhou, only taking the imperial army back to the capital. Upon reaching Jinling, it was nearly the 15th of August. Outside the city, Zhu Di halted his horse. Gazing at the desolate scene of Jinling, his aged face darkening entirely. After such a significant victory, not a single official had come to offer congratulations or welcome him, which ignited his fury. It was customary for officials to greet the emperor upon his return from a campaign, and their absence seemed to signify a blatant disregard for his authority, especially now, with the young prince acting as regent and the civil officials largely supportive of him. Zhu Di's already suspicious nature flared with anger. Li Qing, perceiving the gravity of the situation, quickly pulled Zhu Zhanji aside and whispered, "Hurry back and fetch your father to welcome his majesty." "All right," Zhu Zhanji thought to himself, lamenting, "Oh, father, why can't you make things easier for your son?" As he turned to leave, Zhu Di called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Sensing his grandfather's ominous tone, Zhu Zhanji awkwardly replied, "Grandfather, there is no need for your presence here." Zhu Di's expression darkened further. Zhu Zhanji quickly corrected himself, "Your Majesty, I feel somewhat unwell and wish to return to the palace for a physician's examination." Zhu Di, aware of the deception but nonetheless consenting, nodded, "Very well, go." He wished to ascertain whether the eldest son truly harbored treasonous intentions. Zhu Di inhaled deeply and spoke in a solemn tone, "Enter the city." The imperial troops proceeded into the city in batches, and the countenances of the military officials were far from pleasant. It had been merely half a year since their departure from the capital, yet the civil officials displayed such arrogance, much to their chagrin. Upon entering the city and not traveling far, Zhu Gaozu arrived with a retinue of military officers, adorned with yellow umbrellas and the dragon carriage, to welcome the emperor. "Your son, along with the officials, extends congratulations to His Majesty for the great victory over the Walla, achieving an unparalleled merit for the Ming dynasty." The military officials and nobles all bowed in unison, offering their respectful greetings. Zhu Di's expression softened slightly as he proclaimed, "Rise, all of you." The accompanying military officials visibly relaxed, for they had risked their lives on the battlefield and sought acknowledgement for their sacrifices. This was their due recognition. Zhu Gaozu, radiating joy, approached and respectfully urged, "Please, Your Majesty, ascend the dragon carriage to receive the homage of the officials, no, the military officers." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's already grim visage darkened further. It appeared as though the civil and military factions were poised to divide. Li Qing sighed inwardly. Zhu Gaozu's attempt at sowing discord was not particularly astute, yet it proved quite effective. At this moment, Zhu Di was consumed by anger. Having lost his capacity for rational thought, his suspicious nature made him susceptible to such a not-so-subtle ploy. Dismounting to transfer to the dragon carriage, Zhu Di's previously good spirits evaporated, replaced solely by fury. As an emperor, being treated with such disdain and contempt by his officials would stir indignation in anyone, let alone a formidable ruler like Zhu Di. Little Fatty was destined for misfortune. Li Qing, perplexed, could not fathom why Little Fatty would commit such a grievous error, especially when the army's movements had already been reported to the palace. In the imperial study, Little Fatty was diligently processing memorials, assisted by cabinet secretaries such as Huang Huai and Hu Guang, maintaining an air of calm and productivity as usual. "Your Highness, please take your time. The maid has yet to report," came a voice. "Get away." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Little Fatty abruptly raised his head, only to see a furious Zhu Zhanji storming in. "Zhanji, why have you returned?" Zhu Zhanji did not bother with formalities and exclaimed, "Father, how can you still sit there? Grandfather is furious, don't you know?" "Furious about what?" Zhu Di inquired. "You." Zhu Zhanji, exasperated, reached for his father's arm but missed due to his girth, then grasped his wrist instead. "Come with me." "Where to?" "Just come with me." Zhu Zhanji, young and vigorous, pulled Little Fatty along, nearly causing him to stumble. "Slow down." "My memorials." Little Fatty called back as he was uncontrollably dragged outside. "Please review the annotations and proposed resolutions. I will accompany my father first." Once the father and son exited the main hall, Little Fatty could no longer contain his curiosity. "What on earth has happened? Speak." "Grandfather has returned victorious." Why did you not go to welcome him? Zhu Zhanji shouted in frustration. Father, can't you be more mindful? The burden of having such a carefree and rotund father weighed heavily on Zhu Zhanji. Grandfather has returned? Little Fatty exclaimed in surprise. When did this happen? When else? He has already entered the city. Zhu Zhanji fumed. Did you not receive the military report? No. As Zhu Zhanji hesitated, he waved his hand dismissively, asserting that this was not the time for such discussions. He urged his companion to swiftly summon the officials from the 6 ministries to welcome the emperor. Delay would mean that his grandfather would enter the palace without them. Little Fatty, with his rotund physique, displayed surprising agility, not lagging far behind the adept young man. Upon entering the capital, Zhu Di did not command the army to return to their camp, but instead proceeded directly to the imperial city, eager to witness the extent to which the civil officials could stir the waters. As they approached the palace, the perspiring Little Fatty finally led the 6 officials to greet them. Your son, we, your subjects, respectfully welcomes your majesty's triumphant return. The dragon carriage came to a halt, and Zhu Di leaned out, instructing Zhu Gaoshu beside him to convey a message for the army to return to camp. Your son obeys the command. Zhu Gaoshu bowed respectfully and hurried away. Zhu Di lowered the curtain of the palanquin and gave a kick to the footboard, and the dragon carriage resumed its journey, all the while neglecting to regard the crown prince, treating the 6 officials as if they were invisible. Little Fatty wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his face etched with bitterness. With the emperor refusing to rise, none dared to stand, remaining in their kneeling positions, for the image-conscious civil officials. This was 1,000 times more discomforting than receiving a beating in court. Zhu Di was in a foul mood, and Li Qing found it unwise to plead for Little Fatty. As he passed by, he discreetly slipped a small vial of elixir to him. Zhu Di's ire was not solely directed at the young man, but rather at the entire body of civil officials. Nearly all his policies had met with disapproval from the literati. Should they concede this time, the officials would undoubtedly become emboldened in the future. Li Qing pondered further, suspecting that the welcoming of the emperor had likely been obstructed by the foolish young man, a notion evident from Little Fatty's unexpected expression. Of course, it was also possible that the civil officials had conspired to intercept the message, or perhaps both scenarios were at play. Regardless, it was certain that the officials were in for a rough time. Chapter 60. Is the master home? It is I, Gao Su, at the Yongqing Marquisate. Li Qing's return brought immense joy to the 3 ladies, who surrounded him with cheerful chatter, expressing their longing for him. After some light-hearted banter, Li Qing inquired, have copies of the grand ceremony been procured? Indeed, Wan Ling nodded, confirming that, as per the master's request, exquisite Xian paper had been purchased for the printing, ensuring the highest quality under the master's guidance. Every volume of the grand ceremony was stored in the study. That's splendid, Li Qing replied with a smile. We'll sleep together tonight. I shall help you all with your meridian alignment. Over the years, Li Qing had consistently nourished their bodies with his vital energy, allowing the 3 ladies to appear far younger than their actual ages. Coupled with their privileged lifestyle and their innate beauty, the 50-something Hong Xiu appeared no older than 40, radiating a mature femininity. The slight wrinkles on their charming faces did not detract from their allure. Rather, they added a touch of intrigue. The sensation of meeting worthy opponents was a sentiment not easily grasped by the young. The 3 ladies nodded in shy delight, with Hong Xiu gently saying, Master, you have traveled weary. Please, freshen yourself while I prepare a couple of dishes to welcome you. No need for such toil. Let the servants handle it, Li Qing said, pulling her close for a kiss. You should rest. There will be plenty for you to do tonight. Hong Xiu's face radiated happiness as she playfully remarked, the dishes they prepare cannot compare to my delicacies. Li Qing chuckled, not dissuading her, for sometimes the act of giving is a source of joy. I shall assist Sister Hong Xiu, Wan Ling offered. Very well, go ahead. Liang Xiang's eyes flickered as she prepared to assist the gentleman with his bath. Li Qing understood her intent and smiled, nodding in agreement. Upon entering the chamber, he found that the servants had already drawn the bath water. Securing the door, he removed his headpiece and loosened his garments, sinking into the warm embrace of the bath, every cell in his body rejoicing in comfort. Gentle hands began to wash his long, lustrous hair, the occasional touch sending delightful shivers through him. He playfully patted the hand resting on his shoulder, and Liang Xiang, grasping his meaning, shed her skirt and joined him in the tub. Sunlight streamed through the gauzy window, illuminating her figure as the steam rose, casting a rosy hue upon her delicate neck. Her glistening eyes, filled with affection, gazed at him with a heart-stirring intensity. Liangxiang twirled a strand of hair, inhaled deeply, and submerged herself beneath the water. A long-lost joy blossomed in Li Qing's heart, filling him with satisfaction. As they splashed playfully, ripples danced across the surface. After a while, Liangxiang surfaced, leaning close to Li Qing's ear, whispering softly, "Love me, dear sir." In the main chamber, the doors and windows were tightly closed, the table laden with food and drink. Li Qing's damp hair hung naturally, and post-bath, his rosy lips and white teeth shone with an ethereal charm. His youthful visage contrasted intriguingly with the depth of maturity and a hint of weariness in his eyes, creating an alluring harmony. As they admired his handsome features, the ladies gazed at him with adoration, exclaiming, "You are truly handsome, sir." Li Qing chuckled, responding, "You are all beautiful as well." The trio erupted in laughter, their hearts blooming with joy despite knowing his words were largely comforting. Wanling poured him a cup of wine, saying, "Sir, please drink this to the last drop." "Indeed," Li Qing replied, downing the cup and praising, "What fine wine." After a moment's pause, he added, "However, a change in drinking method might enhance its flavor." Wanling shot him a playful glance, pouring herself a cup and pouting her lips as she leaned closer. Sipping, Li Qing found it soft, fragrant, and sweet. After their revelries, Wanling smiled and suggested, "Sir, how about I perform a dance to lift the spirits?" "That sounds splendid." Li Qing leaned back in his chair, adopting a posture of appreciation. Having just dined, Liangxiang graciously ceded the opportunity to Hongxiu, rising to say, "I shall play the Qing. Watch me dance gracefully. Listen to my melodies," she said, filling Li Qing's heart with delight. The next day, as Li Qing slumbered, he was gently roused by a soft call. Slowly opening his drowsy eyes, he inquired, "What is it, my dear?" Wanling urged, "Sir, the crown prince has arrived." "Ah," Li Qing stretched lazily, a contented sigh escaping his lips. "I'll rise at once." He understood that Xiao Zhanji had likely come for the sake of the chubby prince. As expected, upon reaching the front courtyard, Zhu Zhanji approached him, recounting the troubling news. "Qingba, you must think of a solution," Zhu Zhanji implored anxiously. "My father has been stripped of his regency and is confined to the palace, unable to step outside. The members of the cabinet have all been imprisoned, the minister of war dismissed, and 2 vice ministers executed. Now, my uncle's power grows ever stronger. If this continues, I fear my father, the crown prince, may also be deposed." Li Qing replied calmly, "The military reports must have reached the Ministry of War. It is not surprising that they chose to conceal the truth, leading to this dire outcome. I understand the machinations of the civil officials. This is merely a probing tactic against Zhu Di. Should Zhu Di yield even slightly, an endless web of schemes will undoubtedly follow." Zhu Di, following in his father's footsteps, harbored a disdain for the civil officials, particularly regarding the maritime expeditions led by Zheng He, which incited considerable resentment among the gentry, leading them to unite in opposition. Initially, the civil officials were constrained by the founding heroes, but the situation has since changed. The first generation of founding heroes has passed away, and the sons of such illustrious figures are often less capable, aging without distinction. The third generation of nobility is even less commendable. Furthermore, the founding nobility and those from the Jingnan campaign have been subtly vying for supremacy. With Zhu Di away on an expedition for nearly 6 months, the civil officials would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity to scheme. It is evident that during this period, the civil official faction has been conspiring extensively. The commander of the Genie, Ji Gang, a man of martial background, clearly supports the Han Wang, so it is not surprising that the young prince remains oblivious. Li Qing chuckled lightly, remarking that it might be beneficial for your father to take a break. The civil officials have grown excessively arrogant, and once your grandfather rectifies this, your father will find it easier to govern. Alas, if this continues, what use will my father have? Zhu Zhanji was quite anxious, expressing to Qingbo that his grandfather was truly incensed this time. His second uncle was watching closely, and his grandfather was inclined to listen to him, which could lead to trouble. Li Qing remained unconcerned, assuring him that his grandfather was no foolish emperor and would not heed the ramblings of his second uncle alone. Just as he spoke, a familiar voice echoed from outside. "Is the master at home?" "It is I, Gao Su." A certain individual, who had grand ambitions yet was rather simplistic, called out loudly. "Second uncle?" Zhu Zhanji froze, then sought a place to conceal himself. Noticing his frantic glances, Li Qing found it amusing and asked, Are you so afraid of him? Not fear. I simply wish to hear what he has to say. Zhu Zhanji scanned the room, and suddenly his expression brightened. He whispered to Qing Bo, I shall hide behind the screen. Do not mention my arrival to my second uncle. Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Zhanji darted behind the screen, concealing his figure. Li Qing shook his head in amusement, rising to open the door and bowing. The Han Wang has arrived. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. What are you saying, sir? Zhu Gaosu feigned displeasure by saying so. You are striking at Gao Su's face. Previously, Li Qing had revealed to him his father's grievances while handling matters, giving the naive one a glimpse of hope. Zhu Gaosu might not be particularly bright, yet he was not foolish. He understood well the esteem in which Li Qing was held by the emperor. One Li Qing was worth several dukes. Currently basking in glory, if he could win Li Qing over, the position of heir apparent would be within reach. Hearing of the master's valor amidst thousands of troops, Gao Su was filled with admiration. Zhu Gaosu raised the fine wine he held, laughing, such bravery. You are not inferior to Guan Yu, who famously slew Hua Xiong while enjoying wine. Zhu Gaosu continued, on the battlefield, such conditions are rare. Now, allow me to indulge you, sir. Not one to rebuff a warm-hearted gesture, Li Qing smiled and said, You flatter me. Han Wang, please, come inside. With sumptuous dishes laid out, the two began to feast. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, Zhu Gaosu gradually revealed his intentions, lamenting, Alas, my elder brother is rather foolish. Li Qing scratched his head, pondering the origin of this remark. He places too much trust in those civil officials, Zhu Gaosu sighed. If he were to ascend the throne, he might well follow in the footsteps of Jiang Wen. Oh, Li Qing inquired with a smile. Could it be that the Han Wang intends to emulate the emperor and stage a Jingnan? Zhu Gaosu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, I dare not speak carelessly. If what you say reaches others, even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River, I could not cleanse myself of the shame. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. What escapes my lips shall not enter another's ear. I have no intention of spreading such words. Zhu Gaosu, slightly embarrassed, continued, What I mean is, the eldest brother is hardly fit to be the crown prince. Just look at him. So out of shape that he gasps for breath after just a few steps. He bears no semblance of a future emperor. Could such a person ascend the throne without inciting ridicule from the realm? Suddenly, a sharp grinding sound emerged from behind the screen, drawing Zhu Gaosu's attention. What is that noise? He inquired. Oh, it is nothing, perhaps just a disturbance caused by rats, Li Qing replied, casting a glance at the screen and clearing his throat twice, causing the grinding to cease abruptly. Zhu Gaosu paid it little mind and continued his critique. With such a bear-like appearance, does he not even glance in the mirror? He lacks any trace of a. Once more, the piercing grinding sound resumed, and Zhu Gaosu furrowed his brow. Mr. Li, your mouse seems rather audacious, does it not? Li Qing chuckled. I suppose it is due to my prolonged absence that the servants have grown lax, allowing the rats to proliferate. We shall continue, and I will ensure they are properly dealt with later. Zhu Gaosu remarked. These servants truly require more discipline. I shall send some of mine over to assist. Let it be, let it be. I would rather not impose. Li Qing waved off his suggestion. Zhu Gaosu paused momentarily, then understanding dawned upon him. He reached into his bosom and produced a heavy cloth bag, which he thumped onto the table with a notable weight. From the sound of gold coins clinking, it was evident there were no less than 100 taels. Mr. Li, just a small token of appreciation, not meant as a formal gift. Oh, Han Wang is too courteous, Li Qing replied with a smile, accepting the offering. Now let us drink. Indeed, let us drink, Zhu Gaosu exclaimed joyfully, consuming several more cups of wine. Noticing Li Qing's lack of response, he grew somewhat restless, recalling Li Qing's character from earlier. Mr. Li, how do you perceive me? Han Wang is valiant and skilled in battle. He is a true hero, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaosu's spirits soared, and as he prepared to press further, a high-pitched voice pierced the air, typical of a eunuch. Is the Yongqing Marquis home? The emperor has arrived. At home, Li Qing called out cheerfully, then added, Han Wang, please wait. I shall go greet his majesty. Zhu Gaosu's heart raced at the mention of his father. He quickly grasped Li Qing's arm, exclaiming, Sir, I have not been here today. He hastily put away his wine cup and chopsticks, darting toward the screen. Han Wang, shoo. Keep your voice down, Zhu Gaosu urged anxiously. If my father discovers I am here with you, it would not bode well for either of us. I shall hide for a moment. Please do not give me away. Li Qing intended to say more, But Zhu Gaoxiu had already slipped behind the screen. Realizing the situation, he proceeded to welcome Zhu Di. Zhu Gaoxiu dashed behind the screen, barely coming to a stop before he encountered a large, dark rat. "Hush, be quiet. Grandfather is about to enter," Zhu Zhangji whispered, covering his uncle's mouth, momentarily setting aside grievances of paternal disrespect. "Uncle, you surely do not wish for grandfather to discover you, do you?" Zhu Gaoxiu turned his head away, yet spoke in a very low voice. "When did you arrive?" "Earlier than you," came the reply. Embarrassed, Zhu Gaoxiu stammered. "Did you hear everything I said just now?" Feeling somewhat guilty for speaking ill of his father in front of his son, he faltered slightly. "The whispers have reached my ears. My uncle's talent for gossip is indeed remarkable." Zhu Zhangji scoffed. "My father may be somewhat portly, but is that truly excessive?" Upon hearing his nephew's disrespectful words, Zhu Gaoxiu immediately retorted, "Is there anyone in the entire palace who surpasses him in girth? Your attempts to salvage his dignity by calling it steadiness are far superior to your brutish tendencies." Enraged, Zhu Gaoxiu shot back, "You insolent brat. Regardless of my shortcomings, I am still your uncle. You must cease this impudence." Zhu Zhangji swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "Grandfather is entering. If you wish to remain undetected, behave yourself, or we shall both face the consequences." Fuming, Zhu Gaoxiu complied as he heard footsteps drawing nearer, begrudgingly pushing away Zhu Zhangji's hand to listen intently. "You seem to be living quite well," Zhu Dali remarked with envy. "Far better than I." Li Qing, in resignation, responded, "Your Majesty, I shall visit the printing bureau tomorrow to expedite the publication of the grand ceremony." "Indeed, one must not be idle," Zhu Dali replied, his expression brightening as he took a seat at the table. "The ceremony must be published swiftly. The national treasury is alarmingly depleted, to the point where I lack even the means to reward my soldiers. Are you unaware of the reason for our financial woes?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, adding, "Fear not, Your Majesty. I shall diligently work to resolve the financial crisis of the Ming dynasty." Zhu Dali nodded, his mind preoccupied, and sighed. It has become increasingly difficult to manage the civil officials. Historically, imperial authority has rarely penetrated the countryside. Throughout the ages, there have been no pure merchants. Most are wealthy gentry, and those gentry often have ancestral connections to high officials, including in our current Ming dynasty. Most officials hail from affluent families. And as the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Naturally, they seek to benefit their own kin. This conundrum is inescapable across dynasties. Governance has been shared with the literati. Past emperors adhered to a strategy where they consumed the meat while their ministers merely sipped the broth. Yet the Ming dynasty presents a unique challenge. Zhu Yuanzhang's agrarian policies aim not only to restore production swiftly, but also to diminish the financial power of the gentry to a certain extent. Although the old Zhu lacks extensive knowledge, the commercial prosperity of the Song dynasty is a well-known fact. He cannot be ignorant of the benefits of trade. His intentions were merely to restrain the gentry. However, while he executed many, his methods of curbing the gentry were relatively mild. In contrast, the fourth prince monopolized lucrative industries such as silk, tea, and porcelain, making it unsurprising that the gentry would resist. "Do you have any solutions?" Zhu Dali inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing suggested, "Offer them some benefits." Zhu Dali scoffed coldly. "If I concede today, they will demand tenfold tomorrow. It is merely a case of drinking poison to quench thirst." Li Qing smiled wryly. "Your Majesty, not every emperor possesses your resolve. If suppression fails, a concentrated explosion may ensue, leading the Ming dynasty to inevitable turmoil. It seems you lack viable solutions as well." Disappointment crossed Zhu Dali's face as he declared, "I shall never yield. If I must concede, it will be a matter for my successors. During the Yongle era, the gentry shall not rise." Zhu Dali, much like Zhu Yuanzhang, is a stubborn mule. Li Qing understood that further persuasion would be futile and refrained from delving deeper into the topic. "Your Majesty, you have come here with a purpose, have you not? The position of Minister of War is currently vacant, and I do not wish to select from among the civil officials. You shall take on the role." Li Qing felt overwhelmed, questioning whether it would not be better to choose someone from the nobility. "Enough of your chatter. If I command you, you shall obey," Zhu Di replied tersely. "Those capable nobles have either perished or are too advanced in age. Among 3 generations of nobility, there is not a single capable one besides you. I cannot find another." "Your Majesty, what about Zhang Fu?" Li Qing inquired. He is already a duke, Zhu Di responded. According to the ancestral precepts of the Ming, a duke cannot hold any position of real power in the court to prevent one family from becoming too dominant. Zhang Fu's influence has already grown substantial. I do not wish to make an exception. Li Qing nodded in resignation, remarking that the emperor's actions this time were rather extreme. You mean to dismiss the minister of war and execute the vice minister? Indeed, Li Qing said with a wry smile. This is not a matter of significant military delay. According to the law, it would warrant merely a reduction in salary or, at worst, a demotion. Yet the emperor chose to dismiss and execute the individual, which is simply unreasonable. Zhu Di scoffed. I wish for them to understand the cost of testing my patience. Li Qing shook his head, asserting that everyone abides by the rules. All operate within the framework of established regulations. Civil officials may test the boundaries of these rules, but the emperor can also use them to counteract. However, when the emperor repeatedly breaks these rules, it may lead others to do the same out of desperation. Li Qing sighed. When all disregard the rules, chaos will ensue. I implore your majesty to ponder your actions. It is not that one cannot take lives, but rather that one should not do so in such an overtly unreasonable manner. After a moment of silence, Zhu Di nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of Li Qing's words. You make a fair point. I shall be mindful of this in the future. Seeing the fourth prince receptive to advice, Li Qing seized the opportunity. The crown prince's faction has suffered a severe blow, and the Han Wang faction is growing stronger. Is your majesty considering to support the Han Wang? Behind the screen, the two relatives immediately set aside their grievances and listened intently. The Han Wang? Zhu Di sneered. Look at his gaunt, monkey-like appearance. He possesses not a shred of imperial demeanor. A series of sharp grinding sounds echoed. Zhu Di paused and glanced towards the screen. My lord has been away for a long time. There are mice in the house, Li Qing quickly explained. Mice. Zhu Di chuckled, shaking his head. One packet of rat poison can eradicate an entire nest. Li Qing deftly shifted the topic. Does your majesty intend to continue supporting the crown prince? Support him? Zhu Di snorted. With his cowardly demeanor, both fat and timid. Once again, the grinding noise ensued. Zhu Di scratched his head. Li Qing, is there a nest of mice in your household? I will purchase rat poison upon my return, Li Qing replied dismissively, steering the conversation back to serious matters. He tentatively suggested, neither the Han Wang nor the crown prince seems suitable. Could it be that your majesty wishes to support the Zhao Wang? He is even less capable. Zhu Di rolled his eyes. Am I not allowed to have another child? Li Qing. Behind the screen, the two relatives exchanged incredulous looks. Li Qing chuckled, realizing Zhu Di was merely venting his frustration, and asked, does your majesty mean for me to check your pulse? You are indeed a teachable child. Zhu Di smiled in satisfaction. With no outsiders present, he felt no reservations and sighed. One cannot deny aging. Since my return, I increasingly feel my body is not as it once was, lacking in strength. Please prescribe me some nourishing medicine. The two relatives exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in bemusement. Li Qing, after taking the pulse, penned a prescription and advised, once in the morning and once in the evening. Significant results will be evident in half a month. Zhu Di, tucking the prescription away, remarked, tomorrow, make a trip to the Qianqing palace to examine the empress as well. Li Qing hesitated, saying, Your Majesty, the risk of childbirth at her age is exceedingly high. This was a truth that resonated even in later times. Advanced maternal age posed considerable danger, particularly in an era where childbirth could cost a life. A mere mishap could lead to the demise of both mother and child. What are you thinking? Zhu Di shot him a glare, then continued earnestly. Upon my return, I noticed the empress's complexion has deteriorated significantly compared to before. You ought to examine her thoroughly. Very well, Li Qing nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, Zhu Di rose and stated, You shall attend the morning court tomorrow and assume control of the Ministry of War. Curious, Li Qing inquired, Your Majesty, are you not concerned that I might be corrupted by the civil officials? Zhu Di shot him a look, retorting, I know others may falter, but you, I am confident, will not succumb. They lack the capacity to corrupt your steadfast resolve. Was he complimenting me, or was it a jab? Enough, prepare yourself. I shall formally appoint you in the court tomorrow. Zhu Di stretched lazily and made to leave when a servant at the door announced, My lord, the crown prince has arrived. What brings him here? Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Di's anger flared. I have expressly forbidden his movements. This is a blatant defiance of my decree. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Qing promptly declared, Do not let him in. No, let him in, Zhu Di coldly insisted. I wish to see what trick he intends to play. As he spoke, he moved behind the screen, instructing, do not inform him of my presence. Your Majesty, you must not. Li Qing urged, hurry and meet him. Zhu Di, ignoring the plea, strode toward the screen. Great. Now there's another rat, Li Qing sighed, heading off to greet the little chubby one. Upon entering behind the screen, Zhu Di was startled to find 2 large black rats. You too. I was playing with my second uncle. Zhu Zhanji managed a strained smile and weakly said, Greetings, your grandfather. Greetings, father, Zhu Gaoxiu stammered, equally apprehensive. What my nephew says is true. I was merely reminiscing with him. Zhu Di, in a fit of embarrassed rage, asked, Did you both just hear that? They nodded. Zhu Gaoxiu chimed in. I have a sharp face and lack the demeanor of an emperor. Zhu Zhanji added, My father is quite rotund, both plump and cowardly. The two shared a look of mutual lament, but conspicuously refrained from discussing matters of health. Zhu Di's anger gradually gave way to a twinge of guilt as he awkwardly remarked, I was only jesting. Very well, I will settle accounts with you two later. Behave yourselves. Should anyone make a sound, I shall have them punished severely. Yes, father, grandfather. A moment later, 2 distinct sets of footsteps approached, causing the 3 generations to hold their breath and listen intently. Qinggu, is my father coming? Why do you ask? With so many imperial guards outside. Who else could it be if not my father? No, the emperor is not here. In the hall, the little chubby one noticed Qinggu nodding vigorously and gesturing toward the screen, instantly grasping the situation. Li Qing, having conveyed the message, then asked, How dare you come out when you have been confined by the emperor? Oh, it's fine. At worst, I'll just get a beating. Little Fatty remained unfazed, unbothered by the potential downfall of his princely position. The sound of grinding teeth echoed from behind the screen as Li Qing chuckled, remarking on the commotion of mice in the household. With a wicked sense of humor, Little Fatty joked, Mice only lurk in the shadows, engaging in their clandestine mischief. The grinding noises intensified, and he exclaimed, Oh, feeling spirited, are we? Qinggu, don't stop me. I'll squash them one by one, ensuring not a trace of them remains. Li Qing was taken aback and quickly gestured toward the screen. Little Fatty nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Although Li Qing was puzzled by his thoughts, he hesitated to inquire further, What brings you here? Not much, Little Fatty sighed. I'm here to bid farewell. I plan to return to Beijing in a couple of days. Why go back there? I'm done, he replied in a defeated tone. The more I do, the more mistakes I make. In the end, it seems futile. Why expend so much effort? But you are the prince. Yet he does not believe in me. Little Fatty lamented. In his eyes, the second son is the suitable heir. What am I striving for, then? Li Qing fell silent, recognizing Little Fatty's genuine resolve to quit. In truth, your father has not erred. When civil officials amass power, calamity is inevitable. If one prioritizes imperial authority over the welfare of the people, what good is it for an emperor to wield absolute power if all officials bow before him? Little Fatty countered, Qinggu, you are misplacing the priorities. I cannot foresee the future, but consider the present. The people's lives are far from easy. Engaging in war and grand construction can earn a legacy, but one misstep could lead to the demise of a nation. Grind your teeth again, and I shall end you, Little Fatty shouted at the screen, now fully committed to his decision to abandon the burden of being a prince, a role far too exhausting for any human. With a crash, the screen fell, revealing 3 furious faces. Zhu Di was enraged by his son's disrespect. Zhu Zhanji was upset by Little Fatty's lack of ambition, while Zhu Gaoxiu appeared furious yet secretly delighted. Son pays respects to Father Emperor. Little Fatty feigned surprise. Father Emperor, why do you hide in the shadows? You need not concern yourself with that. Zhu Di retorted with a voice full of ire. I ask you, who is the ruler who brings ruin to the nation? With an unruffled demeanor, Little Fatty replied, If Father Emperor continues down this path, the Ming will inevitably meet its end. You insolent fool. Zhu Di bellowed in rage. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Zhanji both knelt, one in extreme joy, the other in sheer terror. Father, you are mistaken. Zhu Zhanji trembled, quickly apologized to grandfather. I shall not, Little Fatty stated coolly. I have not spoken falsely. Very well, very well. Zhu Di laughed in fury. You possess courage. You are indeed a man. Grandfather, silence. Zhu Zhanji paled, prostrating himself in fear. Zhu Di approached Little Fatty, smirking coldly. You wish to return to Beijing? If Father Emperor agrees, I can leave today, Little Fatty nodded. Indeed. Returning to Beijing is a splendid idea, Zhu Di chuckled. At that time, unite with the ministers. Then we can initiate a campaign to seize the throne. And it shall be yours, splendid indeed. If you think this way, I am powerless to change it. Little Fatty maintained his calm demeanor. If Father Emperor is worried, it would be better to execute your son directly. If you cannot do that, then confinement will suffice. Do you think I would hesitate? Zhu Di's murderous intent was palpable. Father, Zhu Zhanji, have you lost your mind? Silence. Zhu Di and the chubby one spoke simultaneously, interjecting without invitation. Li Qing, observing the escalating tension between the two, cleared his throat and said, "Allow me a moment to speak." "You two shut your mouth," Zhu Di retorted, visibly irate, his words tumbling out in disarray. "If you no longer wish to live, then let us all perish. What is there to be ashamed of? I have already usurped the throne. What more do I have to fear?" "Ah, how absurd." Zhu Di's gaze turned icy. "Your Majesty, reconsider." Li Qing and Zhu Zhanji exclaimed in unison. "The Crown Prince is merely acting out of impulse." "No, I am not being impulsive," the chubby one insisted, his neck stiffening. "I have long wished to express these sentiments." "Ah!" Zhu Di's fury erupted. "This is rebellion." Chapter 63. Measuring the land. Zhu Di had not been this enraged since the days of Jiang Wen. "Zhu Gaoqi, do you truly believe I would hesitate to depose you?" "If you wish to depose me, then do so," the chubby one replied fearlessly. "In any case, I have no desire to continue." "Very well, I shall grant your wish," Zhu Di coldly declared. "From this day forth, Your Majesty, please reconsider." Li Qing interjected hastily, stepping forward to lightly touch Zhu Di's shoulder. Zhu Di paused, only to find himself unable to utter a sound. "Crown Prince, Prince of Han, and the young prince, please excuse yourselves," Li Qing instructed. The chubby one nodded. "Son, let us return home." "Father, I wish to." "You shall not," the chubby one replied coldly. "Come with me." Zhu Zhanji, though reluctant, dared not defy his father and followed him out of the hall, head hung low. Zhu Gaoxiu, however, was adamant about staying. This was the closest he had ever come to the position of Crown Prince. Had it not been for Li Qing's interference, he might very well have been the Crown Prince by now. "Li Qing, what sorcery have you employed? Quickly, release my father from this spell." Zhu Gaoxiu raged, once again realizing how treacherous Li Qing could be. The golden beans were collected so eagerly, yet he remained unhelpful, standing against him instead. Zhu Di, equally furious, found himself at a loss for words. He wished to strike Li Qing but could not catch him, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. "Your Majesty, you are currently in a state of anger. It is unwise to make hasty decisions. Allow the Prince of Han to depart, and I shall lift the constraints," Li Qing suggested. "You are audacious." Zhu Di mouthed, his fury palpable. After a considerable time, Zhu Di's anger began to subside, and he gestured for Zhu Gaoxiu to leave. Reluctantly, Zhu Gaoxiu feared any unforeseen events. "Father, let us return to the palace. The imperial physician must have a remedy." Zhu Di shot him a glare and, in frustration, hurled a dish from the table, startling Zhu Gaoxiu into a hasty retreat. Li Qing fulfilled his promise and lifted the constraints. Once able to speak again, Zhu Di's temper flared anew as he coldly declared, "Li Qing, do you think I would hesitate to execute you?" No emperor could tolerate Li Qing's earlier behavior, including Zhu Di himself. Despite Li Qing's contributions to his reign, no one could lay a hand on the emperor. If Zhu Di were to endure such insolence, he would no longer be Zhu Di. "Your Majesty, you may impose punishment later. First, let me finish my words," Li Qing countered. "If you depose the Crown Prince, who shall succeed him?" The Crown Prince's words, though audacious, possess a grain of truth, do they not? With the Crown Prince in place, you may act with impunity, but should the Prince of Han ascend as heir, will you retain the same freedom? As the Grand Army prepares for departure, why has the Emperor lifted the Prince's confinement, allowing him to govern in his stead? In truth, you harbor no belief that the Han Prince is fit for such a position. You know well who is truly worthy of the title of Crown Prince. "This matter is of my family. It is not for you to meddle," roared Zhu Di. "This concerns all under heaven," Li Qing replied sternly. "If the next emperor were to resemble you, would you truly be at ease?" Zhu Di faltered, falling into silence. After a long pause, he spoke with bitterness. "The hearts of scholars are tainted. There is not a virtuous one among the civil officials. This group may have its flaws, yet it cannot be said that there are no good individuals," Li Qing countered. "Consider Xia Yuanji and Jianyi. The emperor holds them in high regard, does he not?" Zhu Di gradually regained his composure, pondering for a moment. "What do you propose?" Let the Han prince govern the fief, Li Qing suggested earnestly. The Jingnan campaign. Numerous northern expeditions, southern conquests of Jiaoji, the construction of the Grand Canal, the establishment of a new capital, and the compilation of great classics. Our resources have long been depleted. We can no longer continue in this manner. Let the Ming dynasty rest, and let the common folk have respite. After another prolonged silence, Zhu Di reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. After a brief pause, he inquired, how shall we settle our accounts? What accounts? Li Qing asked in surprise. Dare you lay hands upon me? Do you take me for clay to be molded? Zhu Di retorted. Li Qing stammered, Your Majesty, how do you wish to punish me? I desire to have you executed. I possess an iron certificate of immunity, Li Qing replied. I do not recognize it, Zhu Di declared shamelessly. What I issue, the right of interpretation belongs to me. Li Qing questioned, not even the certificate issued by the founding emperor? Zhu Di was taken aback, exclaiming, Did your father also grant you an iron certificate of immunity? Indeed. The founding emperor is far superior to you, Li Qing replied. Zhu Di was rendered speechless, unable to retort. After all, how could a son compare himself to his father? I shall impose a penalty of 10 years' salary. Hey, Your Majesty, are you jesting? Li Qing exclaimed in frustration. I have shed blood for the Ming dynasty. I have contributed greatly. Zhu Di was left with a headache from the commotion. If you can devise a solution to replenish the empty treasury, I shall not only waive your punishment, but offer you a reward. If that is the case, I have a plan. In the Eastern Palace, Zhu Zhanji exclaimed in exasperation. Father, have you lost your senses? At this rate, your second uncle will wake from his dreams laughing. He could not fathom why his usually principled father had changed so. Father, heed your son's advice. Apologize to grandfather, and there may still be room for reconciliation. Son, do you so relish being here? Little Fatty shook his head with a bitter smile. This is no favorable place. Being emperor brings no joy. If I had a choice, I would have returned to Beiping long ago. Zhu Zhanji yearned, the supreme sovereign, who would not desire such a fate. I do not. Zhu Zhanji, agitated, replied, Father, you are the crown prince, the legitimate eldest son. I am the crown grandson, the legitimate grandson. This position rightfully belongs to us. Why do you seek to cast it aside? Little Fatty frowned, scolding, You have been blinded by power. Go to the study and read. You are forbidden to leave without my permission. Father, please go. Zhu Zhanji, his face filled with despondency, replied, Your son obeys. The following day, during the morning court session, Li Qing, who seldom attended, arrived at the Fengtian Hall, found a place to stand, and awaited the arrival of the fourth prince. This wait lasted an entire hour, until the sun rose in the east, and Zhu Di finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Li Qing could easily discern that this man had most likely indulged in revelry the previous night, and had risen late. The drowsy ministers, upon the emperor's arrival, immediately regained their spirits and performed the customary rites of reverence, exclaiming, Long live the emperor! Long live our sovereign for 10,000 years! All rise. Zhu Di waved his hand and returned to his dragon throne, casting a glance at the eunuch standing nearby. The young eunuch understood the cue, retrieved the imperial edict, and proclaimed, By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, in the battle against the northern Mongols, we have achieved a great victory against the Walla, slaying tens of thousands of enemies. The soldiers who participated will receive an additional 2 months' salary. The junior and senior banners will receive 4 months' salary. And the 100,000 households will be granted half a year's pay. The Marquis of Wuqing, the Marquis of Anping, and the Marquis of Wuan shall each receive 100 taels of gold and 20 bolts of silk. The Marquis of Yongqing, having slain the Walla leader Mahamu, has rendered great service and shall be awarded 1,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, and promoted to the position of Minister of War. Thus decreed. The valiant soldiers, having risked their lives, undoubtedly deserved such rewards, and Zhu Di, as a martial emperor, would not fail to honor them. We thank your majesty for your magnanimity, the ministers expressed, their faces beaming with joy as they bowed in gratitude. However, the civil officials wore expressions of discontent. The Minister of War had been dismissed, the deputy executed, and the entire cabinet imprisoned. The crown prince was under house arrest. And now the emperor was lavishing rewards upon the military. It was no wonder their countenances were grim, especially for Li Qing, who had been appointed Minister of War, causing them great discomfort. The Minister of War was ostensibly in charge of military affairs, but in reality, it was a civilian position. Not responsible for combat, but rather for coordinating military supplies. Without military power, it was merely a bureaucratic role. When did it become permissible for nobility to assume such civilian positions? The civil officials felt a profound sense of frustration, far more intense than that experienced during the Hongwu era. While the civil officials of the Hongwu period were also disregarded, they at least had hope, with Crown Prince Zhu Biao's position being as solid as a rock. In contrast, during the Yongle era, the Crown Prince was either under house arrest or surrounded by civil officials who had been imprisoned, leading to a sense of utter despair. Your Majesty, the national treasury is strained. A minister from the Ministry of Revenue presented, stating that more than half of the taxes collected for the latter half of the year had already been allocated for canal construction and the establishment of the new capital. It was only August, and the next tax collection would not occur until May of the following year, leaving nearly a year's time. No matter, I have my ways. Zhu Di replied dismissively. Xia Yuanji stepped forward, boldly inquiring, Your Majesty, what strategy do you propose? To preemptively increase next year's tax collection, Zhu Di suggested. This is utterly unacceptable. Xia Yuanji's expression changed dramatically. Your Majesty, the people are impoverished. If we impose taxes prematurely, it will only exacerbate their hardships, potentially leading to widespread discontent and civil unrest. The officials all bowed in agreement, echoing the sage's words. The people are paramount, the state follows, and the sovereign is but a distant third. Zhu Di remained unperturbed, waiting until the civil officials had expressed their grievances before stating, When did I ever say we would raise taxes on the common people in advance? Xia Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief, puzzled. Then Your Majesty's intention is to tax the wealthy landowners? Zhu Di replied, Xia Yuanji, I entrust you with a task. Your Majesty, please instruct me to remeasure the land. Zhu Di commanded, especially that of the landowners. Ensure it is done meticulously. Xia Yuanji bowed in compliance. I shall obey your command. Most civil officials were left stunned by this decree. Would this not make survival impossible? Chapter 64. Brotherhood. The cold, piercing gaze of Zhu Di swept over the crowd, and he chuckled lightly. Do any of you have objections? The ministers certainly had their objections, and they were significant, yet none dared to voice them. On one hand, they were intimidated by the emperor's might, but more importantly, the court was governed by the principles of legitimacy. They had no justifiable grounds to oppose. Furthermore, at this juncture, anyone daring to dissent would be akin to self-incrimination, surely marked for scrutiny regarding land ownership. The officials, astute as they were, understood this reasoning well. With no objections raised, they proceeded to expedite implementation. Zhu Di chuckled. Xia Yuanji, let the Ministry of Revenue take the lead on this matter. I shall obey, Xia Yuanji replied, bowing with a countenance of delight. The enactment of this policy would undoubtedly alleviate the fiscal issues of the treasury significantly. Zhu Di continued. The Crown Prince is benevolent and wise. A misunderstanding arose a couple of days ago, but from this day forth, the Crown Prince shall continue to assist in state affairs. After wielding the stick, it was essential to offer a sweet date. A blend of reward and authority was the optimal strategy. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the civil officials appeared considerably more favorable. Thus concluded the Grand Court Assembly. Yet Li Qing understood that with the shrewdness of the literati, they would soon conjure legitimate reasons to oppose the policy's execution, inevitably dragging matters out for several days. After the morning court, Li Qing did not leave the palace, but instead accompanied Zhu Di to the Qianqing Palace to attend to Su Miaoyun's ailments. Su Miaoyun's health was indeed precarious, largely due to the toll of bearing numerous children. Aside from the stillborn fourth child, she had given birth to 3 princes and 4 princesses, totaling 8 offspring, with the majority being fathered by Zhu Di, undoubtedly placing immense physical strain upon her. How is the empress? Zhu Di, shedding his courtly severity, asked with visible concern. Is she in any danger? Li Qing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before penning a prescription, advising 3 doses daily, to be taken consistently. Not receiving a direct answer from Li Qing, Zhu Di's expression darkened, a foreboding sense of unease creeping into his heart. Su Miaoyun laughed lightly. Your Majesty need not worry. I feel I am not in grave danger. At her words, Zhu Di's demeanor softened somewhat. Yes, Empress, if you diligently adhere to the medication, you shall surely recover. Sighing in relief, Zhu Di rose. You should rest now. I have state matters to attend to and shall return once I am finished. Su Miaoyun nodded. Acknowledging the importance of state affairs, do not let me hinder the matters of the kingdom. Zhu Di smiled and departed. Observing this, Li Qing bowed and followed him out. Once outside the grand hall, Zhu Di's expression turned grave. What truly ailed the empress? The outlook was not optimistic. Is there nothing you can do? Li Qing replied with a wry smile. I am not omnipotent. Zhu Di was momentarily lost in thought, pondering how much longer the empress could endure. 5 years. 3 years. Li Qing remained silent. In his estimation, perhaps only a year or 2, or even less. Zhu Di's frustration mounted. Is it so difficult to provide me with an answer? Your Majesty, when it comes to matters of life and death, aside from the underworld's King Yinluo, it is merely the charlatans of the rivers and lakes who claim to know, Li Qing replied helplessly. I truly cannot offer you a definitive answer, but I will exert every effort to treat Her Majesty. Zhu Di fell silent for a moment, irritably gesturing with his hand. You should familiarize yourself with the Ministry of War, contemplate strategies regarding the Empress's condition. Li Qing nodded, taking his leave. Thus, he arrived at the Ministry of War's office. Upon Li Qing's arrival, the Minister of War's deputy warmly greeted him, exhibiting utmost courtesy. In the realm of officialdom, appearances are of paramount importance. Regardless of the inner thoughts of those present, outward decorum must be maintained. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Qing began to familiarize himself with governmental affairs. Now that he held an official post, his leisure time had significantly diminished, not to mention the necessity of attending morning court sessions every day posed a considerable challenge for someone who cherished his slumber. After a busy half-day and attending a midday court session, Li Qing finally found a moment of respite to return home for lunch. In the afternoon, he refrained from visiting the Ministry of War, instead dedicating his time to studying the treatment of Su Miaoyan. Unlike Empress Ma, Su Miaoyan had been under his care since the onset of her illness. There were no instances of minor ailments escalating into severe ones. To be precise, Su Miaoyan exhibited no overt symptoms but had suffered from the toll of bearing numerous children, leading to a depletion of her vitality and a weakening of her internal organs. Despite years of indulgence in lavish comforts and the consumption of nourishing substances, her condition could only be alleviated, not cured. Similar to Empress Ma, Empress Su also played the role of a virtuous consort, and it was only she who could reign in the obstinate fourth prince. After much contemplation, Li Qing resolved to employ acupuncture, supplemented by covert energy treatments, in an effort to prolong her life. Once he finalized the treatment plan, he examined the 3 young girls closely and was relieved to find that they harbored no latent health issues. During the hour of shun, Xiao Pang paid a visit. They had scarcely exchanged a few words when Huan Huan arrived. Today's Huan Huan exhibited a remarkable change, not only displaying courtesy towards Li Qing, but also treating his elder brother with unexpected respect. Zhu Gaosu engaged in a light-hearted exchange, reminiscing about shared experiences and brotherly bonds. Observing this dynamic, both Li Qing and Xiao Pang surmised that something was amiss. Xiao Pang inquired, Second brother, do you find yourself in a predicament? Zhu Gaosu, blushing slightly, replied, Elder brother, father has ordered me to be in theft in Yunnan, and to go there feels akin to exile. Could you possibly intercede with father on my behalf? That can be arranged, Li Qing responded. If the Han Prince is reluctant to go to Yunnan, you should speak with the emperor about changing his fief. After a brief pause, he reassured, rest assured. I shall advocate for you as well. Zhu Gaosu's expression stiffened, and with a forced smile, he said, I appreciate your help. Such politeness. Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhu Gaosu felt a surge of frustration. Unable to express his displeasure, he turned to Xiao Pang for assistance. Elder brother, are you perhaps annoyed with your younger brother? What a question. Why would I be annoyed with you? Xiao Pang replied earnestly. We are blood brothers. I cherish you dearly. Truly, you are the best, elder brother, Zhu Gaosu said, suppressing his discomfort and feigning gratitude. The bond of brotherhood was palpable, stirring emotions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Pang continued. What do you think of Qing Zhou, second brother? Zhu Gaosu was taken aback. He had no desire to go to Qing Zhou, let alone Suzhou. His ambition was to remain in Jinling and vie for the title of crown prince. It was well known to all that Huan Huan's intentions were transparent. Li Qing, determined not to let Zhu Gaosu's aspirations flourish, interjected, Qing Zhou is indeed a fine choice. Let us settle on that. Tomorrow, I shall present this to the emperor during morning court. He assumed a familiar demeanor, grandly stating, there is no need for thanks. This is my duty. Zhu Gaosu felt his frustration boiling over, and thoughts of golden opportunities only fueled his ire. He understood that neither Li Qing nor the leader could be relied upon. And with a flick of his sleeves, he departed in anger. Once he had left, Li Qing spoke up, stating that the Prince of Han's fiefdom would bear immense benefits for both him and you, as well as for the Ming dynasty. Xiao Peng nodded, sighing, indeed. The Ming cannot afford further turmoil. The two conversed for quite some time, discussing the empress's ailment and the new national policies, until Xiao Peng finally took his leave in the evening. The following day, during the morning court session, the emperor entered the Golden Luan Hall, where the officials hailed him with shouts of "Long live the emperor." After the customary formalities, Li Qing was the first to step forward. "Your Majesty, I have a petition," he announced. Zhu Di raised his chin slightly, inviting him to speak. It has always been customary for princes to be granted fiefs upon reaching adulthood. Now that the Prince of Han has surpassed the age of 30, it is unreasonable for him to linger in the capital. Li Qing declared boldly, "I believe it would be best for the Prince of Han to be granted his fief as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the officials in the court exchanged glances. The military officials frowned, while the civil officials appeared elated. The Minister of Rights was the first to voice his support, stating, "Minister Li speaks wisely. I concur. I too support this," came the response from the Minister of Justice shortly thereafter. Soon, the deputy ministers from various departments rallied behind their superior, followed by the ministers of Personnel, Revenue, and Works, all offering their endorsement. Ultimately, over 70% of the civil officials, including the officials from the 6 ministries and the censorate, expressed their agreement. For both public and private reasons, they were collectively reluctant to see the Prince of Han ascend to power. The military officials felt somewhat uneasy but did not vehemently oppose. They had no grounds to do so, especially since the crown prince was martial in nature, making the Prince of Han's fiefdom a more palatable idea. Zhu Di hesitated. Although he had previously promised Li Qing and was sincerely prepared to grant the second son a fief, at this moment, he found himself reluctant. First, he had an innate fondness for Zhu Gaosu, and second, he was hesitant to disrupt the existing equilibrium. The first son undertook the tasks, while the second monitored him. In his view, this dynamic represented a healthy structure for the court. Li Qing understood Zhu Di's thoughts. Yet the current state of the Ming could not afford further internal strife. Thus, he once again submitted his request, earnestly imploring the emperor to grant the Prince of Han his fief. The civil officials quickly followed suit, echoing their support. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Li Qing grew increasingly amicable. He was one of them, a member of their circle, and they resolved to engage with him more often. Chapter 65. Abundant rewards. The court was in disarray. Yet this time Zhu Di refrained from intervening, ultimately resolving to grant the second son his fief. The crown prince was now 16 years old, and under Zhu Di's guidance over the years, coupled with his frequent interactions with the military officials, he had developed the qualifications necessary to become the future heir. With Zhu Di's backing, the strategy of suppressing civil authority with military strength could continue. Zhu Di held little regard for his first son, but harbored a particular fondness for his eldest grandson, resembling the sentiments of his father, Zhu Yuanzhang. In the past, Zhu Di had felt resentment towards his father for favoring the grandchildren. Now, he found himself in a similar position. Ultimately, Zhu Di had become the very figure he had once despised. After the morning court session, the civil officials regarded Li Qing with increasing warmth. On the path out of the palace, officials frequently approached him to engage in conversation. With a welcoming demeanor, Li Qing entertained everyone, readily exchanging pleasantries. The prospect of the Prince of Han's fief invigorated the civil officials, leaving them more jubilant than during the New Year celebrations. However, where there was joy, there were also concerns, and none were more troubled than the party in question, the Prince of Han, Zhu Gaosu. In a surprising turn of events, the naive prince did not foresee his impending defeat. The crown prince was confined, the cabinet imprisoned, the minister demoted, and the vice minister executed. All these circumstances indicated that he was perilously close to the throne. Had it not been for Li Qing's intervention the day before, he would likely be the crown prince by now. Little did he realize that his continued presence in Jinling was not a testament to his own abilities, but rather the will of his father. In the Qianqing palace, Zhu Gaoshu lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Father, have you forgotten the promise made during the Jingnan campaign?" He was filled with grief and indignation. Was this merely a jest at his expense? "What did I say?" Zhu Di responded in confusion. "As the heir, you should strive with diligence." Zhu Di's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly denied, "I never said that." Zhu Gaoshu was taken aback and, after a moment of shock. His anger ignited. "Father, how could you treat me this way?" "What do you mean by this way?" Zhu Di asked, astonished. "Gaoxiu, why do you speak such nonsense?" Zhu Gaoxiu, a grown man, found himself brought to tears by Zhu Di's shamelessness. "What crime have I committed to deserve banishment and exile?" he shouted. "Was my contribution in the Jingnan campaign so insignificant? I fought valiantly. What was it for? Did you truly forget the promises you made, father?" Zhu Di, feeling guilty, would normally have silenced his son for such insolence, but today he appeared unusually gentle. "My dear Gaoxiu, you resemble. Unfortunately, I am not the eldest, am I?" Zhu Gaoxiu retorted. Having consumed countless flatbreads over the years, Zhu Gaoxiu had certainly grown in wisdom. "If I am to be a vassal, it would be better to end my life," he cried out in despair. "What sin have I committed to warrant such treatment?" Zhu Di, feeling a headache coming on, looked at his son, who wore a face of grievance with tears welling in his eyes, and felt a pang of sympathy. Historically, the eldest son was favored. Yet Gaoxiu pleaded, "I do not desire the crown prince position." Seizing the opportunity, he quickly added, "I merely wish to stay by your side. My mother's health is poor, and I want to fulfill my filial duties." To demonstrate his sincerity, he further stated, "I do not wish to retain the 2 guards you granted me. Would that suffice?" Having reached such a point in their conversation, Zhu Di could not press too hard. "If you desire to stay a little longer, it is not impossible, but eventually, you must become a vassal. Let us see, aside from Jiangsu and Zhujiang, you may choose from anywhere in the realm. I shall grant you permission." Zhu Gaoxiu was reluctant to choose, for doing so would imply his consent to become a vassal. Yet it was difficult to articulate this hesitation, so he replied, "I shall leave it to your majesty's discretion. Then I shall select one for you." Zhu Di mused for a moment before declaring, "Go to Luan Prefecture." His choice was strategic. Luan was not far from the future capital, Beiping, with swift horsemen able to traverse the distance in less than a day. The closer he was to the capital, the less likely Zhu Gaoxiu would dare to make any bold moves. Additionally, Luan was a small place, lacking even a city. And if Zhu Gaoxiu were to rebel in the future, he would find no means of defense. Moreover, without his guards, even if he harbored rebellious intentions, he would lack the capacity to act upon them. Zhu Di, having usurped the throne himself, did not wish for his descendants to repeat the tragic cycle of the Jingnan campaign, engaging in fratricidal strife. This arrangement serves to extinguish Zhu Gaoxi's aspirations, safeguarding his well-being. Zhu Gaoxi respectfully declared, "I shall heed my father's wishes." His desires were modest. He simply wished to remain in the capital. Observing this, Zhu Di rose and clapped his hands, saying, "Very well, you may return." "I take my leave," Zhu Gaoxi replied, bowing as he exited the palace. Upon leaving, he gazed skyward, lost in thought. In a mere day, he had encountered such drastic changes. The swift upheavals of life left him unprepared. With a sigh, Zhu Gaoxi resolved to return and carefully strategize, for the time left to him was limited, and he might soon be compelled to establish a fief. At the Yongqing Marquette, after lunch, Li Qing reclined in a lounge chair for a brief rest. Shortly, a maid arrived to announce a visitor. Upon entering the front courtyard, he was somewhat surprised to find the Vice Minister of Rights present. "Minister Li has been promoted. How delightful." The Vice Minister, elegantly attired and beaming, entered with a smile. Li Qing could surmise some of his intentions and responded, "Please, come inside." The two proceeded to the guest hall, where they took their respective seats and exchanged a few pleasantries. Li Qing then ventured into the main topic. "Your visit is not solely for congratulations, I presume?" The Vice Minister chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." "Feel free to speak," Li Qing replied with great openness. "As long as I can assist, I will not stand idly by." The Vice Minister's eyes brightened, invigorated by Li Qing's enthusiasm. "In all honesty, I have come to address the issue of land surveying." He expressed his concerns. While surveying may seem beneficial on the surface, it conceals potential perils. "Oh, pray tell. What perils?" Li Qing inquired, intrigued. The Vice Minister elaborated, "Having recently transitioned from military to civil service, you may not be fully aware of the implications. When officials survey land in rural areas, it provides an opportunity for corrupt practices to flourish, as it fosters closer ties between officials and wealthy gentry." With a furrowed brow, the Vice Minister continued, "Moreover, it may lead to officials inflating land assessments to enhance their political performance, thereby oppressing the gentry and the common people alike." Li Qing, while silently amused, maintained a serious demeanor, acknowledging, "Your concerns are well-founded. governance must be approached with utmost caution. A well-intended policy, if poorly implemented, can yield detrimental consequences. Oh, Minister Li possesses remarkable insight. Immediately grasping the crux of the matter, the vice minister exclaimed, visibly pleased, his tone growing more cordial. After a round of light conversation, the vice minister, with keen perception, noticed the teacup being used was of Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain and insisted on purchasing it. Li Qing chuckled. That is merely from the market. It is not authentic Tang porcelain. The seller was mistaken. The vice minister, with utmost seriousness, asserted, I have considerable knowledge of antiques. I assure you, this is genuine. He handled the teacup with great affection, expressing his desire. Minister Li, would you part with it? I am willing to offer 100 gold for it. After a pause, he added, my family runs a modest business and is quite comfortable. Li Qing mused to himself. The scholar's attention to detail even extends to gifting. Strictly speaking, this is not bribery, it is merely a transaction. As for the authenticity of the item, no one truly cares. As long as both the buyer and seller are in agreement, it suffices. The law does not stipulate that a cup cannot be sold for 100 taels of gold. Moreover, this method of bribery requires no fear of past debts resurfacing. Once a deal is struck, even if regrets arise, the seller can simply assert that the item sold is genuine, thus providing a convenient escape route. Li Qing smiled and said, a gentleman should aid in the fulfillment of others' desires. Since the Minister of Rights is fond of it, take it. Such a precious item. How could a humble official accept it for free? The Minister of Rights produced a pouch of coins he had prepared in advance, to which Li Shangshu nodded. Li Qing opened the pouch and was dazzled by the gleaming gold, promptly stating, I trust your character, Minister. Upon seeing Li Qing accept the gift, the Minister of Rights was filled with joy, yet he remarked, thank you, Li Shangshu, for parting with it so painfully. After conversing for a while longer, the Minister of Rights took his leave. Li Qing stretched and returned to the courtyard with a small pouch of gold. Just as he settled into his lounge chair, another guest arrived. This time, it was the Minister of Justice, employing the same rhetoric and formula, and once again Li Qing sold a teacup. Before he could return to the courtyard, the Minister of Works arrived. A quarter of an hour later, he departed with the cup as if it were a treasured possession. Subsequently, the Ministers of Revenue and Personnel came in succession. However, they were not there to assess farmland, but rather to rescue the imprisoned Huang Huai, Jin Yuzi, and other cabinet ministers. The cabinet may be of lower rank, but it wields considerable power. Simultaneously, the cabinet secretaries, being closer to the emperor and the crown prince, are naturally targets for the literary officials' alliances. Although the civil officials are generally looked down upon, under the pressure of military officers and the emperor, the civil officials of the Ming dynasty remain relatively united. Furthermore, whether good or bad officials, they all disdain military officers, and vice versa. The relationship between the two factions resembles that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. For now, the military officers play the role of the mother-in-law, while the civil officials are akin to the daughter-in-law. Since the Hongwu era, civil officials have taken on the role of the daughter-in-law, often suffering the ire of their military counterparts. It was only during the Jiangwen period that they briefly stood their ground, but soon faced the upheaval of the fourth prince's usurpation. Truth be told, they have had their struggles. Each department sent only one minister, yet they represented their entire bureau. Unbeknownst to Li Qing, these gold and silver coins were painstakingly gathered, reflecting their sincere investment. Regrettably, they did not fully comprehend Li Qing's character. By the end of the day, Li Qing had amassed a considerable fortune. The following day, during the morning court session, Zhu Di announced the removal of Han Wang's guards, redesignating the fief as Luan Prefecture, while simultaneously releasing the imprisoned Jin Yuzi, Yang Shiqi, and others. The civil officials were invigorated, exclaiming that their money had not been wasted, unaware that Li Qing had not mentioned that it was Zhu Di who sought to release them. After all, it would not do to have the crown prince assist the state without employing others. After the morning court, Li Qing accompanied Zhu Di to the Qianqing Palace to attend to Su Miaoyun. Following acupuncture, Su Miaoyun's complexion improved significantly, and she softly remarked, Your Majesty, do not let my condition hinder state affairs. Fear not, for Gao Qi is here to support, Zhu Di replied with a smile. Miaoyun, take good care of your health. In due time, I shall bring you back to Beiping, and once the new capital is established in a few years, we shall relocate there. Witnessing the tender exchange between the two, Li Qing took his leave. However, Zhu Di said, You go to the middle palace first. I have matters to discuss with you shortly. Very well. Li Qing clasped his hands and turned to the central hall. He waited for a quarter of an hour before Zhu Di arrived, somewhat belatedly. Enough. No need for formalities. Zhu Di interrupted Li Qing's pretentious demeanor. What suggestions do you have regarding the land survey? As he spoke, he produced a memorial, a document from the censors detailing the drawbacks of the land survey. While it contained a significant degree of alarmism, it also held some merit. This national policy was proposed by you. What measures do you suggest to mitigate its adverse effects? Li Qing unfolded the memorial and found its contents nearly identical to what the Vice Minister of Rights had stated the previous day. He smiled and replied, 1 monk fetches water, 2 monks carry it, 3 monks have no water at all. Zhu Di paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Acknowledging the multitude of stakeholders involved, the Ministry of Revenue, the censors, the Imperial Guards, the nobility, and the eunuchs, 5 monks in total. No, it is not merely that. He added, oh, do you have another plan? Intrigued, Zhu Di urged him to elaborate. The owners of the surveyed lands must not conduct surveys in their own provinces, Li Qing stated earnestly. Additionally, the rewards for reporting the unlawful actions of peers must surpass the merits of the land survey itself, thus significantly reducing the incentive to overreport land acreage in pursuit of merit. He continued, with the abundance in Suhu, the entire realm thrives. Those officials sent to survey should ideally be from the north. Zhu Di nodded repeatedly. The land survey aims to enhance tax revenue, not to plunder the populace. Li Qing lamented. For a millennium, the land has been held by a mere 800 landlords. The common people are impoverished and lack the ability to withstand risks. When conditions are favorable, they fare well, but when faced with even minor hardships, they are compelled to sell their lands to survive. The land survey could alleviate the excessive burdens on the populace, as many farmers, due to delayed information, find themselves without land yet still liable for taxes. Li Qing proposed that the land survey should be conducted regularly, such as once every 3 years. Zhu Di wholeheartedly agreed and nodded in affirmation. After discussing some details, Zhu Di redirected the conversation to the Empress's health. Regrettably, Li Qing had no effective remedies to offer, only promising to exert his utmost efforts for her treatment. In the afternoon court session, Zhu Di announced the land survey policy. The ministers inwardly groaned, especially upon hearing that the surveys would now be conducted regularly every 3 years, leading to even more discontent. However, they found no valid grounds to oppose it. All the various drawbacks they had raised had been expertly addressed, leaving them with no choice but to insincerely declare, the emperor is wise. Yet, with such significant losses to their interests, they were far from satisfied. Thus, at the Yongqing Marquette, the officials who had delivered gifts the previous day came seeking Li Qing's assistance. Unfortunately, Li Qing was ill, unable to receive guests. Having been jovial when collecting money the day prior, his absence now infuriated the civil officials. They were astute enough to see through Li Qing's ruse of feigning illness, yet found themselves powerless to act against him. Li Qing's illness persisted for over half a month, only improving when the officials for the land survey ventured into the countryside, allowing him to barely attend a court session. The die had been cast, and the officials could only lament their fate. This land survey affected not only the gentry, but also significantly impacted the nobility. They too are greedy, having amassed vast tracts of land back in their hometowns. Nearly all of them are landlords. Following the recent land survey, the financial losses incurred are not insignificant. Zhu Di, fully aware of this, discreetly rewarded the nobles to placate them. Although the national treasury was depleted, he had the authority to issue currency. This time, Li Qing could not dissuade him. Zhu Di issued 20 million yuan in currency at once for the court's expenses, distributing official salaries in half rice and half cash, while the remaining currency was entirely allocated for the construction of the new capital and the canal. The treasury was truly empty. The choice was between devaluing the currency or facing bankruptcy, and Zhu Di unhesitatingly chose the former. Fortunately, the Ming dynasty's currency had remained stable for decades, avoiding significant upheaval, and its credibility was still quite robust. Issuing currency signifies inflation, yet inflation is not inherently detrimental. It can, to a certain extent, stimulate economic growth. However, this is contingent upon the economy's ability to outpace inflation. At present, the issuance of 20 million yuan was entirely manageable for the Ming dynasty without any issues. Li Qing cautiously observed the situation, noting that the excessive currency issuance was not as dire as he had anticipated. the money had been spent, fostering employment and increasing the circulation of the currency. Although some price increases were inevitable, they remained within acceptable limits. As days passed, Li Qing, the Minister of War, adeptly navigated his responsibilities. With no wars to fight, the ministry was rather leisurely, aside from attending to the empress's medical needs and clocking in for court sessions. He spent most of his time at home. The arrangements for printing the Yongle Encyclopedia were managed by the Minister of Revenue, Xiaoyuanji, allowing Li Qing to enjoy his comfort. However, he ensured that he acquired a complete set of each edition, amassing nearly 2,000 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia. In December, the Walla tribe's Tuo Huan came to pay tribute, and Zhu Di graciously accepted their homage, reinstating the tea-horse trade. Subsequently, the Dada tribe also arrived to pay tribute, and Zhu Di similarly had the Ministry of Rights receive them, slightly increasing the scale of trade. Meanwhile, the canal construction was nearing completion, and the new capital's development was more than halfway through, presenting a promising landscape, though the sole drawback was Su Miaoyun's deteriorating health. Observing his wife's declining condition, Zhu Di entrusted state affairs to the crown prince and returned to Beiping with her, ostensibly to inspect the progress of the new capital's construction, but in reality, it was a leisurely excursion. With Zhu Di's departure, the civil officials regained their vigor, resurrecting old grievances and vociferously lamenting the dangers of frequent land surveys. The weary Xiaopeng had no choice but to consult with Li Qing. In the reception hall, the two sat across from one another. Xiaopeng wore a troubled expression, managing a wry smile as he remarked that his father had merely stepped away from the capital, yet they collectively rebelled. Should his father ever be absent for good, would they not rise in revolt? He increasingly felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of responsibilities he could not manage. Li Qing remained silent for a moment. The officials' resistance was inevitable, and its early manifestation could be seen as a blessing, allowing for preparations so that when the time came, they would not be caught unawares. Zhu Di had been excessively harsh towards the officials, making rebellion unavoidable. This was merely an appetizer. Should Zhu Di pass away one day, while the officials might not outright revolt, disturbances would undoubtedly ensue. Little Fat pondered for a moment and remarked, "One must not be too rigid, for if we continue down this path, calamity is inevitable. I propose we expand the regulations." "How so?" came the inquiry. "Let us conduct land surveys once every 5 years instead of annually," Little Fat replied. "I have calculated that a nationwide survey would require approximately 1 year. Conducting it every 3 years is indeed somewhat excessive and could disrupt governance. Water that is too clear cannot sustain fish. Absolute transparency is unattainable. We must strive for greater illumination and lesser darkness. It is impossible to eradicate all corrupt officials, just as it is unrealistic to expect everyone to act solely for the benefit of the nation." Li Qing nodded, expressing his concerns. 5 years may be acceptable, but I fear that once this precedent is set, the bureaucratic faction may become increasingly audacious. If that occurs, then they must be dealt with decisively. For the first time, the usually mild-mannered Little Fat displayed a ruthless demeanor. It is essential to make them comprehend the repercussions of disregarding the rules. Of course, the court must also make certain concessions. We cannot apply excessive pressure, as this might leave them with no avenue for retreat, which could lead to chaos. Little Fat expressed his worries. "If this continues, we may not reach the era of my father's eternal reign before turmoil erupts." "That is unlikely." Li Qing shook his head. "It is inevitable," Little Fat asserted seriously. "You focus on the broader picture, but you are unaware of the intrigues within the court. The current situation is quite grave." Li Qing still found it hard to believe and asked, "With the court in such disarray, does your father remain oblivious?" "He only concerns himself with grand affairs. The minutiae are left to me," Little Fat sighed. "In the court, no one reveals their intentions outright. It is all a matter of gradual probing. By the time the dagger is drawn, the situation will have solidified. Have you not conveyed this to the emperor?" "I have. Yet he refuses to heed my warnings." Little Fat chuckled bitterly. He believes that with a firm hand, the bureaucratic faction will remain in check. But reality tells a different tale. His round face was etched with gravity. In truth, the civil officials are not the true threat. The danger lies in the alliance of officials and gentry. Moreover, it is not merely the civil officials. The nobility also plays a significant role. The foundational nobles, those from the Jingnan conflict, and royal relatives wield influence that rivals, if not surpasses, that of wealthy gentry. As the Ming dynasty progresses, The number of nobility and royal relatives will only increase, along with the feudal lords. Have you forgotten how my father ascended to the throne? Little Fat queried. Li Qing fell silent, his expression turning serious. Little Fat continued, whether they are civil officials or military generals, true loyalty to the emperor is scarce. Their self-interests take precedence. To put it bluntly, as long as the emperor bears the surname Zhu, they will align with whoever offers them the most benefits. The downfall of Jiangwen was precisely due to the severe detriment to the interests of the nobility. Take this land survey as an example. The damage to the nobility's interests is no less than that inflicted upon the bureaucrats, and in some cases, even greater. They remain compliant only because my father is present. They have no choice. However, once my father's time has passed, the situation will be vastly different. Are you referring to the Prince of Han? Li Qing inquired, frowning. Be it the Prince of Han, the Prince of Zhao, or any feudal lord across the realm, who can resist the allure of the ultimate power? When civil and military officials secretly pledge their support, do you think he would dare to rise in rebellion? Li Qing remained silent for a long while before finally asking, "What solution do you propose?" Chapter 67. Return to Beijing balanced the regulations. Little Fatty spoke earnestly, suggesting that while it was necessary to extract contributions from the noble families and wealthy gentry, one must not push them to their limits. It was essential to maintain a balance, ensuring they did not become a threat to the stability of the realm, yet also preventing them from becoming overly agitated. Without rules, chaos would ensue. Thus, operating within established guidelines would allow matters to be handled with ease and mitigate potential disasters. Li Qing inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Help persuade my father. He can no longer afford to act so impulsively." Little Fatty sighed, "My son, your words carry far more weight than mine." Li Qing nodded slightly. "Shall we do it now?" Little Fatty responded, "If you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to make the trip. I have no urgent affairs, but are you truly capable of managing things here alone?" Li Qing furrowed his brow. "That is manageable. At least I can keep the civil officials in line. As for the military commanders, while my father yet lives, they will not dare to act recklessly." "Very well. I shall depart for Beiping tomorrow," Li Qing affirmed. "Should I summon him back to the capital immediately?" "That is unnecessary. It suffices for him to be aware of the situation." Little Fatty sighed. "Let my mother enjoy a pleasant time for now. After all, a moment's respite is not to be underestimated." Li Qing acknowledged with a light hum, advising, "The situation may not be as dire as you perceive. The army of the Ming dynasty is well structured, your father is in decent health, and the princes lack military power. Unrest is unlikely, so rest easy." During the Jiangwen reign, the military structure was also commendable, yet what was the outcome? Little Fatty shook his head. "You still do not see the full picture. The gentry does not solely refer to the civil officials. The noble families are gentry as well." Li Qing fell silent, increasingly convinced that ancient emperors were not as omnipotent as later generations believed, capable of commanding the winds and rains at will. More often than not, emperors were compelled to make compromises. In fact, many seemingly incompetent emperors in history were not truly inept, but were forced into concessions. It is only logical to consider, an emperor who rules over the world, would he desire to see his dynasty perish? Any rational individual would aspire to govern effectively and bequeath a prosperous realm to their descendants, thereby securing a place in history. Yet throughout time, few have succeeded in this endeavor. The prosperity of a dynasty often flourishes in its early years, but as vested interests proliferate, subsequent rulers tend to falter. Perhaps it is not a matter of their inherent inadequacy, but rather the diminishing power they wield, rendering them incapable of action despite their intentions. In the evening, Li Qing summoned the three young ladies, instructing them to prepare for a journey. "Where are we going?" asked Wanling, surprised. "To Beiping," he replied. "So far away. And with the new year approaching, shouldn't we stay home?" "There are some official matters, though they are not urgent," Li Qing smiled. "We shall celebrate the new year in Beiping." He paused. "Of course, if you do not wish to go, I shall proceed alone." "We will go." The three ladies decisively agreed. It was a rare opportunity for the teacher to take them along on an official trip, and they were eager not to miss it. Li Qing added, "Be sure to bring ample warm clothing. It is not like Jinling. Winter there can be quite frigid." "Understood," they responded cheerfully. Ling Xiang asked, "Sir, will we be able to see snow in Beiping?" "Indeed," Li Qing chuckled. "The heavy snowfall there can be relentless, capable of burying one's ankles, even calves. When the time comes, I shall take you to admire the snow and build snowmen." The three young women had lived in Jinling since their childhood. and had rarely encountered snow. The climate in Jinling was pleasant, and even when it snowed in winter, it quickly melted away, leaving them with a longing for the enchanting sight of snow. Hongxiu inquired, "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow," replied Li Qing. "It has been a long time since I took you out for a leisurely stroll. This year, let us celebrate in a unique manner." "Indeed," Hongxiu cheerfully agreed. "I shall inform the servants." The following day, at dawn, Li Qing and his family set off in a luxurious carriage. The spacious and comfortable vehicle was adorned with a thick carpet, making it quite suitable for resting. Li Qing chose to travel discreetly this time, bringing only 2 drivers and no guards, leaving no one, except for the rotund boy, aware of his journey to Beiping. After a leisurely journey that spanned nearly 20 days, they finally arrived in Beiping. Li Qing returned to the inn where he had previously monitored Zhu Di, only to find that the staff had changed, and the innkeeper was now a young man in his 20s. Fortunately, the flavor of the lamb offal soup remained unchanged. The steaming bowl of lamb offal soup, accompanied by scallion pancakes, was truly authentic. After finishing a bowl of the soup, warmth enveloped him, creating a delightful sensation. Initially, the 3 women were hesitant about the lamb offal, but they soon succumbed to Li Qing's persuasion and quickly found it to be quite delectable. With the addition of pepper, they ate until sweat appeared on their brows. The 3 women leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their bellies with expressions of sheer enjoyment. Wanling remarked, "It may not appear appealing, but it is surprisingly delicious, and the portion is quite generous, not to mention reasonably priced." Li Qing chuckled. Jinling is the capital, so prices are naturally higher. Indeed, the cost of living in Beiping was lower. The bowl of lamb offal soup was merely the price of a bowl of noodles in Jinling, and an enormous scallion pancake was only 10 won. In total, the 4 of them spent just 50 won on their meal. The local cuisine reflected the distinct characteristics of its region. The south emphasized refinement, while the north valued practicality. The restaurants here served generous portions. After satisfying their hunger, as evening approached, Li Qing, concerned about the cold for the 3 women, generously paid extra to have the staff bring in several stoves. Outside, the world was blanketed in ice and snow, while inside, it was warm and cozy, presenting a charming contrast. The inn's bed was spacious enough for the 4 of them to squeeze in comfortably, in an era devoid of surveillance cameras. They could simply secure the door and enjoy their privacy. The next day, Li Qing woke up late in the afternoon. The 3 women had already risen, dressed, and completed their grooming. Clad in thick, overlapping jackets, cotton trousers, and layered skirts, they appeared pleasantly plump, and though they were no longer young, they were still quite charming. Li Qing stretched and declared, "Let us go out for a stroll." The 3 women instantly brightened, with Lianxiang eagerly stating, "It has snowed outside, and the snow is quite substantial." As Li Qing washed up, he laughed, "Do not rush. I shall take you to see it shortly." Hongxiu added, "I will ask the staff to prepare some food. Once you have had breakfast, we shall set out." "Have you eaten?" he inquired. "Yes," they replied. "Then let us go," he said, stretching again. "I am not hungry at the moment. I will treat you to a nice meal at noon." 15 minutes later, the 4 of them stepped outside. In this season, Beiping was desolate, with snowflakes falling one after another, each as large as a thumbnail. After walking for a short while, the 3 women's hair turned white with snow. Li Qing's mask also accumulated a layer of white snow. Hongxiu chuckled, "Sir, we can consider this as growing old together." As she gazed upon the once youthful figures around her, Li Qing sighed softly. Indeed, the 4 of them strolled through the heavy snowfall, reveling in the rare beauty of the winter landscape, cherishing the present moment while engaging in light-hearted conversation. The snow fell thickly, blanketing the ground in a deep layer, crunching underfoot with every step. The warmth of their breath formed white mist that quickly dissipated into the frigid air. The biting wind howled around them, and though the women were warmly dressed, they found it increasingly difficult to endure the cold, yet they were reluctant to turn back. Li Qing channeled her vital energy to each of them, and they immediately felt a comforting warmth enveloping their bodies. Over the years, their mentor had frequently bestowed this energy upon them, rendering them quite accustomed to the practice. After walking for a little over half an hour, Hongxiu suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Master, did you not mention having official business to attend to? Are we not on the path to fulfill that duty?" Wanling, perplexed, added, "Could it be that the court intends to establish a weaving bureau here?" "Of course not," Li Qing chuckled. "We are here to meet someone." Zhu Di had returned to Beiping with Su Miayun, but he had not made a grand announcement. and only high-ranking officials were privy to this information, leaving the three women puzzled about whom they were about to meet. Who are we going to see? You will know once we arrive. Li Qing reassured them with a smile. It is not a person of great stature, so do remain calm. The three women nodded in understanding. After another 15 minutes, they arrived at the gates of the Prince of Yan's residence. Observing the surrounding imperial guards, the three women felt even more bewildered. Even the usually carefree Lianxiang wore a serious expression as she whispered, "Master, who exactly are we to meet?" "You will find out shortly," Li Qing replied with a smile, stepping forward to announce their identity to the captain of the guards. Once the captain confirmed his identity, he promptly entered the residence to report, soon returning with the message. "The Duke of Yongqing requests your presence. Let us proceed." Li Qing urged the three women, leading them into the palace. Upon entering, a young eunuch approached and, with a slight bow, said, "The Duke of Yongqing requests you to follow me." Li Qing nodded and followed the eunuch with the three women in tow. The eunuch glanced at the three women with a hint of surprise, but said nothing. After a quarter of an hour, they ascended a flight of stairs. Upon seeing Zhu Di dressed in his ordinary attire, the three women finally grasped who their master had brought them to meet. Nearly gasping in astonishment at the revelation that they were to encounter the reigning emperor. They had all seen Zhu Di before, and even though he was not adorned in royal robes at that moment, they recognized him immediately, forgetting their confusion regarding the emperor's presence in such a setting. The three women hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We humbly greet your majesty." No need for formalities. Zhu Di waved his hand, somewhat surprised that Li Qing had brought women with him. Soon, his surprise shifted to seriousness as he furrowed his brow and asked, "Li Qing, have you come to Beiping because something significant has transpired in the capital?" "Not at all," Li Qing replied with a smile. "I am merely concerned about Her Majesty's health, which is why I have come to spend the new year here." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di felt a measure of relief and instructed the young eunuch, "Please arrange accommodations for them." "As you command," the eunuch promptly replied. Turning to Wan Ling and the other two women, "Ladies, please follow me." "Proceed." Li Qing nodded in affirmation. The three women bowed once more in respect, and then followed the eunuch as they departed. Zhu Di then remarked, "You young man are not solely concerned about the empress's ailment, are you? Pray, enlighten me on your true intentions. Indeed, there are matters of import." Li Qing recounted the worries of the young prince in detail, stating, "Your Majesty, the crown prince's concerns are not unfounded. Forgive my audacity, but the vast responsibilities awaiting you after countless ages are indeed formidable. Tensions have arisen. Although the surface appears tranquil, beneath it lies a tumultuous sea. If these issues remain unaddressed, they will inevitably culminate in an outburst, bringing great tribulation to the Ming dynasty. Isn't the demarcation of fields your suggestion?" Zhu Di said with a hint of bitterness. Li Qing was at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, the crux of the matter is not merely the demarcation of fields. It is imperative that you adhere to the established protocols." "I abide by the protocols," Zhu Di retorted, his expression revealing disbelief. "I am the sovereign. Must I heed the whims of my ministers?" "It is not a matter of heeding their whims. Rather," Li Qing felt a sense of helplessness and continued, "Your Majesty, the successful implementation of policies such as the conquest of Jiaoji, the campaigns against the northern tribes, the construction of the Grand Canal, and the establishment of a new capital rests upon what foundation?" Zhu Di proclaimed with pride, "Of course, it is due to my sagacious and martial prowess." Li Qing replied, "It is built upon financial resources and the crown prince's adept mediation, which has enabled the civil officials to diligently fulfill their duties, optimizing both revenue and expenditure." "Do you consider this mere banter?" Zhu Di was incensed. "Do you imply that all my achievements are merely the crown prince's accolades? That I am but a tyrant of reckless abandon?" "That is not the implication," Li Qing said, raising his hand in a calming gesture. "Your Majesty has established the textile industry, initiated maritime trade, and compiled grand tomes of knowledge, achievements that few can rival, comparable even to the likes of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi. However, the illustrious successes of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi were not solely their own. Han Wudi had Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, and Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states was facilitated by the formidable General Bai Qi. My point is that your illustrious accomplishments are inextricably linked to the Crown Prince's diplomatic efforts." Li Qing asserted earnestly, "The Crown Prince's task is indeed arduous, and you, Your Majesty, are cognizant of his capabilities, are you not?" "Indeed." Zhu Di's countenance softened slightly as he replied, His administrative skills are commendable, but he is too closely aligned with the civil officials, which irks me. Li Qing rolled his eyes. If he were not to cultivate such relationships, the Ming dynasty might very well crumble. Why can't you see this, Your Majesty? It is not merely the crown prince's desire to befriend the civil officials. He must do so for the sake of the Ming. Zhu Di cleared his throat and replied, I acknowledge that there are some issues with governance. Gao Qi indeed works hard. However, the situation is not as dire as you portray. Not so, Li Qing countered seriously. The Ming dynasty has existed for nearly 50 years. Yet it has rarely enjoyed true respite. The internal turmoil of the Hongwu period had yet to settle, and the campaigns against the northern tribes continued until the later period when the populace could finally catch their breath. But their respite was short-lived. As the Jingnan campaign ignited once more, followed by a series of significant actions that have left the people exhausted. I implore you, Your Majesty, to reconsider. Zhu Di fell silent, wishing to retort, but finding no grounds for his objections. Every word of Li Qing rang true. The Ming dynasty had been founded nearly half a century ago, and the time for genuine recovery had only amounted to a mere decade or so, placing a heavy burden upon the common people. I have indeed spent a considerable amount, yet I am capable of earning as well, Zhu Di insisted, attempting to salvage his dignity. Is the revenue from maritime trade insignificant? Indeed, Gao Qi, leading a cadre of civil officials, has contributed to alleviating the national finances. But can they amass wealth comparable to what I can generate? Certainly not. Li Qing shook his head, yet addressed the emperor, stating that the successful execution of maritime trade largely stemmed from the hope instilled by the crown prince. Should the crown prince exhibit a demeanor akin to yours, maritime trade would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges. The emperor must not forget the various issues faced while constructing the new capital and navigating the canals. Even the weaving bureau had experienced setbacks. Li Qing continued, asserting that it was precisely the crown prince's closeness to the civil officials that allowed them to choose patience over open conflict. Of course, the emperor's iron-fisted measures played a crucial role as well. Zhu Di's expression darkened, yet he refrained from contradicting Li Qing, instead taking a seat at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea, and savoring it thoughtfully. Sensing his attentiveness, Li Qing seized the moment, recalling how Qin Shi Huang swept through the 6 states, only for the Qin dynasty to fall shortly after his demise. Similarly, while Emperor Wu of Han instilled fear in the Xiongnu, it led to a depletion of national strength, with the population nearly halved and peasant uprisings becoming rampant, highlighting the steep price of monumental achievements. Li Qing settled down, poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat, and continued, acknowledging the emperor's remarkable accomplishments and global renown, noting that few historical sovereigns could rival his stature. However, few could match the emperor's propensity for expenditure. This was a stark truth. Zhu Di had an unparalleled ability to spend money, and historical records reveal no emperor who could match his extravagance. Zhu Di's countenance grew uneasy, unable to refute this assertion. Li Qing proceeded, mentioning Emperor Yang of Sui, who, despite his ambitious projects like constructing the canal and waging war against Goguryeo, ultimately lost his throne. In contrast, the emperor's campaigns in Jiaoji and against the Yuan, alongside his canal projects and new capital, showcased an ability to spend even more lavishly, all while the Ming dynasty remained steadfast. Indeed, while the emperor's brilliance and martial prowess were commendable, the achievements were not solely his alone. Enough, enough, Zhu Di interjected, unable to endure further. Frustrated, he exclaimed, You traveled all the way to Beiping just to belittle me? I would never presume to do so. Li Qing replied, cupping his hands in respect. I merely wish to convey to Your Majesty that monumental achievements often conceal lurking perils. As the saying goes, one thrives in adversity and perishes in comfort. Should Your Majesty revel in achievements while neglecting caution? Zhu Di, his face darkened, interrupted, I have heard enough. If there is nothing else, be gone. I do not wish to see you now. He felt a heavy weight in his chest. Li Qing's words were more cutting than those of any official. Alas, the truth of Li Qing's statements left him without a rebuttal, and he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Begone, begone. Zhu Di's disdain for Li Qing grew with each passing moment. Li Qing, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, Then I shall take my leave to attend to Her Majesty's illness. Zhu Di's lips twitched. He would check on the Empress's pulse after lunch. I take my leave, he said. Once outside the pavilion, Li Qing gazed up at the sky, feeling invigorated. What a thrill. He had finally experienced the exhilaration of speaking candidly to the emperor. it was undeniably liberating. Upon returning to his residence, he found the three ladies seated with an air of tension. He smiled, assuring them, "There is no need for such formality. Treat this as if you were at home. The emperor will not come here, so relax." The three ladies nodded, somewhat easing their apprehension. Lianxiang quietly complained, "Sir, you could have given us a heads up. I was entirely unprepared. What preparation is necessary?" Li Qing chuckled. "We will have lunch soon, and then you can accompany me to pay respects to Her Majesty." "Very well," the three ladies replied, understanding that this was the most basic of courtesies. Indeed, during Li Qing's journey to Beiping, he brought along the three young ladies not merely for a leisurely stroll, but with ulterior motives. While attending to the empress's ailments, the three sought noble titles, not for the meager stipend, but to grant them a semblance of status, a modest consolation. In Chapter 69, The Forbidden City, the snow fell increasingly heavy, blanketing the desolate branches in a pristine white, bending them under the weight, creating a unique beauty. In a playful mood, Li Qing stomped through the snow-laden trees, eliciting delightful laughter from the three young ladies. At noon, a young eunuch prepared a hot pot, and the four of them savored the delicacies while sipping warm wine, relishing the experience. After lunch, Li Qing, accompanied by them, proceeded to the rear courtyard under the guidance of the eunuch. They paid their respects to the empress, wishing her longevity. The three young ladies, though anxious within, maintained an outward composure and decorum. "Rise," the empress commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The three stood to the side. Su Miaoyun, possessing both elegance and intellect, discerned Li Qing's intentions and smiled. "What are your names?" "The commoners Li Shihongxiu, Li Shilian, and Li Shiwanling." The three responded in turn, bowing once more. "No need for excessive formalities," Su Miaoyun replied with a smile. "Li Qing's family is the pillar of the nation, and the emperor's accomplishments owe much to your support. I have heard of your considerable contributions to the establishment of the Weaving Bureau." The three ladies humbly replied, "Your Majesty overstates our merits." "Ah, merit deserves reward," Su Miaoyun mused. "How about this? I shall bestow upon you the title of second-rank noble ladies. What say you?" "Li Qing, thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty." Li Qing bowed and exchanged a knowing glance with the three ladies. They momentarily stood in stunned joy, nearly losing their composure, and hastily bowed again, expressing their gratitude for the empress's bountiful grace. Su Miaoyun chuckled and directed the nearby eunuch, Xiao Linzi, "Go and register their titles. Upon returning to Jinling, ensure the rewards are granted to the Yongqing Marquis's residence." "Understood, Your Majesty," Xiao Linzi replied, promptly preparing for the task. With his objective achieved, Li Qing nodded at the three ladies. They understood and gracefully bowed, saying, "We take our leave, Your Majesty." Su Miaoyun smiled and nodded. And once they had departed, she remarked, "Well, your aim has been accomplished. Shouldn't you now reciprocate?" Li Qing felt a flush of warmth on his face, reflecting silently on how astute the young lady was. "Your Majesty, how much longer do you think you will endure?" Su Miaoyun inquired. "Speak truthfully. I shall not hold it against you." Li Qing pondered for a moment. With proper care, perhaps a year or more. Su Miaoyun's health had improved significantly since her days as Empress Ma, primarily because Li Qing had been her attending physician from the start. Otherwise, it is likely she would have long since become dust. A year is not an insignificant time, Su Miaoyun agreed after a moment's thought. After a pause, she continued, "Li Qing, the emperor holds you in high regard, and the crown prince is particularly close to you. Should I pass, the duty of advising the emperor will fall to you. The Zhu family has treated you well." Another round of discourse ensued, leaving Li Qing exasperated. But having just received favor, he refrained from protest and instead offered his own assurances. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, leaving no stone unturned." Su Miaoyun clearly was not swayed by his words. She cast him a glance and declared, "If you can exhibit even half the dedication without waiting for death, I shall be satisfied." Li Qing, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Your Highness, I shall commence the diagnosis now." "Very well," Su Miaoyun said, raising her wrist to rest upon the table. "Please take a seat." Li Qing nodded and sat opposite her, checking her pulse while inquiring about her health. After a thorough examination, he decided to add 2 additional herbs to her existing prescription. "Take this 3 times a day after meals, maintain a light diet, and you may consume a small amount of fish, meat, and eggs. It is advisable to eat smaller portions more frequently." Following his medical advice, Li Qing retrieved his acupuncture kit, proceeding to administer treatment on Su Miaoyun's shoulder, arm, and several acupoints, subtly infusing some of his own vital energy. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing packed away his kit and stood, saying, "Your Highness may walk about a little, but do be cautious of the cold in Beiping and keep warm." "Understood," Su Miaoyun nodded. "You may take your leave now." Li Qing bowed respectfully before departing, subsequently seeking out Zhu Di. Upon obtaining permission to visit the new capital, he led a contingent of the imperial guards, accompanied by 3 ladies, to the new imperial palace. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the new Forbidden City. The 3 ladies gazed in awe at the Grand Meridian Gate, exclaiming, "It is magnificent, truly impressive." Indeed, it was a sight to behold. Vast sums had been spent, and countless skilled artisans had been engaged in its design and construction, including laborers. Nearly 1 million people had contributed to the effort over the course of nearly a decade. Each brick, tile, and stone bore the fruits of the common people's labor. The main construction of the palace was complete. While it lacked fine details, it was undeniably grand and imposing. The Meridian Gate consisted of 5 entrances, with the central gate reserved exclusively for the emperor. Even the empress and the crown prince could only pass through it during their wedding procession or when conferred titles. Otherwise, only the top scholars who had excelled in examinations could enjoy the honor of exiting alongside the emperor. The eastern gate served as the entrance for civil and military officials, while the western gate was designated for the royal family. Despite the palace still being unfinished, Li Qing did not wish to breach protocol and led the 3 ladies through the eastern entrance. Upon entering the Meridian Gate, they were immediately greeted by the sight of 5 golden water bridges, corresponding to the 5 gates of the Meridian Gate. The central golden water bridge was wide and grand, adorned with carvings of dragons and auspicious clouds, serving as the emperor's exclusive passage. Below, the golden water river had yet to be filled with water, as craftsmen busily completed the finishing touches, creating quite a lively scene. The Fengtian Gate alone occupied dozens of acres in the front square, truly vast in scale. Craftsmen were clearing snow in preparation for laying stone slabs, a labor-intensive task given the lack of mass production in that era. Each slab was handcrafted, and one could only imagine the immense human and material resources required for just this square. Li Qing could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the profits from maritime trade, though substantial, still cannot fill the void of establishing a new capital. Constructing such a palace in this era is an extravagant endeavor." To say nothing of the central golden water bridge alone, the effort required for transporting materials and intricate carvings was immense. Li Qing did not express much surprise at the scale of the new palace, as he had visited this place before. However, despite the similarities in size, the current palace bore significant differences from the Forbidden City of later generations, leaving a more profound sense of awe. The 3 women were left in awe, as the grandeur of the architectural complex surpassed their imagination. Before the Gate of Heavenly Peace stood 2 stone lions, towering over 10 feet high, reaching the height of 2 adult men, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Upon entering the Gate of Heavenly Peace and proceeding to the Hall of Heavenly Peace, they found that, as the most significant hall of the imperial palace, its construction was exceptionally meticulous and refined. However, it was only partially completed and lacked much to behold. Li Qing led the trio deeper within, where magnificent halls rose before them, their vermilion walls and glazed tiles radiating the craftsmanship of the artisans. After wandering for half a day, they had barely explored 1/5 of the palace, and as dusk approached, the 4 returned to the residence of the Prince of Yan. Once back, the 3 women continued to express their amazement, inquiring whether they could return the following day. Having received permission for the visit, Li Qing naturally acquiesced. That evening, Li Qing received a summons and went to the loft to meet Zhu Di. "What do you think of the Forbidden City?" Zhu Di inquired. "It is indeed quite impressive," Li Qing replied with a smile, fully embodying the imperial grandeur. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Zhu Di's face as he responded, "In a few years, it will be completed, and the Grand Canal is nearing its final stages. Henceforth, the capital of the Ming dynasty shall be here in Beiping, enduring through the ages, everlasting." "Enduring through the ages, everlasting," Li Qing echoed, acknowledging Zhu Di's statement. After him, Beiping indeed became the capital of Huaxia. Zhu Di's endeavors would lay the foundation for a future flourishing metropolis. Beiping, with its geographical advantages, nestled between the vast sea to the left and the Taiyang Mountains to the right, bridging the central plains and controlling the northern deserts, was certainly fit to serve as a capital albeit still somewhat desolate at present. After all, in this era, Beiping was a harsh land, characterized by a cold climate and poor environmental conditions, suffering from several sandstorms each year, resulting in low productivity and economic stagnation, far inferior to Jinling. Zhu Di expressed his contentment with the construction of the Forbidden City, chuckling lightly, "Once the capital is relocated, I shall enjoy a life of ease." "Your Majesty, relocating the capital may prove to be fraught with challenges," Li Qing sighed, "as most civil and military officials reside in the south. Compelling them to travel to the north will surely meet with reluctance." Zhu Di nodded. "I anticipated this, yet the relocation is imperative. Besides, aside from the cold, Beiping is quite agreeable." Li Qing smiled wryly. "Your Majesty, having grown accustomed to this place, it seems favorable to you, but the officials likely prefer the affluent Jinling. This is a matter that can be deliberated over time. The relocation will take several years." Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, sighing. "What you mentioned this morning holds some merit, and I shall bear it in mind, but—" Zhu Di interjected with a cold snort. "The Son of Heaven must possess the dignity befitting his station. I shall never indulge them." Li Qing nodded, grateful that Zhu Di could temper his demeanor somewhat. After all, the fourth prince and young Zhu were entirely different in character, and expecting him to show deference was a mere fantasy. If it were to be so, it would not bode well. As long as Zhu Di could exercise restraint, combined with the moderation of the plump prince, it would significantly mitigate potential troubles. After conversing a while longer, Li Qing inquired, "Your Majesty, how long do you plan to stay here?" Zhu Di pondered for a moment. "The new year is approaching. I shall return to Jinling after the Lantern Festival." Stretching lazily, he added, "In truth, I find residing here quite comfortable." "You may be comfortable, but the plump prince is certainly weary." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Your Majesty, shouldn't the Han Prince be in theft soon?" Despite Zhu Di having curtailed the powers of Zhu Gaozu and redefined the fiefdom, true tranquility within the court would not be achieved until Zhu Gaozu formally took up his post. Zhu Di pondered for a moment, then nodded gently, sheepishly inquiring, "Li Qing, do you think Gaozu harbors resentment towards me? Is that even a question?" Li Qing replied, "He must loathe you." With a respectful gesture, he continued, "However, the Prince of Han possesses a magnanimous heart. He would not hold a grudge against His Majesty. After all, how could a son blame his father?" "Your Highness, you are overthinking." Zhu Di offered a nervous smile, a flicker of guilt surfacing on his countenance. He muttered, "This child is so straightforward, unable to comprehend the nuances of decorum." In the following days, apart from providing his customary medical care to Su Miaoyun, Li Qing spent the majority of his time wandering the Forbidden City. During the festive season, with relentless snowfall, most of the artisans had taken leave, rendering the palace notably quieter, which made exploring it all the more enjoyable. Through persistent effort, he managed to traverse the entire palace. On New Year's Eve, while keeping vigil, eunuchs brought an array of fruits and pastries. Outside, the world was a frozen expanse, yet inside, the charcoal brazier glowed warmly. The four gathered around the brazier, cracking sunflower seeds and engaging in lively conversation, their laughter resonating throughout the room. Soon after, the sound of fireworks erupted, and the four ventured into the courtyard to marvel at the splendid display, fully immersed in the festive spirit. The celebration proved to be more exuberant than any at home. On the first day of the new year, Li Qing, accompanied by his wife, paid New Year's greetings to Zhu Di and his consort, effectively reaping the rewards of their royal favor. Collectively, they received nearly 100 taels of gold, nearly equivalent to Li Qing's annual salary as the Minister of War. In truth, Li Qing was quite affluent. Despite being a marquis, his salary rivaled that of a duke. Coupled with his current position as a second-rank minister and additional income from recent years, his regular expenditures would sustain him comfortably for centuries. Even after retirement, his quality of life would remain satisfactory. Time passed swiftly amid the joys of listening to music, playing chess, and building snowmen, and before they knew it, the Lantern Festival had arrived. After enjoying glutinous rice balls, Li Qing's family returned to the capital alongside the imperial procession. Upon reaching Jinling, they found that the month of January had already passed. Li Qing rested for a day before resuming his duties at court. After ascending the throne, Zhu Di's demeanor towards the scholarly officials shifted. He no longer wore a perpetual frown. He occasionally praised figures of merit, such as the Minister of Personnel, Jian Yi, and the Minister of Revenue, Xia Yuanji, acknowledging their contributions. This change alleviated some of the estrangement between the sovereign and his ministers. Concurrently, Zhu Di reduced the number of artisans, thereby curtailing governmental expenditures, lightening the burdens on the populace, and encouraging agricultural development. These measures significantly eased the burdens faced by the common folk. With tranquility prevailing beyond the borders and the Grand Canal largely cleared, Zhu Di began to prioritize economic development. The will of the emperor, particularly one as influential as Zhu Di, was of paramount importance. The alleviation of burdens, coupled with land surveying policies, allowed the people to catch their breath, leading to a substantial improvement in their livelihoods. Zhu Di's long-term vision in governance, along with the mediation of his young protege, ensured that policies were executed methodically. The Ming dynasty flourished, and although the treasury remained empty for the time being, the situation was poised for recovery within a couple of years. The collaboration between the two was nothing short of invincible. Observing the easing of relations between the sovereign and his ministers, Li Qing sought out the chubby boy to share his thoughts. The idea of a unified tax system for gentry and officials left the boy bewildered. After a moment of stunned silence, he inquired, "Brother Qing, you haven't mentioned this to the emperor, have you?" Li Qing shook his head. "I thought I should first discuss it with you." Pausing, he added, "Your expression suggests you may not be in favor of this policy." "Of course not," the boy replied, rolling his eyes. "Brother Qing, this is truly a misguided notion." Li Qing scratched his head. "But why?" "The gentry and officials do not cultivate the land," the chubby boy explained. "Although many possess extensive fields, it is ultimately the common folk, or rather, the tenants, who till the soil. The saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. If gentry and officials are made to pay taxes, the burden will ultimately fall upon the tenants. While this policy may increase revenue, it would cause great suffering to the common people, resulting in more harm than good." Li Qing pondered for a moment, unable to refute this point. "What about the land tax reform?" he queried. "What do you mean?" "It involves consolidating all taxes into the land tax," Li Qing explained. "The common people would no longer be taxed per head, but rather according to the area of land they cultivate." "That sounds promising." The boy perked up, but soon furrowed his brow. "However, this would severely impact the gentry. The emperor might implement it, but it could result in political turmoil if the wrong people are in power." He sighed. "Brother Qing, you must understand. The gentry includes noble families as well." Li Qing nodded. "I am aware of that, but it is worth a try. Even if, as you say, the policy were to eventually fade away during its implementation, it could significantly bolster the nation's strength." After a pause, Li Qing added, "In fact, you underestimate your own influence. Although the military leaders may not be particularly close to you, they are allied with the crown prince." Zhanji, the chubby boy, slowly nodded, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Yes, it is worth attempting. However, we must find a middle ground and preserve some privileges for them," he advised, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "After all, for centuries they have enjoyed special status. Abruptly abolishing it would certainly meet with substantial resistance." Li Qing concurred, noting that Zhu Di had extracted too much from the wealthy, and some semblance of consideration must be granted to avoid provoking unrest. "What percentage are we looking at?" 70%, the boy replied. "In that case, let us set it at 90%, Li Qing suggested, to allow them some room for negotiation. The chubby boy paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Brother Qing speaks wisely." The two then deliberated on the finer points and ultimately settled on a mutually agreeable plan. "Brother, I cannot propose this policy myself," the boy said, somewhat bashfully. "It would ruin my public image." "Understood," Li Qing smiled, nodding. "I shall handle the contentious matters." Should this strategy be attributed to the chubby boy, his future would indeed be fraught with challenges, but Li Qing was unconcerned about such repercussions. As the saying goes, a multitude of lice does not itch, a multitude of debts does not worry. He had offended many, and this was but one more. This policy could only be executed while Zhu Di was in power, for the chubby boy would struggle to maintain it, and Zhu Zhanji would likely find it equally daunting. Missing the opportunity with Zhu Di could mean never implementing such reforms again. Upon leaving the Eastern Palace, Li Qing made his way directly to the imperial study. Zhu Di was engaged in governance, though the number of memorials on the desk was few, as most had been dealt with by the chubby boy. The fourth master concerns himself solely with significant matters, neglecting the trivial. "Are you here?" "Yes. Is there something to discuss?" "Indeed." Zhu Di set aside the memorial and inquired. "Speak." Li Qing nodded and elaborated on the plan he had finalized with Xiaopang. "Your Majesty, if this national policy can be implemented, it will undoubtedly elevate the Ming to new heights. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons, and nodded. Indeed, it is a commendable policy. However, he sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. Never mind. Before the drawbacks manifest, this policy will likely be repealed. Pausing, he added, Li Qing, what do you think the scholars will write about me after I pass? Li Qing pondered briefly and replied candidly, Your Majesty's achievements cannot be obscured, though they may focus on the burdens placed upon the people or the means by which you attained your position. He then reassured, In truth, Your Majesty need not worry. The Crown Prince and the grandson have matured. They would not dare to tarnish your reputation. They may not dare, but the gentry might. Some rumors, once circulated, will find believers, and eventually, they may become accepted truths. Zhu Di cursed, Damn it. I've never sought pleasure, and even in death, I must endure the slander of those scoundrels. Li Qing chuckled softly. Justice lies within the hearts of the people. Though he said this, who does not desire a good reputation? Zhu Di huffed. As a subject, you are fed by the state, yet you do not think to alleviate my burdens? Li Qing scratched his head. What does Your Majesty mean? Thus, tomorrow, you shall petition, I will oppose you, and then you shall petition again. After 3 or 4 times, I will reluctantly agree. Your Majesty, does your conscience not ache? Li Qing's face darkened. Zhu Di felt a flush rise to his face and retorted, I provide you with a salary. What is wrong with you drawing some fire away from me? He added, Did you not suggest I mend relations with the scholars? All right. Zhu Di interrupted, You would not want to see me at odds with the scholars again, would you? Li Qing, utterly exasperated, finally blurted, Your Majesty, I must insist on additional compensation. You. At this, Zhu Di was incensed. You dare to demand money from me? What of it? I have asked your father for money before. Li Qing rolled his eyes. I cannot work for free. You truly are a scoundrel. Zhu Di's nostrils flared in indignation. He had never heard of a minister so brazenly demanding money from the emperor. He scolded, Am I not being generous enough? Your Majesty, this time, you risk offending the entire court. Li Qing said, You ought to at least acknowledge my request. He then assured, Rest assured, Your Majesty. This time I will make an exception. I will handle matters for a fee, ensuring you receive both face and substance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di could not help but recall past grievances from the years when he had suffered under Li Qing's hand. Anger welled up within him, and he exclaimed, Li Qing, you rascal. Your Majesty, look at you. How many years have passed? Can you not be more magnanimous? Li Qing retorted awkwardly. I had forgotten until you mentioned it. He continued, I have made an exception. What more do you wish? Zhu Di was so enraged he nearly overturned the table. Yet he found himself powerless against Li Qing, setting aside Li Qing's merits and talents. The very fact that he was the chief physician for his wife rendered him unable to retaliate. Zhu Di scolded, I am the sovereign, and you are my subject. The emperor of the Ming bribing his ministers, what would future generations think? Li Qing vaguely recalled that during the Ming dynasty, there was indeed an emperor who bribed his ministers, though he had forgotten the specifics. Of course, he would not voice such thoughts aloud, and instead remarked, How can this be called bribery? It is merely the emperor showing compassion for his subjects through rewards. Did not the empress grant you 3 concubines with titles? Li Qing felt a flush of warmth on his face and cleared his throat, saying, Let us keep matters separate. I am not one who covets wealth, but I do wish to ascertain whether the emperor holds me in regard. A reward is welcome, be it 500 taels of gold or 1,000. Neither is too little nor too much. Why not just take it by force? Zhu Di, in turn, unleashed a torrent of colorful language, yet eventually lost his temper, declaring, 50 taels of gold, take it if you desire. He then added, We will settle accounts later. You have a record, and I am wary of you. Li Qing felt a twinge of displeasure, perceiving this as an affront to his character. Don't be absurd, Zhu Di retorted. If you had any integrity, everyone would be a gentleman. The next day, in the Hall of Heavenly Purity, Li Qing arrived punctually for the morning court, standing among the civil officials. As they spotted him, they subtly stepped back, even his own deputy ministers distancing themselves slightly. What a bother! Am I truly so unpopular? Li Qing pondered, feeling glum. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Di entered the grand hall clad in a dragon robe. Long live our emperor! The officials proclaimed. Zhu Di wore a broad smile, his demeanor soft, a stark contrast to his usual self. The ministers, sensing this unusual behavior, felt a chill run through them, intuitively aware that something was amiss. Do any of you have matters to present? Zhu Di inquired cheerfully, yet his smile only served to unsettle the ministers, leaving them momentarily speechless. The vast hall fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. As the atmosphere grew tense, Zhu Di cast an irritated glance at Li Qing. Li Qing, feeling equally disheartened, was not one to conduct affairs for monetary gain. This was a deviation from his usual principles. And what irritated him further was that the gold had yet to materialize. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present," he declared. "Speak." Zhu Di's expression shifted from cloudy to clear. Li Qing stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, the surveying of fields is currently in full swing. I propose we seize this opportunity to implement new policies and reform the tax system." He spoke eloquently, esteemed colleagues, while the Ming dynasty thrives. The common people do not fare well, particularly as we embark on extensive construction projects, which only burdens them further. Military officials, often lacking in eloquence, found support among the civil ministers, who recognized that Li Qing was subtly addressing the emperor. It was an age-old tradition among civil officials to defend one another when the emperor was criticized. They held a steadfast belief that honest counsel must be candid, and those who dared to chastise the emperor, regardless of intent, possessed a sincere heart. As the saying goes, warriors die on the battlefield, while scholars perish in council. If one were to die for criticizing the emperor, it would be a noble demise, earning them a commendable reputation. This was why emperors throughout history had often faced censure. Since the Tang dynasty, no Han emperor had escaped such rebukes. Moreover, Li Qing's appeal to reduce taxes resonated well with the civil officials. The common folk have been relieved of their taxes, and their families are the greatest beneficiaries, reaping the rewards while simultaneously garnering a reputation for serving the people. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Before Li Qing could mention the reform of tax regulations, the majority of the civil officials rushed forward, each more eager than the last, fearing they might be outpaced by others. "Your Majesty, the people are suffering," they exclaimed. "Now that peace reigns across the land, it is time to grant the populace respite. We implore your Majesty to show great compassion." A throng of officials clamored, each professing their love for the people, presenting themselves as benevolent guardians. Some, even more fervently, displayed their anguish, tears streaming down their faces. Upon witnessing this fervor, the censors could no longer remain passive. Was this not encroaching upon their domain? Indeed, though we censors may hold humble positions, do not underestimate our authority, nor perceive us as mere soft targets. The officials from the 6th Ministry brushed off their sleeves, asserting, "You are merely scratching the surface. When it comes to criticizing the emperor, you are but novices compared to us." The emperor's grand construction projects, which have already incurred colossal expenses, represent a grievous error. If corrective actions are not taken swiftly, regret may come too late. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel were the first to voice their dissent, employing sharp and unrelenting rhetoric. Following suit, those from the Ministry of Rights echoed their sentiments. "The ruler is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can both support and capsize a vessel. Should the emperor neglect the welfare of the populace, chaos will undoubtedly ensue." The court of censors quickly joined in, their words even more incisive. "If the emperor remains obstinate, how does the Ming differ from the tyrannical Yuan? What a spectacle!" Truly, the censors were skilled in their craft, and their fervor was palpable. Li Qing observed, biding his time, realizing that he might not need to shoulder the blame himself, as these civil officials were eager to take on that burden. To escape blame while still profiting was indeed a stroke of fortune. Remarkably, he maintained a facade of indifference while reaping the benefits. Without the censors, the Ming would remain shrouded in darkness. The censors, being of lower rank and receiving modest salaries, possessed no significant weaknesses, as they prioritize reputation over material gain. Once their emotions are stirred, considerations of life and death fade from their minds. They let loose with fervent rhetoric, rendering Zhu Di utterly diminished. The chaos in the Fengtian Hall escalated the issue of tax reform to a matter of the very survival of the Ming dynasty, presenting a dire scenario where failure to reform could lead to the dissolution of the state. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Di's temper would have prompted him to seek out 2 scapegoats for punishment, accompanied by a stern warning. However, today, he exhibited a remarkable degree of magnanimity. "Indeed, it is you who propose these changes, not I." Zhu Di cleared his throat. "You speak wisely, my ministers. I shall take your counsel into serious consideration." As the moment arrived for Li Qing to step forward, he advanced with confidence, embodying the image of a responsible leader. He proclaimed with conviction, "Your Majesty, Please make a decisive judgment at once. We implore you to act promptly. The censors followed suit, echoing his plea. Subsequently, officials from the 6 ministries voiced their agreement. Yet the military generals remained silent, lacking the gift of eloquence. Can the governance of the state be decided so lightly? Zhu Di, feeling somewhat affronted, insisted that this matter required thorough deliberation and careful consideration. With that, he assumed a demeanor suggesting he was ready to dismiss the court. Where are the civil officials willing to serve? If you do not provide an explanation today, do you think you can simply depart? The official, having taken a breath, resumed his fervent outburst, unleashing a torrent of words. What do you intend to do? Zhu Di, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Are you all conspiring against me? Were it not for my knowledge of your character, I might have believed it. Li Qing, with a solemn demeanor, rallied a group of civil officials, declaring, We are all dedicated to the nation. How can your majesty treat us thus? Do you? Zhu Di, exasperated, shouted, You insist on reform, do you? Indeed. The officials chimed in unison, their voices resonating throughout the hall. Very well, I consent. Zhu Di gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the rising corners of his mouth. Li Qing, do elaborate on the specific strategies. As your majesty commands, Li Qing replied with a respectful gesture. It is rather simple. Abolish the household tax. Alleviate the burdens on the landless populace, and allow the common people to rest. After a pause, he added nonchalantly, Distributing the loss of the household tax among the cultivated lands will not only lighten the burdens of the people, but also preserve the court's revenue. As he spoke, he turned to his fellow officials. What say you to this proposal? A most astute plan, exclaimed Xia Yuanji, stroking his beard with a pleased expression. Some officials, still processing the gravity of the situation, echoed their agreement, urging Zhu Di to accept the proposal. However, the majority of civil officials had begun to grasp the severity of the issue. Yet, having made their declarations, could they retract them on the spot? Would they not lose face? Having been 2 fervent moments prior, they found it impossible to retreat now, and so they could only place their hopes on the military officials. They were aware that most military officials had also acquired vast tracts of land, and this policy would equally jeopardize their interests. Unexpectedly, none of the military officials spoke up. Their silence was as steadfast as a mountain. Zhu Di surveyed the assembly and sighed. Since all of you agree, for the sake of the common people, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Your Majesty, you need not force yourself. A moment of contemplation would be prudent. The civil officials lamented silently, their earlier bravado having dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, no one voiced their opposition. Firstly, they had been 2 boisterous moments ago, and retracting their words now would leave them utterly humiliated. Secondly, they had no legitimate grounds for dissent, and most importantly, opposing the decision would tarnish their reputations. They would face the scorn of the populace and be derided by society. These officials were all about maintaining appearances, each concerned with their own reputations and hoping for someone else to take the lead. They were quintessentially concerned with both face and substance, embodying the paradox of wanting to uphold integrity while also seeking to preserve their status. Yet it was precisely this nature that facilitated the smooth enactment of the policy. With a stern countenance, Zhu Di rose, presenting himself as a victim of circumstance, and declared, Dismiss the court. If any of you have memorials, please leave them for me to review. After a brief pause, he added, Li Qing, Xia Yuanji, and Jian Aiqing, please visit the imperial study. Without waiting for the officials to bow, he stormed out in a huff. As soon as Zhu Di departed, the civil officials' expression soured. Yet they had no outlet for their frustration. This national policy had been fiercely contested by them. Who could they blame? They could only silently curse themselves for their oversight. At that moment, Li Qing stood tall, embodying an image of virtue, gazing down upon the officials with an air of superiority. Who dares to challenge me? None dared. For Li Qing represented righteousness and absolute political correctness. Opposing him would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Even the officials dared not to impeach him. At least, they refrained from doing so in this matter. Many civil servants even feigned delight, showering Li Qing with flattering praises, proclaiming that the presence of Li Qing was a blessing for the Ming dynasty and its people. Although Li Qing was aware that these individuals were merely seeking to enhance their own reputations, he could not help but feel exhilarated. He returned their compliments with a deep bow, repeatedly asserting that this was a collective achievement of everyone's efforts. After a moment of this ceremonial display, he finally made his way to the imperial study. In the imperial study, Zhu Di sat before his desk, sipping tea in a manner that revealed no discernible emotions. While the portly attendant stood quietly to one side, Jian Yi and Xia Yuanji stood respectfully, their expressions grave. None of the members of the cabinet were present, for they were deemed unworthy, mere fifth-grade secretaries. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty," Li Qing proclaimed with an air of importance, and as he approached, Zhu Di waved off the customary greeting, allowing Li Qing to stand beside Xia Yuanji. Zhu Di, uninterested in quibbling with Li Qing over this, gestured for them to take their seats. The three men expressed their gratitude and sat down, while the portly attendant gratefully occupied a seat beside his father. Zhu Di pondered for a moment before turning to Xia Yuanji. "What do you think, Minister Xia?" He did not inquire of Li Qing, the proponent of the initiative, nor did he question Jian Yi, the heavenly official. Rather, he sought Xia Yuanji's opinion, fully aware that the latter would provide him with a satisfactory response. Zhu Di's approach was astute, and as he anticipated, the answer was favorable. "Your Majesty, I believe this strategy is brilliant," Xia Yuanji replied eagerly. "Simplifying taxes can significantly reduce unnecessary losses, preserving the nation's finances while alleviating the burdens on the common people. It is indeed a wise governance strategy." As he spoke, he nodded at Li Qing in a show of admiration. Li Qing smiled and nodded in return, acknowledging the gesture. Zhu Di took another sip of tea and turned to Jian Yi. "Do you have confidence in advocating for this proposal, Minister Jian?" Chapter 72. Gao Sun. You may take your leave. The Ministry of Personnel holds the authority to assess officials, controlling the lifeline of promotions within the bureaucracy, and stands as the foremost among the 6 ministries. Particularly after the old Zhu abolished the chancellor system, the Minister of Personnel gained the esteemed title of Heavenly Official. Jian Yi was known for his integrity and adeptness in managing relationships with colleagues and friends, never uttering a harsh word. He belonged to the archetype of a good-natured individual, steadfast in his principles, neither achieving great feats nor incurring significant faults, a quintessential civil servant with a keen understanding of human affairs. Jian Yi, originally named Jian Rang, participated in the provincial examination in the 17th year of Hongwu and achieved the status of a recommended candidate in the 18th year. He passed the imperial examination and was promoted to the position of a servant in the Central Secretariat. Due to his integrity and concise reporting style that aligned with old Zhu's preferences, he was bestowed the name Jian Yi. Of course, this did not imply that Jian Yi was exceptionally formidable, as old Zhu liked to rename individuals under the pretext of bestowing honor. In truth, it was a sign of his frugality, a mere illusion of grandeur. Nevertheless, this practice proved quite effective. The emperor's commendations held significant value in the court. Jian Yi's true prowess lay in his ability to endure across 3 reigns, remaining unscathed. Old Zhu was notoriously stingy with rewards for civil officials. Although he appreciated Jian Yi, he refrained from bestowing lavish honors. However, young Zhu was different. Upon ascending to power, he swiftly promoted Jian Yi to the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel and conferred upon him the title of Distinguished Gentleman, a rapid rise akin to a rocket launch. His relative obscurity stemmed from the fact that during that period, Qi Feng and Huang Xin dominated the governance, leaving him little opportunity to shine. Jian Yi did not concur with the national policies of several individuals. However, he refrained from opposing them, choosing instead to maintain his integrity while remaining on the periphery of politics. It is precisely this disposition that has allowed him to thrive in the current circumstances. Li Qing held a favorable impression of him. Jian Yi was the sort of astute intellectual who possessed a sense of justice, but was wise enough not to invite calamity in the name of righteousness. Nevertheless, such individuals often exhibit a tendency to dilute their actions. Your Majesty, the implementation of this national policy may prove to be quite challenging, Jian Yi remarked, his expression laden with difficulty. Instinctively, he suggested a gradual approach, proposing to divide the initiative into several stages, allowing for a step-by-step execution that might, over the course of 30 to 50 years, subtly yield positive outcomes. Are you then lacking in confidence? Zhu Di interjected, his displeasure evident. Indeed, Zhu Di was not amused. He had little time to spare, as he would be long gone before 3 to 5 decades elapsed. Are you capable of executing this? Serving the emperor's interests is my duty, Jian Yi replied, summoning his resolve. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to alleviate your Majesty's concerns. Zhu Di's expression softened slightly. While he was not fond of Jian, he recognized that individuals in such positions must possess the ability to mediate between the upper and lower echelons of governance. The affairs of the officials shall be entrusted to you, Zhu Di proclaimed. I have always had faith in your capabilities. Once the national policy is successfully executed, ample rewards shall be bestowed upon you. I am grateful, Your Majesty, Jian responded respectfully, in a moment of reverie. He seemed to envision the founding emperor bestowing upon him a new name. Zhu Di chuckled, then turned to Xia Yuanji, stating, issuing the decree is merely the first step. It does not signify success. The true measure of a national policy lies in its execution. This initiative benefits the state and its people and must be implemented swiftly. I expect you to present a detailed plan. I shall comply with your command, Xia Yuanji replied dutifully. Zhu Di smiled and added, very well. You may accompany the crown prince to the eastern palace. After a brief pause, he continued, the king of Han will soon be in theft. These two statements filled the pair with delight, as they understood that henceforth, the crown prince's position would be unassailable, both publicly and privately. They hoped for the crown prince's ascension to the throne. Jian joyfully declared, with your majesty adhering to the principles of propriety, the Ming dynasty shall surely endure for millennia, flourishing eternally. Ha ha, Zhu Di chuckled and nodded. You may retire for now. Your servant takes his leave, Jian replied. Once the trio had departed, Zhu Di expressed his concerns. Li Qing, have you considered the drawbacks of this policy? Drawbacks? Li Qing scratched his head. I would appreciate your majesty's elucidation. The issue of population. Zhu Di furrowed his brow. Without the household tax, the common people will be liberated from their constraints, and they will surely reproduce in abundance. While a large population can be advantageous, an excessive one poses the question of sustenance. Throughout history, the Han population has fluctuated between 60 to 80 million. Considering those who conceal their household registrations, it is possible that during prosperous times, the number approached nearly 100 million, Zhu Di asserted, but it must never exceed that figure. Should the population surge without a corresponding increase in production, the common people will undoubtedly suffer, leading to potential upheaval. Li Qing nodded slightly. This is something I have contemplated. Do you have a solution? Yes, Li Qing responded. We can introduce high-yield, resilient crops from overseas that are easy to cultivate. And if that does not suffice, then we shall abolish it at the appropriate time. Li Qing replied with a shrug. Zhu Di sighed in resignation. The treasure fleet had been at sea for over a year. After several explorations, the speed of maritime navigation had significantly improved, and it was anticipated that they would return by July. He resolved to discuss the matter with them then, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Indeed, Li Qing replied with a smile and a nod. Immediately, he inquired, Your Majesty, is it not time to fulfill our promise? Fulfill what? Zhu Di feigned ignorance. How is it that I cannot comprehend your words? Li Qing, having anticipated this tactic, expressed regret regarding the implementation of national policy. I indeed had a strategy, but alas, my head aches and my thoughts are in disarray. Zhu Di's lips twitched as he coldly remarked. The gold will be collected from the Ministry of Revenue shortly. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Qing chuckled, suddenly recalling something. Speak quickly. Li Qing, unfazed and brazen, continued. The Ministry of Revenue manages the household registrations. Let them compile a list of officials above the county magistrate level, and then conduct a thorough investigation into their assets and connections. Zhu Di frowned. With so many officials in the Ming dynasty, an investigation would consume an inordinate amount of time and delay our affairs. No need for a genuine investigation, Li Qing clarified. The primary aim is to instill fear. The emperor need only issue an edict to ensure the enforcement of national policy. Any who obstruct or evade responsibility will find the gentry conducting a comprehensive investigation into the implicated officials and their relatives. Those who possess abundant farmland will be dealt with as if they were profiting at the expense of the public. He paused, intending to give them the impression that anyone daring to speak out would face dire consequences. Zhu Di's eyes brightened, and he laughed, scolding, It is indeed you. How is it that you are so cunning? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Are you praising me or mocking me? Praising you, of course. Zhu Di laughed heartily. Just praise? Li Qing probed. Will there be no further rewards? Zhu Di's laughter abruptly ceased, and he took a deep breath, bellowing, Get out. In the courtyard, with spring in full bloom, Li Qing reclined in a lounge chair, golden ingots shifting from one hand to the other as he basked in the sunlight. I shall not attend the afternoon court session, he stretched lazily, instructing someone to bring a fishing rod, and headed to the pond to fish. With a fishing rod propped up, leaning back in the chair, enveloped by the gentle spring breeze, and inhaling the delicate fragrance of flowers, it was sheer bliss. Before long, 3 ladies approached with small bamboo baskets filled with fruits and wines, enchanting women, as the sound of the flute wafted through the air. Completely absorbed in the music, he was oblivious to the fact that he had run out of bait, mindlessly fishing for quite some time, without even a scale to show for it. The Duke of Yongqing, flustered and vexed, would have lashed out had the circumstances permitted, provoking peals of laughter from the 3 ladies. At the Han Wangfu, Zhu Gaozu appeared taken aback by Zhu Di's arrival. "Father, if you wish to see your son, a word of summons would suffice. There is no need for such a journey." Zhu Gaozu, filled with joy, pulled his father to sit, pouring tea and offering fruits with great enthusiasm. Zhu Di, his expression awkward, cleared his throat and said, "Shuer, having resided in Jinling for so long, do you not wish to venture out for a bit? When one's parents are present, it is best not to wander far." The naive youth had been reflecting deeply these past days, having read extensively, and could now articulate a few eloquent phrases. Staying in one place for too long can become monotonous. It is not a bad idea to explore, Zhu Di replied gently. "I visited Beiping for a short stay last year and found it quite pleasant." Zhu Gaozu's face stiffened momentarily before he smiled. While staying in one place for too long may become tiresome, how could it ever be dull if one's parents are present? Zhu Di regarded his son with a mixture of astonishment and bittersweet pride, pleased that his son had finally gained insight, yet pained that it had come so belatedly. If Zhu Gaoxiu had acted thus 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago, he might have defied ancestral customs to establish his second son as the crown prince. However, at this moment, patting his son's shoulder, Zhu Di expressed his remorse, saying, "Gaoxiu, it was my fault in the past. You may go to the fief now." Zhu Gaoxiu was taken aback, his mind blank, and his face turned pale. "Father knows you are wronged, but there is little I can do," Zhu Di lamented, "unfortunately. You are not the eldest, otherwise, what shortcomings would I have compared to your elder brother?" Zhu Gaoxiu inquired. Zhu Di, filled with guilt, replied, "It is not your fault. It is mine." Zhu Gaoxiu fell silent, a myriad of grievances swelling within him, his eyes reddening, lamenting, "If only I were the eldest." "Gaoxiu, do not be this way. It pains me as well," Zhu Di urged. "In truth, being an emperor is not as glorious as it seems. You should take it lightly and refrain from this discourse." Zhu Gaoxiu, feeling vulnerable, retorted, "What did you say during the Jingnan campaign? When you faced my elder brother's refusal to provide funds, what did you say then? When my elder brother was regent and I was to supervise him, what was your stance? Now you claim I am not the eldest?" Zhu Di, feeling guilty, insisted, "Just go to the fief." "I refuse." Zhu Gaoxiu angrily waved his sleeve, tears spilling from his eyes as he exclaimed, "If I am not the eldest, why then do you suggest I vie for the position of heir?" With a piercing gaze, Zhu Gaoxiu glared at Zhu Di, tears flowing uncontrollably. "I never considered this at the outset. It was you who instilled such thoughts in me. You provided me with hope, only to cast me aside. Is this how a father behaves?" Sighing, Zhu Di found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Gaoxiu felt wronged. Having invested so much effort only to end up with nothing, a grievance shared by anyone in his situation. In the past, he often complained about Emperor Taizu's favoritism. Yet Taizu had clearly designated an heir from the beginning, quelling the ambitions of the feudal lords. "But what of you? Had you acted as Taizu did, I would be reveling in Yunnan at this very moment." Zhu Di remained silent for a moment. "It can still happen now. It is too late," Zhu Gaoxiu bitterly replied. "Once greed has taken root, how can I maintain a calm heart?" Aware of his own shortcomings, Zhu Di repeatedly yielded, disregarding his son's rudeness. But upon hearing those words, a cold light flashed across his face. He would not permit the existence of a second Zhu Di in the future of the Ming dynasty, even if that individual were his most favored son. Chapter 73. Prince Han goes to the fief. Zhu Di, losing his patience, spoke with a frigid tone. "I ask you, do you wish to go to the fief or not?" "I do not." "Very well." Zhu Di nodded and departed. An hour later, a eunuch from the imperial court led a fierce contingent of the Jinui to announce the edict. By the decree of the emperor, it is proclaimed, Prince Han has committed numerous offenses, showing disrespect to the sovereign and refusing to repent. His crown and garments are to be stripped. He is expelled from the royal residence, and he is to reflect upon his actions behind the gates of Zawaman. So decreed. Zhu Gaoxiu was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. I demand to see the emperor. I regret to inform you, Prince Han, the emperor does not wish to see you, the eunuch conveyed. Clearing his throat, he glanced at the Jinui behind him. Why are you not swiftly escorting Prince Han to Zawaman? The Jinui stepped forward to pay their respects, stating, We regret the offense, but we are merely following orders. As they spoke, they disregarded Zhu Gaoxiu's outbursts and forcibly escorted him from the royal residence. The news spread quickly, leaving all officials astonished upon hearing it. No one could have anticipated that the once glorious Prince Han would meet such a dismal fate, finding himself under confinement. It was clear that the sun had set on Prince Han, leaving no glimmer of hope for redemption. In a flurry, the threshold of the Eastern Palace was nearly trampled by those eager to show their loyalty, causing young Fatty much distress. In the Qing Palace, young Fatty urged, Father, please reconsider. My second brother does not deserve such a harsh punishment. It would be best to lift his confinement and allow him to govern a fief. After all, they were blood brothers, and he could not bear to see his sibling in such despair. Zhu Di scoffed, How can a ruler exhibit such feminine compassion? But he is your own son. Fatty retorted, Do you truly wish for me to depose him? Zhu Di paused, angrily tossing his sleeve, Why not? If I were to perish, could you keep him in check? Of course. Fatty replied with unwavering confidence. He cannot stir up much trouble, if I lack even this assurance. Then I would rather not be the crown prince. Zhu Di regarded him with some surprise, a rare look of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, Let me bear the burden of being the villain. You go and be the good son. Expedite his fief assignment. It cannot be delayed any longer. Yes, your son shall comply. Fatty exhaled in relief and added, Father, Mother is unaware of my second brother's imprisonment, correct? Indeed, Zhu Di dared not let her know. Fatty felt entirely reassured and proceeded to the Yongqing Marquisate, enlisting Li Qing to accompany him to the Xihua Gate. Zhu Gaoxiu, having shed his dragon robe, now wore simple attire, drinking alone in melancholic solitude, his face etched with grievances and resentment. Prince Han, second brother. Zhu Gaoxiu seemed to ignore their greetings, continuing to drink. The two exchanged glances, then took their seats at the table. Young Fatty, unreserved, indulged in the feast, outdoing even the second brother. Before long, the table was nearly cleared of dishes. Zhu Gaoxiu could no longer remain indifferent. He broke down. And yet, you still compete for my share? Do not be so petty. I shall compensate you with another feast, Fatty replied with a smile. However, his overtures were met with Zhu Gaoxiu's derision. Cease your feigned concern. In my current state, you must be dreaming if you find joy. Such words from you, second brother. I am not that kind of person, Fatty said. Zhu Gaoxiu huffed, turning his face away. Stop pretending. You are no longer threatened by my position. So will you not go to the temple and offer incense? Fatty smacked his lips, about to speak, when Li Qing interjected, Prince Han, should you ascend to the position of crown prince or even emperor, what would you do? Certainly. I would lead campaigns against the northern desert and quell the tribes of the plains, Zhu Gaoxiu declared proudly, casting a disdainful glance at his elder brother. Can you accomplish that? I cannot, Fatty admitted candidly. Li Qing nodded. Prince Han possesses unparalleled courage and martial prowess, far exceeding that of the crown prince. Yet, many emperors have already undertaken such endeavors, and they performed admirably. Would Prince Han merely replicate their efforts? You speak nonsense. Zhu Gaoxiu roared. I lack the opportunity. Had I been in the elder brother's position, I would have done far better. And how would you achieve that? Zhu Gaoxiu faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Then seethed, You are deliberately mocking me, are you not? Not at all. Fatty took over the conversation. In truth, being a crown prince, or even an emperor, is not as enviable as you might imagine. If given the choice, I would genuinely wish to swap places with you. Huh. Zhu Gaoxiu let out a cold laugh, remarking, You are the crown prince now. Of course, you can say such lofty things. How noble you are. The chubby man smiled wryly and responded, Let us do this. I shall grant you half an hour. If you can conceive a strategy that benefits the nation and its people, one that can be successfully implemented, I will relinquish the position of crown prince to you. He spoke earnestly, yet Zhu Gaoxiu, having been deceived by Zhu Di, was too fearful to trust his words. You will relinquish it? Are you the emperor? The chubby man retorted. Have I ever deceived you from childhood to now? Zhu Gaoxiu paused, lost in thought. Moments later, as he was about to speak, Li Qing interjected, If it involves violence, it is another matter altogether. The Ming dynasty cannot endure further turmoil. You are aware that the treasury is depleted. Zhu Gaoxiu found himself at a loss for words, sinking into silence once more. As time ticked away, he realized, to his dismay, that aside from violence, he seemed to possess no other skills. Seeing this, the chubby man encouraged, "Second brother, perhaps you should take up a fief and enjoy life. What is wrong with indulging in food, drink, and leisure?" After a pause, he added, as emperor, "Aside from receiving the court's daily reverence, what else is there to enjoy?" Zhu Gaoxiu struggled to counter this point, finding no justification. After much inner turmoil, he resigned, saying, "Very well, I can accept defeat. You have won, and I shall take my leave." A smile appeared on the chubby man's face, and Li Qing felt a sense of relief. At last, there would be no more internal strife, allowing all energies to be directed towards reform and governance, providing respite for the common folk. Zhu Gaoxiu was resolute. Upon returning to the royal residence, he immediately began to pack his belongings. By the time he finished, it was already nightfall, yet he could not linger for even a moment longer and set off that very night. He held no grudge against his elder brother. His anger was directed at Zhu Di, his father. Without notifying Zhu Di, he departed for Luan Prefecture with his wife and children. The palace gates locked under the cover of darkness, with only Li Qing seeing him off beyond the city walls. Outside the city, Zhu Gaoxiu glanced back at Jinling City, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. He looked at Li Qing and said, "There is no need to see me off. I shall never return in this lifetime." Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Gaoxiu climbed into the sedan chair, commanding coldly, "Let us depart." The bearers cracked their whips, and the procession moved forward. The carriage gradually faded into the night, and not long after, it vanished from sight. Li Qing sighed and turned his horse back. The following day, during the morning court assembly, news of the Han Prince's fiefdom spread throughout the court. The civil officials beamed with joy, while the military officers remained silent. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Di officially incorporated the land tax reforms into the Yongle new policies. In the court, Li Qing voiced his support, Xia Yuanji lent a hand, and Qian mediated. While Zhu Di issued an edict to eliminate those who stood in opposition, no one dared to voice dissent. Although the officials harbored discontent, national policies were finally set into motion and gradually implemented in regions where the land had been surveyed. The progression of events unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, largely attributable to the Han Prince Zhu Gaoxiu's decision to take a fief. The sacrifice of one prince brought happiness to countless subjects. The Yongle new policies advanced vigorously, while Li Qing, the initiator, found himself remarkably unburdened, as the Ministry of Revenue's Xia Yuanji managed the specifics, and the Ministry of Personnel's Qian coordinated matters. Aside from attending to the Empress's health, Li Qing had little else to occupy his time. In truth, not only he, but Zhu Di too experienced a leisurely existence, for he had such a capable son. Under the stewardship of the plump official, the new policies unfolded in an orderly manner, demonstrating that when civil servants apply themselves, they possess considerable capabilities. Of course, these achievements were facilitated by the benefits he secured for them, including a generous tax reduction of 30% for their families. In his quest to advocate for the officials' welfare, he boldly confronted his father in the court, and the clash nearly escalated into a physical altercation, but ultimately, he preserved the officials' interests. The ministers were profoundly grateful, and even the military generals harbored significantly less prejudice against him. They too owned vast tracts of land, and his unwavering stance allowed them to reap tangible rewards. Strangely, when someone else faced greater troubles, his own spirits would lift considerably. This was the psychology of the civil servants. The new policies were unstoppable, and while the outcome was not entirely unfavorable, it was somewhat tolerable. It has always been customary to engage in business transactions for compensation. The crown prince's substantial sacrifices for their benefit would not go unreciprocated, as they endeavored with great diligence. However, it was paramount to exert effort, for failure to do so would result in the withdrawal of privileges. The truly unfortunate were those landlords and wealthy gentry without connections or backgrounds. After the tax reform, they bore the full brunt of taxation. Chapter 74. Rising prices. The wealthy gentry felt a profound sense of anguish, yet they had no choice but to endure and accept the new policies of the court. The officials they relied upon, in a bid to safeguard their own interests, drew a clear line of demarcation, leaving them vulnerable without protection. Ultimately, this was a feudal society where as long as the emperor maintained the loyalty of his subjects and the military, the capitalists were inconsequential. The emperor's word was law, and his decree was absolute. As the saying goes, a true friend may perish, but a poor monk must survive. The powerful figures in the court had already set the tone, and local officials would not risk their careers or lives for frivolous matters. The burdens on the common people were lifted, bringing them immense joy, especially for the tenants with little or no land to cultivate, who exuberantly proclaimed the emperor's wisdom. Such fortuitous occurrences were beyond their wildest dreams. The common folk are easily content. Their desires are modest, as long as they are not starving and can sustain their lives. In the imperial study, Zhu Di furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Li Qing's proposed national strategy, remaining silent for a considerable time. If the emperor harbored any concerns, he ought to express them candidly. Lifting the restrictions on population movement, if not handled carefully, could undermine the very foundation of the nation. Li Qing replied with a smile. It is not a complete abolition. We are merely granting the local populace the freedom to move within their own prefectures and counties, which poses no significant risk. Zhu Di remained reticent. Li Qing continued, Your Majesty, by exempting the common people from the household tax, our aim is to improve their living conditions and enhance productivity. By allowing those with idle time to seek work in towns and counties, they can earn a decent income while also contributing to the development of handicrafts and generating additional taxes, thus yielding manifold benefits. He spoke earnestly, emphasizing that for the common folk, as long as they could ensure a better future for their children, the hardships they endured were mere trifles. They were never inclined toward laziness. Ultimately, Zhu Di was swayed. Very well, but they may only move freely within their own prefectures. Li Qing nodded. It would be unwise to open the floodgates entirely at once. A gradual easing of restrictions over time would be the most prudent approach. Zhu Di took a sip of tea and gestured to Li Qing with a nod, inviting him to speak about the empress's condition. The empress is currently out of danger, Li Qing replied as he sat down, accepting the tea brought by the clever little eunuch. At this stage, there is no need for further medication. Just pay attention to her diet and allow her to recuperate well. Zhu Di sighed. I wish to inquire, truly, is there no hope? Even 3 to 5 more years would suffice. Li Qing fell silent for a moment before bowing his hands in respect, declaring, I will do my utmost. You only know how to say that, Zhu Di retorted, visibly displeased with the response, yet he refrained from expressing his dissatisfaction too harshly. Li Qing, feeling slightly awkward, shifted the topic. Now that it is June, I expect Sanbao will return soon, which will greatly alleviate the financial issues. Indeed, Zhu Di nodded with satisfaction. When Sanbao returns, let him rest well and construct more ships. The latter part is your true intention, isn't it? Li Qing chuckled. The policy of land surveying should soon conclude, correct? That should be the case. Should? Zhu Di felt a flush on his face and snapped. If you wish to know the specifics, ask the Crown Prince. Li Qing sighed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is working diligently. You ought to pay more attention to the affairs of the state. Yes, I am aware. Zhu Di stretched his limbs, reflecting that it was now the 13th year of Yongli's reign. I am not young anymore. Within the next decade, I must elevate the nation's strength to its zenith and achieve remarkable accomplishments. The Crown Prince can manage to maintain the status quo, but he is incapable of implementing bold reforms. A flicker of worry crossed Zhu Di's eyes. I fear that many policies may be altered after my demise. He turned to Li Qing. You must keep a vigilant eye on this. Li Qing nodded, reassuring, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Such platitudes again. Could you not speak more directly? Zhu Di glared at him, then added, Very well, you may leave. From now on, be more diligent. If you fail to attend morning court again, I shall deduct your salary. Li Qing expressed surprise. How does your Majesty know that I have not been attending morning court? As far as he knew, Zhu Di himself had not been present, with the morning sessions now presided over by the plump young fourth prince. While it was true that the fourth prince had intentionally delegated authority, there was also an element of laziness involved. I have been keeping an eye on you all along, Zhu Di replied with a smirk. From now on, if you miss morning court again, I shall deduct a month's salary for each occurrence. How dreadful, a capitalist tyrant. Even in this era, one cannot escape retribution, Li Qing lamented, though he had no need for money. He preferred not to have his salary deducted and resigned himself to the situation. The sweltering June heat was intense, and Li Qing, unconcerned with appearances, wore a pair of silk shorts he had designed himself, lounging in his chamber. An ice-filled barrel exhaled a gentle chill, providing a pleasant respite from the heat. Unlike the dry air conditioning of modern times. Regardless of the era, wealth and power ensured a comfortable existence. After a lengthy nap, Li Qing felt rejuvenated. He splashed cold water on his face, invigorating his senses. "Sir, are you going out?" asked the attentive Hongxiu, sitting up, eager to assist him in dressing. "Remain lying down." "I am not without hands," Li Qing replied with a smile. "It is too hot now. We shall wait until evening when the temperature cools, and I will take you all out for a stroll." Hongxiu nodded obediently, shifting her restless legs and returning to the bed for more rest. Under the blazing summer sun, even the breeze felt stifling, and the street vendors hung their heads, lacking the energy to engage in their trade. "Bring me a watermelon, and weigh some peaches and grapes as well." The vendor perked up at the prospect of business, selecting the largest watermelon. "How about this one? Is it ripe? Listen to its sound." He tapped the watermelon, which produced a dull thud. "If it's unripe, you can smash my stall." "Not to that extent," Li Qing chuckled. "How much in total?" 151. Before Li Qing could respond, the vendor sheepishly added, "Prices have risen lately, and fruits are not easy to store." "It is indeed more expensive than last year." Li Qing smiled knowingly. He anticipated this after the precious notes issued by Zhu Di flourished among the populace, leading to inevitable inflation. After paying, he sampled a grape, finding it quite delightful. "It's 2.5 li east to the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Please deliver the fruits there." Li Qing produced 2 strings of cash. "Is this enough?" "That is plenty. I can still give you change." The vendor, elated, quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to the Marquis of Yongqing." Li Qing, a familiar figure in Jinling, was recognized by many for his mask. "Please rise." He smiled. "No need for change. Just hand it over to the staff at the residence." With that, he took a peach from the basket, wiped it on his clothing, and strolled while eating. At the Duke of Chao's residence, the feast had been prepared. Upon Li Qing's arrival, he was met with Li Jinglong's complaints. "We agreed to drink in the afternoon. Why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for nearly half an hour. I overslept." Li Qing chuckled, placing the fruits in the ice bucket to chill. "I'll penalize myself with 3 cups. You just wanted to drink," Li Jinglong teased. Though his words were sharp, he poured Li Qing a glass of wine. "How is the land tax reform progressing?" "Overall, it's going quite smoothly." Li Qing replied with a shy smile. "You seem to have several thousand mu in Fengyang." "Oh, this little profit doesn't concern me," Li Jinglong dismissed. "I buy farmland merely to provide a measure of security for my descendants. I'm not relying on profits. Besides, the taxes in Ming are not high. There is still money to be made after the reforms. I really don't mind." After a pause, he added, "But you, with your methods, must have offended many. Aren't you worried about retaliation? You truly leave no room for yourself." Li Qing replied with a smile. "I care even less. I have no backing to speak of. What can they retaliate with?" Li Jinglong was speechless. "I truly don't understand your thoughts. You are of noble birth. Not having a son would be a great loss. Even if not for that, who will take care of you after 100 years? Take my advice, while you still can, have a son." Li Jinglong urged. "Otherwise, when you descend to the underworld, there won't even be anyone to burn paper money for you. You'll die in poverty." Li Qing laughed heartily. "Then I'll borrow from you." "I won't lend a thing," Li Jinglong retorted indignantly, "but I can reserve the position of chief steward for you." Li Qing was unfazed. After years of camaraderie, he was accustomed to the sharp tongue of the war god. He poured wine into Li Jinglong's cup. "I heard you recently took a concubine?" Li Jinglong nodded, then cautiously added, "Don't set your sights on my concubine." As they drank, the dishes were plentiful, and the two savored the chilled watermelon, engaging in lively conversation about life. "Indeed, I have heard that Lan Yu fell ill a few days ago. Is he feeling better now?" "It was merely a slight cold. He has already recovered," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Since you are so concerned, why not pay him a visit?" Li Jinglong curled his lip, his sharp tongue still intact. "I fear that my presence might exasperate him." Li Qing shook his head with a chuckle. These two adversaries truly are unmatched. Taking a bite of watermelon, relishing its icy sweetness, he remarked, "I must admit, I envy you, my dear brother. You need not toil, and your pension alone is more than sufficient for your expenses." This is indeed the truth. During the Jingnan campaign, Li Jinglong's release of the seas earned him immense gratitude from Zhu Di, who generously rewarded him. The annual stipend of the Duke of Chao is unparalleled. No other duke can compare, even though Li Qing, holding 2 posts, falls short of this fellow. Of course, This does not account for the gifts Li Qing has received over the years. Although Li Qing did not engage in corruption, he often accepted bribes. Yet, due to his significant contributions and his tendency to accept money without performing duties, Zhu Di never reproached him on this matter. Considering the accumulation from the Hongwu era, after all these years, Li Qing's small treasury is quite ample. While it may not rival the wealth of Jiangnan's gentry, it certainly surpasses that of the average small landowner. Nevertheless, he still envied Li Jinglong, for this fellow earns more without lifting a finger. Li Jinglong, however, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Wealth and honor may be endless in enjoyment, but who does not aspire to achieve greatness and leave a mark in history? You will undoubtedly be remembered in history, Li Qing declared earnestly. Perhaps not for a good reputation, Li Jinglong lamented, as historians tend to elevate some while disparaging others, often portraying me as a mere fool to flatter the emperor. You are quite perceptive, Li Qing comforted. Why ponder such matters? Living well in the present is what truly matters. Then, with a mischievous grin, he suggested, would you like me to help you with your health, lest your concubine complain? This piqued Li Jinglong's interest. It is well known that for men, strength in that regard is always advantageous. Ahem, it is not out of the question. Li Qing scratched his head, stating, since you believe it to be feasible, then I shall refrain from looking. I meant that it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Li Jinglong's expression turned awkward, yet he forcefully maintained his dignity. Of course, I have always been quite capable. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. Conducting a thorough examination before prescribing a targeted remedy. Your body bears no ailments. Once a day is sufficient. Are you underestimating me? Li Jinglong's face hardened. I typically do it several times a day. I was referring to the medicine. What were you implying? Li Jinglong stiffened, awkwardly responding, you know what I mean. After finishing their meal and drinks, they conversed for a while longer. Noticing the sun was no longer as harsh, Li Qing rose to take his leave. On his way home, he made a detour to the residence of the Duke of Liang. Lan Yu has truly aged. His hair is nearly completely white, and his once robust frame has become stooped. Approaching 70, he now requires a cane to walk. You've been drinking again, haven't you? Lan Yu remarked enviously. How is it that your constitution remains so robust? I am younger than you, Li Qing replied candidly. This statement stung a bit, darkening Lan Yu's expression. You were drinking at Li Jinglong's house, weren't you? How do you know that? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so sharp-tongued. Lan Yu rolled his eyes, having finished his drink. And now coming to my place for tea. You truly are quite calculating. But I am merely concerned about your recovery from your cold, Li Qing replied. Knowing Lan Yu's fondness for wine, I will prepare a medicinal wine for you, which will both satisfy your craving and nourish your health. Upon hearing these words, Lan Yu was filled with delight and exclaimed, 10 jars. 1 jar per month. Li Qing retorted with a hint of annoyance. I shall provide you with more once you finish what you have. If you consume it prematurely, you will have to wait until next month. Then make the jars a bit larger, 50 pounds will suffice. What a fanciful thought. Li Qing replied, 15 pounds, half a pound daily, just right after each meal. Very well. Lan Yu conceded, understanding that Li Qing had his best interests at heart. Do you currently experience any particular discomfort? Li Qing inquired. Lan Yu sighed. At my age, discomfort is an omnipresent companion, yet I cannot claim any specific ailment. In truth, I am quite content. To have lived to such an age is a blessing. My family continues to enjoy wealth and prosperity, and compared to those who have perished in battle, I am indeed fortunate. Indeed, Li Qing nodded with a smile, maintaining a tranquil disposition. Concerned, he took Lan Yu's pulse, detecting no anomalies, before taking his leave. In the evening, after dinner, Li Qing strolled with the 3 women for a while, but the oppressive heat forced them to cut their outing short. The comfort of the air-conditioned room at home was far more inviting. After a refreshing bath, the 3 women sat side by side, fragrant and silently inviting. Li Qing grinned mischievously and drew the bed curtains. Within the light gauzy canopy, laughter filled the air, and the atmosphere was charged with an irresistible allure. The beauty of spring inspired a delightful chaos. The blossoms bloomed ever more vibrantly. The rooster crowed as dawn approached. The following day, Li Qing attended the morning court. Zhu Di also graced the court with his presence, no longer shouldering the burden alone. Following the departure of the second son, the father-son relationship blossomed. Zhu Di began to gradually delegate authority to his son, allowing him to handle certain state affairs. The son did not disappoint, managing both significant and minor matters adeptly. Despite his elder son's lack of assertiveness, he met Zhu Di's expectations in most respects. However, Zhu Di did not press the issue, for he had his eldest grandson as a backup. Time passed swiftly, and a month went by. On the 8th day of the 7th month, Zheng He returned with the treasure fleet. The entire court was invigorated. Sanbao did not return alone. He brought immense wealth, replenishing the state treasury, thus eliminating the need to substitute treasure notes for salaries. Although prices had risen, salaries remained stagnant, and the common currency was insufficient to purchase a stone of rice. The court continued to uphold the exchange of one stone of rice for a universal currency, causing widespread discontent. However, with Sanbao's return, the rare goods he brought would be exchanged for salaries, ultimately benefiting the officials. It could be said that the entire court awaited Sanbao's return as a means of relief. With great anticipation from the ministers, Sanbao finally arrived. After the morning court session concluded, Zhu Di ordered a grand banquet in the palace courtyard to honor Sanbao, hosting the ministers with utmost grandeur, hoping to alleviate the financial strains of the Ming dynasty. Li Qing couldn't help but reflect. In the Ming dynasty, no eunuch could ever rival Sanbao, not even those from previous dynasties. To attain the stature of Sanbao among eunuchs is a pinnacle achievement. A mere quarter of an hour later, Sanbao appeared amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. The rotund figure rose to greet him, prompting the ministers to rise in unison. "We humbly greet His Royal Highness." No need for formalities. Without waiting for the three treasures to bow, the stout figure steadied him and softly remarked, "You have worked hard." "Your Highness, you are too kind. It is my duty," replied Sanbao. Upon returning to his homeland and seeing familiar faces, Sanbao felt a surge of emotions. His dark and rugged visage flushed with color. Li Qing approached, patted Sanbao on the shoulder, and chuckled. "Everyone has been anticipating your return." Sanbao smiled and nodded, suppressing his inner excitement, and respectfully addressed, "I pay my respects to Lord Yongqing." Subsequently, civil and military officials took turns exchanging pleasantries. Sanbao had embarked on his western voyage under the banner of promoting national prestige. Strictly speaking, he had performed the duties of a civil servant. Yet he had also brought along tens of thousands of naval troops, thus fulfilling a military role as well. Sanbao excelled in both civil and martial affairs, though he found greater success among the military, having participated in the Jingnan campaign and being well acquainted with many of its esteemed contributors. After an elaborate round of greetings, the officials returned to their seats. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun arrived together. The ministers, still settling into their seats, promptly rose to pay their respects. "We pay homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor, and long live the empress." "All rise." Zhu Di waved his sleeve, leading his wife to take their seats at the main table. He then beckoned Sanbao, saying, "Sanbao, come and sit." Sanbao hesitated for a moment, respectfully responded, and bashfully approached to take his place at the main table. With all the principal figures now in attendance, the stout figure called out, "Let the feast commence." Soon, eunuchs and palace maids began to bring forth dishes, a continuous flow of culinary delights. Li Qing subtly shifted his chair, distancing himself from the stout figure and drawing closer to Sanbao. "Sanbao, how fruitful was this venture?" Li Qing inquired, posing a question that piqued everyone's interest. At this, Zhu Di and the nearby ministers perked up, all ears in eager anticipation. Despite the recent implementation of land surveys and tax reforms, no immediate benefits were visible, and the Ming dynasty was on the brink of starvation. Sanbao inclined his body towards Zhu Di, smiling warmly as he replied, "Thanks to your majesty's benevolence. This time the profits are even greater, with a 30% increase compared to my last voyage." A collective sigh of relief filled the air. Wealth had been restored. At last. Chapter 76. Unequal distribution of spoils. From individuals to nations, the necessity of funds is universal. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. Sanbao's return served as a potent tonic for all. A sly smile crept across Zhu Di's lips, and the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries felt a twinge of apprehension. They were all too aware of the current emperor's proclivity for spending. He was not one to hoard wealth, and they could not afford to let him squander it again. Minister of Revenue Xia Yuanji was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, as I have learned, several regions in Shandong and Hunan have been afflicted by drought. For the sake of the people, I humbly beseech your Majesty to reserve a portion of the funds to address potential famine." Zhu Di paused for a moment before asking, "How much would be required?" "At least 200,000 taels." Xia Yuanji deliberately requested a larger sum, knowing there was newfound wealth. Granted, Zhu Di nodded in agreement. Deducting 200,000 taels would not significantly impact his overarching plans. Furthermore, the resources brought back by Sambao would require the Ministry of Revenue's management and distribution. The other high-ranking officials, seeing this, quickly followed suit. The Minister of Personnel, Jian Yi, rose and clasped his hands, addressing the Emperor, "Your Majesty, for the past year, the salaries of officials in the Ming dynasty have been distributed as half rice and half cash, with the cash often exceeding the rice. Those officials with affluent households fare reasonably well, yet those of modest means truly struggle to make ends meet." His words reflected the genuine sentiments of officials across the realm. Previously, the treasury had been strained, leaving him with no alternatives. Now that funds were available, he naturally wished to alleviate the pressure. While officials dared not openly criticize the emperor, they privately harbored grievances against Jian Yi, the Minister of Personnel. Steeling himself, Jian Yi implored the emperor to restore the old system of salary distribution in kind. During the Hongwu period, a portion of salaries had indeed been dispensed in treasure notes, albeit in limited quantities, and the strong purchasing power of such notes at that time meant officials were not adversely affected. However, as Zhu Di excessively issued treasure notes, officials could no longer endure the consequences. Zhu Di's face flushed with anger as he shot a glare at Jian Yi, demanding to know how much was needed. 250,000 taels, Jian Yi replied. Why not seize it? Zhu Di's expression darkened, and he struggled to suppress his urge to slam the table. Pray tell, how could so much be necessary? Your Majesty, Jian Yi continued, the entire cadre of civil and military officials in the Ming dynasty totals nearly 40,000. If we revert to distributing salaries in kind, it would require an additional expenditure of nearly 200,000 taels per month. To assuage the emperor's skepticism, Jian Yi provided an example. A 7th-rank official currently receives a monthly salary of 7 shur, with 60% in cash and 40% in rice. If converted entirely to kind, this official would require an additional 4 shur of rice each month. The current disparity between treasure notes and silver means that 4 shur of rice only necessitates 2 taels of silver. The higher the rank, the more compensation required. Conversely, the lower ranks receive less, not to mention the numerous princes and nobles, whom Jian Yi chose not to account for. Zhu Di's expression darkened further, yet he found himself unable to vent his frustration. He recognized that his policies had severely infringed upon the interests of the majority of officials. If he were to withhold salaries now that funds were available, it could become the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back, alienating not only the civil officials, but also the military leaders. With a heavy sigh, Zhu Di conceded, even if an additional 200,000 taels is necessary. Why require 250,000? Jian Yi bowed, responding, Your Majesty, the treasury has consistently been in deficit. Although reforms have been instituted, their effects will not be immediate. It will take at least a year, if not longer, for us to recover. Noticing the hopeful gazes of the other officials, Zhu Di grimly nodded. Granted. At that moment, the Minister of Works stood and addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, although the floods in western Zhejiang have been mitigated, there remain hidden dangers. With the flood season upon us, the aging riverbanks are precarious and can barely hold. So I implore Your Majesty to allocate some funds to reinforce the riverbanks and prevent future disasters. How much is required? Zhu Di gritted his teeth and asked. The minister, sensing the emperor's displeasure, hesitated to demand a lofty sum, finally proposing, given the treasury's constraints, we can temporarily repair 2 fortifications for 150,000 taels. In this era, infrastructure projects are notoriously costly, and his request was indeed modest. Yet Zhu Di remained troubled. In a mere moment, 600,000 taels had been expended. Could he not feel the strain? He had yet to accomplish a single task of significance. However, if a catastrophic flood were to strike western Zhejiang due to unaddressed riverbanks, the losses would far exceed this amount. Granted, he decided. Your Majesty is wise. The Minister of Works exclaimed, his joy evident. Your Majesty. The Minister of Rights rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, expressing his hope that matters would be considered thoroughly before being addressed. Zhu Di's tone was frigid, revealing his impatience. The minister felt a shiver of apprehension and awkwardly remarked, Your Majesty, in light of the many envoys arriving from across the seas, we must articulate our intentions clearly. I humbly request, Your Majesty, that we undertake repairs of the banquet office, the guest office, the ceremonial office, and the culinary office. Additionally, the Imperial Academy also requires refurbishment. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Works eagerly interjected, "I second that." Li Qing observed the eagerness of these officials, each vying for funds, and quickly interposed, "Your Majesty, the embassy for receiving foreign dignitaries does not necessitate grand construction. If there is to be building, it should be situated in the new capital." Indeed, Minister Li speaks wisely, Zhu Di finally acknowledged, his expression softening slightly. He cast a sidelong glance at the Minister of Rights and allowed for the repairs of the guest office and the Imperial Academy. The Minister of Rights, feeling helpless, nodded in resignation, secretly lamenting his late intervention. "Do not speak. I shall determine the sum," Zhu Di declared, holding up 3 fingers, 3,000 taels. The Minister of Rights protested. "While others receive millions, I am offered but a mere 10,000. Is this not an affront?" He felt a profound sense of frustration, exclaiming, "What can 3,000 taels accomplish? It is insufficient even for the repair of a temple." "Then I shall increase it slightly," Zhu Di replied, raising one finger to indicate 10,000 taels. "Your Majesty, please sit." The Minister of Rights complied. Seeing the Minister of Justice appear eager to dive into the fray, Li Qing quickly said, "Your Majesty, I have a proposal." "What? Do you also seek funds?" Zhu Di's eyes blazed with intensity. "Not at all," Li Qing clarified, reminding the court that, although they had reaped significant rewards this time, the once rare treasures had lost their value. Thus, the overseas treasures might not yield as much profit as before. After deducting the 600,000 taels, there would be little left. Coupled with the expenses from the weaving bureau and the porcelain kilns, it would barely suffice, making further expenditures ill-advised. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's expression darkened further, and in a fit of frustration, he declared, "Spend it all. Let not a single coin remain. It is not the scarcity of funds that troubles me, but the inequality of distribution." In this moment, Zhu Di felt a profound anger. When funds were lacking, he could not accomplish his ambitions, and now that wealth had arrived, his aspirations remained unfulfilled. Was this not a waste of resources? In a fit of rage, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table, rose with a grim countenance, and announced, "The Crown Prince shall preside over the feast. I am sated." He was filled with anger, and not only was there no increase in the construction of the capital, but there were also no funds left for building treasure ships. What reason did he have not to be furious? With that, Zhu Di disregarded his ministers and departed, taking his wife by the hand. The court officials rose to see him off, their emotions fraught with unease. The Minister of Justice wore the most troubled expression, thinking to himself, "I have yet to mention the funding matter. Your Majesty, do not leave." However, the Emperor was clearly beyond reason, and the minister dared not provoke further misfortune, resigning himself to his ill fate. The young prince, once his father had left the hall of heavenly peace, raised his hand to grab a turtle shell, munching on the edge of his robe, declaring, "Eat, everyone, eat well and drink well." Only then did the ministers take their seats and indulge in their feast. San Bao quietly remarked, "Your Highness, the Emperor is well." The young prince, with his greasy hands raised a wine cup, said, "San Bao, you have alleviated the financial burden of the Ming dynasty. I toast you." "Not at all," San Bao replied, raising his cup to the crown prince. San Bao finished his drink, poured another cup, and raised it in honor of the Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing smiled and raised his cup in return, drinking alongside him. As the Emperor and Empress departed, the ministers felt a sense of liberation, gradually loosening their constraints. The military officials engaged in games of chance, while the scholars recited poetry, creating a lively atmosphere. It must be said, when intellectuals let loose, the martial figures appear quite insignificant. What a spectacle! The fervor and excitement are palpable, unlike the warriors who merely boast. In this era, sophistication belongs to the realm of elegance, not something to be dismissed. Li Qing found it quite amusing. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Li Qing suggested, "Your Highness, consider finding a way to set aside some funds to present to the Emperor. If he is displeased, none of us shall find joy." The chubby minister chuckled ruefully and nodded, "I will calculate and allocate some funds for him." Li Qing sighed. "This entire affair requires your mediation. Truly a daunting task for you." "Oh, I've grown accustomed to it," the chubby minister replied nonchalantly. "The fact that my father has agreed to allocate such a considerable sum has already eased my burdens. Squeezing out a bit more money is not a challenge." With that, he continued to feast, urging others, "Do not hold back. Eat up." After the banquet, The chubby minister gathered the 6 ministers and Sambao and headed to the Eastern Palace. The previous allocation of silver was no longer valid. The chubby minister stated plainly that a portion of funds must be saved. Does His Highness intend for our Ministry of Justice to receive funding as well? The Minister of Justice was overjoyed, seeing a glimmer of hope. However, the chubby minister firmly shook his head. Let us skip the Ministry of Justice. You all know that the national treasury is strained. When funds become available in the future, everything will be as it should. Having painted a rosy picture, the chubby minister continued, Sambao, how much would it cost to add 10 ships? Sambao silently calculated and responded, if they are large vessels, it would require approximately 500,000 taels. That seems excessive, Xia Yuanji interjected, to my knowledge. The previous ships were not built at such a high cost. Minister Xia, you are mistaken. That was during mass production, and many materials were sourced from decommissioned ships, which accounted for that price, Sambao explained. Building treasure ships now would necessitate starting from scratch. Just sourcing the timber and transporting it to the capital will demand significant manpower and resources. Xia Yuanji frowned, poised to speak, but Li Qing interjected, shipbuilding is an investment. A single voyage can recoup the costs and yield substantial profits. This expenditure cannot be curtailed. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuanji ceased his objections. The chubby minister nodded, Minister Xia, how much can your Ministry of Revenue allocate? At most, we can squeeze out 200,000 taels, Xia Yuanji replied, looking troubled. Your Highness, the welfare of the people is paramount. The chubby minister teased. Indeed, several provinces have suffered from drought, but tax adjustments have already been made. While disasters may arise, it surely won't require that much. 1 tael of silver and 2 stones of rice could suffice for 4 million stones of grain for disaster relief. Xia Yuanji's face flushed, unable to articulate a response. Zhu Di, focused on military and state-building matters, might be oblivious to these intricacies. But the chubby minister was well aware and could not be easily deceived. Very well, the Ministry of Revenue shall allocate 1 million taels, the chubby minister declared. Set aside 1 million for grain purchases for disaster relief, and there will undoubtedly be a surplus. Xia Yuanji nodded helplessly. Yes, Your Highness. The chubby minister then said, Minister Jian, please share your thoughts. Jian Yi is a man of great discernment and adept in the art of governance. He immediately declared, the Ministry of Personnel can allocate 1 million. No, 150,000. The chubby fellow remarked that the tax revenue for the first half of the year was soon to arrive in the capital, and even if the old system were reinstated, distributing salaries in kind would not require such a sum. To my knowledge, during the most prosperous times of our Ming dynasty, salaries were never entirely dispensed in grains. Furthermore, by the second half of next year, the financial situation is expected to improve, contrary to your assertions. Jian Yi smiled wryly and inquired, what is the prince's intention? Salaries for officials will be adjusted to 70% in rice, 20% in silk and fabric, and 10% in cash, replied the chubby fellow. This is already better than the best times of the Hongwu era. One must learn to be content. Indeed, Your Highness, Jian Yi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, all eyes turned to the Minister of Works. Your Highness, what I ask is not excessive, the Minister of Works said, bracing himself. 2 river embankments will require at least 1 million taels, and even under the most favorable circumstances, squeezing out 40,000 is the utmost I can manage. The chubby fellow frowned in contemplation for a moment, and then said, I will not put you in a difficult position. 30,000 will suffice, provided that the quality of the project is guaranteed. Should there be any negligence, rest assured, Your Highness, the quality will be beyond reproach. The Minister of Works vowed earnestly. In truth, even 120,000 taels would leave a slight surplus, a fact the chubby fellow was aware of. Yet he also understood that allowing any corruption was unrealistic. If that were to happen, the matter would not be handled properly. At that moment, the Minister of Rights sighed and said, given the strain on the national treasury, let us forego this allocation from the Ministry of Rights. A mere 10,000 taels is hardly worth the trouble. You misunderstand. I meant to allocate additional funds to the Ministry of Rights. The chubby fellow pondered for a moment before proposing, let the funding be increased to 30,000 taels. After a pause, he added, the treasury has been tight these past 2 years, and I am grateful for everyone's diligent efforts. I shall take it upon myself to reward each of you with 50 taels of silver as encouragement. We thank Your Highness for the generous reward, they replied. The chubby fellow smiled and nodded, instructing Minister Xia to expedite the sale of overseas goods at reasonable prices to wealthy gentry, facilitating the court's operations. I shall obey your command, Your Highness. Minister Xia responded, bowing in acknowledgement. Following these arrangements, the chubby fellow managed to extract over 270,000 taels, nearly half of what was needed, and the others accepted it with pleasure. The chubby fellow always finds a way. Resolving the issue of unequal distribution, he rose and said, You may return to your tasks. The rewards will be dispensed alongside the monthly salaries. We shall take our leave, they said, bowing as they departed. San Bao, Minister Li. Please stay. The two turned back. Come with me to the Imperial Study, the chubby fellow instructed. In the Imperial Study, Zhu Di reclined in his chair, holding the Yongle encyclopedia, rendering his facial expression obscured. The three bowed in unison. We pay our respects to your majesty. As the encyclopedia was set aside, Zhu Di's somber countenance became visible. What is it? He inquired. There is indeed a matter, the chubby fellow affirmed. A good matter, Li Qing added. Your majesty. We have acquired wealth, San Bao chimed in. The three spoke in harmony, and Zhu Di's expression softened a bit. How much? He asked. The chubby fellow clasped his hands and replied, Father, after careful calculations, the Ministry of Revenue can allocate 1 million taels. The Ministry of Personnel can manage 150,000, and the Ministry of Works can provide 30,000. Oh, Zhu Di was taken aback, his lips curving into an involuntary smile, which he quickly suppressed, feigning concern. Producing such a quantity at once, will it not lead to errors? Nay, all has been meticulously calculated, the stout one assured. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's smile genuinely emerged. Very well. He casually placed the grand ceremony document on the table and said, Please, take your seats. The three took their places. Zhu Di inquired, San Bao, could you provide a rough estimate of the trade's worth? How much wealth shall we bring back? Over 270,000 taels of gold, and 470,000 taels of silver. Additionally, there is a substantial amount of rosewood, pepper, and musk. Conservatively estimated, the total value stands around 8 million taels. Indeed, that is considerable, Zhu Di remarked, clearly satisfied. After a careful calculation, he noted that after deducting the costs of the next maritime venture and the expenses of the Ministry of Personnel, Finance, and Works, there should remain 350,000 taels. With newfound wealth, Zhu Di's posture straightened. He declared, 50,000 taels for shipbuilding, 100,000 for the royal treasury, and the remainder shall be allocated to complete the canal's dredging. The leftover will be for the capital's construction. Gao Qi, I trust you will pay close attention to these matters. Yes, your son shall comply, he replied. Having accomplished his desires, Zhu Di felt a surge of joy and commanded, Bring forth food and wine. I wish to reward my great contributors. Your majesty need not go to such lengths, San Bao chuckled. I have already partaken in the victory feast. Li Qing jested, San Bao, you may not be hungry, but the emperor has yet to dine. Silence, lest you be mistaken for a mute, Zhu Di retorted, glaring at him. Then affectionately led San Bao to the front hall to sit. In that moment, San Bao was his cherished one, eclipsing even Li Qing. San Bao, stay a while longer. Rest well before embarking on another journey to the west, Zhu Di said with a smile. If you find yourself idle at home, feel free to visit the Longjiang shipyard. I shall obey, San Bao replied, nodding eagerly. The vast ocean may be magnificent, yet no scenery compares to the comfort of home. Before long, the food and drink were served, and the four raised their cups in a toast, save for the stout one, who continued to eat as if unsatisfied until Zhu Di called a halt. Enough with the eating. Starting tomorrow, you shall embark on a rigorous diet. Zhu Di huffed, do not think to slack off. I shall oversee your progress. Yes, father. The stout one nodded dejectedly, feeling as if life had lost its vibrancy. Seizing the opportunity amidst the drinking, Li Qing inquired of San Bao, San Bao, have you ever encountered a crop that is yellow, about the size of a fist, and buried in the soil? San Bao, perplexed, slowly shook his head. There is another crop. Its fruit also buried in the ground, red in color, edible raw, roasted, steamed, boiled, or even ground into flour for making cakes. Below is the fruit, while above are the vines. San Bao continued to shake his head, having never seen such a thing. Li Qing, somewhat disheartened yet undeterred, pressed on, there is yet another crop. Taller than a person, bearing yellow cobs that, once threshed, glimmer like gold. Each kernel is about the size of a fingernail. This time, San Bao did not shake his head but looked at Li Qing with astonishment. Have you, teacher, also encountered this crop? Chapter 78. Florangi, Yongla rice Li Qing suddenly halted, overwhelmed with joy. So, you truly have seen this crop? Indeed. Sambao nodded. I have brought back some. In a couple of days, when the ship docks, you can take a look, and it should indeed be the variety you mentioned. He added, is it possible to cook and eat them before they are fully mature? Yes. Yes, that's the one, Li Qing exclaimed with great delight. How much did you bring back? Sambao chuckled. Not much. I treated it as a rare commodity to bring along. The cakes made from it taste quite decent, but if consumed in excess, they can cause discomfort and throat irritation. After accounting for losses during transport, I managed to secure about 100 stones. Li Qing felt a tinge of regret, but since they had located it, they could introduce it on a larger scale during the next voyage, which was indeed splendid news. Sambao, in which country did you discover this crop? In the land of Ferlangi, the farthest place I've traveled during these voyages, Sambao replied. The people there have a particular fondness for maritime adventures and have also mastered the art of firearms production, though not to our level. Their weaponry is still formidable. However, their shipbuilding skills are quite lacking, and many have perished in their quests. After a pause, he recounted how their treasure ship had not initially planned to go there. They were on the verge of returning when they encountered a conflict between two nations. He intervened to mediate, which led to his acquaintance with the Ferlangi people, who were impressed by the might of our Ming dynasty and invited us to visit their land. Li Qing scratched his head, uncertain about which nation Ferlangi referred to. But it was of little concern to him. His focus was on the corn. They must have a considerable amount of this crop in their country, right? Li Qing inquired. Not particularly, Sambao replied. This crop was also brought back from other nations and has not been widely cultivated. Noticing the disappointment on Li Qing's face, he asked, are you hoping to cultivate this crop widely in the Ming dynasty? Indeed. This crop exhibits strong drought resistance and can be grown in regions across several provinces that frequently face drought conditions, Li Qing explained. Moreover, its yield per acre surpasses that of wheat and rice, allowing for perfect staggering of wheat planting times. I see. Sambao chuckled. If it's for seed purposes, it would certainly be more than sufficient. After a moment, he curiously asked, Sir, we have never encountered this crop in the Ming dynasty. It is my first time seeing it. How did you come to know about it? Well, I read about it in a book. Li Qing laughed awkwardly. Continuing to confirm, is the ear about half a foot long, and does it not require husking like rice, but can be directly ground into flour for making cakes? Yes. Precisely that, Sambao replied with a light laugh. If I didn't know that you've been in the capital, I would have thought you sailed with the fleet. The two were engrossed in their lively conversation, leaving Zhu Di and his son unable to interject, appearing as if they had never witnessed such a scene. Observing the two engrossed in their discussion, Zhu Di felt somewhat embarrassed and cleared his throat. Ahem, I would like to say a few words. The two ceased their chatter and turned towards Zhu Di. Your Majesty, please proceed. Damn it, what should I say? Zhu Di found himself at a loss. Fortunately, the little chubby boy quickly alleviated the awkwardness. Every region nurtures its own people, and the same applies to crops. Foreign crops may not necessarily be suitable for cultivation in the Ming dynasty. Li Qing smiled. Now that we have around 100 stones of seeds, although we have missed the current planting season, we can trial them nationwide next year. Whether they are suitable will soon be known. Zhu Di, unable to tolerate Li Qing's evident satisfaction, grumbled, You seem quite confident in this crop, don't you? According to the description in the book, this crop can indeed be cultivated in the Ming dynasty. Li Qing nodded, fully confident in its feasibility. Your Majesty, there are only a limited number of seeds. Even if it fails, the loss is negligible. He spoke earnestly. If successful, it will bring immense benefits to the Ming. Zhu Di hesitated momentarily before conceding. Then let us proceed with the trial. However, if it does not succeed, you shall bear the loss. He added, I know you possess wealth. Li Qing rolled his eyes. But what if it succeeds? If it does, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. Agreed. Li Qing readily accepted. Although the wager was uneven, he knew the outcome and was pleased nonetheless. Now that we have corn, we should also have potatoes and sweet potatoes, Li Qing thought, unwilling to relent. He fetched paper and pen, sketching his recollections of the potato and sweet potato for Sambao to see. This endeavor bore fruit. This one seems to be it. Sambao pointed at the potato, albeit uncertain, though it does differ somewhat. The ones from the west bloom. Indeed, this plant does flower. Li Qing was overjoyed. Are the seeds beneath the flowers a yellowish hue and the size of a fist? Sambao shook his head. I cannot say. I thought the plant itself was merely a flower. Li Qing felt disheartened. as he had not received the answers he sought, his mind in turmoil. Potatoes, unlike corn, have an exceptionally high yield, and their introduction to the Ming could vastly improve the lives of the common people. With sufficient food, the population would surely surge. Li Qing yearned to send Sanbao to sea immediately, but he ultimately restrained himself. Sanbao's identification of the potato remained ambiguous. Having been at sea for over 2 years, it seemed too harsh to keep him from rest. Sanbao, on your next voyage, be sure to examine this plant thoroughly. If it is indeed the potato, the benefits to the Ming would be unparalleled. The curious Xiao Peng asked, can this be eaten? Eat, 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 always thinking of food. Zhu Di reprimanded. Your Majesty, do not be angry. This indeed can be consumed and boasts a remarkably high yield. Li Qing calculated conservatively. Its yield is at least 4 times that of rice, if not more. What? 4 times that of rice? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed, and it is not as delicate as rice, making it far easier to cultivate. Zhu Di looked skeptical. I have read little. Do not deceive me. If you doubt, shall we wager again? Zhu Di proposed. Previously, we wagered your estate. Now let us wager your salary. The 4th prince's scheme was undeniably astute. No problem, Li Qing readily accepted, and if you lose? 1,000 taels of gold. Agreed. 2 days later, the treasure ship returned. Upon hearing the news, Li Qing eagerly accompanied Sanbao to the Yangtze River port. Arriving at the hold containing the corn, Sanbao untied the burlap sack, presenting a handful of corn with a smile. Is this it, sir? Yes, yes, this is it, Li Qing exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent as he stepped forward to grasp a handful of corn, his eyes shimmering with delight. As his fingers opened slightly, the kernels fell into the sack, producing a crisp and delightful sound. Li Qing was entranced, believing that this sound was even more melodious than the most enchanting music. What a marvelous treasure! Li Qing wore a beaming smile, although the yield was merely 100 sure. It was sufficient for trial cultivation across various provinces of the Ming dynasty. Sanbao chuckled. It seems that the greatest treasure from this maritime venture is not the 8 million taels of wealth, but rather these golden rice seeds. Golden rice? He added, somewhat sheepishly, as the name had just slipped from his lips. Quite fitting, Li Qing remarked, refraining from correction, for names are but mere designations. Furthermore, as it was Sanbao who had discovered and brought them back, he was entitled to bestow a name. In the future, whenever the common folk mention golden rice, they will inevitably speak of you, Sanbao. Sanbao, modestly smiling, was filled with joy. The allure of being immortalized in history was irresistible. At that moment, Zhu Di, having inspected the gold and silver, entered accompanied by the imperial guards. Your Majesty, behold, this is the golden rice brought back by Sanbao, Li Qing exclaimed, presenting a handful for inspection. Sanbao stood by to elucidate, explaining that once ground into flour, it could be used to make cakes much like wheat, though it lacked the fine texture of wheat. Zhu Di nodded appreciatively. The flavor was of little consequence, as long as it could satiate hunger, especially since there were still commoners who struggled to find enough to eat. These grains are indeed substantial, Zhu Di remarked, intrigued as he pinched a kernel. If it can be cultivated like rice, 1 mu could yield 7 or 8 sure. Sanbao, with a wry smile, replied, however, this crop cannot be sown too densely, or it will not produce cobs. He further added, the measurement standards in France differ from those in the Ming. I am unsure of the precise yield per mu, but it should not be less than that of rice. Zhu Di nodded. Does this grain have a name? Just as Li Qing was about to remind him of the earlier mention of golden rice, Sanbao interjected, I humbly request your Majesty to bestow a name. Zhu Di chuckled lightly. Let it be called Yonglo rice. Your Majesty, you possess a gift for naming, Li Qing remarked with a teasing tone as he clasped his hands in respect. Zhu Di felt a flush of warmth on his face and shot him a glare before instructing the imperial guards. Take this Yonglo rice back to the palace and store it safely for the crown prince. As you command, the guards responded, stepping forward to begin the transport. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing grasped a generous handful, contemplating planting some at home. Although the planting season had passed, one could create conditions as needed. It was only mid-July, and with the warm climate of Jinling, careful attention to insulation would suffice. As the group disembarked from the vessel and stood at the port watching the officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works unloading goods, they wore expressions of delight. Next time we engage in maritime trade, we must prepare even more goods, Zhu Di remarked, having tasted the sweetness of success. Sanbao, in a few days, the Longjiang shipyard will commence operations. Do make time to visit. As you command, Sambao replied with a smile. Sir, what is this? The three young women asked, gazing in wonder at the golden corn. Is this also rice? Well, one could say so, Li Qing nodded. These are the seeds Sambao brought back from the west, and the emperor has named them Yongla rice. Such large grains must yield a high output, Wan Ling observed. Li Qing shook his head with a chuckle. It's not as simple as you think. It cannot be sown too densely. About 3,000 plants per mu would be ideal. Planting too many will result in no harvest. As he explained the characteristics of corn to the three women, he directed the laborers in their tasks. Within an hour, they had cultivated approximately half a mu in the sunny spot. Li Qing personally undertook the task of planting, placing a seed every half foot, with a spacing of 1.5 feet between rows, ultimately sowing around 200 seeds. After they sprouted, he planned to thin them out, and that would suffice. Once this was completed, it was time for lunch. Li Qing washed his hands and returned to the main hall of the backyard with the three ladies. On this sweltering summer day, appetite was scarce. There were no lavish dishes, just cucumbers tossed with century eggs, crisp and refreshing, paired with chilled bayberry wine, an exquisite delight. The fruit wine was of low alcohol content, allowing for indulgence without the fear of intoxication. The three ladies enjoyed quite a bit. After lunch, the four of them retreated to the air-conditioned room to cool off. The three ladies were quite intrigued by this novel crop, incessantly inquiring, Sir, can this Yongla rice really grow taller than a person? Sir, is it delicious when cooked? How long until harvest? Li Qing, clad in loose shorts and reclining on the couch, answered each question in turn. It 1 TB long. This crop has a short maturation cycle, about 100 days or so. Li Qing smiled, estimating that they would be able to enjoy it in about 3 months. After some light-hearted banter, noticing their drowsiness, Li Qing stretched lazily and said, You may rest. I must prepare the medicinal wine for Duke Liang, and then I shall step out. At the Duke Liang's residence, Lan Yu eagerly tore open the wine seal, inhaling deeply and revealing a look of bliss. What a fine wine, he exclaimed, pouring himself a bowl and taking a sip, his face lighting up with satisfaction. It has been ages since I've savored such a delicacy, truly delightful. Though the wine is exquisite, do not overindulge, Li Qing cautioned with a smile. Rest assured, I wish to live a few more days, Lan Yu chuckled. I've been awaiting this wine. Otherwise, I would have ventured far long ago. At your age, where do you intend to go? Li Qing replied, somewhat exasperated. Isn't it better to stay at home and rest? Lan Yu shook his head, sighing. I wish to return to my hometown. If I do not go back now, I fear there may not be another opportunity. After a pause, he added, and to see Yintong as well. Li Qing fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He had heard Lan Yu speak of his family. Lan Yu had been an orphan from a young age, raised by his sister and brother-in-law, forming a deep bond with them. Naturally, he cherished his only niece dearly. To be honest, had it not been for the rebellion of the fourth prince, and had Jiang Wen reigned a few more years, the military leaders would have reached their limit, and Lan Yu would undoubtedly have allied with them to support Zhu Yuntong's ascension. However, the fourth prince rebelled prematurely. Consider this a blessing. The current situation could not be more favorable, Li Qing reassured him. In truth, it is quite good. Although he possesses no power, he has not lost his wealth and honor. Lan Yu smiled wryly and nodded. At my age, even if I wish to stir things up, I lack the energy, and I no longer have the strength for it. Alas, it is what it is. It was evident that he felt a sense of discontent, yet felt powerless to change his circumstances. Li Qing was at a loss for how to console him. Lan Yu's life had been illustrious, yet it was also filled with frustration. In his youth, he was accused of nepotism. As an adult, he was overshadowed by seasoned generals like Chang Yuchen, Su De, and Li Wenzhong. After a hard-fought battle at Fishery Sea, he finally gained fame, only to see the prince he supported perish. Later, his nephew also fell short in the struggle for legitimacy, and eventually, the fourth prince's successful rebellion left him still underappreciated. One could say that Lan Yu had spent nearly his entire life enveloped in melancholy. Lan Yu was indeed arrogant, yet possessed genuine capability. Such a person, with such a temperament and fate, evoked a sense of melancholy in Li Qing. Ultimately, Li Qing sighed and smiled, saying, Return early. Your future drinking expenses will be on me. Haha, I thank you for that, Lan Yu replied. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, and as the scorching sun began to soften, Lan Yu said, I must take my leave now. I won't impose on you any longer. When I return, we shall converse at length. Have you informed the emperor? I did so long ago, Lan Yu chuckled. Rest assured, I am no longer the person I once was. With children and grandchildren aplenty, I will certainly consider their welfare. Allow me to see you off. No need. Lan Yu waved his hand dismissively. I have everything packed. It would be an imposition on your busy schedule. Given our relationship, such formalities are unnecessary. Li Qing nodded with a smile, lingered for a moment, and only returned after watching the carriage fade into the distance. As days passed, the land measurement was completed. Following this reassessment, the Ming dynasty gained over 20 million acres of arable land. According to the Ministry of Revenue Statistics, the total farmland owned by officials and commoners combined reached a staggering 87 million acres. However, the size of an acre during this era was somewhat smaller than in later periods, approximately 610 square meters, and the grain yield was far inferior to that of future generations. In the south, the annual yield was over 3 stones per acre, while in the north it was less than 3 stones, even under favorable weather conditions. In this era, even a minor disaster could drastically diminish crop yields. With the land measurement completed, the tax system became more manageable. The simplification of taxation made the financial landscape of the Ming dynasty clearer, facilitating the emperor's ability to govern effectively. The policy of integrating household registration with land assessments was being methodically implemented in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, gradually expanding outward. This smooth progress was largely due to the court's consideration of the interests of officials and gentry, who enjoyed a tax reduction of 30%, thus minimizing conflicts of interest. Sometimes, a bit of compromise was not detrimental. A rigid approach would have rendered the policy unfeasible. Nevertheless, after assessments by the Ministry of Revenue, it was projected that the annual tax revenue of the Ming dynasty could increase by over 30%. The policy was first implemented in the south, liberating landless and underprivileged citizens, leading to a surge in urban labor migration and the flourishing of handicrafts, such as furniture making, embroidery, cosmetics, and tailoring, contributing significantly to the treasury while simultaneously fostering economic development. However, this population movement also brought about numerous challenges for local officials, with persistent calls against the lifting of restrictions flooding into the capital. As people moved, complications arose, an inevitable situation. In the imperial study, Zhu Di expressed his exasperation, cursing vehemently. All they do is complain. What is wrong with working harder? Besides, the common folk are only permitted to operate within their own regions. What grievances could there be? Damn it, if they spend as much time working as they do whining, they could have accomplished several tasks by now. Li Qing, your servant is here. This national policy was proposed by you. You must take responsibility, Zhu Di said, fuming. Do you have a plan? Li Qing hesitated. I do have an idea, but I doubt the emperor will agree. How can you be certain I won't agree if you do not speak up? Zhu Di, somewhat irked, urged, speak quickly. It's quite simple. Raise the salaries. You speak nonsense. Zhu Di retorted in a fit of rage. In this regard, he was just like his father, stingy to the core, with identical phrasing. The allowances I provide are more than sufficient, even leaving some surplus. Your Majesty, please do not rush. There's no need to say more. A salary increase is out of the question, Zhu Di asserted decisively. The treasury's funds are not conjured from thin air. One must learn to be content, and the same applies to those in office. After a brief pause, he continued, You know me well. I am not an avaricious person. Yet expenditures cannot be frivolous. Chapter 80. Zhu Di's pain point. Zhu Di was indeed generous in his spending, but when it came to the salaries of officials, he was exceedingly parsimonious. I have already allocated them enough. There is no room for negotiation. Can you consider other alternatives? Forgive my incompetence. Li Qing could not help but jest. You wish for the horse to run while simultaneously denying it feed. Such a situation is utterly fanciful. Zhu Di grew irritated. Then pray tell, how have they increased their output? The number of people remains unchanged. The number of people may be constant, yet the matters at hand are not. Li Qing corrected. With the continual influx of rural residents into the cities, the demands on the government have naturally increased. Little Fatty seized the opportunity to interject. Li Qing is right. Now that the common folk are free from household tax burdens, they aspire to move to the cities for better livelihoods. This is advantageous for the nation, yet from the government's perspective, managing citizens who remain in their original locales is far simpler. He paused before advising, Father, following the land measurement and the phased implementation of the tax reforms, the future tax revenue for the Ming dynasty is projected to increase by at least 30%. With nearly 40,000 officials in the Ming Even an increment of 5 stones per person amounts to only 200,000 stones, insufficient to augment the tax revenue by 2%. Moreover, once these reforms are smoothly executed, the additional tax revenue will undoubtedly surpass this figure. Conversely, the positive impacts of the land tax reforms will diminish. Thus, this amount of money is truly negligible in comparison. Zhu Di furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before turning to Yao Guangxiao. Old monk, do you have any suggestions? The old monk remained silent, having dozed off in his seat. After calling out a few times, he finally stirred, awakening from his slumber. Your Majesty, did you call for me? Dao Yin was indeed aged at 80, and his hearing had somewhat diminished. He could hardly perceive anything unless spoken to loudly. Little Fatty raised his voice and succinctly recounted the matter. Upon hearing this, Dao Yin clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I too believe that we might consider raising the official salaries. He then added, however, the increase should not be based on rank, but rather standardized across the board. Dukes should receive an increase of 5 stones, as should county officials. For county officials, a 5-stone raise is nearly a doubling of their salary, which would undoubtedly motivate them. Although the monthly increase of 5 stones may seem trivial to the dukes, it would still serve to placate them and demonstrate your fairness, Your Majesty. Despite his advanced age, Dao Yin retained his clarity of thought. This strategy was indeed astute. Though all would receive a 5-stone increase, the primary beneficiaries would be the local officials who manage substantial affairs. It would be akin to a company granting a salary increase for a manager earning 100,000. A 5,000 raise pales in comparison to an employee earning 5,000 receiving the same increment, wherein the latter's sense of satisfaction would greatly surpass that of the former. Dao Yin chuckled, saying, From the Minister of Works down to the county magistrates of the 7th rank, the salary shall uniformly increase by 5 stones. Below the county magistrate, including deputy magistrates, clerks, and judicial officers, the increase shall be 2 stones. Altogether, the monthly expenditure will not exceed 100,000 stones. This substantial reduction eased Zhu Di's initial resistance, and he nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound, master. Afterward, he cast a discontented glance at his son, exclaiming, You reckless spendthrift, suggesting an increase of 200,000. The emperor's reprimand is just, the chubby son replied with a forced smile. Should we proceed with this implementation? Zhu Di, still displeased, nodded but decided to leave the opportunity to curry favor to his son, saying, You handle it. Your will is my command, the son acknowledged, bowing as he took his leave. With the dilemma resolved and expenses reduced, Zhu Di's mood lightened, and the furrowed lines on his brow smoothed out. As he gazed at the wrinkled face of Dao Yin, a flicker of concern crossed his features. Old monk, your health is not what it used to be. Dao Yin, having not heard clearly, prompted Zhu Di to repeat himself, which he did with increased volume. Dao Yin then offered a wry smile. At 80, one cannot compare to youth. Indeed, Zhu Di sighed, we are all growing old. He then turned his gaze to Li Qing, expressing his displeasure. You, however, appear unchanged from your former self. Li Qing, somewhat awkward, responded, I have practiced martial arts since childhood. Being under 60, my health naturally surpasses that of the master. Having served in the capital since the 15th year of Hongwu, he had spent over 30 years in service. If he had been merely 20 at that time, he was now in his 50s, thus requiring no cane. To others, he appeared to be of similar age to Zhu Di, both nearing 60. Li Qing contemplated crafting a golden cane in the coming years, for the sake of extravagance. Zhu Di cast him a dismissive glance but softened his tone, saying, At this age, why concern oneself with appearances? You need not wear that mask anymore. You bear those scars for the sake of the Ming, and I shall not allow anyone to speak ill of you. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Qing replied with a smile. I have grown accustomed to wearing it. Now that it is off, I feel somewhat unsettled. This condition is quite agreeable. Do as you wish, Zhu Di acquiesced. Come, let us retire to the front hall for a conversation. As the years advanced, the once valiant Prince of Yin began to show signs of fatigue, no longer displaying the martial vigor of his youth, and his discourse revolved around past events. It is common for one of advanced years to reminisce about their youth, and Zhu Di was no exception. As the imperial kitchen delivered wine and delicacies, the trio engaged in casual conversation while dining. Dao Yin abstained from alcohol, yet he did not shy away from boasting. Most of the tales, however, were recounted by Zhu Di, with the others listening attentively. I was but a child under 10 when I dared to venture alone to seek my father during his campaigns. He even praised my courage. Zhu Di mused, reflecting on a time when he knew no fear, feeling as if he possessed boundless energy. Zhu Di's ramblings revealed his father's high expectations of him, as well as the affection he received, second only to his elder brother, Zhu Biao. Li Qing understood that this was an expression of Zhu Di's insecurity, a constant reminder of his unrightful ascension, a wound that would forever ache. He sought to validate himself as the emperor's most favored, aside from the deceased crown prince, Zhu Qiyu. The historical records revised by Emperor Jiangwen had been discarded by Zhu Di, who undertook the task of rewriting them, imbuing the new account with a considerable amount of personal bias to conceal his own insecurities. It is indeed a pity for Zhu Di. During the reign of Jiangwen, he lived in trepidation, and even after ascending the throne, he remained apprehensive, fearing public scorn, dreading a resurgence of Jiangwen, and worrying about facing his father in the afterlife. Li Qing sighed deeply and earnestly remarked, "Your Majesty, in truth, the founding emperor had contemplated passing the throne to you. Is that so?" Zhu Di paused, his breath quickening. "Did my father truly consider entrusting the throne to me?" Li Qing nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. But due to the greater circumstances and the fear of setting a precedent for the vassal princes to seize the imperial seat, he was left with no choice." "I knew it. I knew it," Zhu Di exclaimed, taking a hearty swig of wine, his chest heaving with emotion, and it took a while for his excitement to settle. "What my father worried about was that if I were in his position, I might make the same decision." Zhu Di sighed, yet joy still illuminated his expression. "Imperial attendant." The attendant hurried forward, cleverly beginning to take notes, murmuring, "In the month of Rinshun, the Grand Tutor and the Lesser Tutor were present. The Grand Tutor remarked that the founding emperor intended to pass the throne to you, yet it was all the mischief of that Jiangwen child." Zhu Di interjected, and the attendant paused momentarily before dutifully recording it. Li Qing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all. Once the attendant finished his notes, Zhu Di dismissed him, and they resumed their revelry. In high spirits, Zhu Di drank heartily, his face flushed with a hint of intoxication. "I wonder how Jiangwen is faring," Zhu Di mused. "If only I could find him, and we could sit together, uncle and nephew, and have a calm and heartfelt conversation. How wonderful that would be." He turned to Li Qing. "Don't you agree?" Li Qing remained silent, well aware of the murderous intent hidden behind Zhu Di's facade. He understood the younger man's thoughts all too well. "What you say is true, Your Majesty, but alas," Li Qing lamented, "perhaps he has already passed away." Zhu Di fixed his gaze on Li Qing, but the latter, masked and inscrutable, left Zhu Di with no choice but to relinquish his inquiries. "Be honest with me. Do you know where Jiangwen is?" "I truly do not." Li Qing shook his head. "Your Majesty, why are you so convinced that I am hiding him? If I were to support him, would I assist you?" Zhu Di opened his mouth, only to let out a bitter laugh. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us continue." With a nostalgic tone, Zhu Di spoke of the valiant days of yore, and after a while, Li Qing grew weary of the reminiscence, merely offering perfunctory responses. After chatting for a while, the banquet finally came to a close. Zhu Di remarked, "Old monk, do not come running back and forth anymore. Let the crown prince seek you out." He paused. "Li Qing, you must also be vigilant. The crown prince is as he is. But the grandson of the emperor must not be complacent. Do not merely think of sloth, for he is the hope of our Ming dynasty." Chapter 81. Corn and pork rib soup. At the Yongqing Marquis Manor, Zhu Zhanji practiced a series of deadly spear techniques. "Qingbo, what do you think?" "Quite good," came the reply. "However, I feel that the rhythm of the lethal move is still somewhat unrefined, far from the fluidity you possess, where the spear seems almost alive." Zhu Zhanji said, "Qingbo, if you have any tips, please do not keep them to yourself. We are allies after all. I have imparted all the techniques to you. The rest lies in practice." Li Qing chuckled. "You still need to train." "Very well." Zhu Zhanji was somewhat disheartened by the absence of the anticipated secret manual, yet his interest shifted towards corn. "Qingbo, did you not mention that the planting season had already passed? How can we still cultivate it?" Li Qing pointed towards the mobile tent nearby. "Indeed, the optimal planting period had elapsed, but I can create conditions. By basking in the sun during the day and covering it with the tent at night, this is the environment that Li Qing devised. However, corn requires high temperatures for full maturity, which are currently unattainable. Li Qing's original intention was to enjoy tender corn. In just 3 to 5 days, it would be ready to boil. If you wish to partake, come by then. Is it delicious?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied with a smile. noting that most novel ingredients are delightful upon the first taste. Furthermore, boiled tender corn is inherently flavorful, especially when stewed with ribs, enhancing the taste even more. Lost in thought, Li Qing could not help but salivate. After wandering through the cornfield, he discovered several ears of plump, tender corn. Observing this, Zhu Zhanji immediately declared, "Qingba, I will not leave for lunch today." "Very well," Li Qing responded in a tone laced with indulgence. "Whatever you wish to eat, I shall have someone prepare it. As a guest, I am content with whatever is served." Zhu Zhanji chuckled, picking up the red tassel spear to practice once more. Li Qing mused. Youth is indeed a blessing. When the three women learned that the crown prince would dine at the residence and that the longed-for yongla rice would be served, they eagerly volunteered to cook, determined not to squander the opportunity. Occasionally engaging in such tasks is quite enjoyable. Li Qing was delighted to indulge in their culinary efforts and allowed them to busy themselves. As autumn waned in Jinling, the climate was at its most pleasant of the year. With a volume of the Yongla encyclopedia in hand, Li Qing reclined in a chair, occasionally offering insights to Zhu Zhanji, finding it quite amusing. At noon, the two dined in a pavilion. The meal was not overly extravagant. A pot of corn and rib soup, generously portioned, accompanied by a plate of steamed fish and a plate of preserved eggs, sufficient for two. How fragrant! Zhu Zhanji, famished after his practice, rolled up his sleeves, ready to feast, when he was suddenly drawn to the preserved eggs. "Qingba, are these salted duck eggs?" "Let us call it that." Li Qing chuckled. "I refer to them as preserved eggs. Give it a try. The flavor is delightful." Zhu Zhanji hesitated. The translucent, glossy egg appeared too dark, reminiscent of something spoiled. Could it be edible? "These are a delicacy, and only here can you find them," Li Qing assured him. Noticing Zhu Zhanji's reluctance, he took the initiative to sample a piece, exclaiming, "Once you leave the Ho residence, you may not have the chance to taste them." Seeing Li Qing indulge, Zhu Zhanji summoned his courage to take a piece. After a few chews, his eyes lit up. Truly delicious. Indeed, what a wise grandson. Zhu Zhanji quickly grasped the essence, focusing on the yolk-laden portions, his chopsticks moving with fervor. His manner of eating bore a striking resemblance to his father. Li Qing shook his head, chuckling, as he scooped a small bowl of corn and rib soup, savoring it slowly. To partake in corn during this era brought Li Qing immense satisfaction, evoking a peculiar sense of nostalgia for the future. Having finished with the preserved eggs, Zhu Zhanji turned his attention to the yongla rice, disregarding the ribs entirely. The pale yellow corn, glistening from the stew, appeared plump and utterly appetizing. As I took a bite, the tender and smooth texture of the corn, paired with the savory aroma of the ribs, was nothing short of exquisite. Truly delightful. Zhu Zhanji generously declared, "Qingba, you indulge in the meat. I shall take charge of this coarse grain, the yongla rice." Without waiting for Li Qing's response, he eagerly devoured the corn. Li Qing was left somewhat speechless, as there were only 2 ears of corn in the bowl, and Zhu Zhanji's appetite was insatiable. "Leave some for me." Li Qing quickly grabbed 2 pieces for himself, securing his share. After a hearty burp, Zhu Zhanji, looking utterly satisfied, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Qingba. This meal has been the most delicious I have ever had. I shall return often for such feasts." Li Qing offered a polite remark, but Zhu Zhanji was unreserved, insisting not only on returning, but also wanting to take some corn and century eggs with him. "Finished eating and drinking, and you wish to take more?" Li Qing remarked with a hint of annoyance. "We've only prepared these few ears of yongla rice. If you desire more, you must wait a couple of days. The century eggs are gone. I will make more later." "Qingba, I am bringing them for my father," Zhu Zhanji replied, displaying a filial demeanor. "He is always busy with official matters and works so hard. I want him to enjoy some too." All right, Li Qing sighed. "I will prepare some century eggs for you shortly, but the yongla rice will need to wait 2 days. Do not worry, I have over 150 stalks. I cannot consume them all myself." "Then thank you, Qingba." Zhu Zhanji beamed with joy. After feasting to their heart's content, Zhu Zhanji's enthusiasm rekindled. "Qingba, shall we give it a try?" "Let us give it a try." The two moved to a spacious area for safety, wielding long sticks. Zhu Zhanji, brimming with confidence, planted his stick into the ground and proudly proclaimed, "Qingba, as the elder, you should go first." "No need. This old body of mine still possesses vigor," Li Qing replied. "Very well." Zhu Zhanji, undeterred, hefted his stick and launched an aggressive attack, executing a fierce rhythm aimed directly at the heart of the matter. Li Qing, reacting swiftly, evaded Zhu Zhangji's assault and positioned his stick against Zhu's chest. Had this been a battlefield, that strike would have claimed Zhu Zhangji's life. Indeed, your prowess remains formidable, Qingba. Zhu Zhangji huffed, retracting his stick and exhaling deeply. In that case, I shall not hold back. Do not spare me, Qing uncle. With that, he attacked once more. His moves strikingly fierce, clearly a result of his relentless practice. Yet, it was to no avail. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Zhangji swung his stick in frustration, exclaiming, "No more. I am sore all over from your strikes. You truly hold nothing back." "No, I did hold back. Otherwise, a single blow would have ended you." Li Qing chuckled. "Practice more. I have trained for most of my life, while you have only just begun." This revelation eased Zhu Zhangji's spirit somewhat, and he curiously inquired, "Qingba, I have heard that your master was the immortal Zhang Lada. Was he not even more formidable?" "Indeed," Li Qing nodded. "But the tales of immortals are mere fabrications by the common folk. He was simply a person of exceptional martial skill. Due to his ties with the aging Jiating, Li Qing genuinely wished for the Zhu family to avoid such paths. There are no immortals, and that elder has long since passed." "Has he really departed?" "Yes. He has been gone for several years." Li Qing spoke candidly, as the old man could no longer hear. He did not wish to delve deeper into this topic and instead shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. "You have grown up now. It is time for you to share some of your burdens with your father." Li Qing took the lead towards the pavilion, stating, "Your grandfather has high expectations for you. He will not be upset if you involve yourself in political affairs." Zhu Zhangji followed in Li Qing's footsteps, helplessly replying, "I have considered it. But my father does not allow me to engage in politics at such a young age, nor does he permit me to learn from him." "Not allowing you to learn from him?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Zhangji continued, "My father said he can operate this way because he has my grandfather's support. However, if I were to become emperor and behave like him, it would not bode well for the Ming dynasty." Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Your father possesses great insight. He speaks the truth." Seeing his concurrence, Zhu Zhangji lamented, "Then who shall I learn from?" "From your grandfather," Li Qing suggested. "But he hardly manages affairs," Zhu Zhangji lamented. "When he does handle state matters, it is always in a broad and vague manner, and it is primarily dictated by grandfather's decisions. I cannot learn anything substantial." Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. For a ruler, grasping the overarching strategy is sufficient. If one were to attend to every detail personally, what purpose would the officials serve? As they conversed, the two arrived at the pavilion. Zhu Zhangji sat down, deep in thought, and nodded. "Uncle Qing, you are correct. However, sometimes I ponder how fortunate my grandfather is." "How so?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Zhangji replied, "He only needs to focus on the grand direction. All the tasks are handled by my father. He can fulfill his ambitions without the burden of worry. Is that not a form of happiness?" Li Qing wholeheartedly agreed, remarking that this was indeed true. Zhu Di was quite fortunate to have a capable son. Were it not for the little fatty, Zhu Di would not be able to act so freely. Chapter 82. A prophetic saying. "Uncle Qing, how is your health?" Zhu Zhangji suddenly asked. Li Qing instinctively nodded, puzzled by the question. "What is it?" Zhu Zhangji continued. "Can you still live for another 30 years? "Perhaps," Li Qing replied, feeling an ominous premonition. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing, just asking," Zhu Zhangji chuckled, mumbling softly. "So, it seems you should live until I ascend the throne." Li Qing retorted, "Have you eaten enough?" "Yes," Zhu Zhangji nodded awkwardly. "Then go find the old monk," Li Qing replied tersely. "He does not have many years left. Hurry and learn his skills, for you may not have the opportunity later." "All right," Zhu Zhangji nodded. "What about the century egg?" "Uncle Qing, I brought it from my father," he emphasized. "Wait, I will have someone fetch it." A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhangji returned with a small basket of century eggs, beaming from ear to ear. "Uncle Qing, I must take my leave now. Please take care of your health." Li Qing replied with a stern expression, "Do not worry, I will manage." The following day, after attending the afternoon court session, Li Qing arrived home only to have the little fatty visit immediately. "Is it business or private?" "Private." "What is it?" The little fatty replied shyly, "Do you still have century eggs?" Li Qing teased, "Did not the emperor instruct you to lose weight? Why are you still thinking about eating?" "I have lost weight." The little fatty spread his hands. "I now only eat 4 bowls of rice per meal. I am already quite restrained." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Eating too many century eggs is not good for you. For your health, I cannot give you any, even if there are some left. You would finish an entire basket in a day, Even a landlord's family cannot sustain such an appetite. What? An entire basket? Little Fatty was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in anger. This rascal, he only gave me 3. Damn, isn't this a scheme to deceive me? With that, he turned to head back to the palace to confront someone. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and said, "Hey, Qing, could you give me a bit more?" Li Qing, with a face full of exasperation, nevertheless had someone fetch him a little more. "You've lost some weight. Keep at it, and aim to get down to 200, 202 will suffice," Li Qing remarked. "Being overly heavy is detrimental. Think of high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and so forth." Little Fatty broke into a sweat upon hearing this. "Is it really that serious?" "Indeed, it is," Li Qing replied with a huff. "You are no longer young, and with all the governmental duties you have, if you do not take care of your health, something will surely go awry." "I will be more mindful," Little Fatty declared earnestly. "Starting tomorrow, I'll only eat 3 bowls of rice per meal." Li Qing chuckled. "Eat less rice, but also reduce your vegetable intake." "All right," Little Fatty agreed, pausing momentarily before hesitantly inquiring. "I've heard that Yongla rice can be cooked and eaten now? Follow me." Li Qing led him to the cornfield and picked a few ears for him, promising to bring him more once they matured in a couple of days. "Thank you, Qing," Little Fatty exclaimed, joyfully carrying a full basket. "I must take my leave now. There are still some governmental matters I need to attend to." Li Qing advised. "Make sure to move around more. Don't spend all day sitting idle. Even with your busy duties, you should still find time for yourself." "Ah, goodbye, Qing." Little Fatty nodded, taking a few steps before turning back. "Is there anything else?" Little Fatty smiled sheepishly. "Rather than simply giving fish, it is better to teach fishing. How do you make those century eggs, Qing? Once I finish eating, I would like to have someone prepare some. You certainly know how to phrase things." Li Qing sighed, yet he proceeded to explain the process of making century eggs. After checking his pulse and finding no health issues, he finally let him leave. 2 days later, the tender corn was mostly ripe. Li Qing harvested 80 ears to take to the palace and delivered another 20 to the Duke of Chao's residence. As Lan Yu was away from the capital, likely celebrating the new year in Fengyang with his grandchildren, Li Qing did not send any to the Duke of Liang's residence. Upon entering the palace, he diagnosed Su Miaoyun and prescribed some medicine. Once he completed these tasks, Li Qing sought a leave of absence from Zhu Di. "Another leave of absence?" Zhu Di scolded, gnawing on a boiled ear of corn. "Tell me, aren't you enjoying your year? I grant you such a generous salary, and instead of working diligently, you are always thinking of slacking off. Do you feel you deserve your salary? Do you honor my patronage?" Li Qing wiped his face, removing the corn bits that had splattered on him, and replied with a grin, "This time, I am only requesting a month." "A month? And only that?" Zhu Di retorted angrily. "Is this how you repay my kindness? You should be more considerate." Li Qing, feeling frustrated, replied, "You will end up with no friends at this rate." Zhu Di, infuriated, exclaimed, "How dare you speak like that? If anyone else had said it, they would not have made me so angry. Anyone can say that, except for you, Li Qing. Your Majesty, this time, there is indeed a matter at hand." Li Qing said earnestly. Seeing that he did not appear to be lying, Zhu Di slightly tempered his anger. "What is the matter?" "The anniversary of my master's death is approaching," Li Qing confessed. Having said too much, he felt no longer bound by any reservations. "I was too busy these past 2 years and couldn't attend, but now that I'm not as busy," Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, his fury gradually subsiding. In the Ming dynasty, governance was predicated upon filial piety. While emperors possessed the prerogative to sever emotional ties, such actions were warranted only in exceptional circumstances. "Very well." Zhu Di conceded with a nod. 1 month it shall be." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Shall I assign some imperial guards to accompany you?" "That will not be necessary," Li Qing replied with a smile. "I merely intend to burn some paper money. It is not as though I am returning in glory." Zhu Di, recalling Li Qing's capabilities, nodded in understanding. "By the way, Li Qing, what of your family? I have never heard you mention them." "I am an orphan, raised by my master since childhood," Li Qing stated, his demeanor unperturbed. Having spun so many tales, he had grown accustomed to it. In a sense, he truly was an orphan, for he had neither parents nor any forebears to speak of. Zhu Di refrained from further questioning, even casting aside any doubts regarding Zhang Lada's demise. In an era where filial piety reigned supreme, no one dared make light of a senior's death. And in Zhu Di's mind, Li Qing was not the sort to jest. "Return promptly. Should you be delayed by even a day, I shall deduct a month's salary," Zhu Di declared. The policy of land measurement and tax reform is commendable. Do you possess any better suggestions? Li Qing shook his head, indicating that he had none at the moment, but would offer counsel again when the opportunity arose. The interests of the wealthy gentry had been systematically eroded, teetering on the brink of collapse. Any further radical reforms would be ill-advised. A misstep could obliterate even the current gains. Having resided in this era for so long, Li Qing was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Even if Zhu Di could implement such changes, they would likely be overturned after his passing, potentially resulting in backlash. Ming had achieved a commendable state. As long as war was averted, the lives of the common folk would continue to improve. It was utterly implausible to expect officials to relinquish even a modicum of their benefits. Are you embarking on a long journey, master? Indeed. I shall return within a month at most, Li Qing replied, gathering some tender corn wrapped in silk, alongside several volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Noticing the reluctant expressions of the three maidens, he reassured them, I may return in just over 20 days. Based on his estimation, he would hardly stay long before the old man grew weary of him. The three maidens nodded glumly, wishing him a safe journey. Very well. Li Qing smiled as he secured his bundle, mounted his horse, and departed. 10 days later, with numerous packages in tow, Li Qing ascended the mountain with familiar ease. The temple remained unchanged, though it appeared even more dilapidated. Master, I have returned, he called out. Creak. The rickety door swung open, revealing the middle-aged Zhu Yunwen, whose face lit up with joy upon seeing Li Qing. At last you have come. At last. Li Qing felt a chill run through him and urgently inquired. Where is master? In the temple. Follow me, Zhu Yunwen responded. Upon hearing that the old man was home, Li Qing's unease intensified, knowing the old man's nature. He would never be so compliant unless something was amiss. What has happened to master? His voice trembled slightly. Zhu Yunwen's expression darkened. Master is ill. Indeed. Li Qing's heart raced with anxiety as he quickened his pace, swiftly arriving at Zhang Lada's chamber. Finding his master lying peacefully on the bed, eyes closed and countenance serene, he looked as though he were dead, sending a chill through Li Qing. Had his ill-fated words inadvertently cursed his master to this fate? Crack! The burden fell to the ground, and Li Qing hurriedly knelt by the bed, sorrowfully exclaiming, Master, what has happened to you? Oh, master, you cannot die. I will never curse you again. His voice trembled, and it felt as though the very heavens were collapsing. Master, we have relied on each other for so many years through thick and thin. I never expected this day would come when I would send you off in mourning. Zhang Lada opened his eyes and inquired, Did you curse me? You haven't died. Li Qing exclaimed. Chapter 83. Zhang Lada's illness suddenly, a weight pressed down on his chest. And before Li Qing could respond, he was propelled into the air. With a crash and a clatter, he rolled over a dozen times, colliding with the few old pieces of furniture in the room, which shattered upon impact. A wooden basin fell atop Li Qing's head, drenching him in wash water, leaving him utterly disheveled. Li Qing removed the basin from his head and looked up again. Master Zhang Lada had firmly sat up, scrutinizing him and asking, What did you curse me with? Li Qing, on the verge of tears, glared at Zhu Yunwen, who was watching the scene unfold, and angrily retorted, Did you not say master was ill? He is ill, Zhu Yunwen nodded. You can ask him yourself. Li Qing hesitantly turned to seek confirmation from Zhang Lada. Zhang Lada glared, I am not ill. Li Qing also sensed that the old man was indeed in good health. After all, his formidable skills acquired over a century were no mere facade. With a single kick like that, an ordinary person would have been left in despair. Master, I have brought you a delightful treat, one you have surely never tasted before. Li Qing prioritized soothing his master, fearing the consequences otherwise. From that kick earlier, he had discerned that the old man's true energy was as potent as ever, and perhaps even more refined than before, certainly alive and well. Zhang Lada scoffed. Though I am a rogue, I have seen my fair share of wonders, things that fly in the sky, run on land, swim in water. Oh, what is this? Upon seeing the green leaves wrapped around the cob, even the well-traveled Zhang Lada displayed a look of surprise. Is this a fruit? No, it is grain, Li Qing said, beaming as he stepped forward to present it. Master, this has been transported from the West. Truly a rare delicacy, delicious indeed. Zhang Lada accepted it, peeling back the outer layer to reveal plump kernels of tender corn, his astonishment growing. These grains are uncommonly large. Indeed, Li Qing smiled. Next year, this crop will be trialed across the Ming dynasty, and when successful, It will become our third staple grain after rice and wheat. Zhu Yunwen leaned closer, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the corn. If it can be successfully cultivated. Wait, this was freshly harvested, wasn't it? The leaves are still green. Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Zhu Yunwen exclaimed with joy. So this crop can really be widely cultivated in the Ming dynasty? Absolutely, Li Qing explained. However, it is not as high-yielding as one might hope. With advantages come disadvantages. It cannot be planted too densely. Upon hearing the characteristics of the Yongla rice, Zhu Yunwen's expression shifted slightly, though he remained pleased. It is drought-resistant and perfectly fills the gap left by wheat cultivation. That is already quite commendable. Let us not dwell on that. Zhang Lada interrupted his disciples. Let us first taste the saltiness. This can be boiled or made into porridge. Both preparations are delightful. Li Qing suggested. However, Zhang Lada refused to heed his advice. What do you know? He retorted. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. Just roasting them is sufficient. The old man grunted. It's obvious you lack culinary skills. What could Li Qing say but, Master, you are indeed wise. By the campfire, the three of them each held a skewer, roasting corn while engaging in light conversation. You brat, what curse have you cast upon the old man? Li Qing cleared his throat and explained, the emperor harbors ill intentions towards you. I fear he may seek you out and bring trouble. So I said you had passed away. Zhang Lada replied, you truly are filial. I am only considering your well-being. Li Qing, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured, besides, our Taoist philosophy does not emphasize such matters. Zhang Lada shot him a glare, sniffed the air, and, considering the fine Yongla rice, decided not to argue further. However, it has been a while since anyone from the court has visited. He scoffed nonchalantly. Well, if I am dead, then so be it. As he spoke, he picked up the roasted corn and savored it heartily. Li Qing retrieved his own fragrant ear of corn, blew on it, and took a bite. To his surprise, it was indeed delicious, far more flavorful than when boiled. Master, what illness have you been suffering from? Li Qing inquired with concern. I have told you countless times that I am not ill. Why will you not listen? Zhang Lada replied, somewhat irritated. What? Are you uncomfortable because I am healthy? I am merely concerned for you. Li Qing mumbled, feeling aggrieved, and chose to drop the topic. Yet, observing Zhu Yunwen's hesitance, he suspected the old man must have some ailment. However, as long as he could eat, drink, and fight, it likely wasn't serious. Li Qing suppressed his thoughts, preparing to inquire further with Zhu Yunwen later that evening. Brother, this Yongla rice isn't fully mature. I doubt it can be used as seed. Did you bring any seeds with you? Zhu Yunwen, who had a keen interest in agriculture, asked. I brought a few, though not many, Li Qing replied, retrieving the remaining seeds from his pocket, about 100 or so. Next time, I will bring more. That should suffice. Zhu Yunwen said as he wiped his hands and carefully placed the corn into his pocket. According to his brother's assertion, this would be enough to cultivate a plot of land. Li Qing nodded with a smile. During this visit, I also brought some volumes of the Yongla Dadayan. You may use them to pass the time when you are bored. In terms of knowledge, young Zhu was certainly more adept than Zhu Laosi and had a genuine love for reading. The Yongla Dadayan? Zhu Yunwen paused in astonishment. How could you bring such a thing out? Of course, I couldn't bring the original. This is a printed copy, Li Qing clarified. However, the content is identical. The Yongla Dadayan has been continuously printed and is now circulating among the common folk. He smiled and added, the Yongla Dadayan encompasses classics, history, literature, medicine, astronomy, geography, and various cultural subjects. To let it gather dust would be a great loss. Zhu Yunwen stood in a daze for a long while, then nodded emphatically. He has done remarkably well. No, this was my suggestion, Li Qing chuckled. I brought dozens of volumes. You can start with these, and I will bring more next time. Zhu Yunwen nodded. Thank you, brother. As the two conversed, the old man had roasted another batch of corn, relishing it with great delight. Disciple, why didn't you bring more provisions? Zhang Lata, still unsatisfied, remarked, this is hardly enough for 2 days' work. Li Qing chuckled. This year, we missed the optimal planting period. It took considerable effort to cultivate this small amount. Master, please refrain from being overly critical. In 2 years, this crop will be ready for widespread cultivation. Indeed, Master, Zhu Yunwen chimed in. Now that we have seeds, you shall be able to enjoy them next year. Zhang Lata nodded and continued with the barbecue. That evening, the three sat at the entrance of the temple, gazing at the starry night sky and engaging in conversation. As their dialogue flowed, Zhang Lata gradually fell silent, and Li Qing, Upon closer inspection, realized that the old man had dozed off. Li Qing thought to himself, how alarming it is that he can sleep without making a sound. He contemplated carrying the old man back inside, but Zhu Yunwen intervened. Master has just fallen asleep, and his slumber is light. I will fetch a blanket, and once he is in deep sleep, we can move him back indoors. You do think ahead, Li Qing replied, slightly embarrassed. As the official disciple, he felt he had not been as attentive as Zhu Yunwen, the informal disciple. After a moment, Zhu Yunwen returned with a blanket and gently covered their master, then signaled to Li Qing with a glance. Understanding, Li Qing stepped aside. After walking several dozen meters to ensure he would not disturb the master, he paused and turned to Zhu Yunwen, asking, what ailment does the master suffer from? Zhu Yunwen pointed to his own head. It is here that he is unwell. Li Qing frowned. What specific symptoms does he exhibit? He has an alarming forgetfulness. Zhu Yunwen replied. Earlier this year, he fell ill while gathering herbs and did not return for several days. When I went to search for him, I found him on this very mountain, no more than 100 paces from home. Zhu Yunwen sighed. At that time, he claimed to have lost his way. I did not think much of it, but later I realized it was not simply that. It seems he shows early signs of dementia, does he not? Li Qing, the unfilial disciple, voiced the thought that Zhu Yunwen had been hesitant to express. Zhu Yunwen nodded gravely. Brother, do you have any remedies for such a condition? Li Qing fell silent. He understood that their master, due to his advanced age, was succumbing to senile dementia. Unfortunately, even in later generations, there is no cure for such an affliction. All the skills he possessed had been imparted by his master. If there were a solution, surely the master would have thought of it first. Have you spoken with the master about this issue? I have, Zhu Yunwen confirmed. But he is stubborn and refuses to acknowledge his illness. Chapter 84. Am I to perish? Li Qing's brow furrowed deeply. Senile dementia is a chronic degenerative disease of the central nervous system, typically worsening over time, with little hope for recovery once it takes hold. However, their master was no ordinary individual. Throughout the Ming dynasty, there was likely no one more formidable than him. In fact, in a certain sense, he had transcended the human condition. After all, the old man was nearing 170 years of age, a milestone that defied human limits. The more than a century of cultivating his internal energy was not in vain. While senile dementia may be irreversible for others, there remained a glimmer of hope for their master. Li Qing pondered for a moment before asking, does the master experience episodes frequently? Not too often, Zhu Yunwen replied. Zhu Yunjian remarked that the illness would manifest approximately once every 10 to 15 days. However, recovery would be swift. The elderly gentleman possessed a robust constitution, exhibiting no abnormalities aside from the episodes of illness. Did he become violent during these episodes? Zhu Yunjian cast an irritated glance at him, asserting that his master merely suffered from forgetfulness, not madness, and would not resort to violence. He then expressed concern, noting that there were times when his master did not even recognize him. Li Qing nodded slightly, indicating that this suggested his master's condition was not yet severe and far from terminal. He sighed in relief and smiled, reassuring him. There is no need for undue worry. After all, your master is regarded as a celestial being, not an ordinary person, so it is not a grave matter. Does senior brother have a plan? The specifics would depend on the master himself, Li Qing replied. Tomorrow, let us converse with him earnestly, encouraging him to confront his ailment. Indeed, good idea. Zhu Yunjian nodded in agreement. As dawn broke, Li Qing awakened to the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds. He opened the window to behold the undulating green mountains, shrouded in a veil of morning mist, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. Although winter had just begun, a chill hung in the air, refreshing yet invigorating as it entered his lungs. Stepping outside, he found Zhu Yunjian practicing martial arts. Lacking the aptitude for cultivation, he had not developed any true energy, yet his physique was remarkably strong, no longer resembling his former frail self. Zhang Lada reclined in a lounge chair, which, though less refined than those in the Duke's residence, provided similar comfort. He lounged leisurely, occasionally offering pointers. This scene encapsulated the daily life of the master and disciple. Good morning, master. Yes, good morning. Zhang Lada, displeased with this unfilial disciple, did not greet him warmly, instructing, there is porridge in the pot. Serve yourself if you are hungry. All right. Li Qing went to the dilapidated kitchen to ladle out a bowl of porridge. Noticing some pickled radish on the cutting board, he added a bit to his bowl and sat on the doorstep. watching Zhu Yunjian practice while enjoying his meal. The crunchy pickles paired delightfully with the rice porridge, making for an unexpectedly delightful breakfast. Perhaps it was the excess of luxurious delicacies that rendered these simple flavors particularly delectable. When he first arrived in the Ming dynasty, he had consumed this daily, finding it bland. Yet now, it tasted remarkably appealing. One bowl led to another. With a satisfied belch, Li Qing rolled up his sleeves to wash the pot. Just as he added water, Zhu Yunjian and Zhang Lada entered, chatting and laughing. Their gazes met, and a prolonged silence ensued. "Senior brother, are you here?" Li Qing felt an ominous premonition and awkwardly said, "Please don't tell me you and the master have not eaten yet." Upon seeing his demeanor, Zhang Lada's expression darkened. "Don't tell me you consumed it all." "Ah, how fortunate this is," Li Qing exclaimed, only to be met with a painful tug on his ear, causing him to grimace. "Misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. Come, let us go outside and test it." 15 minutes later, Li Qing lay dejectedly on the ground, the blue of the sky paling in comparison to the green hue on his face. Perhaps this was what it meant for the student to surpass the master. He mused idly. Despite his master's continuous refinement of true energy over the years, he could not hope to compare to the venerable old man of 170 years. Even if he lacks martial ethics and resorts to ambushes, it is of no consequence. The master's strength remains undiminished, showing no signs of impending decline, which brings considerable relief to Li Qing. After lying on the ground for a while, he caught sight of his master entering the room, prompting him to dust himself off and approach the armchair where his master had just been leaning, quietly critiquing his master's recent actions. After a short while, the master and disciple emerged from their breakfast. Li Qing, ever perceptive, stood at attention, presenting himself as a reformed individual. "Master, junior brother," he greeted, to which Zhu Yunwen nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Lada cast a sidelong glance at him, having heard from little Zhu that he had something to say. Li Qing shot Zhu Yunwen a resentful glance before nodding slightly. "What is it?" "Master, you are unwell." As soon as the words left Li Qing's mouth, he witnessed the old man puffing out his cheeks and glaring, prompting him to quickly add, "Master, I understand your urgency, but please allow me to explain." As he ran, he began to elaborate. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Lada ceased his pursuit, with a hint of existential doubt creeping in. "So, you mean to say I am truly ill?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed, perhaps too discontented with his master's earlier attempts at intimidation, speaking without much thought. "You are quite ill." "Hey, calm down, calm down," Li Qing hastily explained. "If this illness is not promptly addressed, the consequences could be dire." "Then go ahead and curse me." Zhang Lada's nose nearly crinkled in irritation. Li Qing, bemused, insisted, "This is no jest. Master, please listen to me." After a thorough elucidation, the old man finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This illness could lead to a point where one does not even recognize oneself. "Precisely," Li Qing replied with unprecedented seriousness. "Though it may appear innocuous, the impact on a person is profound. If one cannot recognize oneself, it is akin to death. Fortunately, the issue has been identified in time. Master, there is still hope for you." After a lengthy discourse of persuasion, Li Qing managed to convince the old man of his plight. Zhang Lada returned to his armchair, muttering, "So, according to you, I am destined to perish?" "Not quite so dire," Li Qing reassured him. "Your health remains robust. It is merely that you have experienced too much, and your mind is overwhelmed. I am merely analyzing your condition. Do not roll up your sleeves just yet." Zhang Lada retorted, "Enough of the nonsense. Get to the point. Moving forward, it would be wise to meditate less and engage in more enjoyable activities," Li Qing suggested. "For instance, playing Go, chess, or perhaps even strumming a lute." "Is it really that simple?" Zhang Lada questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Li Qing nodded. "This ailment can vary in severity, but given your exceptional abilities, as long as you recognize the symptoms and actively combat them, it cannot best you." He spoke the truth. Despite nearing 170 years, Zhang Lada's health remained remarkably robust. As long as he did not succumb to dementia, he could easily live several more decades. Moreover, he firmly believed in his master's capability to overcome this challenge. While others may not grasp the extent of the old man's prowess, Li Qing was well aware. In a sense, it was not an exaggeration to refer to Zhang Lada as an immortal. Sustained by decades of true qi, his metabolism was astonishingly sluggish. Though time may not have left Li Qing untouched, the The marks it left on Zhang Lada were notably faint, a testament to his extraordinary vitality. Li Qing chuckled, "Master, do not remain idle. It is essential to have something to occupy your time. Anything will suffice." Zhang Lada rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. "Beating the disciples is also a task, isn't it?" "No, bang. Master, please hear me out." Bang bang. Zhu Yunwen's lips twitched. In order to prevent a celestial clash from impacting the mortal realm, he hoisted a hoe and headed to the vegetable garden. "I excel at farming, so I shall immerse myself in that," he reassured himself. "My senior can take a beating. Thus, those capable must work harder." With this thought, the guilt within him dissipated, and he swung the hoe with renewed vigor. The distant cries of his senior, though seemingly pained, did not sound too unpleasant. Zhu Yunwen hoed the weeds, humming a cheerful tune, feeling quite at ease. The trio of master and disciples were all preoccupied, one toiling in the fields, another administering punishment, and the last enduring it. Li Qing was not one to adhere rigidly to convention. He had contemplated a rebellion, yet the disparity in their spiritual energy spanning centuries rendered any resistance futile. "Well, since I cannot resist, I might as well indulge," Li Qing resolved, even deceiving himself in the process. Chapter 85. Su Mian's illness. Li Qing ventured into town to procure a set of chess and go, along with a plethora of daily necessities, food, and various supplies. Lacking in companionship, he sought to compensate through these gestures. Fortunate that finances were no concern. He replaced bedding, furniture, and even the bathing tub with new items, tirelessly running errands for days until everything within the temple was renewed. Initially, he intended to hire artisans to renovate the temple from top to bottom, but Zhang Lada dissuaded him. As the master put it, "This place has stood the test of time. I do not desire it to change." Li Qing did not press the matter. The elder cherished nostalgia, and as long as he was comfortable, it sufficed. Although the temple was old, it still provided shelter from the elements. After completing these tasks, Li Qing presented a substantial stack of banknotes to the old man. "Master, purchase whatever you desire. Your disciple is affluent. There is no need for such an amount." Zhang Lada waved his hand dismissively. "You have not even spent half of what you provided last time. Please accept it. This is my heartfelt offering," Li Qing insisted. "With rising prices, it is prudent to have more funds at hand." Zhang Lada ultimately accepted the gratitude of his disciple. In the following days, Li Qing carried a basket of medicine, accompanying the old man to gather herbs on the nearby mountains, where the two engaged in light-hearted banter, as if returning to decades past. Life on the mountain was both unremarkable and fulfilling, imbued with a soothing tranquility. Pondering pessimistically, Li Qing mused, if one day dear friends were to fade away, finding a mountain to establish a small temple and quietly observe the passage of time would not be so bad. On this day, Li Qing meticulously inspected the roof, repairing any potential leaks and taking preventive measures before bidding farewell to his master. "Master, I'm off," he advised. "Please refrain from wandering about. If you wish to relax, do so with your disciple." Despite the fact that his master had not shown signs of illness during their time together, Li Qing still hoped the old man would exercise caution, just in case. "I am not a child. I do not require your admonitions," Zhang Lada grumbled. Zhu Yunwen smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, senior. I will take good care of our master." Li Qing nodded, performing a deep bow to his master. "Master, please take care of your health. I shall return to visit you," he said. "Hurry along," Zhang Lada replied with irritation. "It's not like we won't see each other again. Why act as if it were a parting of life and death? Is it amusing?" Li Qing offered an awkward smile, clasped his fists in farewell, and turned to depart. Under the starry night, he journeyed back to the capital before the conclusion of the holiday. After a day of rest, he resumed his early morning court attendance the following day. The court officials paid little heed to Li Qing's absence, as they perceived the Duke of Yongqing as one who often squandered his time. The civil officials, not being naive, had learned from past misfortunes and ceased seeking his counsel, even isolating him. After so many years, while others flourished in relationships, Li Qing found himself devoid of friends, even superficial ones. Yet, he remained undeterred, continuing to live as he pleased. Following the completion of the land surveys, the court intensified its efforts to implement the taxation reform. While some resistance was anticipated, it was not substantial, and overall progress was relatively smooth. Simultaneously, the canal project reached its conclusion, facilitating north-south connectivity. The court's expenditures were significantly reduced. Although Zhu Di intended to allocate the saved funds towards the capital's construction, he was thwarted by the prudent Xiaopeng, who advised against reckless spending that could lead the treasury back into a cycle of deficits. With reason and emotion, Xiaopeng successfully restrained the extravagant tendencies of the Yongle emperor. All seemed to be advancing positively. The implementation of this national policy brought considerable transformation, a palpable vitality in the air. However, where there is good, there is also ill. The health of the empress was in decline. Aside from his daily court duties, Li Qing was compelled to administer acupuncture to Su Miaoyun almost every day, merely managing to sustain her condition. The life of this female scholar was nearing its end. In the Qingqing palace, Su Miaoyun's pallid complexion was somewhat revived by the acupuncture, yet she still appeared weak. "I apologize for the trouble, Li Qing," she said politely. "Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy. It is my duty as a subject," he replied, retracting the silver needles and advising. "You must avoid the wind for half an hour after the treatment." Su Miaoyun nodded gently, indicating her understanding. Seeing this, Li Qing offered a respectful gesture and exited the grand hall. Zhu Di patted Su Miaoyun's delicate hand, speaking softly before also leaving the Qingqing palace. "What is the state of the empress's health?" "Not very optimistic," Li Qing sighed. Zhu Di paused for a moment. "How much longer does she have?" "It is difficult to say," Li Qing shook his head. "It depends on the specific circumstances." As they conversed, the two arrived at the central hall. The young eunuch, perceptive to the situation, presented them with hot tea before retreating to the entrance, ensuring the emperor was not disturbed while remaining readily available. Zhu Di sat before the imperial desk, took a sip of tea, and said to Li Qing, "Please, take a seat." Once Li Qing was seated, Zhu Di continued softly, "As a physician, you must have an estimate of her remaining time. Provide me with an answer so that I may prepare myself." Li Qing remained silent for a moment before responding. "If conditions are favorable, perhaps 6 months. If not, 2 to 3 months. Zhu Di's hand trembled slightly, spilling a considerable amount of tea. 2 to 3 months? Indeed, Li Qing replied, steeling himself. "I shall do my utmost to treat the empress." For the past 2 or 3 months, Zhu Di had been mumbling to himself, utterly oblivious to Li Qing's assurances, his spirit seemingly adrift. "Your Majesty," Li Qing called several times before Zhu Di finally roused himself, inquiring, "Is it truly only half a year left?" Li Qing nodded. Zhu Di's expression stiffened, and after a prolonged silence, he eventually nodded gently. "I understand. You may leave." "I take my leave, Your Majesty," Li Qing replied. Outside the palace gates, the sun shone warmly upon him, yet the gloom within his heart lingered. He had faced the poignant scenes of life and death before, but each time was an ordeal he struggled to bear. Soon, yet another familiar face would be lost to him, never to be seen again. Shaking his head, Li Qing entered the sedan chair. He had not been accustomed to riding in one, but as those around him aged, his habits evolved in tandem. As he passed by the residence of Duke Chao, Li Qing tapped the sedan, prompting the bearers to halt. "Good sirs, please inform my lady that I am partaking of wine at Duke Chao's and shall not return for lunch." He waved his hand dismissively. "It is close to home. You may return." "Yes, my lord," the bearers replied, shouldering the empty sedan and departing. Li Qing was a frequent visitor to Duke Chao's estate. Upon arrival, the servants greeted him warmly and ushered him inside. Li Jinglong was busy teaching his eldest grandson archery with a miniature bow and arrows. Spotting Li Qing, he patted his grandson's head, saying, "Practice well. If you miss the target, you shall not have lunch." The little fellow, merely 6 or 7 years old, was robust and charming, his cherubic face endearing. With the tutor's guidance, his mind was sharp, and he immediately sought Li Qing's affection, calling out to him joyfully. The lively lad, with his chubby cheeks flushed, affectionately addressed him as Grandfather Qing, eliciting hearty laughter from Li Qing and alleviating much of his earlier melancholy. "Your grandfather only said to hit the bullseye. He did not specify the distance," Li Qing advised the child, suggesting he move closer until he succeeded. "Oh, right," the boy exclaimed, beaming with gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Qing." Li Jinglong, observing this exchange, wore a bemused expression and remarked, "If my grandson cannot become a great general, it shall be your fault." Li Qing chuckled. "He is merely 6 or 7. There is no need to rush. Excessive urgency can be detrimental. At this age, growth is paramount." "You seem to have taken all the good roles," Li Jinglong retorted, then added, "Shall we drink?" "Indeed, let us indulge." The winter in Jinling was mild. With the sun shining brightly, and the two basked in the warmth as they drank and conversed, while the little one occasionally approached to beg for morsels of meat. Their merriment made the drinking enjoyable. You adore children. Why not have one of your own? Li Jinglong teased. Haven't you already shed enough tears? Oh, spare me. Li Qing laughed. I am still a young lad of 18. Keep dreaming, Li Jinglong scoffed, pressing him to seize the moment and father a son to continue the lineage. Li Qing merely smiled in silence. Eventually, Li Jinglong ceased his attempts, perplexed by Li Qing's thoughts. By the way, has Lan Yu returned? Not yet. He likely will not be back until after the new year. Li Qing took a sip of wine and remarked, as one who has become a grandfather, it is time to put aside past grievances. Time spent together diminishes with each passing day. We must cherish these moments. Li Jinglong paused, then nodded gently. Let us wait for his return. Out of respect for his age, I shall refrain from holding any grudges against him. That would be for the best. Li Qing replied with a smile. When the time comes, I shall arrange a gathering for us to converse at length. Li Jinglong agreed with a smile, but then sighed. In a few years, when the new capital is established, it is likely that the imperial court will relocate there. Brotherly, as you are favored by the emperor, you too will surely move to Beiping. At that point, our brotherly meetings will become a rare occurrence. You could relocate as well. Not a chance. I have no affection for my grandmother or my uncle. What purpose would it serve to go there? Li Jinglong responded. Moreover, that cold and desolate place offers little of value. It cannot compare to the comfort of Jinling. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Yet a foreboding sense of unease stirred within him. The prospect of a relocation to the capital would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Chapter 86. Testing the officials. 70% of Ming officials hailed from the Jiangnan region, and most noble families did as well. Aside from the contributors to the Jingnan campaign, it is unlikely many would welcome the move to Beiping. Perhaps even those who contributed to the Jingnan campaign would prefer not to return. The economic disparity between Beiping and Jinling is significant. They are not even in the same league. For instance, Beiping lacks a respectable brothel. Any mid-range establishment in Jinling surpasses the finest in Beiping. Whether in terms of economy, population, or transportation, the differences are vast. Zhu Di's construction of the Grand Canal was largely to facilitate the transportation of taxes to the new capital. Not only do southern officials constitute 70%, but the taxes also reflect this. The northern taxes are woefully inadequate. In the prosperous southern region, officials can easily reap rewards. While the Beiping of this era bears no resemblance to the future capital, Beiping is not only impoverished, but its environment is also quite harsh, plagued by sandstorms and a frigid climate that pales in comparison to Jinling. After so many years of establishing the capital in Jinling, both nobles and officials have settled here. Their families and wealth are rooted in this place, along with their children's education. Li Qing sighed and shook his head. Brotherly, your furrowed brow suggests you are troubled by something. Li Jinglong inquired. Li Qing did not shy away from expressing his concerns. Indeed, he admitted. Li Jinglong nodded. Speaking for myself, I too harbor no desire to go to Beiping. Beiping is not as dire as it seems, Li Qing countered. True, it cannot measure up to Jinling now, but once the capital is relocated, it is bound to see rapid development. Li Jinglong shook his head. The issue lies not in the potential for growth. Rather, it is the innate attachment to one's homeland. Who would willingly uproot their family to migrate to Beiping? He paused before adding, however, there is no need for excessive worry. The current emperor is not like Zhang Wen. He will execute his plans regardless of the minister's approval. Like the founding emperor, he is a formidable military ruler. There will certainly be resistance to the relocation, but if he is resolute in his decision, none will be able to impede him. That is a valid point, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Nevertheless, I would prefer a peaceful transition rather than one enforced through coercive means. That may prove to be quite difficult, Li Jinglong remarked. Li Qing was well aware of the difficulties ahead, yet he still wished to make an effort, not wanting the relocation of the capital to jeopardize the promising situation. A banquet lasted until the late afternoon before dispersing. Upon leaving the duke's residence, Li Qing did not return home, but instead turned towards the palace. I too understand the challenges, the emperor declared, his demeanor stern, yet the decision to relocate the capital is resolute. No one can obstruct it. Li Qing sighed and inquired, how long until the new capital is completed? At this, Zhu Di's expression darkened. According to my initial plan, it should be finished by next year at the latest. But given the current circumstances, it seems it will take another 4 to 5 years. He paused. No, I cannot afford to wait that long. The capital must be relocated within 2 years. Your Majesty, do not rush, Li Qing advised. The hindrance to the relocation lies not in the construction of the new capital, but among the ministers. It would be wise to gauge their sentiments first. What do you propose? Zhu Di asked. A vote, Li Qing suggested, an anonymous one. Zhu Di retorted, that would be futile. Most officials would likely oppose it. Li Qing replied, only through such a vote can we uncover the true sentiments of the officials. The vote does not determine whether the capital will be relocated, but rather assesses the extent of the obstacles posed by the ministers. With this understanding, we can prepare accordingly, ensuring a smooth transition. That does hold some merit, Zhu Di conceded. I am curious to see how many will oppose the relocation. Summon the attendants, he commanded. Present, Your Majesty, came the hurried response of a small attendant who approached with rapid steps. What are your orders? Convey my decree. Tomorrow's morning court session will be held in the Fengtian Hall Square, Zhu Di instructed, exhaling deeply. All nobles, including dukes, marquises, and earls, as well as all officials in the capital, must attend. Your command shall be executed, the small attendant affirmed, visibly excited at being entrusted with such a royal task. Standing a little taller as he performed a deep bow before turning to leave the hall, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Li Qing, how many officials do you think will oppose this move? Perhaps 80%, he replied. Surely it cannot be that many. Zhu Di shot him a displeased glance. I believe it will not exceed 70%. After a moment's contemplation, he added, nonetheless, I still prefer a named vote. It will facilitate accountability later. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, the purpose of the vote is to expose the issues at hand. We must identify problems to address them effectively. If it is named, what significance would the vote hold? Very well, Zhu Di sighed. Do you have any strategies in mind? Let us wait for the results before discussing further, Li Qing replied. It is premature to speculate at this point. Zhu Di nodded and then shifted the conversation to inquire about Su Miayan's health. In this regard, Li Qing had no remedy to offer, only expressing his utmost efforts. Upon returning home, dusk was approaching. Have you been drinking until now? Wan Ling reproached lightly, though her tone was more filled with concern. Not quite. I was discussing state affairs with the emperor, Li Qing chuckled. Do I reek of alcohol? Wan Ling sniffed the air, playfully responding, indeed, it is quite pungent. You mischievous girl, Li Qing laughed, shaking his head, then suddenly asked, would you like to live in Beiping? If you go, then I shall follow, she replied. Wan Ling helped him remove his outer garment and fetched a thicker robe from the wardrobe. While assisting him in dressing, she remarked, wherever the gentleman is, that is home. Li Qing chuckled, extending his arms to cooperate with her. Setting aside the title of gentleman, he inquired, between Jinling and Beiping, which do you prefer? Wan Ling, having assisted him in donning the robe and smoothing out a few wrinkles, replied, of course, Jinling. Is Beiping not to your liking? He probed. Not quite. Beiping has its own charm. The last time I visited, the sight of 1,000 miles of ice was indeed magnificent, she said, pouting. It's pleasant to visit occasionally, but for long-term residents, Jinling is undoubtedly better. Li Qing, with a wry smile, nodded in agreement. Even a woman like Wan Ling, who had no personal stakes, was reluctant to go to Beiping. This demonstrated how much more resistant officials, concerned with their own interests, would be. Sir, is the court planning to relocate the capital? Wan Ling asked. Not for a while, Li Qing replied with a smile. I was merely curious about your opinion. Wan Ling chuckled. What opinion could I possibly have? Wherever the gentleman goes, I shall follow. Your words are truly sweet, Li Qing said, playfully cupping her face, attempting to kiss her, only to be evaded. Sir, it is time for dinner. It seemed the girl had once again succumbed to self-doubt. Li Qing resolved to address this later that evening as they made their way to the dining hall. Hongxiu and Lianxiang were already waiting, and upon his arrival, they signaled the servants to serve the meal. During dinner, Li Qing inquired about the opinions of the two women. Like Wan Ling, they expressed a preference for Jinling over Beiping. This was unsurprising. The picturesque scenery of Jiangnan, with its quaint bridges and flowing waters, along with its pleasant climate, were aspects that Beiping could not compare to. With all three women aligned in their preferences, Li Qing felt increasingly pessimistic about the voting outcome. The following day, as dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, Li Qing entered the palace. The square of the Hall of Supreme Harmony was bustling with officials, creating quite a lively scene. The term civil and military officials was merely a collective reference. In reality, many who attended were not even eligible to enter the hall. Those without proper credentials stood outside the palace during court sessions. For urgent petitions, they would first notify the generals on duty outside the hall, who would then summon them in to present their cases. Today, even nobles who typically did not attend court were present, leading to a gathering of over 1,000 officials, creating a much more animated atmosphere than usual. The biting winter wind blew fiercely, mixed with the morning mist, rendering the air quite chilly. Such was winter in Jinling. While the sun warmed the day, the early hours remained brisk, especially with the wind. The high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries, accustomed to attending court within the hall, found themselves outside, still clad in their formal attire, shivering in the cold. They gazed despondently at the empty dragon throne, silently praying for the emperor's prompt arrival. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Di finally made his entrance, accompanied by a group of young eunuchs, one carrying a box, while others held brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, and 2 more bore a table. The ministers, puzzled by the scene, instinctively performed the customary greetings, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor." "Gentlemen, be at ease," Zhu Di said, lightly waving his sleeve as he settled onto the dragon throne. "I have an announcement to make." Upon seeing his demeanor, the ministers understood that a significant matter was about to be revealed, causing the civil officials to feel an increased sense of anticipation. In recent years, every time there has been a significant upheaval, it has invariably been them who suffer the consequences. They simply cannot withstand any further innovation. A multitude of individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards the dragon throne. It was then that Zhu Di calmly declared, "The new capital has already been constructed to a considerable extent. In 2 years, I intend to relocate the capital to Shuntian, designating it as the imperial seat, to confront the enemy beyond our borders. What do you gentlemen think?" Without awaiting a response from his ministers, Zhu Di continued, "I have always been open to suggestions. You need only inscribe your thoughts on paper and deposit them into the box." He assured them, "I am magnanimous and will not hold grudges. Simply indicate your support or opposition without needing to sign your names." In conclusion, Zhu Di emphasized the importance of adhering to one's true sentiments. Upon hearing these words, the ministers felt a slight sense of relief, though each countenance remained grave. From the very moment the new capital was established, they had known that relocation would someday occur. Yet confronting it openly proved to be a challenge for them. Beginning from the front row, they approached one by one, writing their thoughts and depositing them into the box. After Zhu Di spoke, he instructed the young eunuch to step back, assuring them that he would not peek, encouraging them to write freely. Observing this, the ministers relaxed considerably and complied with the emperor's request, casting their votes one by one. As the sun reached its zenith, the thousands of votes were finally cast.